Killing spree. Double kill.
Spit it out, just tell me honestly. You should know I'm not your enemy. You won't trust, I want it just as much. You need love, I need the same for us. Look at all this time wasted, screaming at each other, baby. I wanna understand. So
Double kill. Snipe. Snipe. Killing spree. Snipe. Killing. Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. Perfect. Double kill. Double kill. Last shot.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Today we have the Kaysan Showdown coverage by LVT Halo, $50,000 on the line. Today's a special event. It's the first land before the Arlington Major coming up in just a few weeks, so super exciting. It's gonna be a double elimination. 4 invited teams, you know them. Best of 7 grand finals, so good news. Also later today, we're gonna be having a quick peek at Seek and Deploy Extraction. There's gonna be a show match for the upcoming non-competitive game mode. Super exciting. We're gonna have some of the players show us how it's done. First sneak peek at that game mode. Then also we got some LVT fun stuff too. If you guys type in !Halo Court, yeah, you heard that. We're gonna have an LVT Halo Court session. You got a crash out in matchmaking or with your stack, then that's your place to type it and see if, you know, you are the good one in that story. Also, you can get to participate in the Predict Your Halo Ranked based on your gaming setup. So we're gonna predict what rank you are based on what setup you got. So !Reddit 1, I believe that's the command in the chat. So you guys are welcome to participate. Type on those subreddits. We'll show those later on. But to start the day, we got some fun for you all. A fantasy snake draft. Fantasy Halo snake draft here with the one and only Mikowski, Tools, Eli. We're gonna be Oh, wait, hold on. Chat is also participating as well. Me and you. We're going to choose a team for us as well. So if you all remember at Worlds, we're going to bring back Halo Fantasy. If you watched, then you know how it works. But if you didn't, then here's how it works. Tools, Mikowski, Eli. We're going to select 4 players to make our own fantasy team. And here they all are, Mikowski, Eli, Tools. Y'all excited to get started?
Let's do it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
Yeah,
win.
it should be fun. No, you're not.
I heard that there's this a special order here. How was that determined, by the way? Like, who's gonna go first?
So I went and I looked at how the last fantasy draft went, and I said, hey, who did the worst? We'll give him the first pick. That was Mikowski. So Mikowski, you're right there. We give you that first pick. Who did the best was Eli. So we put him in, I think was probably the worst spot, right, Eli? I don't think he's too happy picking third. I did the second best, so I get the second spot. And then chat, we felt like they needed some help. We gave him the 4th spot. You guys can figure it out. You get back-to-back picks in the first round. Should be pretty powerful.
Chat, you and I, we're gonna team up, okay? We're gonna figure this out. We're gonna win against them. We're gonna win. Also, you guys have a chance to build your own squad. So we have the Fantasy Halo draft, but you also can participate on a build your own squad. So you have an imaginary budget of $10. You can see them on the screen right now. !draft. The command is already, the link is already in the chat. So click on that, reply, and follow the instructions on that Twitter post and reply with your best team. We'll see who gets the best guest out of today's stats.
If they win, they get some free LVT merch.
Sweet. All right.
That's lit.
All right, everybody. If you missed out on the Halo merch, is your other chance to get some LVT merch. Well, guys, why don't we get started? Round 1 of the draft. So Mikowski, it is your turn to choose who you want to get started. Who are you gonna snatch out of the draft today?
Well, I feel like Fate and Destiny are calling me to draft Renegade. But despite what I am seeing on my screen, I have always been au contraire. So I am going to go against what my producer Louis probably wants me to pick. And I'm going to go with a guy that knows how to stuff the stat sheet, OBJ efficiency. He might just pop off in a Slayer as well. He's your Season 3 MVP, and he's our first pick in the Kaysan FaZe live draft. So give me Legend for first pick.
Oh, right. Whoa. Surprising that Legends. Is it surprising? No, but I thought Renegade or Frosty were going to go first. Not going to lie. What do you think about this pick?
Yeah, I'm right there with you because Legend, although, he had a great season last year, was one of the best fantasy players last year, hasn't been having, as great of a fantasy performance. I think he's having to share a lot of that KD alongside like 3 other incredible Slayers on the team. I like the pick, Mikowski, but I think this year the fantasy stats might be saying something different.
I think you're just a total noob that bases all of his opinions in Halo around online Halo. Get a grip, brother. Legend is the LAN champ. He got MVP based on his LAN performances last year. And may I remind you, we're not on air. We're not on sea. We are 2 feet on the beach on land today, which is why my pick is a good one. I will hear no further arguments and a discussion.
Well, Tools, it is your turn next.
No, it's not.
Wait, what?
Wait,
I thought
you're
Tools was
right,
the-
you're right.
No,
You're
you're
right.
You go last because you won, okay? You go last because you won.
Look at Eli jumping the
Last time.
jumping the gun. Well, you know
He's
what?
nervous.
He's
He's
scared.
nervous.
You're gonna
You can
pick
have
his player.
Legend. I'm going to have one of my favorite players of all time. I loved him ever since he made his debut in Halo 5 in the pro scene. He didn't lose. He didn't miss a grand finals for just about 5 years, and he has been rocking out in the start of this season. Give me Shopify Rebellion Zone Frosty with my first pick.
Ooh.
Expected here from you, Tools. I've heard nothing but Frosty Glaze from you all open series.
I'm guilty. What can I say? I'm guilty. But look at this. The guy's an absolute monster. He's averaging a 1.17 in the last 3 weeks. Not even to mention his KAD. His damage dealt per life is just about 400. This guy is unbelievable at the moment. I think we're seeing vintage Frosty at this event. And I love me some BB. Bradley Bergstrom's going to lead me to a victory today.
Eli, you happy with his pick? Did he steal your,
I
your
mean,
player?
yeah, I was kind of hoping he would go Renegade. I thought he was a bigger Renegade stand than a Frosty stand, but you know, he's been watching Frosty pop off. I thought he was going to take Renegade, I'm not gonna lie, which I would have taken Frosty personally, but I guess that kind of leaves my option pretty clear at this point, though. I'm gonna end up picking Renegade here.
All right, Renegade. Let's talk about Renegade.
Yeah, so this guy is known as the Slayer, but I tell you what, he has some of the best objective stats in the last 3 tournaments. He was one of the top oddball holders, which people probably don't think about Renegade in that way. Tools has this weird theory that you put the best Slayer in the oddball position, and now he's like somehow reined in and not dying on the other side of the map. Maybe there's something to that, I don't know. But Renegade's been looking insane, and even when OpTic hasn't been winning, he still has the best fantasy score on this sheet. So it's hard not to pick this guy if you guys are going to leave him for me.
Well, you know what? I want to bring up that oddball thing you're talking about, because I think it's really interesting. The reason I brought that up is because Callus was talking to me about it one day. He said that's what they did with Sab based off the analytics that they had, and they saw a big improvement because of it. So I'm kind of a big fan of that, but I want to go to the versus stats, and I want to show why I chose Frosty over Renegade, but also it gives us an idea of what these guys are looking at and why they're so close together. But at that bottom, it's the power weapon percentage. So that's the percentage of kills that these players get with power weapons in their hands. Frosty's averaging 5.81, Renegade's 4.87. These two are getting the power weapons, and when you get the power weapons, you just have a little bit more chance of success throughout the entire day, it feels like. So for me, that's a big indicator as to why I picked Frosty for mine. But I mean, Renegade and Frosty, their stats might as well be like identical at this point.
Yeah, they're super close. What's really interesting to me though is like, I don't know, it kind of depends on the team composition, right? Like maybe OpTic's more willing to share power weapons, where Renegade doesn't always get them, and maybe Formal picks up the sniper from time to time. So I don't know. I don't put a lot of weight in the power weapon percentage, but if it is one of our stats, I guess we got to pay attention to it.
Renegade gone, Frosty gone, Legend gone. Chat, you and I, we get to pick our 4th player. We get to start our team. So it's our turn. Type in chat who you think our pick should be, and I will pick from whatever name we see the most in the chat. I already have 2 players leaning towards one who I want to pick. I want to see what you all feel like our first pick for our team should be. Type in the chat. Do we pick? I got 2 players in mind. Okay, I got Royal 2 and Trippy.
Ooh.
Those are my 2 picks.
Oh, wow.
Well, you know the great thing about being in the 4th position, Aliak, is that you get to go back to back. So yeah, you're gonna have a chance at 2 picks.
We
here.
get to choose 2 players in a row. All right, so we get a chance to steal Mikowski's pick. I like it.
Well, wouldn't I
see
be
some
next after
people
that?
wanting-
I think.
Yeah. Mikowski, it's a while. He's got to wait.
Oh,
Yeah.
we go reverse. Yeah, right.
No, I
Right.
think what Ali said is in the rule book, right?
Yeah. I like it.
Yeah.
It's a snook draft.
Real
Yeah, you
quick.
guys were confused with the snake format. Yeah.
I want to make sure chat's not confused. I know there's $ on the screen here, but we're not building them based on their value. We're building it just full snake draft. So in case anybody was confused about that.
The order you see on the screen right now is based off only the last 3 online events. So Open Series 2, Open Series 3, and the qualifier. And that's how these players were ordered on the screen. So only based off the last 3 events. And you can use that to help pick to build our team. I see a lot of cycles in the chat. I see some stellars. Let's see what else. Did you all see any more common
I did see some Royal
picks?
2s. I saw a lot of Royal 2s at the start. I was seeing a lot of Royal 2. I was seeing a lot of cycle.
All right, so let's go ahead and how about I let them pick one. They pick one, I pick one.
Ooh,
I think I'm
okay,
gonna do that.
I like it.
Okay, I think they're typing Royal 2 now. Okay, let's go Royal 2. Royal 2. Oh man, last shot though. Okay. I don't know, guys. I feel like I have to go with Trippy because he's been popping off, and this is the FaZe event, first LAN. I got some faith in Trippy. So let's do, what is it? Royal 2? Is that what we chose?
Yep.
Royal 2 and Trippy.
Anyone notice that 3 out of 4 FaZe members are on the McDonald's dollar value meal?
Yeah, it's kind
Menu?
of. I mean, it's
That's
just
kinda
gonna happen.
disrespectful.
I mean, well, these stats are based off the last 3 events, right? So the guys that got first and second probably gonna have better KD ratios than the guys that got third and fourth. I think it's just a numbers.
Yeah, it's just a
result
numbers
here.
game. And remember, it's like $1 relative. Like these are the top 4 teams, so it's like $1 to the top. Like if we had, you know, the other field here, like these guys wouldn't be $1 guys. Like we know that. Yeah, it's just the luck of the draw.
Just an observation. Just an observation.
The disrespect is crazy. So does that mean I'm next for my pick? Let's see. So pretty much the first 5 were the first ones that were taken. So let me look through everybody else here and see if I'm not going to regret taking someone else. No, I'm just gonna go with Cycle, man. This guy just puts up insane stats. He had he had the best KDA at 3 separate lands last year, if I'm not mistaken. Got second in another and maybe like 6th in the last one. So I mean, this guy is always putting up insane stats. He does the most. I want to say his damage taken per life, from my like understanding of how I watch these guys play, probably has one of the highest damage taken per life, but I could be wrong about that.
Jules, how you feeling about that?
Cycle, I think Cycle is like the most solid pick around, right? Last year, he was like a player that did not get like a lot of love when it came to, you know, like people talking about him per se compared to some of the others. But in my opinion, I would be extremely happy with having Cycle on my team. People call him the new iteration of Ola. I think it's for a good reason. His damage efficiency is outrageous, and although you see that damage taken per life and you think, oh man, that's pretty high, the thing is like he's getting he's just like living right for as long as possible.
That damage taken means he's getting down to 1 HP and playing his life. He does not go down. Like, so you might even see, I could actually see a situation where Cycle has more damage taken than dealt, and he's still positive on the KD stat sheet, still has a better KD than most players. That's just how good he is at staying alive.
All right, 6 players already chosen. Who is next? Tools, who'd you pick?
Oh man, you know, I wanted to steal away Trippy in this position, but you know, my man's is gone because chat for some reason has a brain. When did this happen? When are
Chat
we
didn't pick
allowing?
Trippy. They didn't pick Trippy at all.
Oh yeah,
that was my pick.
You know what? My bad, my bad. Game recognized game, and
you're welcome.
and now I have to go look, and man, I have a chance here to double up on a team that I think is going to do so well this weekend, and I think this player in particular is going to perform very well. And this player is going to not miss a shot. Give me last shot, the man with the accuracy. His fantasy stats haven't been that great this year.
Predictable.
But I'm a big Shopify Rebellion fan right now, and I think last shot is going to be key for this team. I'm actually, I think I'm going to sneak away because he's been holding the oddball for his team. I think he's going to have a little bit more objective efficiency this weekend, and I think that's going to help propel me to getting a first place finish.
All right, McCaskey, how you feeling? How are you going to get first place?
Well, it's hard to argue with that because last shot, as you may have seen, was my MVP pick all the way back in 2024. So I've been hot to trot on last shot ever since we saw him live in the grand finals of the Free For All World Championship, where Eli and I casted his big win there and saw what was to come. But since he's off the board, that leaves things a little tough for me. Now, granted, there's still a lot of really good players, so I don't have to drag this out too far. Give me Formal and Snakebite.
That's crazy.
All right.
Max team's kind of wild, I'm not going to lie.
What's wild?
Why wild?
This is like Formal is such a great player in this position. You know, I wanted to double up on Rebellion because I think they're going to do well this weekend. But Formal's been outrageous in the damage dealt department. It feels like this guy has the team that perfectly capitalizes on his damage. And although his KD is not impressive, his KAD is so impressive at a 1.57.
Well, if you'll remember, Tools, back in season 1, it was Formal who filled in that support player role for OpTic Gaming back when they won the Halo World Championship. He was the guy dealing out damage, taking assists more so than Slays. So I think we're seeing a return to form for Formal in season 4.
Is it my turn next?
I think
Yeah,
you gotta wait.
it is.
no?
Oh, gotta wait. Oh, it's the other way.
Yeah,
I don't like.
the snaking,
I'm
you
eager.
know?
I want to.
Who likes a snake draft? You know, it goes too far around. That gives me
I want to go next.
that gives me my
Fine,
opportunity
Tools. Go.
for my next player. And oh man, I look around. Look, I think that's all of the OpTic players off the board now, right? Is there any OpTic players available?
Bound is available.
Bound is available. Yeah.
Yeah, Bound. That's crazy, actually.
So
You
do
gotta
I
go
take
Bound
That's crazy.
Bound or do I take his former teammate? That's the hard part. And you know what? One thing that I think if we pull up Bound's, oh man, I don't know if it's actually on the stat. Do we have a Bound versus stat? Because I believe it's on there. I believe we have a Bound versus stat. Take a look at that bottom. This is the lowest in all of the HCS right now. Power weapon percentage. Big thing, a
Wow.
0.58. He doesn't get any of the power weapons on OpTic Gaming. And because of that, I will take the player that gets all of the power weapons for SSG. Give me Stellar with my third pick.
Damn. That was our next pick. I'm bummed.
Interesting.
Stellar
Okay.
known to grab this snipe. That's why his PW percentage is high. And then on the other side, I think Bound is more of what, like the infantry, like a foot soldier. He's whipping and sliding, G-sliding all over the map. He's getting in your face up close and personal. So I think it makes sense why we see Bound with the Bandit more often than not.
Okay, so let me see the board. I need to check something real quick. So, if I'm not mistaken, Lucid is still on the table, which is interesting.
Yep.
Yup.
Season 1 MVP. I know he's maybe in a slump, like career-wise, bigger picture, but like, you guys really skipped all the way to the $2 and just ignored that Lucid exists. That's kind of insane to me.
Pick him then.
Yeah,
just look at
he's
everybody
like
else
talking
real
all this,
quick.
like, come on, it's your pick, it's your pick. If you're so eager.
Hey. Yeah, I'm taking Lucid. I mean, if you guys will recall, by the way, when I got first place in the first fantasy draft that we did, when there was 8 of us and a lot bigger pool, my first 2 picks were Lucid and Cycle, and you guys just gave me Lucid and Cycle again.
That's a very good point. That's a
You're living in the
good
past,
point,
brother. Yeah,
I
but I
mean-
can throw a draft pick over that mountains, huh?
Yeah, exactly. I could.
All right, Uncle Eli.
But you pronounce the whole word uncle. It's just unk, bro. You just made
Uncle
yourself
Eli.
sound like an unk by saying uncle. Like you gotta say like the cool kids.
Well, how about this? At the end of this draft fantasy performance, I'm gonna have you screaming "Uncle, Uncle." So how about that?
That's in your fantasies, I know, and that's why I got the restraining order. But
I dreamed to have Eli in a chokehold screaming "Uncle, Uncle."
okay, someone's gonna make a weird fan fiction out of that. Anyways, Chat and Allie, continue.
Yes, finally. Okay, everybody. last time we were round number 3, so we get to pick. Yes, round number 3. We have to pick two players now. We're going reversed. Last time you all picked Royal 2, I picked Trippy. Now we get to pick 2 more, and that would be it for us, right?
Yeah, these are
Correct?
And down at the end,
Okay.
yep.
Yep.
So we get to pick our last 2 players. So think of 2 players, type them in chat. We'll pick these together. I have 1 in mind. I want to see if you guys are synced with me. Maybe not. Maybe not. We'll see. Let's see. Type the player that you all want me to choose for our team next. So we have available, we have Snakebite.
No,
We have-
no.
you
wait,
are-
wait. Who picks it? Oh.
I
Sorry.
think it's just-
who picks Snakebite?
You just have Bound in the last
All the
row,
dollar
I believe.
players?
Yeah.
Yep, Bound
Yeah,
in
it's
the.
Bound. Oh, Bound's not picked yet.
It's
the
bound
FaZe
in
bargain
the
bin.
$1 range.
Oh my gosh. All right. Bound. Suppressed, falcated, penguin. No, penguin. You picked penguin.
No, Penguin's not taken.
Yeah,
No, Penguin's
He's not.
didn't.
He's on the
Is it-
grid.
Penguin's not taken. Okay, penguin's available. Eco's available. All right. Looking at chat. Let's see. Suppressed. I see suppressed penguin. I see falcated. A lot of penguins, actually. A lot of bounds. All right. Chat definitely wants bound. I'll
think
take bound.
Chat wants eco as well. Right?
Oh, I see some
Guys, I mean,
ecos,
Eco's
yeah.
the champ.
I see some ecos.
Yeah, you get a ring with
Yeah.
your 4th pick. That's pretty good.
Just-
All right, bound is taken, everybody. Bound is taken. I want to know if chat gets to say why they pick bound. Everybody's on. I want to see chat's opinion. See if we can get that on. We got bound on the screen. How are y'all affected by this pick? We still got one more. We still got one more to choose, but let's chat about bound.
And
I
Bound's
mean-
having an interesting year. It's like he is like an entry fragger, right? And I think that's what hurts him in the fantasy stats, right? You see that damage taken per life, damage dealt per life. You're one of the few players that has it inverted, where the damage dealt and damage taken are the opposite spectrum. Usually, when your damage dealt higher than your damage taken.
Chat saying he's showing his
That
not
he's
his,
single?
he's single.
There ain't no wedding ring on this. I can focus on the game.
If you wanted, then you should have put a ring on it. All right, guys, let's go through this. I think I saw. So we got bound, and what was our next one? Our next pick.
Seeing a lot of
It's on
suppress.
me,
just
right?
I think I saw
They wanted
suppressed.
eco.
Eco. I saw suppressed.
I think suppress is the most.
No, you don't want suppressed.
Why not?
He's just like too many slays. Yeah, yeah, too many frags.
Okay,
today.
I was actually thinking falcated. Not gonna lie.
Okay, let's do it. I love it.
Yeah, I was actually thinking that falcated. I haven't fully picked. I want to see chat. I just feel like he's, it's like Tools, you said it's his year, and I agree.
Well,
they're looking.
So who's the two out?
What?
I think this is what we do. We tell them press one for one, press two for the other, right? So you're picking between foul and suppress. Let's do the number one for falcated, number two for suppress. Chat. Press one for foul, two for suppress, and we'll see what the chat.
Quick.
wants.
Let's get this pick going. All right, this might make it either simple or.
Yeah, I think it made it
Wait,
real
who's-
simple. That's a lot of ones. That's a lot of falcated
That's
fans
what I
out
want. All right, I like it. Let's pick up falcated. This guy, I feel like he's gonna help. He's gonna help FaZe move on to the next level. This is gonna be. I feel like land buff.
there. Yeah,
I'm gonna see falcated shine next to Trippy.
He has a huge OBJ impact so far throughout the year, which is a bit surprising considering he had 2 top KD performances last year on LAN. If he can keep combining objective with slaying, like this is a very scary fantasy team.
Okay. It's a good pick.
All right, who's next?
Yeah, so that means I'm left, and I've been thinking about this guy since round 1. I'll take Penguin. If you guys don't want him, I'll
Love
take
it.
him.
Penguin
All right,
gone.
Penguin's gone.
I'll take suppress.
Tools.
Give me suppress. Donnie. Gonna come
good
carry
pick.
for me today.
Wow, you guys are giving me the world champion in defense eco for free?
Yeah.
For free. Have fun.
Give me eco. Well, I guess I don't have a choice, but just to lay claim to my phenomenal draft picks,
Okay.
let's take eco.
All right, so there's your Halo Fantasy draft pick. Good luck, team. Good luck. On the screen, we have the. It's a top 4. It's 4 teams, right? 4 invited teams. Our first series of the day is going to be Shopify Rebellion versus Space Station Gaming. We had Shopify Rebellion win 3 of the onlines this year. Now they get to go against Space Station Gaming on LAN. Is Space Station Gaming have a LAN buff? Will we see what Space Station can really do and live up to their expectations? Oddball Recharge, our first game of the day.
For 15 years, Snakebite and Royal 2 duked it out as homies, as duos, dominating the Halo competition today for the first time in decades, lifetime in Halo terms. We see the two face off against each other here in this round 1 matchup between Space Station and Rebellion. Eli, what do you think the nerves are like for these two as they get ready to duke it out against their former friends?
I feel like they're probably just excited, man. They've been, how long has it been since these guys played on LAN? They've probably been jonesing for the LAN experience. All these online scrims have to be taking a toll. Online tournaments as well. First time that we're seeing these guys on LAN, and it is exciting. I mean, look at the smile on Last Shot's face. I mean, this guy, I think, is one of the smiliest human beings we have in the scene. This team has a lot of fun, as Frosty told us on the stream, but I love this. We got player cams available. Looks like we got a pretty sick little setup here, nice and cozy. And
Oh, that's
wow.
sick.
Yeah, both teams looking good. This is reminiscent of the Complexity facility. Shout out to them, but
Yes,
not sure.
this is, well, I'll give you some intel. This is the former Complexity facility, known as the Cowboys practice facility. So the same spot that we see the Dallas Cowboys prepare for the upcoming NFL season. We see Halo doing the same. Live from Frisco, Texas, the FaZe Kaysan 50K tournament is about to kick off.
So sick, man. I can't wait for this. Okay, so this is one thing I wanted to bring up, is this tournament is not an HCS event in the sense that you don't get any points for winning this. You get bragging rights, you get some money. But what I think is most important about this weekend is which team is going to grow the most today. Because I think that a team like Space Station, who, you know, has not been really performing to the likes that they want, can get the most out of this tournament. They're going to be able to feel things out on LAN, get better every single series. This is kind of like the hyperbolic time chamber of practice for this squad.
I like the way you put that. The hyperbolic time chamber. And you're right. A lot of money on the line here today, but I think the best thing you can get out of today, outside of 50K cash, is the progress and the process that you can make with your team. We've seen OpTic and Rebellion really run away from things a little bit in the offseason leading into season 4. Here is the chance for FaZe and SSG to show that the LAN buff is real. They've been talking all about it. SSG in their tweet this morning announcing the tournament talked about getting that LAN buff activated. Let's see it.
Let's see it indeed. Unfortunately, looks like Frosty had a very sour face right there. It looks like he's not happy with something, but I guess we'll have a bit of a reset here, perhaps. But let's talk about the series layout. This is the first time we've got to see it. It's been kept under wraps until now. So recharge oddball. I'm just going to go game type by game type and say who I think has the edge. Shopify looked really good on recharge ball so far, but I think Space Station will put up a good fight. Origin, Shopify have looked incredible. This is probably Frosty's favorite map now. Aquarius Flag, also I think favoring Shopify. Live Fire, Strongholds. I think that can be a little bit flippy depending on who catches fire, but I mean, this is looking like an all Shopify series if you ask me. What do you think, Hunter?
This is really intriguing. I think Recharge, and I think specifically Oddball, is a great starting map and game mode combination for the Space Stations and FaZe of the world, where we've seen them have a little bit of trouble get going, right? I remember even just last week, 6 days ago actually, in this exact same matchup, it looked like Space Station was asleep at the wheel. I don't think that's the case today. These guys are juiced up. They're on LAN together. They're all in person. They probably all shared a Chick-fil-A or Starbucks breakfast this morning. Not the case when you're just kind of rubbing the cobwebs out of your eye, rolling out of bed and hopping online. This is on land. So I think that's the difference. So I think we're gonna know really early, Eli, what we're gonna see in both Space Station and FaZe in the oddball to start.
Okay.
Well, everybody, looks like we have some time to chat about our board picks, our fantasy drafts. Look at those smiley faces. I don't know if you noticed, but on the cams, they looked really excited to be there. Although I don't know, Eli called out Frosty not being happy. I think he was just vibing. Okay, he was locked in. He was locked in. How are you feeling about everybody's your teams, your fantasy teams?
I feel great about mine. Max looks insane. I'm not gonna lie. If Eco Eco wakes up and just because obviously Eco had the lowest stat results on the fantasy draft, but this guy notoriously has never cared about online. He's a different animal on LAN. So I think Max team is looking insane.
I have to agree. Like if I had to put like early favorites out, I think like Max is like on, like, you know, you see it, you're like, yeah, that's it. I have to say though, if we're going by stats specifically, I really do like my team. I mean, I got 3 of the main Slayers for their rosters, and Last Shot, who's like a damage dealing machine. So I'm not too upset about mine, but largely going to depend on how this team plays.
Well, the first game is underway. Here we go, everybody. The first series of the day. Shopify Rebellion versus Space Station Gaming.
We've waited months in what feels like eons for our first glimpse of Halo on LAN, and we are back, baby. As Frosty going for the camo off the start, gets taken down by Stellar, go for the double kill to earn it outright.
Double
He gets
kill.
the double, but loses the camo in the process. Still 0-0 off the start.
Beginning of these games always starts with a fight for camo, usually a fight for the shock rifle as well, but looks like Snakebite totally content to just chill here and maybe play Guardian to the gold pipes. Looks like they want to get a couple kills before they advance forward. It looks like the shock rifle actually got stolen and taken into the elevator already. And not sure if I agree with Snakebite's movement there, maybe getting pulled forwards by his teammates, but they weren't quite ready, and Shopify just grabbed the ball and set up.
Shopify set up with the oddball, and it might just continue after Cycle with the headshot. Earns the shock rifle slay. You can see the oddball rotating from A to gold here. Shopify anticipating that push from the seaside through the tower. That's where they've relocated. Oh my god, speaking of relocation, Cycle almost pulls a trippy and stays alive, but he'll go down with the use of the grapple and the shock. Royal 2 now in the pipes. Fist the face, takes down one, but goes down shortly after. 24-2 off the start as Space Station tries to get that oddball back into gold, but they go down in the process.
We're seeing more of the same already. The slays pretty even, maybe hardly now favoring Shopify, but Space Station had won the opening break and got no oddball time for it. They opted to wait for the next cycle, get some more slays before grabbing the oddball, but you see the way that Shopify play it. They just see the opportunity to snag the ball and run away, and for that they have earned the lead. I think Space Station need to be a bit more efficient if they're going to come out on top in this one.
Well, since fantasy was part of the discussion to start the day here, let's bring up one guy whose stats are kind of blowing my mind.
Oh my god.
Cycle. 1, 9, and 1. Now Caster Cursed goes down for the second time, but my
Frosty.
god, a 5.0 KDA to start off, and it's 5-0 on the board for Rebellion.
Yeah, 9 assists. Like, how are you positioning yourself so flawlessly on the map that you're able to have already assisted in 9 engagements? That is just crazy. Also, almost certainly giving good comms, right? Like, having a lot of assist also comes with speaking clearly so your teammates know where to look to finish those kills or help you in those engagements. So Cycle doing a lot. Royal 2 with the most ball time certainly has turned a new leaf on this roster. I feel like if you look at his stats in the last 5 to 10 years, might have the lowest oddball time in the entire league. Not sure, but he's definitely stepped up and changed his ways here.
Well, if I had to use the test to take the test, I would assume that Frosty and Royal 2 have been the benefactor of those 9 assists. You can see the parallel between Cycle's 9 assists and Frosty's 9, now 10 slays, as Rebellion have really come off to a hot start here. 63-3. It's a full minute advantage on SSG.
They're playing so efficient. Like, they're simultaneously fighting, dropping the balls at the perfect times. Here, Cycle tries to catch him off guard, but Snakebite with a great double melee there, able to respond to the pressure. Finally, an opening, perhaps, for Space Station to get through. If Eco can find a slay here, he's gonna have to get backed up by Royal 2. They're using grenades perfectly to zone Eco away, and then also to finish him off. So now Shopify continue to score. I mean, this is just perfect, efficient gameplay. They're just baiting Space Station into the pipes, handling business, and picking the ball back up.
Eli, I hate to say it, but does this not look exactly like it? Like, we're on land, but it might as well be online, because the results in the early going, the early glimpse, has looked just like online. This is exactly what we saw last Sunday as Cycle grabs the oddball once again. Just 20 seconds separating Rebellion from a 1-0 lead in this oddball as he looks to rotate it to C.
I don't think this could have been played much better against the likes of Space Station. Literally 4 world champions on the other side, and Shopify are making it look like a walk in the park. I mean, this doesn't even look like they're having to struggle. I mean, in the kill feed, the rest of Space Station are going down.
Wow.
Cycle he could have just gone to the store and got a smoothie in the time he held that oddball. Like, what was that?
You know something about that, don't you?
I do. One of my more toxic moments in my career. Anyways, let's see.
They might need the boost in that smoothie. They need the creatine. They need the energy. They need the chia seeds. They Space Station might need to go run across the street and grab a smoothie because again, I'm seeing what kind of worried about them last week is that they look asleep and now they're all asleep. 4 go down. Shopify continue their flawless start in the 50K.
It's a slow start for Space Station. I don't think this format does them any favors. You know, I've always thought of players like Stellar and Eco as players that get better as the tournament progresses, but they're having to start against the best team in the world right now, and it's not looking great. You don't have time to catch up in a series like this. Hopefully in the process of the second round, they can slow it down, win some more gunfights before you go on to game 2. But right now, I mean, if this continues, this game might be over fast.
It's already 30 seconds in, man. This is insane. 30 seconds in, and Rebellion have 30 seconds on the board. I mean, this is as efficient of an oddball match as you could see.
Oh my God.
Utilizing the grapple hook. Slip, slap, double kill, back smack, headshot, earns the nice Jeff Steitzer announcement, and now he's looking for a third. He'll get it via the assist. And look how quickly he's pushing to clamp down on these spawns. That takes an errant look towards Lucid and gets distracted by the push on the C platform. But it is more of the same here in round 2. Rebellion are dominating Space Station.
This is clinical. Frosty is 19-8. I know Tools is smiling in the background right now after that's his draft pick is popping off. But this just... Okay, finally, Space Station showing some signs of life, but in the process, Frosty is already rotating the ball away, and despite getting a few slays, Lucid gets taken down, and now Snakebite is running into a brick wall that is Cycle, and this ball is continuing to be held. Frosty says, okay, now that you're dead, I'm just gonna rotate it back. I mean, this is perfect right now.
How demoralizing is that? Guys, we've got the slays to push through. We can finally break their setup. What the? Frosty took the oddball to the other side of the map. How did he get there? I mean, that's probably what the comms sound like from Elamite and the rest of SSG. The rotation has been phenomenal, and there you see him go to C from gold and then uses the tower to decide whether or not he wants to take it back to C or into gold. But a little bit of a interception there from Stellar. Takes the grapple back, but with Frosty on his heels, how long can he hold on to it for? Not long.
A cheeky little kidnap situation there from Stellar. He actually had the grapple. He says, oh, you want to leave the ball in the open? I'll just snag that real quick. Chucks it off the map. Tries to buy some time for his team, but it might have actually been exactly what they needed here. Yeah, they lost a few players in the process, and now Cycle spawning in the elevator, but yeah, the collapse comes through. They're able to kill them, and now finally might have a chance. No, they're just getting ran at. Stellar with some nice shots, but I don't know how much longer he can survive. The rest of Shopify are on their way.
I mean, dude, this is unbelievable. And how tough for Space Station when you have 2 good plays. The first one, you took down more members than you had. You had a positive net outcome in the situation, more slays than deaths. And then in the next one, you get a nice little grapple steal, oddball rotation, and all you have to show for it is 6 seconds. This is domination that we're witnessing here on land from Rebellion as they look like the team to beat so far.
I mean, they've looked like the team to beat all off season. If you ask me, we got faded for calling it early, but this is just game 1. It's a little bit early to call it right now. Space Station in a world of hurt. How does Shopify play now, though? They're the ones in kind of the position where they have to be the ones to push forward. Frosty has noted that their timing is typically very good. They have the same game plan when they push forward. That's why they have so much success. And we see an example of that. They get 3 dead. Ball is held for a moment. Frosty drops it so he can go for the camo. And someone else is there to pick it up. I mean, more and more efficiency, and this could be the end of the game, Hunter.
Dude, this might just be... I don't think anyone's close enough. Lucid would have to really, really step on the gas here, but he's at 1 HP, so that grenade toss might just take him down. Keeps him at 1 shot, but he's got help. Snakebite's there, so too is Eco. So we see the numbers to gather more time, and that's what they're doing. But they have no room for error. 97 on the board for Rebellion, needing just 3 more seconds. That's just a sliver of hold. So we're gonna have to see flawless, perfectly played Halo, better than what we've seen from Rebellion so far. Can SSG do it? No. We start to see Rebellion break through. Looked like Snakebite had the door closed, but he did not. Cycle takes down another. That's 3 in total, and the 3 extra that Rebellion needed to secure a brief-looking 2-0 sweep in game 1.
I need to see more creativity out of Space Station, man. It felt like a lot of their options were just too predictable. You saw there at the very end, they break through, they get a nice setup, and then all Shopify do off spawn is wait for them to burn all their grenades, and then they throw grenades with good timing to do the damage, and then they push through and they win the fight and they win the round. So I think that a lot of the options SSG are opting for are just too predictable, and Shopify's playing a game of chess. They're waiting for that option to happen, and then they're using the perfect counter strategy every time.
I think a lot of people in chat are wondering, is Eco over the hill? And I say that with no disrespect. I know he's one of the GOATs, one of the legends, but Father Time catches up to us all eventually. And is it that time for Eco? That's what I think a lot of people are wondering after the 4 events to start Season 4 online, and now this first glimpse of his gameplay on LAN is Frosty. He looks spry as ever.
Yeah, I think that's a bit early to say. It's one game of oddball here. I think Space Station have been getting better. I mean, what's really interesting about Halo Infinite is, like, in one single game, it can look like one team is absolutely dominating the other because it is such a snowbally game, right? And yeah, the opportunities that Space Station got were quickly squandered multiple times. But that doesn't mean that Space Station can't just turn around and win the next game by 15 kills. Like, it happens all the time where one team looks to be extremely in control and the other team answers back quickly. I think that Space Station, they're still figuring things out. These guys are some of the brightest minds that have ever touched the game. You have to imagine that they're coming up with some ways to get themselves back in this series.
It looks like, and again, I say this with no disrespect, I don't want people to get mad, but it looks like SSG has loaded into a matchmaking game, you know, like when you got tools on your team and like things just aren't really clicking, or you get some random 3rd or 4th and they're not using comms and they're on the opposite side of the map looking away from the action. It just looks like Space Station looks lost. It looks like they're not all keying in on the same thing. They're not all focusing on the objective at the right time, right place. They just look lost, and I can't put my finger on it, Eli. I'm gonna have to swing the question to you because you're the big brain analyst. What is it that makes Space Station look like a team that's loading into matchmaking rather than a team that's supposed to defend the world championship?
Feels like a comfortability thing to me. I mean, these guys just haven't found a way to feel comfortable together. There's a lot of hesitation in their pushes. Their timing is just ever so slightly off in so many engagements. It doesn't feel like they have a cohesive, shared understanding of how they want to play the game. They're coming from very different teams, right? I mean, Eco and Stellar on their previous team had Bound and Legend just running people down constantly. Stellar could comfortably hold like midline engagements. He's very aggressive, but he usually had people in front of him like Bound and Legend. Now I don't know who's going to be in front of him on this team. I think that you kind of need somebody to start running at people, and no one on SSG is currently doing that. And then maybe one of these players that understands that's what they need, they try to do it, but it's not quite their comfort zone, so they're not as effective as another player who naturally wants to play that way. I don't know. They're not on the same page, and it's apparent right now.
Well, it's still early in the day, still early in the off season leading up to Season 4, so they got time, but man, it's ticking. It's the loud reverberated tick tock of the clock as SSG got to figure it out, and they don't have much time or games left to do that. They're already down 1-0 in this series, and just based on the eye test, I don't really quite see a path towards a win here in Origin Game 2, but I guess that's part of the part of the benefit to them. Put the game in the past, put it behind them, and load up into this Game 2 like Game 1 never even happened. I don't know what the rallying cry sounds like for SSG, because they just look really outmatched by Rebellion in that Game 1. And again, Eli, it looked a lot like what online looks like, which is kind of opposite of what the what the sentiment is this is LAN, it's going to be different, there's a LAN buff, and I haven't quite seen it yet.
I mean, the reality is, even if SSG does have a LAN buff, like, I mean, Shopify might also have one. You're talking about 2 guys that have won world championships on LAN, and they got 2 young superstars on their team as well. So I think that Shopify is going to be even better on LAN as well. Keep in mind, Royal 2 lives in an igloo in northern Canada, and like now he's finally unlocked. He was winning tournaments on like 90, 100 ping just this last weekend. So you have to imagine a player like Royal 2 is going to feel a lot better now on LAN, and if they were already winning, that's just bad news for everybody else.
Yeah, the land buff is a tide raising all boats scenario, right? Like everybody gets the land buff, and who better to receive the land buff than a team that's got a guy in Canada playing on 100 ping, and then a guy in Tennessee playing on Starlink internet with his chickens holding the router together. I mean, it's like if anyone's getting the land buff, it's Rebellion as we kick off our Game 2 Slayer on Origin. Hopping on board here with Frost.
I just imagine like putting some chicken feed in like a hamster wheel and putting the chickens on it to power the router. It's not quite like that, but
there's like a wheel and
it's not quite like that. His connection looks fine when I watch his screen. But anyways, hopping on to Origin, I was gonna say, I think if we had almost any other map for the Slayer game 2, I could maybe see a way for Space Station to get back into this, but Shopify have looked so solid on this map, and Frosty specifically. I mean, this guy, this is his home. He's so happy. How many clips have we seen him post on this map? You're starting to see why. He has such a good understanding of the angles at which he wants to snipe from. He has a great understanding of the spawns, so he can predict where people are at. I mean, look at this spot. He's getting a little high ground forward, but doesn't hit the shot, but at the same time retreats perfectly to make sure he stays alive with this snipe.
Yeah, this is big here as Frosty wants to retain control of that power weapon. Already landed a headshot, but the pressure is too strong in the cave. That's going to take him down. 8-8 here off the start, so we're starting to see a little bit of life, a little bit of bounce back from Space Station.
Okay, Lucid now with the snipe. He's on my fantasy team, so I'm biased right now. I want him to hit a couple snipes here. I've kept it close, 8-8. And I like the way that Space Station's kind of positioning themselves around Lucid. So Lucid is often not going to be the first person looked at. And wow, what an insane shot. I don't know what happened to audio for a second, but that was a fantastic prediction from Lucid to expect that player to jump and then also having the reaction time to hit the shot.
Yeah, Lucid ripped the audio out of our ears as he ripped the face of his opponent. Space Station now in the lead, up by 3, making a full team wipe, 14-10 here. As the slaying prowess is showing out here. Lucid, a big reason why, sitting at 4-4-2, doing it all as it relates to slays and damage assists, but Frosty ends that run for now and keeps Rebellion close, down 2.
Okay, Space Station actually doing a good job here. I want to see how they play with the advantage, though. It looks like when Stellar goes down, they're not really pushing. They're not pushing the situation. They actually kind of fighting for this snipe side of the map. Frosty, though, just holding this elbow side. He's able to cover a huge part of the map, overlook his teammates. If any of these weakened players enter his sight line, he should be able to pick them off. But Stellar gets the assassination on last shot somehow, gets cleaned up right after. But honestly, Space Station hold on to this lead pretty well.
Tied now, 18-all, as Frosty looks to claim the top side of Rockets, and the Rockets themselves utilizing the thrust to make it a little bit safer grab, but he's already taken some shots in the back. Snakebite, his former teammate, drops down, and he'll drop back to the respawn screen. 20-19 here as Rebellion and Space Station have kept it close. Really no way to tell which way this one's going to go just yet, but Frosty picks up where he left off, and the conversation at the start, Tools really made it a point to talk about that power weapon percentage. We're seeing it here. Frosty with the headshot snipe, Frosty with a couple rocket kills. We're seeing how he stacks up the slays, but we're still close. Tied, actually. 23-all.
Yeah, Space Station done a good job to hold down this snipe side for a majority of this game. And just like that, Stellar gets a double. This is the moment that I want to see SSG stay aggressive, because historically in these online tournaments, after they get 2 dead, they're not moving enough to really put the pressure on, and the same exact problem happens. But Lucid does have the new sniper, and they do continue to slay out. So maybe I'm faded. I wanted to see a bit more aggression there, but holding their ground is proving to be effective.
Roll 2. Here's the assist. As 2 go down for Space Station and all 4 up for Rebellion. This is their chance to be aggressive and take advantage of their numbers. They're starting to do just that. Eco goes down. So too does Snakebite. So too does Lucid. But Space Station trade in some of those occurrences and keep it close. 28-27. Eli, this match has been deadlocked from the rip.
Love this rotation from Royal 2, but he doesn't full swing all the way through perimeter. His plan there was to create a pinch while his opposition was dead. While his teammates hit the left side, he wanted to hit the right side, and but he didn't clear full perimeter, which made him get shot in the back and die. Frosty is able to clean up the situation, but could have got a bit more out of that if they just took the full perimeter.
Cycle now takes down Eco. Eco trying to go for the trade. Sticky, but that's a hapless effort. Cycle here on the corner. It's a good line of sight across all of the map. Can deal out some initial damage or even clean up on some of it. I think everyone's at full shields though for now for Space Station, so this one's going to start the damage differentiator as Cycle gets the first 2 shots into opponent. Now cleaning up on Snakebite again. The rockets in the hands of Frosty. That has been too much rocket control for Rebellion, and you could argue it's why they're up 3, now 4.
Yeah, every time you pick these up, it should be a free 2 kills. Frosty does make good on that second one. Finds another kill without trading as well, which is massive. Has a literal pixel for health. Will get his shields back and should be able to re-engage. And just like that, out of nowhere, Shopify are up by 6, even though Space Station have been looking a bit better this game.
Yeah, it was just 31-30. It was we were talking about how deadlocked the match was, and now Rebellion starting to run away with it in the end game. You can see Frosty just picked up the power weapon on the other side of the map, now waiting for the next sniper to come up in 6 minutes. But before he can do that, he's got some weak players.
Wow.
Oh, but the bait and switch, way too good, way too strong for Snakebite and Stellar. And maybe it's that teamwork that brings Space Station back.
Lucid, though, taking a bit too risky of a route there. The entire map able to shoot him. And they brought this back a little bit. Now only trailing by 4, but it feels like a lot of kills have been trading now. And that, of course, favors the team in the lead right now. Frosty also escapes with the sniper. How does this guy get every power weapon? The sense of timing of when he can get away with it is so good.
It's been the difference in this match. And Frosty, I think, recognizing that, he's letting some shots ring out so Space Station can't grab the sniper and use it against him. 44-41. You could absolutely find 3 power weapon slays that have given Rebellion that advantage. That's been the difference. Frosty looking to line up a no-scope onto Lucid, but Lucid takes him down. And because of Frosty's use of the ammo, Lucid's only got 1 shot left.
Yeah, it's part of the idea, right? You got to burn some ammo. That's one of the few win conditions that Space Station had to bring themselves back if they were able to pick up a healthy sniper and put all that ammo to use, but doesn't have as much to work with. Cycle finding a grenade kill on the kill feed, and when Lucid goes down, I think that's going to be it. Royal 2 with the thruster double kill, and they will close out game number 2. Space Station, though, I think started to look a lot better in that game despite still losing.
Phenomenal high-low collapse on Lucid there. He was the guy, even though he only had 1 shot left in the snipe, that 1 shot to take down 1 for the other team, and then collapse on, could have brought him back, but they did not allow him any time or space in the corner of Origin to get that going as Rebellion take a 2-0 lead in the series.
So look at the stats here. We see Stellar with 17 deaths. To me, that means I think he's like trying to make things happen on the map, but maybe isn't getting as much support as he expects. You know, obviously there's a lot of pressure coming in from Shopify, various parts of the map, so players can't always respond and pay attention to exactly what he's doing. It's just another data point to say these guys are not quite on the same page and flowing the way that we kind of expect them to.
A couple of highlights here off the start. Little back of the cranium headshot there from Frosty. Kicked things off for Rebellion. Gave them that early team-wide lead, but we saw Space Station fighting back. They even had a momentary lead in the game, deep into it, into the 30s. And then it was all Rebellion ever since. And it was all power weapon control ever since. Even in the early goings, Eli, we're still in the 20s, late teens, and we're seeing Frosty with the rockets, and it was too little too late, quite literally, with a second left in the game and a 1 shot left in that sniper rifle for Lucid. We hardly saw them with the power weapons. That was the difference.
Power weapon control, absolutely. Also, Frosty's ability to stay alive. He finished 15-7. Had the least deaths by a wide margin. Looks like they're going to reset the LAN server here before we get into game number 3. But, I mean, that's just another example of Frosty feeling very comfortable on Origin. This team is just very comfortable together as well. It feels like whenever somebody gets called out, that kill is often getting finished. They're so good at understanding what times they want to push forward or pull back. Most of the time, it's just push forward. But they're also winning their 1v1s. I mean, this is a very difficult recipe to defeat right now, and that's why Shopify have won a majority of the tournaments. I did want to talk about real quick, though, how close Shopify and OpTic are to each other. These guys, over the course of the off-season tournaments, have tied 20-20 in 40 games. It was a dead even split. On top of that, they just scrimmed and they tied that as well. It was 7-7, so 27-27. I don't know if Shopify and OpTic could get any closer together at this point.
That's just insane. You'd think 40 matches would be enough to determine who's better. And I guess you could say Rebellion are the better team, as they've won 3 out of 4 of those online open tournaments. But man, when you break down the match v match, it's dead even. And the eye test also feels like that. It doesn't feel like Rebellion are a 3 out of 4 champ disparity over OpTic Gaming. It feels more like a 51-49% advantage for them. But they got about a 90% edge in this series, up 2-0, and outside of a few moments in Origin, making it really look easy. And it's that endgame execution again in a match that was close. In the end game, the execution is too good for Rebellion. I think that's been a big difference maker. Outside of just power weapons in that micro, the macro, it's been Rebellion's end game execution. When push comes to shove, when the match is getting close and tight at the end, they seem to always come out on top.
They do. Maybe it's by that man that we see standing behind Rebellion, Best Man. He's got so much experience on the sticks and also now off the sticks. Maybe he's one of the voices that helps push them, nudge them in the right direction to properly play those in games. Of course, players on this team would probably be just fine without him. They're all very talented and capable to make those game calls, but it's always helpful to have, someone standing behind you that can see all 4 screens and telling you maybe something that you don't know.
All right, back against the wall for Space Station here. Their winner bracket run through this Kaysan 50K Invitational might end a little earlier than they might have hoped. As we get going here, Aqua CTF, opening break, initial battle going through, and it's a flawless start for Rebellion. They haven't died just yet. That's going to give them control of the 50-yard line and the camo.
We've seen Frosty do unthinkable things to people on this map. I think he dropped something like 37 kills in one of the assault games on Aqua, I think 2 weekends ago. This guy feels absolutely unlocked right now, has the camo as well. He's been controlling the sandbox so well. Typically just knows the right place, right time. They're getting several kills here, but have not pulled the flag just yet. I think if they get a couple of kills in this moment, that's when you'll see that flag get pulled.
Frosty 3-0-0, looking to make it 4, but at low shields, he's going to use the thrust defensively to try and stay alive, but he'll lose his life. But that was a distraction. Everybody's focused on the back of the map, trying to take down Frosty. All the while, Roll 2's already got it into the base, and he hasn't even taken a shot yet, and he's not going to. 1-0. Easy flag cap for Rebellion to start things off in game 3.
I'm surprised he didn't even get shot at. I guess they had just
not once
decided to relinquish it. I mean, the pressure had been alleviated from Space Station's base, but I guess nobody was quite able to find the timing to get into position, or they just said, you know what, he's going to cap that. Let's just try to prioritize better map positioning for the next engagement, which probably the right call. But problem is, still winning their fights. They got to take care of Cycle.
Their problem might be bigger than just Cycle here, as SSG and the eye test has been really rough for them. But camo is up in 10, and if you win the 50-yard line here, take down Cycle, you might just grab that next power up that could hopefully get things rolling in the right direction for Space Station. As the camo's now up, Snakebite trying to clamber up for it, gather some positioning. But Royal 2, here we go, Snakebite versus Royal 2, but Snakebite calls for help, gets it, and now we're starting to see something from SSG, and it turns into a flag run.
Yeah, this looks like it's going home as well. 2 dead right now. I like the way we saw Snakebite play that last engagement, kind of using himself as bait, made sure that player had gone down, and we might see a double pull here. This flag should be going in, I would imagine. Oh, it was stopped actually.
Wow.
So one of these players must have been able to find a sleigh on the car side and made him sweat for it. But yes, it will finally go in. Shopify did a good job to mitigate the damage though, and does not end up as a double cap situation.
It took a little longer than we anticipated, especially with seemingly 3-4 down for Rebellion, but ultimately Space Station put it in to tie things up at 1 at the 9-minute mark, as Lucid trying to stay alive here, P1, but his life might not last much longer. All the attention on him. His last shot earns the double. No, Stellar. Oh, well, last shot does earn the double, but Stellar earns the trade out. So P still being contested for.
Yeah, Royal 2 wrapping through the courtyard to leave those fridge spawns open. Did not want to more directly influence the next set of spawns. Typically want the opposition to spawn in the fridge, especially when you have teammates P2 like we see Frosty's positioning here. He can really make their life difficult as they try to get out. Lucid, though, able to get one onto last shot and somehow turns 2 here. Can he make it 3? Oh, sorry, this is... My bad. That was Cycle with a switch. Cycle was the one getting those kills, but ultimately Space Station do clear them out of their side of the map and should be able to get mid-map control.
Eco goes down at P1. Snakebite on the opposite side of car. Eyeing that next camo up in 10. Still notched up at 1 here with 8 minutes remaining as Snakebite gets some shots out towards Frosty. Frosty's down to low HP, but he's still aping Snakebite. My God, the confidence couldn't be more clear, but the shot's a little bit better for Snakebite. But it's Cycle. Like, how often, Eli, Frosty, whether he's distracting SSG from stopping a flag score or grabbing the camo, Frosty's been that tip of the spear that's causing all of this distraction and chaos for Space Station.
I don't know if it's Space Station dropping the ball when items are coming up or if it's just Shopify playing this situation so perfectly, but that has been a consistent difference between these two teams is securing the power items. Right now, Space Station really need those to kind of close the gap in a lot of these engagements. They've kept it even though, and I think the Slays are dead even, -1 kill from Snakebite, now dead even. It's very impressive how well Space Station have improved game after game, and right now they're looking their best.
Well, this is a little bit of what we saw online, where Space Station will lose the first 2 games, and then in game 3, they start to show you something that makes you think, gives you a little bit of hope. They might just bring it back. They might just make this a series. That's what we're seeing right here. 3 go down for Rebellion, so that 50-yard line has been pushed out into the courtyard for Space Station, and they're eyeing the next run.
Eco pushing through, gets this kill, but he gets meleeed, which means he can't be as impactful for this play for about 6 seconds. Gets the shields back now, back in the action. Last shot, though, with a great shot that's going to keep him weak. The timing of that shot from last shot is big. Gives a lot of extra space for his squad. Just accomplish things on the map. Eco now hunting down his opponents. Finally, someone finishes that kill, and Space Station are looking good on this. What does Shopify have, though?
Cycle with one of those examples of what we talked about in the beginning. He takes a lot of damage, but he deals out just enough. But he takes so much that, you know, more often than not, he's going down to 1 HP and staying alive somehow. In that instance, went down to 1 shot, kept things in the defense. Oh, he looks just like me when we played matchmaking. Got to throw that back up to a teammate.
Yeah, I mean, he tried to maybe sit as far close to the edge as possible to catch it, but that goes down. Flag is still here. Cycle with some great grenades, perfectly placed and timed, but Eco with the clutch kill onto Cycle. Can he touch it, though?
1 second. Oh, they don't get it. It dies right at the feet of Eco's death as Space Station. That looked like one that they had all but earned.
Wow. That was a very clutch play from Cycle. Another clutch play from Eco, but Frosty somehow had the line of sight to kill Eco just before he could grab the flag. Great awareness on the map from both teams. Frosty with another camo, by the way. I don't think Space Station have gotten a single one yet this game.
3 down for Space Station, so now the tides have tilted back into Rebellion's favor. Eco, though, is alive in the back of Rebellion's base. He's going to get a solo run out, toss that out into the courtyard towards the fridge, pull Rebellion back a little bit. Love that G slide, 2 of them, to extend that flag a little bit further than it should have been. Eco having himself a great run right here. He's playing this one perfectly.
I'm sure that makes you happy as he's on your draft team. He's got 13 kills, and
that's right.
Yep.
I got Eco. I picked Eco.
That's right. I mean, you were forced into the pick because he was all that was left, but
no, I chose Eco. I wanted Eco.
I mean, fair. I think he was severely undervalued in our drafts, to be fair. And my guy Lucid not really doing things right now.
Yeah, Lucid not having the game we're used to seeing from him. As 3 go down for Space Station, Lucid's actually the only player up. We have both flags out. Someone's going to have to get a reset here. And with 4 minutes left on the clock, we are approaching the end game. This isn't a next score win scenario, but boy, is this next score going to be very consequential. You take a massive advantage if you can get the reset and the cap here with just 4 minutes left.
Yeah, standoff situation. Camo's up, by the way. We've seen how effective that Shopify have been at earning them. Look how much pressure Royal 2 is causing on the space station side of the map, and stays alive. He's fighting that player while backing up, thinking about the next engagement. His sense of timing is pristine, but they will ultimately take him down, and the standoff looks to continue on even further.
1-1. Still with both flags out. Eco with a chance to grab the camo, but he goes down with it. Luce is going to slide onto it, try to grab it. Oh, but he burns it instead. SSG, try as they might, cannot grab power weapons or power ups. Obviously nothing, no power weapons here on Aquarius, but even in the previous game, Origin, it was all rockets and snipe to Rebellion, and camo, more of the same here in game 3.
Okay, last shots. Goes down. Standoff will continue. This feels like both teams kind of staggering their pushes a little bit, but maybe being forced into it based on the map situation as a whole in each of these engagements. But it's like Shopify are making these 1-by-1 pushes and going down. Next player has to push up, follow up on the damage, and then the cycle repeats itself. I think finally now, last shot slows his push down a little bit. Needs to win this one, though, against Stellar. It's going to be a tie as they trade out. And Snakebite with the BR will be able to push some opponents back, rotating back, predicting this player to maybe be on this B side. This is going back and forth. I don't expect this standoff to end anytime soon, to be honest.
1-1 still, and as that clock continues to dwindle away, it gets more and more likely that it is going to be a next 4-win scenario as Snakebite looking to defend his turf and his flag. But my God, the frags come through. 3 go down, make it all 4, and there should be a reset and a cap for Rebellion. Oh no is right, and they might just double it up.
Yeah, they've already got the flag bottom center as well. Perfectly timed, perfectly executed. And when we went 10 minutes without any caps, we get 2 in about 15 seconds.
My God, it was just 1-1 10 seconds ago. And this is looking more and more likely like a clean sweep for Rebellion as they have the 3-1 lead. 1:45 left on the clock, and Space Station going to have to really push all their chips into the middle and try to get across the map. But Rebellion in a situation where if they just contest the 50-yard line and trade out, they'll be in a good spot.
Look at the stats, man. Cycle and last shot. Looking like the new blood of the HCS, ready to take over. These guys are absolutely insane. Playing on LAN against some of the best to ever do it and showing out every single game. And Space Station need to get this cap. There is a possible situation here for them to earn this cap and then force an overtime situation to potentially tie it up and force an overtime after regulation. But a couple of kills in favor of Shopify mean that is less and less likely, and that might just be it, Hunter.
Might just be. At the same time, though, it took 10 seconds to score twice, so it's 5x that available for Space Station. But boy, they got to excuse me, getting choked up a little bit. They got to play flawless Halo here. I'm getting emotional. No, I'm just getting choked up. 3-1 here as Lucid running the flag bottom mid, and here's setting up for exactly what we talked about. You can score twice in 10 seconds, but again, the toss-up is not clean. That's been their undoing. Twice, they could have had a toss-up twice. Would have tied this one up at 3. It might just be all for naught, though, if Space Station can't put it through. Last shot, all he has to do is get the flag out the courtyard, and that might just do it.
Yeah, I mean, this flag being not at home, it means this is doesn't matter anymore. Yeah, he can just force this to end now. He's just vibing. Yeah, I expect him to troll right here for the last 5 seconds, just vibing. This very much in last shot fashion. You know what? Make it 4-1 instead of 3-1. That looks a little better for the stat page.
All right, well, we just got our first glimpse, a very good glimpse of what the major could look like here for Shopify Rebellion, who took their first series against Space Station Gaming. Let's talk about what stood out to you all on the series overall the most, considering that they just played on LAN against each other for the first time.
Well, it was just that. It was that we were on LAN for the first time, and this looked mirror in mirror exactly what we saw online. So I don't know what to make of that, because, you know, common thought in the community is that online, take it with a grain of salt. But it looks exactly like online so far on LAN in that first round.
Well, Eli, that second game, let's talk about game 2, Slayer Origin. And I think it was a theme throughout the entire series. We talked about how good Shopify Rebellion was was just completely controlling the power weapons, the power-ups, and negating these for Space Station Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, when I looked at the series layout, I thought already this was going to be a rough one for Space Station. Shopify have been incredible on these first 3 maps and mode combinations for a while. The entire offseason, they haven't dropped many. So that was, I think it was an uphill battle from the start, and Shopify just kind of proved that they are certainly the better team right now. I think the course for Space Station, once again, is just need to figure out their timings, need to have an agreement on how they want to play modes, and I think stick to the fundamentals. It almost feels like Space Station might be trying to do a little too much and making it more complicated than it needs to be.
I do want to call out that this game number 3, Eco was doing really well, and it almost seemed like for a second SSG could start pulling up a reverse sweep here in this CTF. They tied the game just when Eco was doing really well, at least stat-wise. What stood out to you from Eco's side, Mac?
I think Eco's still getting it going. I posed a question that might have caused a little bit of a controversy at the start. I'm just simply relaying what I've read in the chat. A lot of people think Eco is done and dusted. Not everybody, obviously. And it's not to say that he is, but numbers don't lie. And he didn't have the Eco-like performance that we're used to seeing from him. He's on LAN where he plays his best. But I think like we've seen online, once we get a little bit later into the day, we start seeing that prime Eco come out. So that's what I expect from the lower bracket run for Space Station.
It seems like SSG had a better time when Eco was doing really well in that CTF game 3. When I say really well, it was, a tied game, and it seemed like they were going to get their first lead in that CTF, Eli.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about Eco is this guy historically just gets better as the season progresses. I mean, I feel like literally every event we saw him playing better last season, to the point where at Worlds he was playing insane. Like there was an argument that he was the best player at Worlds in some situations. So
yeah,
I think that he rightfully probably took a little vacation after the win, and maybe he didn't play as much in the off season, and he's just getting better. The more reps he gets under his belt, well, it's not going to be that long before we see Eco at his true form. The problem is the team as a whole is not really jiving together. It seems like their timings are off. They haven't felt comfortable at all, but it's like once they get comfortable, that's when we're going to see Eco actually shine and come into his own.
Well, excited to see what they do on LAN today. I mean, I feel like they got some time to wake up. I don't know what time it is over there. They're in Texas, right? And Dallas, I believe. I think they started a little later, but hey, gamers, right? Anybody else wake up late? No, I didn't. I woke up early. No. Next series is going to be FaZe Clan versus OpTic Gaming. I'd like to take a moment to also think about how our fantasy Halo stats have been looking. We saw Shopify Rebellion. We saw Space Station Gaming. I don't have anybody from Space Station Gaming so far on our team. Chat, you and I, we have a fantasy Halo team in case you guys didn't know. We don't have anybody from Space Station Gaming, so it is in our interest for Space Station Gaming to not do well. Not that I don't want them to do well. I do want to see them do well. But for the fantasy Halo draft specifically, we want the other teams to do better. After that series, Eli Makowski, how you feeling?
Lucid, I think, had a rough series, to be honest. Cycle looked all right. Frosty probably had the best stats in that series. I wasn't paying super close attention, but he definitely went very positive in the second game and the first game. So I don't know. I think that right now, if I'm looking at this, Stellar also didn't do too bad. So I'm guessing Tool's probably in the lead so far.
All right. Well, that's a quick look at what we have for the fantasy draft. And anybody joining us, this is the Kaysan launch Showmatch, and we are covering the event throughout the entire day. We have a lot of fun stuff for you all. We have 2 segments that we're going to be showing up for you all, and you can participate. There's 2 subreddits We're going to have a Halo LVT court session where you get to type in your grievances. What has happened to you in matchmaking? And see if you were the good guy, the bad guy. We get to decide that later on. Exclamation mark Halo court in the chat. Click that link and type in your stories from matchmaking. I don't know. Maybe you had an argument with your best bud or something. We get to decide who was in the right there. Our other one is also you get a chance to post your setups, and we get to guess your rank based on your setup. So go ahead, take pics of your setup, post them on the subreddit. We have a fantasy draft that we already between here, LVT talent. Actually, no, you're all participating with me. We have a team of our own, so we get to find out the results of that after each series and at the end of the tournament. Who wins? We have one more. Which one is it? Oh yeah, build your own team. You guys get to build your own team. You got a budget of $10! Exclamation mark! Exclamation mark! So Twitter. It's on Twitter. Exclamation mark draft. Build your own squad, build your own team. Exclamation mark draft. You get to build your own. Reply on Twitter, and we get to find out who wins. That's all the fun stuff we got going on for you all here on LVT Halo. Our next series, though, is FaZe versus OpTic. I would love to give you two a chance to talk about what we've seen from OpTic and what we've seen from FaZe so far.
Well, it's El Clasico, the best matchup you could get in esports, and we got that coming up next between OpTic and FaZe. Keep in mind, FaZe took OpTic to a Game 5 and actually took them down, so FaZe made OpTic bleed a little, maybe even a lot last week. Let's see if we get more of the same here on LAN.
What about you, Eli?
Yeah, no, I was going to say the same thing that Hunter said. FaZe have been on a bit of an upswing in comparison to last weekend. They looked better than they had in any prior weekend. Taking down OpTic is no joke. They were the only team not named Shopify or OpTic to make it to winners finals in the entire offseason. So props to these guys. They're looking good, and I think if they are feeling comfortable today, they might make some waves.
Well, FaZe has been placing top 3 throughout the Open Series, and for those of you in the chat paying attention to the Fantasy Halo, it is in our interest for FaZe to do very well. Today we have Falcated and we have Trippy, and Trippy is a player to talk about this year. He's been a standout player for FaZe, leading the team, and we get to see how he does on LAN. This Saturday, Matt.
Yeah, he's been looking great online. He's looked great on LAN before, so we're expecting to see more of that this weekend. We're here today on Saturday, but boy, he's got a talk about having a tough climb in your first round. But I think this actually bodes really well for FaZe. They've got confidence against this OpTic squad. They've taken them down before. They might be the best competitor next to Rebellion. So I think this is a series where I don't expect a 3-0. And I can't even say that you can outright expect OpTic to win it. FaZe got what it takes. This could be a close one.
Yeah, well, we can't not talk about OpTic Gaming. I feel like they've been placing second place throughout the Open Series. Kind of hitting opening up some old wounds maybe a little bit on the online side. Now they have a chance to take their first a special event first place. We have some stats here for Penguin and Bound. What stands out to you, Eli?
Power weapon percent and Penguin. So Penguin has been getting a lot of power weapons, but his KD hasn't reflected it. I think that he's one of the best players when it comes to like playing better based on the stage that he's on. So if the series is more important, I think he plays better. So hopefully he takes every single series extremely important. There's only 4 teams. This is basically Sunday at a major. So I expect him to play well. Formal through the course of time has just always played well. I think he's like the most consistent FPS player of all time. The guy just doesn't have an off day. I don't know. I can't remember the last time Formal had an off day, and I don't expect him to start.
Mikowski, I almost heard you wanting to say something there.
No, I was just swooning at my my cohort's analysis. It's always on point. I think everything said about Formal is dead on.
All right. Well, our next series will be this one, FaZe versus OpTic Gaming. We'll be right back after this break.
If all my love has got you feeling too much, it's feeling too much for you, then all my love is gonna dance with someone that shows love, not you. If all my love has got you feeling too much, it's feeling too much for you. all my love has got you feeling too much. It's feeling too much for you. Then all my love is gonna dance with someone that shows love, not you. stop thinking about you, but what you gonna do? And you know I'm feeling good like that, so what you gonna do? And I can't stop thinking about you, but what you gonna do? What you gonna do? What you gonna do?
Welcome back to the Kaysan Showdown. Our next series is SSG. We just watched them. OpTic versus FaZe. And while we were watching the cams, I don't know if any of you spotted a coach, Eli Mikowski. Did we see a glimpse, or maybe, you know, do we think that Tusk is unofficially their coach for the next major?
I mean, it makes sense, right? It looks like there was perhaps a trade, because I believe Lunchbox was helping these FaZe guys for a little bit, but now Lunchbox going over to OpTic. Tusk doesn't have anywhere to go, so probably too late for him to join a team. We know how talented he is as a player, but probably still wanted to coach. So yeah, I think we might see Tusk now coaching the FaZe guys.
Mikowski, how does Tusk fit in here with this FaZe squad as a coach? What does he bring to the squad?
It kind of reminds me of how Lunchbox is reuniting with Formal. You've got Tusk reuniting with Falcated, who I could be wrong, but I believe it was Falcated that was on that Season 1 World Championship roster for FaZe. That was when Tusk was the coach of FaZe. So seeing a little bit of familiarity, and I think that's the way to go. I think when you have a fifth behind you that can be like an extension of your own mind, body, and soul, that's the guy to go get. And I think that's what both of these two teams got. But interesting to see essentially a trade occur in the deep of the night. No Luka Doncic involved in this one as a sad Mavs fan, but Tusk and Lunchbox traded between OpTic and FaZe.
Well, we just saw some fist bumps there from OpTic's side. It looks like the team is vibing super scary. FaZe, though, with Tusk guiding them into this next series. Recharge Oddball to start the day.
Here we go. El Clasico, Atlantico, as OpTic and FaZe face off. Once again, you see Renegade with the early first strike. OpTic Gaming with a near flawless start. You're seeing dead bodies drop left and right for FaZe, and OpTic already have control of the oddball.
We talk about these jerseys, by the way. Is that not like the bright green that I'm used to seeing from like a quadrant? I saw Legend. I was like, is he back in a quadrant jersey? What happened? But OpTic going with a brighter green now. I think it looks pretty good on Formal. And I think their team looks great right now. They've got the ball set up perfectly on the C side. I love this glass position to kind of round out the setup. You can see all the way across the map, can try to prevent players from that spawn in A, prevent them from getting to the tower. But just like that, FaZe have made a good push. They've stolen the shock rifle, forced the reset, and might be able to get back into this one.
Falcated slides underneath Formal's pre-fire with that shock rifle, and now he's got it in his own hands, lining up the next headshot on the Renegade, but he just flicks his right shoulder. 30-7 here as OpTic Gaming reached the first checkpoint with that 30-second mark, but FaZe are coming right back.
Okay, great positioning here from Falcated, but an even better headshot onto Legend. One of the more difficult shots to hit. Had to wait for the clamber animation to finish. Perfectly lines it up. And if Falcated is playing his best, that's when this team, I think, is the most scary. It's unable to clean up that next one, but damage has been done. They're about to tie up the score here in the next 5 seconds or so.
No. What a frag toss from Penguin to clean up on Falcated's initial damage with the shock rifle. He gets pushed up by from Renegade and Formal. They both form a nice two-piece in the long haul as they look to rotate it back to C, and they might just get through. Trippy trying to break that, but Formal, the bodyguard, has the oddballs back, but Trippy goes down, so too does Formal. Minuscule ball time there for OpTic makes it 37 and rolling now to 21.
How did Legend get a double there? I felt like Suppressed should have been able to kill him just from the third-person perspective that we had. It's going to lead to Legend also getting the camouflage. Team is able to collapse into the long haul ball, still sitting on the sneaky, kind of an awkward position. And not sure if someone's going to grab it. Looks like Legend says, I'm the man for the job despite being camouflaged. Sometimes you're just the closest one to it when your team is slaying out. Okay, now we'll hand it off. And they'll take this ball to C and set up the same spawn trap they had earlier.
Legend playing this one perfectly. Had no options with that camo. Spotted nobody, actually. So no back smacks, no shots to take advantage of. So he grabs the oddball, tosses it out to Formal, who's now racking up even more ball time as they cross the 60-second threshold. Up triply on FaZe as Legend has the control of the C platform. A push comes through from the long haul, but doesn't take him off guard. He trades out.
That's an insane trade to get right there as well. Definitely down in damage when it started. Able to secure a kill. It's going to make it a little bit easier for OpTic to breathe into the next play. They do end up trading the ball, or sorry, playing the ball. Suppress now. The plasma pistol, seeing if he can take control of the pipes. New shock rifle is up as well.
Pressed has help in the pipes, but for now focuses on grabbing more of that OBJ time as he grapples it to himself. No more grapples left to work with, so Suppress gonna sit tight and gather more ball time. This looks like a nice hold here for FaZe. You can see most of OpTic's focus is on the C side of the map. Formal with the long range shots, takes down Falcated with the fresh shock rifle right there for the taking.
Those were some insane shots, but more insane movement from Formal, just using the geometry of that box to make himself a difficult target. Takes him down. He's got to feel bad for Falcated in that moment. Should be a fight he never loses, to be honest.
Wow.
New camos coming up. Formal still at the bottom of the map, being a menace. Camo is still on the ground. Will Penguin be able to grab it? 1v1 fight breaking out between Renegade and Penguin. Renegade's going to win that and earn the camo for it.
It's one thing to win your one, but when you grab power ups afterwards, that's a nice 1-2 combination there. As Renegade, like we saw earlier from Legend, trying to play scout on the team, but he's not spotting anybody. I think he heard Trippy sprinting through the tower. Now he's trying to find his back as he and Bound collapse for the sandwich. Renegade going to clean up on that. Legend with more ball time at the top side of Glass, and with Penguin pushing it out, he's going to rotate to the sneaky, but 3 are down for FaZe Clan, so Penguin's the only guy there to make a difference, and it's not going to be enough as OpTic Gaming take the round 1-0.
That was looking quite comfortable for OpTic, but FaZe had a few good moments. They're going to have to start winning a few more 1v1 fights, though. We saw Trippy actually take down his former teammate Formal in a 1v1, but his team around him was unable to capitalize on it. Now early section of the round is going to be won mostly by FaZe, but how does Formal win that? Trippy now, like I was just saying, won the previous 1v1, but Formal has gotten his revenge.
Yeah, Formal not only got revenge, but he got some nice A spawns there as a collective unit for OpTic Gaming. It could have been C instead, but because of Formal slay, it's C spawns for FaZe, rather, and they've got a little bit further trek to go towards that oddball at the starting point. Formal eats a grenade from Falcated. Falcated's got to be careful, down to low HP. You can see Bound trying to gather some of the finishing shots to take him down. He's got 2 players in front of him weak now with the use of the Shroud screen. Obscures visibility, trying to stay alive. Sneaky in the Shroud, but no, Penguin spots him and takes him down.
Yeah, good job for Penguin to hunt him down. I was a little bit worried for a second when he checked the wrong way first, but process of elimination finds his target. FaZe looking much better this round so far. OpTic kind of in a precarious spot here, spawning an A. Not the easiest place to get out of if the other team has positioning around it. But Formal gets a double kill. Perfectly
Oh my God.
played. Gets the shots on the player in the back and then the melee on the player in the front. He's going to be rewarded with some oddball time for it. No, he's going to pass it off. Says, I'm frying. Let me continue to slay out.
Errant melee there. But outside of that, Formal was looking clinical in the pipes. As Legend now cross map, looking to take some shots into the opponent at Needles, expecting the chase, but it's his teammate there, Formal, instead, who probably took a little bit of damage, but no worse for the wear. He's going to continue through the long haul. Does Formal. Legend pushing up through the bat ledge, now on the grapple ledge. Wants the oddball getting tossed out. 3 players go down for FaZe. It's just Falcated left, so that's going to leave Formal there to potentially take him down. Oh, but a little bit of a miscue. Formal grabs the oddball and jukes his teammate Legend.
Looked like him maybe saying in his French accent, I grapple the ball, and then Formal not understanding and picking it up himself. Definitely a bit of an awkward situation. Would have preferred that the grapple player brings it into pipes. But yeah, now as a result, OpTic were unable to really convert any ball time off of the situation.
28-11 as FaZe have their first good lead. Game number 1. Can they hold on? 3:10 left in regulation as Formal back in the pipes has the plasma pistol to work with, and he could be a menace here at gold. I don't think Suppressed knows he's there. He does not. Suppressed, turn, because Formal's coming for you.
Plasma pistol getting a little bit more screen time than usual. Love to see that as a old school Halo player. Now, Formal just great timing here, rotates through. Apparently doesn't have perfect timing though. His teammate does fall before he can get that kill. Would have definitely liked to keep his teammate alive to have a little bit more fight, a little more help in this fight, but he also somehow trades that. I mean, he's such a scrappy player, finding trades that he often should not get away with.
Formal's like an Elden Ring boss located in the pipes. He's not the one you want to see around the corner because Formal has been doing work on that side of the map, and he's going to continue. He's going to edge it out a little bit towards the Needles. Nasty win against Penguin, but Trippy tries to clean up on the damage. Does clean up on Formal, but cleans up shortly after as we're still notched at the previous score of 28-11.
It's feeling like a glorified Slayer in this round so far. 2 minutes left on the regulation clock. Neither team even reaching the 30-second mark. All has really not been able to be picked up since that awkward grapple situation with Legend and Formal. And we're just seeing trades all over the map. No one's ever had enough shields to take the trek out to the batteries to grab the oddball, and I think the grapple has not been on spawn either. So maybe if someone comes out as a clear victor in the next fight, should be able to steal this ball and get some actual time.
Headshot cleanup there, or actually body shot cleanup there from Suppressed. Look good. Nice nade toss there onto Legend below him as Suppressed picks up 2, looking to pick up the 3rd on bound, but the long range shots, man, those are 2 or 3 occurrences I can recall where OpTic have had just a little bit better long range game, but it's not showing out in the scoreboard for him here in round 2. Still 28-11, and with just 70 seconds left in regulation, I don't think we're going to reach the 100 mark.
Yeah, it seems very unlikely. These teams are very slay heavy right now. Ball does get grabbed by Legend, and I thought maybe he would chuck it up to the bat ledge to his teammate, but no, he's going to get taken down. Unable to survive much longer. Falcated winning a difficult fight here against Renegade is going to be big. Having control of this pipe side so important when the ball is here in the batteries, but still doesn't quite have the comfortability to go out and grab it yet.
28-14 now. As OpTic have gathered 3 seconds, but they're down by 14 with 40 seconds left. They've got to make the push. It almost feels, Eli, that FaZe is content to play defensively for time here, but Renegade might just change that plan. Penguin could clean up on him, does, but he gets taken down shortly after. Legend now sprinting for that oddball. He's got to overextend himself a little bit, but with 3 down for FaZe, he's going to get a clean exit. No, he's not. He gets 1 shot into him. That changes his route, but he's running into the spawns of FaZe. Now he's got to take it back to the right. This is chaotic, but Legend is playing this rather calm, cool, and collected. Does get around the corner. Penguin takes him down. Renegade now the last player alive for OpTic, but he's going to get pushed out here shortly. The oddball will reset, and with about 10 10 seconds left of time. They better hope they get some gold or some A spawns. 3 go down. So OpTic are going to have the clearance to grab it. 10 seconds left. They do. Bound has it in his hands. Down by 3 seconds. Now tied at 28. This one's nuts.
Oh no, they probably don't want this to go to overtime. Trippy probably wants to get a second here so they don't go to overtime. 3 minutes will be added to the clock, I believe, if this hits 0. Maybe it's 2 minutes. Oh, just 1. Okay, sorry. And now, though, they can't just grab the ball and win. They've got to actually play Halo here for another couple minutes. They have gained the lead, 4-kill lead, chuck it into the long haul. And now if they can just play Slayer for the next 50 seconds, should be fine, but they're going to actually pick it back up, get a little bit of extra time. All members of OpTic going down. Legend coming out of spawn. What does he do here?
Regulation wasn't enough. We're going to need overtime to decide the round 2 winner here. And FaZe are looking like the better of the two. One of last maybe 2 chances here for OpTic to push through. As Penguin still utilizing the camo. Not spotted just yet, but he hasn't spotted out an opponent now. He spots Renegade. Good shots going into his back. He'll clean him up with the headshot. 38 seconds left in regulation. And FaZe Clan are about up 2 times on OpTic. I held my breath there thinking that might have ribbed around. Stuck him, yeah, for the stick. But instead, he goes down shortly after. 49-28 with 20 seconds left. This is a mirror of what we just saw in regulation. OpTic got to get on their horse.
Yeah, this is very well executed by FaZe. I don't think this is even possible for OpTic. I mean, they would have to get several dead, and they're all not in good positions to make that happen. FaZe will be winning this round. They tie it up and they force a round 3. Now, keep in mind, it was OpTic that clutched to even force the overtime situation in the first place with this play here from Bounds. Hiding behind the pillar, dodges multiple grenades, but got as much time as he needed to at least force the situation.
FaZe, a collective plus 10 after 2 rounds, so they have the slaying disparity. And they turn that into more time here as Formal off the start grabs the camo, but he gets burnt out. 2 down on each side. Now 3 for OpTic as Suppress earns the double, going for the triple kill. Bound with the use of the Shroud screen. This is Deja Vu. He was here once before, but like before, he gets taken down once again. Suppress with a nice start to a crucial round 3.
Like to see some more efficiency out of them, though. There's been several slays in a row. Unable to get the ball in hand. So OpTic, I guess, prioritizing the correct targets so that the damage doesn't lead to ball time. But look at the way Suppress is fighting this. 48 killing spree, make it 6 in a row, multiple doubles. Where's the ball? Finally gets picked up. I feel like it's a little late, but now OpTic are in a situation they have to decide how they want to push here. Opening break slay coming in from Legend. Renegade finds one as well. You have to imagine OpTic are just going to run at the last 2 players of FaZe. I like this play from Suppressed and his teammate here to drop the ball and fight. Typically, if you're the last 2 players alive, you want to play close together. But OpTic play it perfectly. They just take the ball away and might be able to regain the lead.
Suppressed goes on a reign of terror to start off the round, but it's just a 6-second advantage for FaZe Clan. But I think that's why you picked him up in the offseason. You picked up Suppressed and Falcated to be that slaying duo. And they've showed up here so far in round number 3 as Trippy has the oddball, looking to rotate it up to the gold glass as he missed his first slide, fumbled on the oddball, but now has it back in his hands. A 20-second lead for FaZe Clan, but that'll fall. All 4 fall for FaZe Clan. So OpTic will get the oddball back in their hands with a chance to tie it, if not regain the lead.
FaZe probably not happy with only getting 20 seconds here. I feel like they could have got more. They were really dominating the map for slays for quite a while. I don't know why Legend is swinging his elbow at his teammate there, but maybe just a warning shot. Better not drop that oddball. Loses the fight against Penguin, though, from low ground. Penguin with a clean 5-shot there. And now that's going to open the door for the rest of FaZe to push through.
Starting to see these camos rack up for FaZe Clan. They've had better control of it, and they've been taking advantage of it. Remember, just because you grab the camo does not mean you're guaranteed anything for free. A lot of players are able to spot this out, but still having a little trouble doing that are OpTic, and Trippy is going to take another one to his name. Double kill with the shock rifle. No, he does get damage into Renegade, and that'll get cleaned up. So too does OpTic as a team of 4. All 4 go down, and FaZe will regain the lead because of it.
Trippy is on fire. This guy has been on fire for a while now. Most oddball time, +3, 10 assists as well. He goes down, though. Renegade is going to be the one with the shock now. We've seen how effective he can be time and time again. Right now, FaZe making themselves difficult targets.
Ball dropped.
It was just
Enemy has
tied.
the ball.
Now, FaZe have doubled up on the lead for OpTic. And Eli, remember, this was the path to an upset victory last weekend, was FaZe taking game 1. You said that was the key, was FaZe winning game 1 and getting out to a lead against OpTic, and that's what they're boiling towards here. 67-33, a much better OBJ efficient round from both teams, but FaZe have much more to show for it.
Yeah, I mean, look at the series layout. This is quite similar to the one where FaZe ended up taking OpTic down. So next game, Origin Slayer was the game 5 that FaZe took from OpTic in that upset last weekend. If they win this one, I think you're exactly right. That's kind of the springboard that makes it possible for them to win this. I think if you give OpTic momentum early, they ride it to a clean victory in the series. But right now, FaZe need to figure out how to push forward. They're taking their time on this push, which I don't mind. They're able to get one slay here. Also, camo coming up, probably part of the reason why they didn't just force the push right away. Penguin now should be able to push forward and finish the job. This is a great looking situation for FaZe now.
Ball dropped.
67-60 though. OpTic have bounced back and brought it back to within single digits as Penguin goes down. Preston 1v1 with Formal, and he wins it with the use of the double kill.
Double kill.
I believe that could have even been a reversal, as I believe the first shots went into Suppressed, and he's not going down. A killing spree and more ball time for Suppressed. You brought him on the slay out, but now he's balling out as well. He's got 40 plus seconds, doing it all.
He's almost got 40 kills as well. I mean, we've seen multiple killing
nuts.
sprees from him. The rest of OpTic continue to die off spawn. The pressure is there. FaZe not allowing OpTic to breathe, and that's exactly how they defeated them last time. They're forcing them to make a coordinated push, and they're punishing them when they push too fast. But now, finally, they get a couple opening break slays. What does OpTic do from here?
5 seconds left, 7 actually. Suppressed drops the oddball out. He goes down, but OpTic don't have much room for error as Formal. Looking to rotate that into the long haul. Legends at C, but 2 of his teammates are at gold, so I think he's leaning towards maybe a gold rotation here. Here at the fulcrum of Sneaky, can take it into C or into gold. The next few slays will determine where Formal will go, but OpTic are looking at a really clean hold right here, and at the 93 mark for FaZe, if they regain the lead, OpTic has a stark advantage here in the end game. They're getting close to it.
FaZe need to win this fight in the pipes for them to stop this. I don't think that when they go down here, it might not even be possible. Legends holding off an entire half of the map. Formal sees his team die in pipes. Legends here to pick up the pieces, and just like that, they might close it out. We get a clutch kill, but OpTic are spawning here now.
93-97. That sticky didn't stick. Oh, but Bound grabbed the oddball and snuck into the long haul and steals the win for OpTic Gaming. Suppressed got to be kicking himself, or at least kicking the dirt below his shoes, because he put up 40, had nearly the most ball time in the lobby, and it still wasn't enough. Eli, break down the end game.
I mean, at the end here, when Formal's holding the ball long haul before this play, OpTic's position was so strong. They have Legend cutting anyone off that tries to rotate through C, and look at the positioning of Bound and Renegade. They're both shutting down the rotation through pipes. They force FaZe Clan. The only option FaZe had left to spawn was in A. OpTic know this. They know they want to rotate through pipes, and Renegade and Bound just play this perfectly. We don't know exactly how they slowed them down and won the fight on that side, but it was just enough time for Formal to comfortably rack up enough time. They win this last engagement, and OpTic play the end game perfectly.
Yeah, Formal did a great job rotating not only the oddball, but rotating into that, what I call a quarterback role, where you're just trying to get eyesight on the defensive positioning and call for an audible. And that's exactly what we saw there from Formal. He grabbed a little bit of intel from the 2 members of FaZe on the needles, called it out to his teammates, and then started rotating that oddball back towards the long haul, into the Sneaky, and then into C for the win. As we saw a lot more ball time, about 50 seconds for OpTic in totality, but this game was much closer than the final stats might say.
I believe OpTic win this while getting out slayed, so FaZe unable to get a lot of value out of the kills that they were getting. Bound smelling his monitor in the player cam there, but this clutch play here probably also feels pretty bad for FaZe. Like, they should have been able to kill Bound maybe a second faster. to just win this round straight up. They ultimately did win it, but they had to work for it. And then in that last round, I mean, they had what, like a 40-second lead for OpTic to just come back.
Yeah,
That's gotta hurt.
I think Eli, I think they didn't take enough advantage. We saw Suppress damn near go on a killing frenzy to start off the round. You can see him here with the spree, grabbing oddball time all the while. And they only got 10 seconds out of 10 slays for Suppress just about. And I don't think that was enough because OpTic, during that slay fest from Suppress, were still able to get 6, keep it close. And that was the difference. 6 seconds. That was about the difference. 7 in total if you do the math. 93 to 100. Our final round of oddball comes down to the wire, the final seconds. And oh boy, if that would have stuck bound, things could have gotten even more interesting than they already were in game 1.
Wow, what a game. Yeah, at the very end there, Legend with the presence of mind to chuck the ball towards Bound, who had just spawned on that seaside before he gets the trade before going down. Bound, of course, in perfect position to clean up the situation and win the round by the skin of his teeth. I mean, he was literally one shot as he rounded that corner. That could have gone either way. So, honestly, a great showing from FaZe Clan. They're showing that they're here to fight.
Oh, look at these stats. You could hide the names, and you probably wouldn't be able to discern between the two. They're the biggest differential is like 0.3 off on the KD, and just 4 more damage dealt per life for Legend than Falcated. Damn near even on damage taken, damage efficiency. It's really the power weapon advantage. The only thing that Legend really has over Falcated in that one. And man, those two players could not be more close statistically. The series feels close despite the 1-0 lead for OpTic. FaZe, though, we said they needed to win game 1. That was part of their win condition to win the series. What's their chances looking like now, Eli?
It's definitely gone down, but it's not impossible. They did defeat OpTic. They're 1-1 against OpTic in this exact game mode from last weekend. They won it in the winner side, lost it in the lower side when OpTic made their losers bracket run. So looking pretty even in this mode. I think that they have to win this one, though, if they want to give themselves a chance in the series.
Yeah, you don't want to go down 0-2 against an OpTic that can really take advantage of that lead. As Formal in a 1v1 here against Falcated, gets traded out with him as Legend takes his sight to the top side of Snipe Tower, has the high ground advantage in this 1v1 with Suppress, but it quickly turns into a 1v2, but Legend doesn't care. He still takes down Trippy.
I think Rockets might still be up. He's trying to rotate around to see if he can... Oh, never mind. Sorry, Pound has them. Never mind. And it's Renegade that has the sniper. So Sandbox favoring OpTic, but that's a shot we're not used to seeing Renegade miss. Okay, he makes up for it with the next one. And they can hold control of the snipe side and keep this sniper in Renegade's hands. A great start for OpTic.
And remember, this was the difference in the parallel winter semifinals between Space Station and Shopify Rebellion. It was a close game, but the difference was rockets and sniper control. So far early, it's been all OpTic in that regard, and they've got a 3-kill lead because of it. 8-5 here as Renegade looks to reposition for some more snipes.
I really like this rotation. I don't think the FaZe are going to expect him to be here with this snipe, and that's one of the best things you can do with the sniper rifle is be unpredictable with the next line of sight that you show up. Got good line of sight to watch Legend's back, but no one's chasing. And unfortunately, unable to have an impact in that fight as Suppress finds a double kill. Does land the body shot, but I don't know if anyone's going to be able to clean it up. His team's just all dying around him. Should be able to clean up. Penguin, no, doesn't even get that one. So huge comeback situation for FaZe. They get 4 in a row without losing a player.
I'm noticing some really good help being played here from FaZe Clan. Every time it looks like their teammate is just on the edge of death, like walking the plank on a pirate ship, they get their feet to the end of the board, but somehow come back onto the ship and stay alive. That's what it's looked like here for FaZe in this game too, as they carry a 4-kill lead into the high teens. 3 going down previously for OpTic, means they're all going to spawn together at blue.
This is looking really good for FaZe, and you know they're aggressive. They're going to be trying to collapse on these spawns. I don't know if they had the perfect push there. It looks like Trippy was unable to close the gap to be the last piece of that collapse, but they still have the lead. 3 kills here. Trippy backing up a little bit, waiting for his team to spawn. And look at the push from OpTic. It's almost perfect. Renegade outputting lots of damage, has help, finds 2 assists here. And now it's OpTic's turn to be aggressive. They might get into a spawn cycle situation themselves.
With those rockets, we've talked about how important power weapon control is here, and Despite what looks like some better play from FaZe, it's the better power weapon control that has given OpTic now a 3-kill lead as Legend depletes the rockets, takes down one with it. And I think you're going to be happy with that if you're OpTic Gaming. Going 1 for 2, maybe not ideal or optimal, but you'll take it nonetheless as Legend gets himself into another 1v1. First shots onto Falcated, wasn't able to turn on him fast enough as Legend goes down to 1 HP, but doesn't go back to the respawn screen. 5-kill lead now for OpTic. Make it 6. And Renegade's got the snipe. Watch out.
Yeah, they've got the awareness of the spawns as well. Now understanding they've flipped the spawns to the other side. Renegade's going to switch his vantage point here. Suppress taken out bound though is going to force Renegade to back up here. He had his teammate that was closest to him who had that side pushed out, goes down, so now he's forced back to here. FaZe Clan should understand that OpTic are kind of taking less and less space. Let's see how FaZe choose to play this. They want to sync up their timing, push both left and right of the setup. Someone's probably got to go through mid as well.
You mentioned this earlier, Eli, but Renegade's rotations with the snipes have been so spot on. Now they finally coordinate his location on the map, but they still can't take him down. Not before 2 assists. He does finally go down, drops the snipe, but Trippy now has it in his hands. 3 shots with it, and down by 6. They need Trippy to make a play here. No scope melee goes through. Killjoy stops the spree for Legend, but FaZe Clan are still down 5.
Yeah, the OpTic did a great job to get a lot out of their advantage state. Now it's FaZe currently in the advantage state on the map. Need to get more slays out of this without trading out so they can close the gap. I think they understand. They've now spawned. OpTic on the other side. Trippy expecting maybe somebody to try to hit a route through bottom center. But I like the way FaZe are playing this. They do kind of open the snipe side. And I don't think OpTic are going to be aware enough to take that space. And now they have tied it up. At least they did momentarily. And FaZe still have better map positioning.
Quick glance to the left for Trippy. Eludes the free space on the map to take, and he has rotated over from one side to the other, winning up on 1 in the process. Now taking Formal down to 1 shot as FaZe have bounced right back 32-32, and now they've got the first rockets of the match. Can they take advantage of it?
Really like this route from Falcated. Recognize he's the furthest left on the team. It's his job to swing furthest left. Didn't see anybody, so he comes back to this angle. Have a high ground advantage over anybody that shows up on his screen. And Legend being very tricky over here, shooting him in the back, predicting him to rotate backwards. But I think he will find another kill. He does. That's a killing spree for Falcated and a 3-kill lead for FaZe.
Patience pays off for Falcated. As you can see there, he was just waiting for his teammates with the invisible hand to push OpTic Gaming into the waiting rockets as he takes down 2 with it. It's a 2-kill lead for FaZe. The Rockets have been the difference so far. Trippy needing to win that up top, and he does. The perfect 5 shots keep FaZe in the lead, up by 3 as we approach the 40s.
I need FaZe to stay aggressive. They cannot get scared and let a team like OpTic get back into this. They've done that. Now extending their lead to 4. Legend, though, with this double kill is a big deal. Okay, FaZe just cannot decide to sit still. As long as they keep up the aggression and play proper Halo toward the end game, they should be able to close this out. That's a nice no-scope, though. But ultimately, Sniper lands in the hands of Suppress.
Nanoseconds to sneak in the no-scope melee. But Renegade does that. Now Formal has the snipe back in his hands. Down by 1. Now tied 43 all. And this is not what you want to see if you're a FaZe fan, as Formal starts peeling faces back with the S7.
Oh my god, he almost had the lineup for the spawn kill, but that player's teammate shoots Formal out of scope. What does Formal do from here? He's going to rotate out this way, maybe predicting that people might decide to rotate through the snipe side. Also wants to find an angle that he can support this squad here. Ultimately, Falcated goes down, but OpTic are in the lead by 3 all of a sudden.
Formal trying to stay alive here. Oh my god! Filthy quick scope into the face is suppressed. Might have just sealed the deal for OpTic. Imagine if he didn't get that slay, it would be 48 all. Instead, 49-47 with OpTic up by 2, needing just 1 as Trippy has positioning on the top side of Snipe. We have a little bit of a slowdown here before things get back to work, and OpTic gets back in the win column, up 2-0 in the series in a match, again, like that game 1, Eli, where it felt like FaZe could look back at it and said, boys, we should have had that.
That was tough, man. That was a very clutch quickscope from Formal at the bottom of the map. He's forced off of his position, facing all the pressure in the world, but just ices up with the quickscope. You're exactly right. If FaZe gets that kill onto him, without him trading out, they now have the sniper to take into that last situation. So Formal's ice to not only win this, but then also, I mean, look how much pressure he's facing. He's getting attacked from multiple angles, but lands the quick scope while one shot. He must have predicted someone to drop there.
Whether it was a prediction or just great aim sense and game sense, you could argue combined, to allow Formal to hit a shot that was just about the clincher. Things would have looked much different had Formal not hit that unbelievable shot on Suppressed. And instead of a 1-1 tie, or even a 2-0 lead for FaZe Clan in this series, Eli, it's OpTic up 2-0 instead.
It's got to be a tough feeling right now for FaZe, feeling like they could have won the last 2 games. I mean, they literally had the lead in the end of the oddball game, and also had the lead here by a decent margin for a good chunk of time. And it was in the middle of me saying I can't see FaZe play scared here. I don't know if they were necessarily playing scared as to the reason why OpTic came back, but they were not as in sync as they were. OpTic kind of pulled them apart and just forced them into individual engagements. We saw Legend make several clutch plays. It seemed like he was always in the right place at the right time going into that end game as well.
Yeah, it just felt like FaZe got stuck in the coffin corner with those blue spawns in the end, and Formal looking across the map. He has all the insight and the intel. This snipe helped out as well, making it 44-43, but you could see FaZe just continued spawning back at the blue side. Right after this snipe was where they went back to blue and really didn't have much room on the map to push out from, and OpTic took advantage of it and took a 2-0 lead in this series. But FaZe down, not yet out.
This is looking really bad, though. I'm not going to lie to you. OpTic are insane at Aqua CTF. They might be the best Aqua CTF team. I mean, they're certainly just good at CTF in general and comfortable on Aquarius. FaZe to get the reverse sweep here is an extremely uphill battle. I feel like FaZe's opportunity to win this series was by winning games 1 and 2, and OpTic able to clutch up. I think that's I don't see the path possible, to be honest.
Counting out the boys in red at their own tournament, Eli. Now that's disrespectful. As we take a look,
I'm a realist, man.
Yeah, you are. You always told it like it is. That's what I respect about you. But Trippy, compared to his former teammate Formal, heartbreaking end to season 3. I mean, really, it was just a heartbreaking year all throughout, where these two continuously were cursed. It felt like with second place finishes, but stats are looking pretty similar. It's comparing Trippy and Formal, it's kind of hard to take your pick here.
I mean, Trippy has had an outstanding offseason, let's be real. I think he's really stepped up his game. I don't know why people doubted this man. I mean, yeah, he didn't have some great series last year, but feeling like he's the glue on this new squad, and when he's playing good, they're also playing good. And like, these first 2 games could have gone their way. So I don't know. Definitely don't count out Trippy. Formal, like I said previously, just always ever so consistent, and he's got a lot of intangibles that don't really show on stats like this, like the insane communication that he has. The guy sounds like an auctioneer, spitting out player locations constantly. He's also just got like an aura about him. I think that he makes every team he joins better.
Yeah, there's definitely a confidence when you look across the aisle and you see Formal on your squad. Would hate to see you go against the legend, one of the greatest gamers of all time. You could absolutely make a case that Formal's on your Mount Rushmore. He's won a world championship in Call of Duty. He's won a world championship in Halo. There's not many, if any, that can say that.
He's the only one, but FaZe got to have it here. Let's see how the opening break goes. Looks like Falcon has got a nice sneaky route that OpTic were not expecting through car 1. And should be able to push forward as a result of these slays. Can they get an early flag out? Let's see.
We go down for OpTic. So this is going to spur a chance for Falcated and FaZe to take an early 1-0 lead, but off a spawn in the fridge. OpTic have good shots to stop that flag run for now. As Suppressed has the camo, we're going to see these spawns for OpTic filter out, and Suppressed going to try to align himself with the back, but they've spotted him out.
Spotted him out. He survives for now. OpTic trying to hunt him down, unable to do so. Formal might have overextended for that slay just a tad, but it doesn't matter. Flag does get returned, and we're back to square 1. So what can Suppress do now? They let OpTic spawn in the util side, but OpTic play off the spawn perfectly and look to counter here.
Legend now in the generator, pushing through on the car side of the map, but it's bound going down on the other side, so it's gonna make it a little bit harder trek for Legend as he looks to meet up here with Trippy sometime soon. Is Trippy gonna earn the reset? Don't see anybody for OpTic contesting it as things reset back to 0 with the 50-yard line being contested. You can see multiple players on each side of the map for each of these two teams as Renegade cleans up on one, but will get taken down shortly after in the generator as Trippy pushes through, has next eyes on a flag run, and this is looking good once again for FaZe. Just need to take down Legend, but Trippy goes down instead, so that might make it a little bit more difficult for FaZe to get on the run.
I like the way Penguin plays this. He sees Falcated go down, knows that it's not his place to move forward just yet. Gets shot in the back and decides to reach out bound here. At least has enough damage for that kill to get traded out. The next member of FaZe should be able to push forward. That's going to be suppressed. But multiple members of OpTic in positions to potentially shut him down. Great use of the thrust there from Formal. Gets the melee, immediately thrusts out of melee range so he can't be meleeed back. That's a great way to secure himself a kill, but both teams still fighting for mid-map control.
Penguin staying alive on the top side of Pink, suppressed with another camo, and he's got some good eyes onto Formal, down to 2 shots, and all it takes for suppressed to take him down, as he's now got the run through the utility, trying to make it through the carbine side, but Renegade like a bodyguard is there at the door, and he's pushing it out. Oh my god, that's an aggressive push there from Renegade. I'm not sure if he knew suppressed had camo, and suppressed uses the camo to stay alive just a little bit longer, but Formal takes him down. Bound gets another slay on the other side.
No.
I think Penguin still needs at least one more slay to get this through, right?
No, Falcon is getting kills in the kill feed. Yeah, I think you're right, though. He's got to wait. Okay, now Suppress finds one as well. Does he have any teammates here that have full shields? No, can he get this? He might just go for it. I'm not sure. It's being
He's gonna
very
wait till the shields
patient.
recharge. There he goes.
patient.
Perfect timing there. Wait till the shields recharge. That's your cue to slide that one in for the 1-0 lead for FaZe. So again, FaZe have had leads in all 3 of these games, sometimes even deep into the game, but oh boy, a counter cap is starting here. Falcated has the back of his 3 dead teammates with a double kill. He resets things, and that looked like could have been a sure counter cap for OpTic, but Falcated plays huge in the back of his base.
Yeah, huge double kill from Falcated. Perfect shots. We're used to seeing that from him. But looks like FaZe lose 2 players. OpTic lose 3. Penguin, last player alive, should be able to take top center, but kind of playing this a little slower than I'd expect. Maybe he had a call out that somebody's nearby. Now finally moves forward. That was interesting how he decided to wait there. I'm not really sure what the reasoning was.
Hard to say. Hard to stay alive for Penguin. God, those grenades look like heat-seeking missiles after 4 go down for FaZe, but 3 go down for OpTic, so it's a Renegade in an apocalyptic wasteland. He's the last Spartan standing in the entire lobby. We'll get camo for free because of it. We saw the previous 2 go to suppressed. What can Renegade and OpTic do with it now?
Okay, good teamwork here, pushing through, utilizing the new skill jump that was added this off-season here on Aqua. Love this addition to the map, by the way. Now, Renegade might just pull this flag out, but he's been isolated and taken down. Good defensive effort from FaZe. Momentarily, Trippy, last player in the base alive. He's going to force Formal back. Formal should wait for his squad here before he pushes forward.
Formal down at the P1 location, playing sneaky here. Now he's got to help Bound. Bound's going to get absolutely destroyed by those grenades. But Formal does trade out with the assist. Has the thrust there right before him. Now he picks it up, has 3 left to work with. Could get a little bit added mobility as he pushes into the blue base, back into his side of the map. A lot of pressure here from FaZe, so Formal getting forced back to play some defense. Well, this is looking tricky.
That was an awkward situation for sure, but FaZe take down both Bound and Formal in that engagement. Penguin's going to be able to move forward. Legend's already taking damage, and I need someone from FaZe to push into the base. Maybe there is somebody on the far side. Penguin's just holding this angle. Yes, okay, suppressed. Was able to take the front line, and this is looking great for FaZe right now.
The run has crossed the 50-yard line. Suppressed is weak. He's the runner. Picks it back up. Gets the shields back up, but quickly taken down as Bound and Legend push through underneath. 2v1 push. Legend's going to go for the reset with 3 down for FaZe Clan. I suspect he'll get it. Needs to still win a clutch one against Penguin gets it. Now the spawn's occurring on the fridge side for FaZe, and it seems like OpTic know it.
Wow, Legend just played that situation so perfectly. He stays alive, understanding he had dwindled down the reset timer enough by standing on it, and then preserves his life, lets it reset on its own, pushes behind enemy lines, gets the kill, gets the flag out, pulls FaZe all the way back, which in theory should be giving OpTic more space to push forward, but ultimately FaZe still come off spawn and clean up the situation and still maintain their lead.
Already more than halfway through this game 3, and we've only seen one score. It's gone to FaZe as they cling to that 1-0 lead. OpTic still yet to get on the board as Trippy pushing it once again into the OpTic base. Bait and switch occurs here as you'll see Formal take the front lines and take Trippy down.
Okay, what can Falcon do here? His positioning at the top of the map is important, but I think he melees the wall instead. Bound's going to clean that up without trading. 2v2 on the map currently. Look at this Legend guy, man. Just curb sliding his way to the other team's base time and time again, forcing FaZe to respond to his existence before they can do anything else on the map. And granted, it doesn't lead to anything. He dies, but I mean, just think about how much less space FaZe have to work with because he's making plays like that.
Unreal. Valkated now, earning 2 assists, pushing on through. Carbine side has the high side positioning now, but Legend's there to take him down, and he does. Legend, another clutch slay, but down to low HP. It's going to be tough for him to stay alive. You can feel the callouts on his forehead, and Penguin cleans him up. Down. We're going to take down 2. Just gets 1 for now, but that player weak. Steps back, but Bound's not the last player alive for OpTic Gaming. So FaZe Clan here, if they could just take Bound down, oh, that's massive win as the last Spartan standing for Bound. Had Bound gone down, that's all 4 with just about all 4 for FaZe in the base of OpTic. Nonetheless, they should be able to get back on the run towards OpTic's side of the map. What looked like could have been a pull for OpTic Gaming gets shut down. Reset, and Trippy now has that camo. Will he use it here defensively to scout out or offensively to make it 2-0? There's some decisions to be made here for Trippy.
Okay, wow, that player narrowly escapes from Trippy's vision. Should be able to get another kill here, at least one, the help of his team, but OpTic are playing this very patiently. Finally rotates through, finds that slay. Would like to get at least one more to be comfortable, but no, 2 dead now, 4 FaZe. OpTic in positions. They can potentially move forward. They need a flag out here soon, I think. Feel comfortable. Still 3.5 minutes on the clock, though.
3 go down for OpTic. So FaZe Clan looking good here. They could use offense as the best form of defense. Get on the run once again and try to collapse on these spawns at the fridge side. As Falcated has it, turns around the corner, and he gets there despite only needing 1 or 2 body shots. Keeps it alive, but not much longer as he eventually gets taken down. Formal looking across towards bottom mid. Now the other side of pink, as it looks like that one will get reset. We're in the end game. Less than 3 minutes left. OpTic got to have something here in the next minute or so.
Formal pushing up. Tries to finish this kill. The Rust keeps Valkated alive, as does his teammates. And this has just gone back and forth. It seems like one team gets a few slays, pushes in. The team coming off spawn, cleans the base, pushes forward. Time and time again, we see the same story. And FaZe are totally fine with that. They say if no more flags get capped this game, we will win. And that seems to be obvious in their playstyle here. Penguin just kind of gatekeeping on the utility side.
Penguin just trying to stay alive. Valkated goes on the run, turns and takes down Formal. And despite what looked like a chance for OpTic to not let Valkated get much further, he will get shut down eventually though, but that flag's made it all the way through to the courtyard. 2 players filtering through for OpTic through the bottom middle of the map. And it's 2 down for FaZe Clan, now 3 in total after the double. Make it a triple for Pound, yes! Endgame clutchness for OpTic Gaming might just tie it up in the final 2 minutes.
I don't know though, can they get a touch? No, Formal's there to return it. That's twice now that Bound has come off spawn, just ran straight to bottom center and stopped the flag run from FaZe. I mean, FaZe need to be aware of that route in this situation where they're watching the flag runners back. Renegade seeing if he can get some damage and a flag out. Lands on a plasma grenade though. Not sure where that one came from exactly, but exactly what FaZe needed in that moment.
Desperation is in the air, and I think that was an example of it right there. Renegade being down 1-0 with 1 minute left. Tried to extend a flag run a little bit further than I think he had a chance to. As Legend wins a clutch one onto Penguin. OpTic Gaming are down but they still have a chance. You can see Suppressed. He's just holding 10 toes strong in his base. It's defense has been the option, it looks like, for FaZe Clan here. They're going to try to hold on and cling to this 1-0 lead to take their first win in the series.
Oh man, this is highly reminiscent of all the other games in the series so far. It's been FaZe Clan leading in the final moments until OpTic is the team to come out on top in the end game. Let's see if Penguin can live here. They really need him to, or else OpTic could force an overtime pull. They've done a great job playing defense though.
They really have, and it's especially tough when the other team knows that you're now going to be playing defense. The other team going to be strongly just playing offense and holding forward. But FaZe Clan have held the line. They have not allowed OpTic to score once in this Aqua CTF. This might be one of, it is like a steely-eyed goalie type of match in the NHL where it's a 1-0 finish. And hey man, if you can take the win 1-0, props to the goalie and props to the defense here in the case of FaZe Clan, as they have about as good of a defensive posture as you could imagine. 12 straight minutes, no scores for OpTic Gaming, and FaZe are back in the series.
I cannot recall a single other Aquarius 1-0 finish. I mean, that's got to be the lowest scoring Aquarius flag that we have seen in quite some time. Impressive stuff. FaZe, I think, had the opportunity to cap several more flags as well. We saw lots of heroics coming in from OpTic, but the most important factor is FaZe just not allowing OpTic to capture a single time.
FaZe there with more slays, more objective efficiency. They outslayed in game 2, but still, or excuse me, in game 1, but still lost. Suppressed with the 40 bomb. Still wasn't able to take that oddball, but he said, no worse for the wear. Just keep it going, keep it moving. And Suppressed has continued playing his role to perfection. The main slayer of not only FaZe, but you could even argue all of HCS.
Yeah, I love the plays they were making, forcing spawns at different places. I mean, not really different places. Forcing the spawn in the fridge time and time again, often winning the fight for high ground in the center of the map. But it was really just the way they set up in the base to defend anybody coming from either side. There's multiple times that OpTic had 3 or 4 dead. They spawn in the base and just perfectly use grenades to hold them out, perfectly find angles, take a little bit of space here and there to have complementary positions, and just clean OpTic off the map time and time again. So that's very difficult to do. Let's see if they can keep up that momentum into live fire strongholds.
Yeah, I really thought that triple kill from Bound was about to make it 1-1, but that was not the case. Again, I am struggling looking at this series layout. 1-0 Aqua? Is that an error in the graphics? No, that's if you're just joining us, that was what we just witnessed there. FaZe Clan, about as probably the best defensive effort we've ever seen on a Aqua CTF. We're here on land, so no flukiness online to attribute to a 1-0 finish for FaZe Clan, as they use that defense to go on the offensive and now have a game in this series. We saw OpTic last week win 2 in a row after FaZe went up 2-0. About to see the same here.
Yeah, I mean, last time it was what? FaZe won first 2, OpTic won next 2, forced the game 5, FaZe clutch it up in the end. I mean, are we going to see the reverse situation happen? I don't know. We'll have to see. OpTic certainly would like to end this one right here, right now, because Street Slayer, I think one of the more coin flippy Slayers that we play, could just happen to where FaZe come out to a strong lead early and ride it to a victory. But kind of feel the same way about live fire strongholds. This is going to be extremely fast paced, and it's really going to be won by the team that just gets that biggest chunk of time in a row.
Got Bound on your screen, and if I could guess what we're going to see from Bound in this game 4, a whole lot of pushing through top mid. He just loves to filter through the middle of the map. Even in that Aqua game, we saw him routinely pushing through bottom mid, which you'd think might not be the best spot on the map, but when you play as fast, aggressive, and surprising, I think, as Bound does, maybe sometimes don't expect him to take the obvious route. So keep an eye on that here in game 4. And for Suppressed on the other side of this graphic, can he keep up the slaying rate he's been at in this series? Probably one of the top slayers so far of the day. He's been popping off.
Player I'm looking at this game, it's going to be Renegade. I feel like OpTic are up in the series, but we haven't seen Renegade like take over the game like we're used to seeing from him. And I think that once he gets into that mode, OpTic are going to look even more unstoppable. And teams like Shopify are going to have to take notice because Renegade is the demon, man. He had the best stats in these last 3 online qualifiers. Yes, it's online, but we've seen what John can do on LAN. And he's really scary on live fire specifically. I feel like this guy is absolute beast. He's typically off on his own, maybe flanking the rest of the team. He's so good at playing in his own lane and playing to perfection. So let's see what he does here in game 4.
All right, here we go. Game 4, live fire strongholds on your screen. And regardless of the team of 4 for OpTic, Eli, they've routinely been a really, really good live fire map all throughout all of Halo Infinite. But off the start, it's FaZe taking down 2. Nice no-scope there from Trippy, but not nice enough to do the collateral damage it looked like might have been lining up between Bound and Formal. Now Formal looking to pick up one more slay. He'll probably work his way back to see platform to grab that snipe, but Falcon is making it tricky for him.
No
oh my
way.
God, Falcon, it takes him down instead. You can see the lean back from Formal. He's thinking, what the?
I mean, I got a feel for Formal there. His grenade did not bounce in the way that he predicted it to. He intended for the grenade to bounce and blow up right behind the pillar, which would have been checkmate for Falcated, but when the nade does not bounce how he predicts, Falcated takes advantage. But this is what I talked about. Renegade has camo snipe 4 dead for FaZe Clan. OpTic can basically choose their own adventure here as far as where they want FaZe to spawn, and you know Renegade's going to be ready for them to show up.
35 seconds uncontested off the start, but after that double kill from Renegade, OpTic are back in the fight, now down by only 13 seconds. B, though, is filtering towards FaZe's control. Another sneaky, cheeky headshot from Renegade, making another double kill. He's popping off here at the start. Only died once, but ever since then, he's been on a spree.
Telling you what, man, this guy loves this map, knows how to play it perfectly. So often is the difference maker here on live fire, especially strongholds. See if he can continue that trend. Right now, OpTic just totally content holding the BC setup, and you cannot be sprinting into an open area against OpTic. They will punish you for it.
Renegade might even just hit that shot as easily as they did the one on Penguin, sprinting head level through top mid, but Trippy does stay alive. Renegade now trying to find where he went. He's about as confused as we are. Trippy makes it out towards the bottom nest location, finally gets triangulated by Bound, as 2 will go down for each of these 2 teams. B, the point on the map being highly contested for, but after 3, maybe 4 go down for FaZe. OpTic will take control right back.
This is stranglehold gameplay coming in from OpTic. Okay, they do take down Renegade finally. The damage has been done. It's actually not looking like a bad situation. I don't know how they were actually able to move to back green so fast off of spawn. FaZe Clan did that very well. Now they have the scoring position with the A and B. How does OpTic choose to play this? Do they go for A first, or do they go for B? I'm gonna actually sit and think about it for a moment. Now Formal here with the camo looks to siege on A.
Formal lining up on Penguin, helps take him down with the assist. Now should be able to reclaim A, if not for suppressed. Pushing through into the garage door, but he's a little late to the party and a little low on shields. Formal, though, not able to clean up on him. 2 on the pillars. Oh, Formal says, I expect you to double back. Incredible game sense, maybe even communication there. Renegade could have called out the suppressed, working his way back to the wall sheet. Nonetheless, Formal makes it work. 3 go down for FaZe Clan. Formal, the only one to go down for OpTic in that moment, and they should be able to gain B back because of it.
Enemy team score.
You know, Mac, I love you for this because you're an old head like me, but nobody calls out the wall sheet except for you. And like, every map should have a wall sheet on it, maybe, but I don't know. It's just a funny thing I noticed.
You're just trying to erase Halo history as Renegade erasing some snipes. You've got your Eli ledge, and you think nobody else can have a location on the map. Walshy's the Walshy, and Renegade is the demon of HCS. We go back to his screen, and what do you know? Another killing spree.
Like, just because a spot is sneaky doesn't make it a wall sheet. I don't know. Anyways,
well, it looks just like it's the same geometry that was on the pit. Oh my God, it's the same thing over and over again for Renegade. With the snipe, another one. How did he sneak in that headshot onto the second? You couldn't even see his face.
He's 14-2. I know I called him out before the series, but I didn't think he was going to do all this. Renegade
Oh
is
my
in
God.
absolute demon mode.
No, you can't do that.
And
Okay, that would have been
FaZe
illegal.
needs an answer for this, man.
My God, and that's just how good Renegade is. I think he was down two shots to the full 5 shots for Penguin, and he still has you holding your breath, clenching your cheeks, thinking, "Oh my God, is he about to win another one?" As Formal gonna win a gunfight of his own, but he's got help now. Appearing on the C tower, OpTic are eyeing C as their next point of control, and they've already got 50% on it.
Okay, Formal with some good grenades to zone out anyone that might be approaching from that side after they recognize that's not where the aggression's coming from. Love this rotation back from Formal, by the way. He's aware that Camo's coming up. He also wants to influence the spawns to force FaZe to spawn the furthest back in A as possible. This map often will just choose the furthest location from opponents where the other team spawns. So that kind of formation forces FaZe to spawn exactly where OpTic want them, and Formal's able to just grab the camo and walk away from the engagement. His location is no, but gets the stick, and Suppress will ultimately take him down, but wow, well played by Formal there.
You could stack just about any 2 players for FaZe Clan up against Renegade, and he'd still have a higher kill and assist output. You can almost see he goes down there. Look how shocked he looks. He's like, "What? I just died? What is this game?" I mean, that's just how good Renegade is. I assume every time he goes down, it's a little surprising. And since we last checked in on the score, it was close. FaZe even with that 35-second head start, but now they're down 100 seconds. OpTic with the Renegade double killing spree have really taken firm control of this game and this series.
Okay, Penguin with the clutch one. Trippy has a double in the kill feed. It's a clean 4 dead. OpTic all going down. That's going to allow FaZe Clan to go for the trip cap. So far this game, both teams have been played the 2 cap style, and see how FaZe play with the trip cap using the quantum translocator. Penguin goes back to B, but we're seeing full pressure across the entire map. It's kind of exactly what FaZe need if they're going to bring this back.
Now it's a good time to go on the trip cap. Penguin, last shot, yeah, had us holding our breath there, but with Renegade going down, that opened up the door for FaZe Clan. That's just how good Renegade is. I mean, the impact he makes on the map, you can almost see it just as much when he's not on the map, as FaZe Clan have brought this one back to within 1 minute, but they let Renegade grab the snipe again.
This man has had every single sniper. You have to make sure he does not grab it. But he's able to find an opening time and time again, and he is not missing. Wow.
How many headshots is that? 5 or 6 with the snipe for Renegade? My God. I mean, some players will go an entire tournament weekend on LAN and get up to about 9 or 10, and that's still, it'd be considered probably top 10. So Renegade in one match
Killing
is just stuffing the stat sheet with headshot snipes. But 3 go down for OpTic, just 1 for FaZe Clan, and they have control of A and B. They're going to have control of the entire map. All 4 go down for OpTic, and the comeback is true. It's happening for FaZe.
Despite this Herculean effort from Renegade, FaZe are not phased. They are doing whatever they want, seemingly just responding to the pressure, keeping it calm, cool, and collected. They've made the comeback. They've now taken the lead, and they're kind of isolating these targets one at a time. There's a lot of 2v1 situations where OpTic are trying to take space, but FaZe are there waiting for them to 2v1.
FaZe, previously down 100, now have the lead heading into the 200s. And it might just stick. 2v2, crucial gunfight on the map occurring right now as Falcated looking to clear the nest location for Bound. Trippy takes him down, and this is going to be massive. This is going to give them control of B, but it's OpTic spawning at A and saying, hey, we'll take what the game gives us. But FaZe, with that death, or with that slay on the nest, they should be able to regain control of C, and they do.
Okay, but this is a good push from Renegade. They take 2 members of FaZe down, make it 3 as Bound cleans up the situation, but a timely spawn on the mud side from Falcon is going to shut down Bound. Not going to be enough, though. It's going to be a momentarily 4 dead suppressed coming off spawn first. They're spawning on the tower side. How do they play from here? This is a really important part of the game.
Legend just earned a clutch double kill to earn the 2 spots on the map AB that OpTic need to get into the 200s and bring this one to within single digits. Legend, if he has his choice, he might not leave this side of B if not for the A being capped by FaZe. 3 go down, and Legend's gonna head back to B, and OpTic have a trip cap and have now stolen the lead.
Oh my God. FaZe have to figure out a way out. Looks like Legend is going to bail on the A side of the map, but he gets spotted out. They're able to convert A. They take 2 members down from OpTic. Bound has the sniper though. And once again, it's OpTic with control of the snipers. Renegade finds a double kill. Now 3 dead again. It's going to reset B. Trippy has to do something here. Oh, and he does.
Does he get the double though? Oh, no, he does not. Formal, a little bit of delayed hold your breath moment. 205, 227. OpTic Gaming are in the lead, but it's tight.
Okay. Oh, that was so close to a headshot. Gets the neck. Renegade has the sniper now, and they are converting B. They can get back into this BC setup that earned them the lead at the beginning of the game. They're clearly very cozy in this situation. What does FaZe do though? Looks like they're sending most of their resources toward the C side of the map. Renegade's going to rotate towards back B, see if he can get an angle on the next player. Also going to utilize the last use of his repulse to use the QT instead. But FaZe have taken the scoring position and they get 3 dead.
215, 235. Renegade has the snipe, sure, but FaZe Clan have more semblance of control on the map. A filtering though into OpTic's favor. That's a huge death, a huge double, a huge triple. All 4 might just go down for FaZe, and OpTic could seal it.
But Renegade has been doing so much, but it almost hasn't mattered in some of these situations. Okay, Ormo's here to shut down Trippy. Time is winding it down. FaZe have to contest one of these, and only Suppress and Falcon are alive. I think that's it. Oh no. Wow.
Try as they might, FaZe Clan got close and had a lead, but OpTic ice up instead.
I feel like that was the entire story for this series. It was FaZe always starting with the lead, with a really close fight throughout each game, and then just when they have that win at the end, OpTic just takes it away. This last game though, OpTic looked different, and it was Renegade that clearly stood out.
Yeah, Renegade 28 and 13 with 11 assists. You guys just let me take him in the draft, by the way. Like, I was 3rd pick, and you guys are like, yeah, you guys can have Eli, you can have Renegade. I'll take it, man. The guy is popping off. Live fire is this man's playground, and this was a crazy play though from Falcated. Falcated just playing his life perfectly and frustrating Formal, I'm sure.
Yeah, I really felt like that could have been like one of those key moments, right, where you look back at a series and you look at that moment as how FaZe forced a game 5 and maybe even won the series. But this is where Renegade popped off. He said, Formal, probably a frustrating death for you, but don't worry, I got you. I'm about to just absolutely annihilate this lobby, make it look like we're online, make it look like we're in a Diamond 4 lobby, but we're on land. We're competing against 2 of the best teams in the world, and Renegade still makes it look like matchmaking. He's nuts.
All right, guys, so FaZe, I feel like, had the potential of taking a 3-0 against OpTic. Like, they had the potential to be able to do it and close out those games. What changed? What made it not possible for FaZe to close out those games and have OpTic take it?
It felt like small mistakes in the end game that OpTic took full advantage of. Like one player just kind of isolating themselves in a situation that they didn't need to. There's definitely more unnecessary deaths in these games than there needed to be on the side of FaZe. It felt like if they were just able to live a little bit longer or even just sync up their timing slightly more, you could have seen a different end game in any of those first 3 games.
I will say what we saw in the Open Series and the qualifiers, it was online, but we're seeing a translation on land that is almost similar to what we saw online on LAN as well.
That's probably a key takeaway here today, right? Like today so far through 2 series, the winter semis has looked a lot like what online has brought to us. Now, I think the big difference is going to be OpTic versus Rebellion in the winter final. Do we see any differentiation because we're on LAN versus online? But interesting to note that things have been pretty par for the course here today. It's been about exactly what we've seen online. And oh my God, chat just filled up with a bunch of gifted subs. Sort of not good. You're great. What do you mean? With a 10
Sorta
gifted.
good.
Sort of awesome.
Sorta awesome. I like it. Thank you so much, Sorta Not Good, for the gifted subs. Thank you, everybody who's been hanging out with us here as we cover the FaZe Kaysan LAN show match today. Thank you so much, everybody, for hanging out here with us. And with that, I'll also take the opportunity to remind you all that we have some fun stuff for you all to be a part of. We have 2 subreddit threads going on Reddit, !Halo Court. We have, well, let's do this one first. We have Halo predicts your, we predict your rank, guessing them by looking at your setup. So what does your setup look like? And can we take a guess all together what your setup looks like? So go ahead and post your setup pics on that thread. We also have a Halo LVT court session. So if you had any grievances in the Halo matchmaking scene or with some teammates, you're welcome to post them on a separate subreddit as well, !Halo Court, and then we get to decide who's right, who is right. Go ahead and do that and participate. Also on Twitter, we have what's it called? We got a build your own team. Build your own team. You have a $10 draft. Yes, build your own team. Thank you, Eli. Build your own team. You have a chance of building your own team on Twitter, so go ahead and do that as well. And is this? Oh, this is the $10. This is what you guys have to build. So the values of each player are based off the last 3 LANs, the last 3 online events. So Open Series 2, 3, and the qualifier. And that's how these players have been valued on this draft board. So go ahead and make your teams and have fun with it. We'll take a look and see who's the winning team here. Wow, guys, what a fun event we've had so far, Eli Mikowski. It's been so exciting to see these teams go up against each other, but it's gonna get more exciting because up next we have a show match. So Halo Infinite will be letting us see how the pro players play out Seek and Deploy Extraction, which, by the way, is not an official competitive match, but we get to see the pros play on it. What are you all excited to see here from these guys as they go through the non-official HCS game mode?
I'm excited to see if it's viable. You know, there's been a lot of conversation in a game like Halo where you've got the shield system, a little bit higher TTK than something like COD. Is a 1v3 or even like a 1v2 going to be possible? I am really curious to see how the buyout system is going to work, because I imagine if you had shock rifle or the snipe, yeah, we could see some 1v2s and 1v3s. So it's all controversy and commentary until we get to see it played live, which, thanks to Kaysan, we're going to get here in just a few minutes.
I feel like this is going to be all about fun, right? Like, what can these players do? Like, give them a game mode, see what the pro players can do with it. I think that's like the exciting part of this show match.
Yeah, this is going to be really fun to watch. We interviewed Frosty last weekend after they won the qualifier, and he said that he was just going to pick all the noobiest stuff possible. If he can buy a needler, if he can buy shock grenades, I think that's what his strategy is going to be. But bigger picture, I'm excited about this mode. I've been playing a little bit of Counter-Strike and Valorant lately, trying to learn how S&D works. And I don't know, it feels like the balancing of this mode is going to be really tricky for Halo Studios. Like, if you can buy a sniper, you should definitely only get 1 clip. I think giving somebody 8 shots is probably going to be egregious. But also the maps are going to be difficult, but I have a lot of faith in our Forge community. Shout out Timmy Forges in chat. I know he might be working on something for these modes.
I'm curious to see if we know. Does anybody know if any of these players have played games like CS and Valorant?
No, this will be their first time.
That would change everything if any of these guys have ever played them.
I guess to correct you, they haven't played this version of S&D, but like Frosty is a good Valorant player, Formal's a good Valorant player. Looking at this, I feel like the team, including Frosty and Formal, may be a bit overpowered in that respect because they have some S&D experience. Also, Formal, obviously coming from COD, played some S&D and COD as well.
Well, I'm excited to see how these guys play it. We're going to go ahead and take a quick break as we get ready to watch the Halo Infinite S&D Extraction show match up next.
Enemy has the ball.
Monday morning, it starts to rain. And I'm thinking about what we've been through. It's getting cold and light starts to fade. And I'm feeling worried about where this leads to. I don't know where to begin, but I keep seeing you with me. I slowly start to admit that you're the one that I'm missing. I don't know what I should do, 'cause you're ignoring my texting. So could you tell me the truth so I can stop making guesses? 'Cause now I'm losing my mind. Keep on running till I find a way to ease my mind. So could you tell me the truth so I can stop making guesses? I don't know what I should do, 'cause you're ignoring my texts. So could you tell me the truth so I can stop making guesses? Is it hard to make up your mind?
Enemy captured your flag.
Doesn't the fun that we have make it easy? Is it true? Do you still need time? Or are you scared to commit and be with me? 'Cause what we have is real hard to find. And all I want you to be is happy. I don't know where to begin, but I keep seeing you with me. I slowly start to admit that you're the one that I'm missing. I don't know what I should do, 'cause you're ignoring my texting. So could you tell me the truth so I can stop making guesses? 'Cause now I'm losing my mind. Keep on running till I find a way to ease my mind. So could you tell me the truth so I can stop making guesses? I don't know what I should do, 'cause you're ignoring my texting. So could you tell me the truth so I can stop making guesses?
Snipe. 5 minutes remaining.
Yeah, it hurts sometimes. It's all I got to say. Sick and tired of all the games that my head wants to play. Yeah, it hurts sometimes. Waking up this way. My mind is slipping away, now looking for an escape. Hey, but the way that you look at me, I'm so lost that it's all I see. And those eyes are my therapy, takes me right out of the rain. And life wants to fuck with me. Yeah, there's no place I'd rather be. Cause your face is my remedy, makes me forget all the pain. When I can't see straight. When I can't see straight.
5 minutes remaining. Double kill.
I can't see straight. And I can't see straight. Yeah, it's hard sometimes.
Enemy captured your flag.
That's all I got to say. Yeah, I feel like I'm suffocating. I never know what to say. Yeah. The memories have gotta go. I'm not over it and getting close.
Double kill.
Like I'm about to break. Never know what to say. But the way that you look at me, I'm so lost that it's all I see. And those eyes are my therapy, takes me right out of the rain. Takes me right out of the rain. Life wants to fuck with me. Yeah, there's no place I'd rather be. Cause your face is my remedy, makes me forget all the pain. When I can't see straight. When I can't see straight. When I can't see straight. And I can't see straight. Ooh, I don't know, but it's something on the fire, giving you something that I've never. Ooh, I don't know, but it's something on the fire, giving you something that I've never. And I can't see straight.
Snipe. 5 minutes remaining.
When I can't see straight.
Snipe. Double kill.
Keep me closer. Don't need closure. 'Cause I don't want it to end.
Double kill.
Meet me in the back of the room, back of the party. Meet me in the back of the room, back of the party. Keep me closer. Don't need
Double kill. Double kill.
And we are back with the Kaysan showdown here today. Let's take a quick look at the bracket and how it's shaping up. We have Shopify Rebellion and OpTic Gaming on winners finals, but our next series will be the Elimination Finals, FaZe versus Space Station Gaming. Only after we go through the show match of today. It's Seek and Deploy Extraction. Let's go ahead and bring in our team to the desk because we got a special event. We got a fun little segment for us. We are going to be playing Guess Your Rank based on your gaming setup. First of all, how y'all doing? How y'all doing? Y'all doing good? Y'all doing good?
Oh, fantastic.
Wait.
Okay.
Oh man, hey, you know what? Onyx 1700. I think that's what Tim's playing.
That's it?
That's what I'm playing?
No, like, that's who you play against in matchmaking.
Oh,
you know?
yeah, that's who I lose to. Yeah, you're 100%
Wait,
right.
I need to take a look at that. I didn't get a chance to rate this. Hold on. Let me see.
I feel like y'all are missing some key stuff, some key clues with that first one that's really important. Like that's an old keyboard. Experience comes with that.
What I
guess you
see,
could call it that.
what I see is mouse and keyboard is what I see. Active.
I wouldn't call that a keyboard, but the mouse is okay.
It's missing
That's
some
like
keys.
the OG one. So I think so the way to reveal it is wait, if you go back for a second, Louis, if you click on that little black mark that's underneath the picture, that'll reveal their rank. Nice, Onyx
I knew
1600.
it. Because that takes dedication, is what I
All right.
wanted to say.
I want to see him play on that in person, or I don't believe it.
iPhone 4?
Yeah, dude, that's so awesome.
That's crazy. All right, what's next?
Ooh, dude, look at that thing. That's a battle station if I've
Yo,
ever seen.
is
What
that
you got
penguin on the wall?
That? That's kind of like penguin.
Looks like penguin.
Yo, can we zoom in on the books? What do you think he's reading? you think that would impact it
I think
at
I
all?
see some Halo books over there in the back.
Yeah,
I think
if
the
I don't
top
see
one in the middle.
If I don't see a ninja book, then he's not.
Yeah, like
succeeding,
the key to the key. You better be streaming with all that streaming gear. You know what I'm saying? You got the soft light on, the thing. Man, it's like if you're not Onyx, right? That's like, this is a shame.
The funny thing is, I know who this person is, and
Oh?
he changes his room setup literally every 2 weeks. So if we do this again 2 weeks from now, it doesn't look like this. He literally changes his entire setup every 2 weeks. I know who this is.
you just keep refreshing it. That's
He
so
really
awesome.
does. He goes crazy. And the worst part is, it takes him a full day in order to do it. So he literally goes insane.
That's awesome.
I like how he has a setup. I assume for like the wifey and the kids next to
Yeah.
his. That's so cool. That's like goals, right?
Very cool. Yeah, I love
All right,
that.
chat. What do you think their rank is? I want to see what chat is guessing for this last screenshot. Type in the chat.
You know
A
what?
lot
I
of
could,
gear, man.
I could do like
Goodness
a
me.
poll.
Wait, is this the back of the room?
Yeah,
Yeah,
look
this
at
is the
all the
back of the-
gear.
So we got a musician. Okay, musician. Guitars.
He's a Razer fan. Apparently, he likes Razer stuff. That's the top shelf.
Wait, you don't know who it is, Tim?
Of course,
He
I know
doesn't.
who it is.
He doesn't think it is.
Yeah, we
I'm not gonna
spoil it for
Is
chat.
that Groot? Oh my gosh. He's so cute. I want that Groot.
I like the Master Chief helmet.
So what's your guess?
I know him, so I think guessing is
Oh,
yeah.
okay,
it
okay.
would be
Chat
cheating.
says copper 1, cardboard 3, silver 3. We got an Onyx 1700. Okay. Well, I'll make it even and say, all right, it's diamond 6.
I like it. Let's see what it is. What is it?
We reveal.
Oh, did he did for each setup?
Okay.
I love it. Wait,
That's
Chad
cool,
did get it
dude.
right then.
That's cool.
Let's go. That's so sick. I love that.
So
Is
it's
he
an
really 1810? I'm gonna need someone to look up that gamer tag.
I'm gonna have to get a verification.
Was
That might
was
be
in
peak.
season 2.
That might be peak rating for Topher right there.
Oh man.
Me and Topher are
What's up
champions.
next?
Oh,
Is that a
All
GameCube
right.
controller?
yeah, I
That
think
is.
so.
Yeah, that is
Yeah.
so sick. The 117
pretty
GameCube
nuts.
controller. So, okay,
We got
Tim,
Doom.
you're a mouse and keyboard phenom. What are you thinking? I mean, this looks like a mouse and keyboard player. Razer mouse, though? I mean, like,
I'm not a
is that
big fan of Razer. To be no offense to
Wait.
Razer.
No. Razer might sponsor us in the future, bro. You gotta.
Oh, sorry. I love Razer mice. Oh my word. No, I'm gonna be honest with you. I actually own a Razer mouse, but it's because it's like one of the newer ones. This is an older Razer mouse. I don't know. I don't like that mouse. I don't know. I think the controller right there sets him up for success. I don't see an Xbox controller, so it looks like he might be a mouse.
He plays with the GameCube. He plays with the
Rubik's
GameCube
Cube.
controller.
There's a Rubik's Cube.
Yeah, Rubik's Cube on the
It's
ground.
not complete, though.
The floor is kind of like, yeah, okay, first we gotta get a broom out, right? A little bit of a broom.
Yeah.
The Rubik's Cube's like almost complete. What is that?
Wait,
That's
I see a
sitting on the
Nerf
ground.
bullet. It's a Nerf bullet.
It's a Nerf bullet?
I think.
Dude, there's an
yeah.
HDMI just hanging out for the bottom of the desk. That's kind of sick. I like that.
Okay. We
got some energy drink tubs.
I think he just kicks things to the left, when he's playing. He just pushes things to there and he collects things under there.
I'm gonna say Onyx player. That's like a pretty decent setup. I think
I'm gonna say diamond. Mid diamond.
I'm gonna say diamond.
If he's not drinking that energy powder in the back, I'm gonna go Diamond 3. If he drinks the energy drink, I'm gonna go Onyx 1600. So I'm gonna say his average is somewhere in between, and I'm gonna go Diamond 6.
I like it. Let's see what
Right.
he can't see them.
It's
Oh,
platinum.
plaid. Oh, okay.
You need to start drinking more energy drinks.
It's because they're playing on mouse and keyboard. That's why.
Oh, you know what? That's it.
Yeah,
That's a good reason. Mhm.
Yeah. It's either that
exactly.
or they're playing with the GameCube controller. We get a quick
get
look
ready.
at the cams. I don't know. Last shot seems comfortable. What is that, cough drop? Frosty's having a good
awesome.
time.
They're
He's
also
talking to
comfortable.
L-Town? Who's behind him? Is that L-Town he's talking
I'm pretty
to?
sure it's and Heinz was there as well.
One thing about Shopify is they all look so comfortable up there, and you heard in the Frosty interview on the podcast that he has the camaraderie with his team inside and outside the game, and like you see that though, like it is very evident when they're like sitting by each other and talking to each other pre and post match.
You think these teams are balanced?
I don't know.
Because like on one side you got 3 MVPs and the
Yes.
guy that was considered like MVP performance last year, and then on the other side, they're all great, but none of them have been like, none of them have the MVP.
Future MVPs.
Well, I think having played a tactical shooter might give a team an edge, and considering Active gave some info on 2 of the players, then I feel like that might give that team the edge. But we'll see very soon. All right, what's this? Whose desk is this?
Oh,
Seems kind of
This is a TV.
It's
No, this is like a living
Survivor.
room.
Yeah,
It's a living room.
I'm actually curious what MS that TV is like response time wise, because that's important.
Well, it's
when
not,
he plays
it's
on
not
an
that
Xbox.
big. I mean, look at that Xbox. It's like it has
Yeah,
like
you're right.
32,
It's like a
32
monitor.
inches.
40 something.
It's like a
So it
big
could be
TV,
high.
a big monitor
So
slash.
it's a
play-
couch gamer.
Yeah, but playing on the Xbox, that's hard. Like I have no
Yeah.
idea if you get that job done.
Oh.
All right, everybody, it looks like they're about to begin the seek and deploy extraction. If you guys have never played an extraction or a tactical shooter, so it's single life round based. It's a best of 11. There's offense versus defense, and it'll alternate right after each game ends. And there's an economy system, which means there's a buy phase. And we've never seen anything like this in Halo before.
Oh, I am so excited about this. I think that this could be either really good or it could be really awkward. And of course, Tashi had pointed out that this is not going into the HCS. You can see them starting to buy. They have to start with 200 credits. So you have to kind of pick and choose what you're going with here.
Yeah, it's interesting. You see, this is so cool that you just like go and select. It's like menu into menu. Okay, selecting some frag grenades. I like that.
Very cool.
To get one away. Frosty's giggling. He has something up his sleeve already. You can tell just by the way
Yeah.
he's giggling at the start.
It's interesting, and like I was saying, like so Tashi said that this is not an HCS game type. This is going to be its own playlist, but they're going to play it by ear. If it's very competitive and people like it, then they'll turn it. Maybe it will join the HCS one day.
Want some wagers? Ooh, insta plant. Formal getting it down.
Okay, this is,
No one was checking.
yeah, that's a quick plant time too. This is an interesting corner to sit in. They kind of go for the trade regardless of what happens. At least
Yeah,
the
you
trade
just-
comes out.
They're just listening, right? That's the idea right here is you listen
Yep.
for the player to come into the corner. Frosty using that repulse nade combination, but 2 players are enough to get around that corner, get the kill, and get out.
Yeah, playing tight is going to be very important here. You know, utilizing that bait and switch. It's already 2 down for the blue side, so like this is going to be very tough to kind of retake here for the red side.
Yeah, they're just hunting them down. Look at that. That's a full wipe. That's surprising. I mean, they had it down early, right? All 4 of them stayed alive. It looks like they got a 50% boost on their econ because of it. That's a good one. Now we got to come up with team names for these guys, right? So like team MVP versus team. It's like, yeah, 3 MVPs on there, right? It's like team MVP for sure.
Yeah, we'll have to call them team MVP, and then the other side is
Team Trippy.
Goodness. Okay, sure. Yeah, team Trippy.
By FaZe's work.
I don't know. I think like they just kind of scroll through and like you have so you can see starting weapons, and then there was equipment, power equipment. So you can buy an overshield. Is that? I saw an overshield icon there. Am I crazy?
Can you pocket it?
Yeah.
Wait, if you could pocket it, yo.
That is kind of cool. I think that's really interesting because you're gonna mix things up, and I like that. I kind of like it.
It looks like Stellar chose a bulldog. I don't know if you noticed that.
Interesting. Oh, it said head to head. That's kind of cool. There was the beatdowns going on there too.
Everyone died in like 2 seconds there. That was insane.
Yeah, it's interesting because like I feel like this is really weird, but in Halo we have extra shields, right? And I did a little casting on Counter-Strike, and obviously like it's a very slow, methodical type game, and I felt like it would be slower for Halo because of the shields, but it's actually the rounds go much faster than Counter-Strike rounds, like much faster. That's kind of interesting.
So I wonder when the counter meta comes into play, because you could buy rockets, but you could also buy repulse. Like, and rockets are worth significantly more than repulse. Like somebody might waste all of their credits buying the rockets, and then that player spent maybe like 100 credits buying repulse, and they counter it immediately. Like, is it worth buying a repulse? Just the idea that your opponent might buy rockets with how important they are?
Yeah, that's a good question, and it's something to kind of think about as well, as like, can you see the other team's economy? Because that's kind of a big factor, right? Like knowing, okay, they have enough money for rockets, like we need to buy repulses. You know, I think that's something interesting that should be there. 2 dead for red side.
I think one good buy is Frosty with the Stalker. I mean, thinking about that, like, in my hands, I ain't doing nothing with it, but Frosty with the Stalker rifle, that's an immediate 3 down. Whew.
Yeah, in a situation like this is the only problem, is that the last player has no chance in a 1v3. And in a tactical shooter, the last player has a chance. You know what I mean?
Maybe you don't. Give me a nade, give me a bandit. Shoot, I'll take all of you on right now. Bring it on. Allie, you two, come on. 1v3. Tools, you're next.
Hey. You don't want none of this smoke, bro. I'm getting ready. I'm analyzing right now. I'm getting ready for the wager scene that's gonna come up from this. We're gonna start a whole new thing. I'm gonna be taking money every night from anyone that comes around, or I should say anything that they want to put up for grabs. I'm gonna be champ 1 in this playlist. I'm studying.
Wait, was that a weapon on the ground?
Rockets, I'm repulsing them immediately, bro.
You repulse rockets, I'm repulsing your snipe shot. You know what I'm saying?
Whoa.
How many credits is a kill?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
That's what I've been trying to figure out, because it does show on the screen as they kill, the credits go out. You can see.
Tim is so bad. He's like, how do I buy kills?
So he's got
how many credits I have to spend to put a kill?
It's like, dude, 2,000 credits get you an insta death. Get a kill box spawn.
I hope
that's a flex right there.
I hope Formal gets a kill here because he's got 50 credits. I just want to know how many credits is a kill here.
Yeah, do the math.
Oh, spotted.
Yeah.
That means that you can start planning what you're gonna buy next as you
right.
as you add up. You have the credits on your screen. You know what you can buy.
Good point.
Look at Lucid bought the skewer instead of the sniper, which I kind of like because you just need 1 kill, right? There's no respawn, so like you might as well make it the 1-shot tap.
Unless you miss.
And if you get credits for a kill and assist, if it's like a 3v1, I bet one good strategy would be if you have a guaranteed kill on that player, instead of killing them, put a couple of shots in, your teammate comes over to clean them up, so this way he gets credited for the assist, you get credited for the kill, as opposed to you just taking and winning the 1v1, and now only you get the economy for the kill. I would say it might be worth it to maybe strategize like that. We have stuff like that in hero shooters all the time, where they'll take damage on purpose just to have their healer heal them and then gain ultimate economy there.
Well, for the first time in a long time, we see a lot of smiles on the pros' faces. I guess that's a good thing.
Like I said, I don't know if this is gonna be ready for competitive, HCS. But what I do know is I can't wait to try it. It's gonna have its own ranked playlist. I'm actually down to grind this out and enjoy. But I never played a tactical shooter before. Oh, grab Bust might have almost put him on skates right there.
Double kill.
See, I think right there, that moment, sorry to interrupt, Aliak, that moment right there in the 1v1, like when there's 3 dead for each side, is going to be what makes this mode so good. That 1v1 moment where, it's tied up in rounds or whatever, and you clutch it out.
I'm curious to see how many power weapons a team can buy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It seems like
'Cause we
it
have-
seems pretty common. Like it doesn't take a lot to buy one. It feels like we're seeing it like
Yeah.
every round.
We have Frosty with a snipe, Renegade has a snipe.
Ali and Tim, with your experience with CS and Valorant, are you seeing any similarities whatsoever that might be worth pointing out, and maybe any viewers in the chat that have played these type of tactical shooters might be able to relate to?
For me, I just see a big difference in the time the game is played. These are ending really, really fast, and I'm not sure if this is just because it's their first time playing, and the more experience you have, the better you're at slowing the game down and controlling the game to your advantage. So I see that as the biggest difference on my end. But again, they're having fun, so
Yeah,
they got to play around.
I would agree. I think the speed of it doesn't make any sense, because when you talk about a tactical shooter, it's one shot, headshot, dead. And when the fights happen, they're very fast. But a lot of players in Counter-Strike will obviously like slow walk to positions. They'll kind of set up. They'll put smokes down.
You can
lot of
find
smokes,
credits
yeah.
on the map.
Oh, that's what that was.
Okay.
I thought he found 100 credits. I could be wrong.
No, that's
So you can
cool.
You can play for credits.
Hey, that's G8.
Cool.
Drop that. Bro, don't they know?
Shut up! There's no
Credits
G's in SD. What? There's no G's in SD.
Well, hey, he wouldn't have gotten that kill right there if he didn't break the GA. I mean, come on.
There's no GAs in SD. There's nothing to break.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna break some ankles.
30 seconds.
So each
that's
kill,
right.
I think, each kill is oh, never mind.
The QT's 900 credits.
I'm never picking
Stalker's
that up.
900. Heatwave's dude. Heatwave for 500 seems like a steal, no?
I've noticed that
say-
Lucid likes buying the plasma grenades and the repulse. I saw that.
I feel like spectator-wise, it's kind of hard to quickly glance at what they're doing. I wish it was a
Yeah.
little bigger.
Well, it's just like in like CS or Valorant, like you get to see the weapon like it's like you don't have
Yeah.
to see them buy it, right? It's like there's like a
You can
overlay.
see the loadout. Yeah.
Yeah,
Let's
that's gonna
talk
be one tough thing.
Let's talk about this. Obviously, I think this is very different than a tactical shooter. So let's talk about another genre that has, or another game that is similar to Halo, not truly similar, but Call of Duty, S&D, right? Like, how similar is this to S&D for those that have watched that? Have any of you watched S&D?
Yeah, I
a
mean
lot?
it feels really similar in the sense of like the speeds there. Like these gameplays are happening pretty fast. Like I think it's like pretty dang similar to Call of Duty, except for obviously like even with the power weapons, right? It's like everyone kind of has their own loadout. Is like the way to think about it.
Very interesting.
Double kill.
I could see the Informal bringing some experience there from Call of Duty into this.
Yeah.
A lot of shotguns so far, but
I was gonna say the weapons are the only thing that, like, let's say just hypothetically this does go to HCS one day because it's so popular or successful or competitive, whatever. I think a lot of the weapons and stuff would have to be adjusted, like what is allowed, what isn't, kind of thing.
Are
and
you
maybe more
calling for
expensive.
GAs before the game modes come out? The game mode's not even out.
hey,
You're literally
Tashi, notepad, please. I got some notes.
Before the game mode even
Guys,
comes out.
Is that 2 overshields?
You gotta have
It's
balance.
in 8 minutes of gameplay.
You gotta
two
have
overshields?
balance. Wait, where?
I saw on the see it's so hard to identify, but I saw 2 overshield icons on his
gotcha.
loadout bar. So
It doesn't seem like he has one pocketed, so I don't see
Right.
overshield for anyone. I do see a shroud screen on last shot's hit. Wonder if they're gonna use that. I hope the shroud screen's like super cheap. I haven't seen the price of it, but I would almost like it if like I feel like you should almost default spawn with the shroud. Is that crazy? Be like you get like 1 free shroud.
Smokes.
Yeah, like keep the smokes.
Will we see
they-
one ways and like when the
Dude, it's a one way. That's crazy.
well, you know,
What do-
Frosty has played a ton of Valorant. I do know that. Even Formal's played a lot of Valorant too. So
Yep.
show me some runway. Show me with some one ways.
I think we should take this moment to explain to anybody that doesn't know what a one-way smoke is. When the smoke came out, I noticed that on none of the games in ranked, no people were not using the smoke like that. Anybody who had Valorant or CS experience would have tried to use it that way. So
Yeah, it's
letting
still,
you guys.
it's still not used that way, and I think like I don't want to like maybe the pro players just don't think it's very effective, but I think like having lineups for the shroud screen is like so valuable. Like they obviously use it on certain things, like you'll see it used on a power up or you'll see it used on like a cross on recharge, but I still think there's so many opportunities for the use of that, and I've thought the same thing since its
Halo,
first
yeah.
release. Yeah.
So one thing to note though, team MVP is 1 round away from winning right here. I've also noticed that a lot of shotgun use from the red squad from team MVP. It's like
One thing
Bulldog.
I was gonna say one thing I noticed is Frosty, Last Shot, and Formal either bought 1 thrust or I think Formal bought multiple thrust actually.
Wow.
That was what says a lot of players are elected to go with that thrust.
Very defensive now.
Big kill by
Good
Oh, you
grapple
can kill somebody and pick
shotgun.
up their weapons. Okay, I didn't know it was gonna be like Fiesta where you couldn't pick up like some of the weapons, or you could. So
I almost
you could.
prefer that, right? But you have to be able to drop weapon if you like buy for your teammates. So
Never mind.
Oh,
Stellar
that
does
makes
not
sense. Makes
look
sense. Makes
happy
sense.
there.
Stellar really wanted to clutch there. You could tell that he was not happy that he didn't win that round. That's funny.
They're
They're already
competitive.
getting into it. Yeah, they're
Yeah.
already getting really into it.
So
You guys
our-
say
our
this is a show match, but yeah, this is some bragging rights on the line, man.
Yeah.
You're competitive. You know how it is, man. Play me a tic-tac-toe right now. I'm going hard. I'm talking trash, bro.
So apparently our producer says if you buy extra, it's supposed to fall to your teammates. So you can kind of buy for your teammates like in other games as well.
Let's see if they do it.
Okay.
It seems like everyone like there's no like one standout person right now. Like Legends 8 and 4, but like no one has like a crazy amount of kills to like have like a surplus in econ. It seems. Okay.
Let me see some smoke, please.
Yeah, that's one thing I've been surprised. Not a lot of shrouds like to go through. I feel like those shroud screens would have been useful to like at least entry. Dude, it's shock. I think we gotta get rid of the bulldog.
Yeah. What do you mean? What do you mean? Why are you gonna G8 things so early, Jules? What do you mean?
Dude, I'm just calling it right now. Dude, I've seen so many bulldogs in the kill feed.
But with the shotgun in play, will that start having players on the enemy team start playing slower because they have to respect the shotgun around the corner? Would that cause them to maybe start? Would that cause the gameplay to slow
maybe
down?
you gotta
or
make
no?
like a worse shotgun. You know, like a shotgun Evo that's like terrible. It's like
a shotgun Evo.
imagine. Yo, did Legend
1v2?
buy back in? I think Legend bought back in.
1v1, Trippy Legend.
Oh no, he didn't. He was 8 and 4 to start this.
I plan on dying a lot, so the buybacks. Who gets that? Who gets that? They both got
feed.
around, I think.
No. It's whoever shows up first on the kill feed.
Well, it could also be like a tactic.
That Trippy's
like
bad.
if you had
Trippy's
bomb
bad.
down, or if you had
That's true.
not bomb, extraction. What do you call the extraction device?
Seek.
Is it a bomb?
Extractor?
Extractor.
Extractor. It's extraction.
What'd you say, Tim?
I doesn't say seed.
Dude, I was crazy. The fact that y'all went back to back with that was wild work.
Oh man. What do you guys think?
I want them to play another one.
Yeah, I want to see more.
That's not it, is it?
No, I want to see more, but I'm just curious on the initial thoughts. I don't know. I'm indifferent.
Well, this is very early look at this game mode. You know, like they're obviously showing us what they've got so far. I'm really excited to give it a shot myself because what we see on this screen is not exactly what we feel when we play. So I could see this being extremely fun. What I see so far is extremely fast gameplay and them trying to figure out what is the best weapon for them to use. And I think they're done here.
Yeah, it looks like they're done. What my big note, and I think this would help the game a lot, is I think this is a game type where observing is going to be crucial, and you will need multiple observers and you will need free cam observing, because it's just so hard to tell what exactly is happening from first person POV that you're gonna need a lot of those 3P cams and like entry. Like you need a camera up high to like see the entry happen. And then swap to the player. Like it's going to take like a lot more coordination, multiple observers. But I think if you can handle, like if someone can figure out like the observing flow for this, I think it could be really, really entertaining to watch. But I think right now with having, just swapping between player POVs, it's just like it's too hard to track exactly what's happening all across the map. But I do think that there's something there, and I think I think if you talk to these players after, I think they're gonna say they kind of enjoyed it.
For me, I think that there has to be a limit on a lot of things. I say you wipe everything and start fresh and add things one by one and see how they go. Like for instance, right, a shroud screen, being able to buy a shroud screen but not being able to buy those close range weapons would make executing on a site very, very important and very difficult, right? Because you have to kind of line those up, you have to kind of prepare, and like as the games get a little bit harder, you'll see these players play a lot slower because they don't want to get caught out from angles, etc. So yeah, I think there's a lot there. To judge it early is just it just makes no sense. We saw one game, so if
I don't want to play.
If there's any judgment, then you know what I mean. Like you can't judge off of one little game. Yeah.
I'm curious if this game mode would also work if the lives were like SWAT. That would be no shields, I'm curious how much that would affect the gameplay. I mean, it would be more like Valorant and CS, but it would also make the game slower because you cannot die.
Yeah.
So just an idea that floated in my head. But yeah, first looks. I mean, it looks like I would have given it a shot,
Yeah.
But wasn't as exciting as the rest of the game modes we're used to.
It might be too late to implement something like this, but like I'm also wondering, and granted, I'm along with some of the people, like maybe shotguns need to be removed, and we need to play around with this, especially as its own ranked playlist. But I wonder if it's too late to like. It takes 5 shots to kill someone with a bandit. Like, what if everybody had damage boost? What if it was like a 3-shot bandit? Like, if I was saying, like, if everybody had damage boost, that would make the TTK so much faster. And then on top of that, give you an opportunity to maybe play a 1v2. Like, obviously, you're still at a disadvantage, but it's harder to the headshot than anything else. So maybe you get that 3-shot before the enemy hits the head. I'm not sure. I'm sorry, Tim. You're about to roast me. I can tell.
I am not. Actually, I'm going to be honest with you. When you started that sentence, I was like, oh gosh, Tony, what are you talking about? And then as you explained it was beautiful. You're absolutely right. You make the TTK faster. Number one, you make players play a lot slower. Number two, yes, SWAT? you can make sure that those individual fights and those wins can happen. So I think it's a good idea. Well, SWAT's only one shot.
But
they just want Breakout, Aliak. So this was a thing in Halo 5. It was called Breakout. It was exactly what they're talking about right now.
Breakout was
I really
shields,
enjoyed
wasn't
Breakout.
it?
No. Breakout was like it was like half shields. It was 3 shots with the pistol.
Okay.
It was like exactly what Tony's talking about, which I think was great. Like Breakout, Halo 5, like because of that reason that we're talking about, you want that fast entry kill, like they're talking about. But I'm like almost with Aliak there, where it's like you're almost making it SWAT. Like I think we can make it work with 100% shields.
Yeah, I know there's people that absolutely love SWAT, and this would be a perfect game mode for people that dedicate their lives to that game mode, and we could have it. I think we could. What?
No, I think you're on point. Like, what if we did make a SWAT variation of it? I think this would be a fire SWAT playlist. Like, if you made 1-shot kill, wrap around the corner, because then like the sandbox doesn't play as much of an impact anymore. Way more focused on like the shrouds, the entries. Like, I'd almost be like, that'd be a banger if we're talking about like SWAT S&D. So I think that would be a blast.
for that, I could see players using their shroud and doing one ways because you have to protect yourself and line of sight as much as possible. So there's no need to use a shroud if you just got shields and you can recover.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm a big fan of tactical shooters, so like I love the clutch moments. Like just imagine it's last round, it's a 1v1. Like that for me, that can erupt an arena. You know, that's cool. Like that's what I like. How do we make that happen in Halo? We just got to keep trying, I guess. But maybe this is something. You know, I'm excited to see where it goes from here.
Well, I know where I want to go. We're going to go rate some gaming setups. Well, we're going to guess people's ranks based on their gaming setup. And last time we looked at this very colorful living room couch setup, but we didn't rate it. We didn't guess the rank. So I'm going to say because it's a couch setup, I'm going to say it's a platinum player. It's a couch setup, you know.
I'm gonna agree with you. I'm gonna have to say like a high platinum, like platinum 4 or 5.
I think it'd be so tough to get like higher ranks on the Xbox. I know that it's possible and lots of people do it, but the difference between PC and Xbox is pretty big. I'd say plat.
All right.
I mean, I want to say mid diamond. And I also want to point out that like there was a lot of games that he had. So like, how do you sit here and be an Onyx player in Halo Infinite, and then you're also playing all these other games as well? And then I also said on the right hand side, I thought what could have looked like a PC. I don't know. On the right hand side, whatever that is on the right, I don't know if it's a speaker. Maybe that could be a PC. I don't know. Maybe it has the Xbox to watch Netflix and like the PCs. I don't know. But I'm gonna go mid. I'm gonna go mid diamond. Mid diamond.
All right, let's see what chat says, and then we'll reveal. Let's see. Chat says wood 5, copper 3. These are great guesses, everybody. Wet cardboard 2, spectator 5.
Great guesses, everybody.
Look, yeah, I'm sure you guys will guess this one. All right, let's. Oh, I see current arena.
Oh wait, no.
Arena.
I can metagame it. I can metagame it because of that. So their peak arena is going to be Onyx. Their current arena is going to be Diamond. That's what all
season one.
That's what all yeah, season 1 players that got Onyx, they always do
Onyx.
this.
But you said platinum. You said no.
I know, but
That's me.
I'm saying I'm metagaming it. I'm metagaming it because I saw them do current and peak. The only people that do current peak are the season 1 Onyx players.
I
for sure.
agree with you because I'm really proud of my Diamond 4 from year 1, okay?
Yeah.
I always say, so I was Diamond 4 year 1. But currently I don't play as much, so. All right, let's go ahead and reveal the Diamond 1.
What? Ready, peak. Oh,
Diamond 2.
okay.
That's props. They're close to their peak. That's actually super cool.
It was a good guess though, but Diamond on couch, I feel like if they got themselves a setup, they might get Onyx.
Whoa.
This
Why are you
dedication.
laughing? Why are you laughing?
I'm just like,
Is this your
this is
setup,
like a
Hector?
dresser. they got clothes in the King's Hawaiian box.
Listen, man. I had to stream out of a closet for so long. I finally came out of that closet, and now I stream in an office, okay? And I feel great about it. Don't make fun of this man.
I'm not making fun. I just think this is like you said, it's a gamer setup. This is like look at that mouse
This is a
space that he
student.
has.
This is a college student setup, I feel.
I just love that
you
they
know?
have a bunch of clothes. They have a King's Hawaiian box, which is like you get it from like Costco or something, and then they put like all their dirty clothes in it, which is so sick.
I like the mouse. The mouse pad's great because it's what do they call it? It's good for your wrist. So smart play.
I just
on
like
that. Like a gel wrist
okay,
thing.
good call.
At this point, it's
yeah.
like, why are you just like not using the trackpad? it's like you have so little mouse space. It's like you might as well just use the trackpad, no?
Because they're
Look, I
control
have very
players.
little mouse space on my setup as well. So hey, look, you gotta do what you gotta do. All right.
Well, the
Here,
screen
I'm
is small. You don't have to move the mouse that much, you know? It's a small screen. You just move the mouse a little bit, and then you're on the other side.
I put a poll in chat so chat could vote, and everyone
like
is
it.
saying Onyx. They're saying this guy's basically a pro, is what they're saying.
I mean, he's dedicated. You know, he's gonna do whatever it takes to make sure that he games.
Have you ever
What
seen that
controller is
controller?
this,
I have never seen that.
Looks comfortable.
You don't
Wait, is
got
that the
to, bro.
airflow?
That's a budget
Tim, you're
controller
saying-
right there. For he's just trying to do what he can, and no matter what, he's still an Onyx.
Nah,
he's
look
he's saying if I had better equipment, I would be pro, bro.
I think this guy's Onyx.
Look at the keyboard.
This person is Onyx. Why? Dedication.
I'm gonna
Okay.
say I'm gonna say gold.
Gold? No, I'm gonna go Onyx.
Listen,
with
if I
Aliak.
was gold and I had this setup, I would just quit and play other games. I'd be a PvE player. Come on.
I'll say, look at the
I don't think we're supposed to
keyboard.
roast them, Ellie.
They don't have an S key, so that's the teammate I want. They always push them forward. No S key on the keyboard. Onyx level player.
All right, did everybody see their guesses?
Give me Plat too, but soon you will be Onyx. You're gonna be Onyx, trust me.
All right, chat. Realistically, chat says Onyx. All right. Okay, Onyx was voted on the Twitch chat. I said Onyx as well. Tools, did you say?
Onyx. I'm all
Onyx?
That
All right,
controller
all right.
has so much slow turn.
Let's reveal who got it right. It's a platinum. Okay, Eli was correct. I saw Eli in the chat said that setup caps you. That laptop
I
caps you.
said platinum
The
too.
controller-
Oh,
the
wait, hold on,
controller
I said
caps
plat
you.
too.
Yeah,
The
Tony was on
controller.
point. Tony's banging that. He's a
I said plat. What's 1008? That's platinum 1, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, so I was off fire. I was off fire rank.
Platinum
This
one.
setup looks sick.
Oh,
Look at that fashion though.
Dude, they're training
Like,
their grip. They got, oh my.
They went on their game and they were like, I'm gonna show off my fashion too. Like, look at those cosmetics, guys.
nah,
always
actually,
wanted
speakers, like how they sound. And they're like, instead of headphones, I've never used speakers like that before.
They got headphones down below, right? That's like hanging down there.
He don't
True,
use
yeah.
them though.
Yeah, it doesn't look like he uses them. How much?
Immersed in the experience.
This guy's just making beats. Like, he's got a TV, but this is a nice setup. The only thing I'll say,
Yeah, it's clean.
and I'm gonna lock it in right now. This is a gold level player.
Whoa.
Is the Xbox Series S? That's what they're playing on. And I don't even think you get 120 frames on that. I cannot find a world where you get higher than like plat or gold on an Xbox Series S. That seems
Good
impossible.
call. It's a good call.
I'm thinking about it.
I love the wide variety of ranks we have. For a long time there, I thought Tools at Gold 3 was the lowest player I've ever seen, but there's levels everywhere. Everyone
But
plays
I'd be winning down there, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm kind of a gunner.
I feel like this person used to play a lot of Halo before, and now that Halo Infinite is here, they love Halo. They probably don't have that much time to play ranked, but they love it and they do the best they can. But they don't grind it as much, They're like they got real life stuff to do. Like maybe they're a DJ or something. Look at all those speakers. I think my guess is gonna be like a high gold plat. What plat?
Louis, if you can hear me, can we zoom in next to that Corvette right there? Is that lip balm? I think if that's the chapstick I think it is. Hold
Then
on,
he's
bro.
high rank or what?
Hold on. Oh, hold
It's a
on.
Burt's
Hold on.
Bees.
Hold on. Yeah,
The
that's the
beeswax?
chapstick I think it is. Yo, that's Onyx. Onyx 1800. Onyx 1800. If you take care of your lips, that means you take care of your body. He's training his wrists as well. Forearms are on point. He's looking good. He's feeling good. He game good. Onyx 1800.
All right. What does chat say? Did we get a poll for this one?
Yeah, they said gold plat. It was tied gold, plat.
Okay. I'll go with gold. I'll go with gold.
Nah, you guys are way off.
All right. Everybody ready? All right. Let's reveal.
see it.
Oh, Tony.
Oh.
Wow, Tony. Really?
Oh, rank snipes. You can't be doing
rank
that.
snipe.
No.
Fake
It's
rank.
It's
Fake
ranked. It's
rank.
ranked. Nah.
It's not.
It's
It's
ranked.
not.
It's ranked. It don't matter. It's
This
ranked.
matters.
We
Can
don't
you-
discriminate
wait, hold
here
on.
on
Can-
competitive
I
Halo.
just-
Can you
I
get ranked
discriminate against
1800
rank
snipes right
sniper
now?
kids.
Can you get ranked 1800 snipes right now? No, you
Yes.
can't. Oh my God, no, you can't. You
Tony-
get obliterated, bro.
I play eights
I know
every
it.
week. I play eights again
Okay.
every week against the top ranked and the second top ranked sniper players in the playlist.
Okay, but my question is, why did they
But you don't
not
beat
add
them
their
in
arena? They,
But you don't beat them in
they
sniper.
refused.
Maybe they
There
don't
are
like
players that are god tier at snipers, and they're terrible with the bandit. Like absolutely
Yeah, it's true,
terrible.
it's
Yo,
true.
trust me, bro. Rank snipers it actually takes crazy skill to rank up. Just like Arena, there's SWAT players that don't play Arena either, and they're god tier. Like I promise you, bro.
I'm gonna say
I don't know.
they put 1,800 ranked snipers, and then they didn't put their gamer tag there. They didn't want people to go look it up. I'm gonna say low Onyx. Low Onyx is probably like what I would guess.
I'm gonna say diamond, and that's why they play rank snipes.
With
I
that
think-
chapstick, bro,
I
you can
don't-
do anything.
I don't think we discriminate here on competitive Halo, okay? Ranked Snipers is competitive, which means it belongs on competitive Halo, right? So I accept it. It's good to, for me, it's good. Is he? He
It's
wasn't
hard.
on an MK though, so he's sniping on that controller. I'll give him that.
All right, well, FaZe Clan versus Space Station Gaming. What we're about to watch is the Elimination Finals. And this is where somebody gets to go home, literally, because they're playing on LAN in Texas for the Kaysan showdown here. Let's talk about this series, guys.
Oh man, this is okay. So I'm gonna be honest, like I'm not biased whatsoever, but I'm one of those people that said that SSG would come through and they would have that land buff, and so far I've been proven that is not the case right now. Against FaZe though, I think that this is a little bit different. I think this is going to be a very good match. I hope it goes to 5 games. I hope we get a best of 5 here, or a game 5 here. And I think these guys are capable of doing it. There are times where they come together. They're on that flow and they're on that timing together, and they look phenomenal. And there are just other times where they're disjointed, and that is more often than when they're in flow. And that just has to come together with time. And, a lot of these players, obviously brand new on this roster, it's going to take them time. We'll see if they're capable.
Well, something we saw if we use the online tournaments as a base, we did see Space Station Gaming always have a really rocky start, and then as the tournament progressed, it almost seemed like they woke up, or they found where they needed to be. And Active, you said they're going up against FaZe, so this should be a really good match. But Tools, do we see a more awake Space Station Gaming?
I think this is the tale that's going to be important. SSG just had a miserable series against Rebellion, and FaZe, although they didn't win against OpTic, you can see that their players weren't necessarily playing bad, right? They were able to keep their KDs up. They're playing well. So for me, it's like, yeah, both these teams are down in the lower side, but FaZe has been playing much better. So for me, this is going to be a really, really tough task for SSG, but an important series that they need to prove that they can compete on LAN. Going down 0-6 on their first appearance on LAN, I think would be detrimental.
100%.
We're watching the Elimination Finals, FaZe versus Space Station Gaming. Take it away.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see if Space Station can make something happen here. It's the very first LAN that is a prelude to, of course, what is coming in Arlington. And right off the bat, it's 3 down for SSG. A very quick 3 down. Not a good way to start this match off, Tools.
Nah, this is almost perfect from FaZe. And what did we notice was Penguin's route. He was immediately into their base, getting ready to pull flag, and well, yeah, Mexico side doesn't matter when you have such dominant control on the map. I mean, only 1 kill so far from Space Station. We're already almost a minute in with a flag capture.
This is beautiful by FaZe. Like you said, 1 minute, they've got a flag cap. They've also gotten a couple slays to allow the pressure on the map once again. And it's Trippy with this snipe in his hands and just anticipating a push from SSG, and that push is coming fast, and there's actually 3 down for the moment for FaZe Clan.
That's great coordination from Space Station. They had pressure up on the pistol. Snakebite slithered underneath to get a different lane and basically gave no escape to those players. It allows Space Station to pull out the flag, but what's most important is the players in the back swing through to this tower in order to block the spawns and to run a very efficient flag that Eco will take up the rest of the way. That's almost perfect from Space Station, bouncing back from a very tough start.
An incredible answer back. They've also maintained control of the nest side, their nest side, and they've gotten 3 dead once again. This is a chance for them to take that top center control and to push off the spawns coming in the back base.
Eco back up high and working with his team. This is what's impressive is SSG didn't give up much space on that flag being pulled back. They're playing 3v4 on the opposing side and still winning those gunfights. Overshield the next target. Eco standing strong top mid, trying to get away with this.
This is beautiful by Eco. Staying alive here. They get 3 dead once again, and now he's got the opportunity to get this pull. Snakebite does. Penguin's down to no shields. This overshield's going to be impactful on this ramp where, you know, looking for that overextension is FaZe Clan, but it's Eco that understands that that overextension will go through the tunnel. He gets the killing spree for himself. That flag is continuing forward, but it's only 1 dead right now for FaZe.
The only player to worry about is Suppress, and Eco clearly knows where that player is. They'll have eyes, and 3 different lanes are going to be shooting back, trying to take down Donnie.
Yeah, Ecos has to get a couple kills here, and so far he's missed a couple shots. Finally going to get taken out by the player top center. That flag's still down. It's about halfway through the return. Stellar with a massive kill, but Falcade stepping on top of it. He's going to get the return just in time.
And remember, Space Station had everything. They had him contained. Only 1 player was able to break out. Suppress was last alive, and because he stayed alive, it provided opportunity for FaZe to get off spawn, get back, and eventually work a return. That should have been a guaranteed capture for Space Station. Instead, we're looking at -1 on the stat sheet. Those are brutal mistakes that can come to haunt you.
And now another mistake is allowing Suppress to get his hands on his own snipe because of the pressure that was lifted off their shoulders by FaZe Clan. It's Suppress who now has control of his nest side. The push is still on for Space Station Gaming. You can see the aggression towards the top center and 2 kills that go in their favor, but Suppress has to hit a couple of shots. He hits the first one. Eco's got to scurry away. If he doesn't, he's going to be the next target, and he is immediately. And here comes the flag running on through. Snakebite somehow sneaks it on.
And Suppress able to find that ammo up at the top. He's got plenty more to work with the sniper. And with the overshield coming up, this should be an opportunity for FaZe to find the stop.
Suppress is looking for that stop right now, but Snakebite's done a great job to cover himself as he runs that flag to their nest side. Suppress is the big player to kill here, though. He's going to be down to no shields. Trippy goes in. He's going to get the double kill, and he will secure this return. 4 dead.
And with that, that's FaZe getting it right back into the opportunity to pull once again. They're going to look for another round of slays. Overslay, the name of the game.
Penguin's looking for that. 2 spawners come out toward the back of base. He has to hit the shot. He does. Many more players spawning, though. He understands the task here, that he has to be aggressive. Not aware of Eco, though. He spots him. Eco takes him down. Does that stop this flag cap? It's Lucid that has to do all he can here to put damage in, making himself a threat. So much damage, max damage output before he dies.
Yeah, with that, I mean, Eco got that first kill and immediately hit a route to gain space. And you can see that space being realized on the other side of the map. Space Station not only focused on this return, but are trying to set up a counter opportunity. This is a dangerous moment for FaZe. If they go 3 down, you're going to see the other players across the map activate and try to get a pull of their own.
So far, they are 2 dead, so that 3 dead not happening just yet, but Lucid making it difficult for him to be taken out. Ends up staying alive and rerouting. That reroute is perfect as he gets falcated on the twist, but now he's going to overextend, and this is what you want him to do. This side of the map very empty, and he'll be able to take as much space as he wants, but the spawns are coming out into nest, so he has to be afraid of that overextension from FaZe Clan.
And once Falcon had spawned over in that sniper tower, that's a lot of information for FaZe to be thinking, hey, there's probably pressure coming in on our left side, but just because you know where that pressure is coming from doesn't mean you're guaranteed to deal with it. Space Station, 3 players, 3 lanes, 3 kills. It's a flagpole for Lucid and potentially a second flag capture.
And I love that right there. There's still a player towards that nest side, but Lucid trusts his teammates in order to get that slay. He forces the spawns on the back of base once again, and that flag will be out. And it's Snakebite on the top center doing as much damage as absolutely possible here. can't seem to find the kill. Finally, they do. Do they feel comfortable enough to run this flag? It's about a quarter of the way left before it gets returned, and Snakebite understands the mission, goes in to get the touch, and he'll continue this flag run with 2 dead for FaZe.
Lucid was the first player to die when he went down running that flag, but he was able to respawn and get back towards his teammates. His reward was having the sniper that spawned in their base, and because of that, he's hitting
Double
shots
kill.
once again. Double for Lucid, and they have 2 players flanking either side of FaZe's base, ready to cause chaos.
I love to see this out of Lucid. It was me and Tony in the green room talking about the lack of firepower potentially on this roster, but we know Lucid and Stellar to be those slayers that are needed here. Eve Snakebite's having a really solid game as well. If Lucid can continue to chain kills, this will be really big for SSG. Already the lead 2-1. If they can maintain this, it will obviously turn into that win, but there's still a lot of time left on that clock. 4 minutes left.
FaZe, remember, their first flag capture came in the first 30 seconds of this game. They really haven't been able to generate much offense since, instead having to react to what Space Station's doing. With them being in this position, ready to push down into this base, these next few kills could be crucial.
They'll get it on the top center. Very exposed position. Eco goes for a pull here. A bit aggressive. It is 3 down now for SSG. Him being that aggressive might be a cause for concern for this flagpole, which is getting tossed towards that main ramp. The question on everyone's mind is, where are these spawns happening? And right now, because the spawns were in line of sight of Trippy, he has to back up, and he's going to give up a lot here.
It's letting these players get forward, but trying to reap the rewards. I love that that little tech that we see. He goes in with the punch, switches to that pistol. When your pistol's out, you're able to punch faster than your opponent. Lets him get back in, get those kills, and although FaZe have been able to, start winning these gunfights, we haven't necessarily seen the movement up on the map. It almost feels as if FaZe is being a bit tepid at points on trying to get past this doorway in particular.
Well, the doorway right there was the overshield player that they tried to use to force it, but it was Snakebite that ended up getting 2 melees on that OS, and that's going to allow that to no longer be a factor. The double team once again happens at the back of base. It's Penguin who's caught out this time. And now you see it, staggered players, 1 by 1, suppressed now in a 1v1 of his own, and that's what it's kind of been. It's been a bit disjointed here for FaZe in this moment.
We notice FaZe, a lot of the time, they are in this spot ready to attack, but they haven't been able to facilitate much more than that. With Suppressed knowing that Snakebite got away, he's going to try to travel back towards the sniper, but Snakebite living and eventually getting that kill is going to be a crucial piece for Space Station. They got FaZe 3 down, and, well, this is dangerous.
Yeah, it was a great job by Snakebite, by the way, right there, raising the elevation on his Spartan while Suppress was falling to just make it that much more difficult to track. And now he's got the sniper, putting the business on the spawning players of FaZe, but is he aware? Does he have the timing? And he puts 2 body shots into both. This is the Snakebite we know and love here. 16 and 11 thus far. It's Penguin who continues to push, and it's 3 dead for FaZe.
And Snakebite just needs to live with that 3 down. They might not necessarily be able just to keep this flag moving, right, when you see that return, but they can certainly keep this pressure up in base, and eventually FaZe is going to succumb if they're not able to deal with this pressure. I mean, look, 3 players are just trying to handle a war zone right now, but FaZe, I mean, surprisingly, with 3 players taking damage from 3 different areas, we're able to not only work out, but stay alive, and with Overshield up, FaZe has the better position.
But look at them. They were holding hands the entire time. Snakebite does get that damage on the person going for OS. It will be an assist, so OS still maybe top center here, but there's a flag return once again as Lucid takes that top center control. And there's the OS. It's scooped up. That's a massive bit of damage by Snakebite right there. And an assist by another player to make sure SSG secures this overshield. But what use will it be? It's already down to about 15% left. You'll get a kill, and that'll be 2 down. This will be a huge kill if Lucid's able to close this one out onto Trippy, his former teammate, and he does just that.
Lucid, one of the most comfortable players with this weapon in his hands. You saw Commando just rip them apart. 2 alive for FaZe. I don't know if they can get the angle necessary to Snakebite. Instead, it might be an overextension angle that FaZe will have to work through. And I don't, even then, what, you have 1 player that can potentially stop this flag run?
It's just different energy and aura to these guys in this game. It's just beautiful to see out of SSG. FaZe, once again, just been a bit slower, like you had mentioned, and it's coming to bite him, but still, the slays are not enough. The flag returns once again, and SSG find themselves in a situation where they were so close. And both times we said, are they going to get this return, or how could they even allow this flag to be returned? But both times that flag gets returned by FaZe.
30 seconds
Goes in the back, just damage down. And they just need 20 seconds, right? If they get this return, that's basically it for FaZe.
Eco. 15 seconds is all he has to stall. That overshield won't be a factor. These two snipers won't be a factor as long as that flag is not pulled.
That's it.
Here is
Four
the
down.
other kill, and there it is. Like you said, 4 dead. All players spawning in the back of their base. SSG put the first series score on the board.
Possession was the name of the game that series, that game one. What we saw from Space Station wasn't necessarily efficiency of getting that flag home, but efficiency in taking space on the map. FaZe had to fight tooth and nail just to get forward and try to have opportunities to attack. When they did, they weren't able to quite secure control of the other side. Space Station, on the other hand, were able to dominate on 2 lanes, the top platform and the sniper hut. It kept FaZe contained in their back base, and once those snipers came up, it was like fuel to the fire. There just wasn't any ability to move out.
And taking a look at the slays there, I mean, SSG started to really become a slay-heavy team, and I truly think it was just due to FaZe kind of, again, being disjointed and isolated across the map. And there was one section where we saw, I think it was like 3 1v1s out of that FaZe roster, and it's not generally something that we see often out of them, especially at the very start of this game. It was beauty how quickly they got that flag cap. In the first 30 seconds, that flag was put in, and it was just a clean 3 dead, 4 dead, and just concise. And that's exactly what we'd expect out of FaZe. But SSG came out, recovered, they got those possessions, they made sure to convert a couple of them, and because of that, we went to time, and SSG gets the win.
Honestly, a lot of flagpoles from SSG, but only 2 that needed to go home. I think the dual sniper, this is where things started to get out of hand. We really didn't see control for FaZe much more after that point in the game. A couple good opportunities for them to get into the base, but nothing that was sustained. And I think that was the big difference, right? SSG was sustaining themselves on the other side. Remember how that second flag capture happened? They pulled up, Lucid pulled out the flag. He got it almost all the way to the 50-yard line, and then he was taken down. What's so impressive about how SSG was able to continue that flag run was Lucid goes into a 10-second respawn screen, comes off respawn, grabs the sniper from his own side, and then brings it back into play before that flag is back on its way. That means Space Station was controlling FaZe Clan's base despite being down numbers. And that battle of attrition is usually a huge one that favors the team that is defending their base. But SSG was able to overcome that and get their second flag capture.
It's so good to see Lucid be comfortable in that situation, of course, in the back of their nest, right, in that 1v1 that he ended up winning. And then, of course, the 1v1 against Trippy right shortly after that, I think was a big factor for them to keep that nest control. And now we go on to Recharge Slayer, where things get a bit more mixy. But again, it is great to be here to watch these teams as a prelude to Arlington play this game on LAN. I am sure everybody that was invited to this LAN feels grateful and is having a good time. This game, as we talk about very often, beautiful in the LAN environment. And on Recharge, it's going to be a little bit of the same. You're starting to see this Space Station Gaming roster come together. Of course, that very first series that we watched, not the best series. Obviously, they've had struggles with Shopify Rebellion before. We saw it in the last tournament. They started to put some pressure on Shopify in that lower bracket, but once again, it wasn't enough then. Maybe it'll be enough now. And again, very excited and very grateful, Tools, that these guys get to play on LAN before Arlington, because that just means we're going to see a much better Arlington than we would have seen before. I think playing on LAN this early is so important to get those reps in.
During the early weeks of competition, we saw Trippy really leading this team. He's had a fantastic stat sheet for his roster. I'd like to see him step up in particular as we go into this Slayer. Big game Trip's going to be needed.
We've seen him come alive many events, many a time when it mattered the most. But this time we're gonna hop on board with Snakebite. And this is a player that you know, talking about firepower on the team of Space Station Gaming, it is a player that can fill all roles, whatever role is needed. And firepower is one of those roles that is needed out of Snakebite. I don't doubt that he rises to the occasion. But it's a 2-0 lead so far for FaZe.
Taking on the one-on-one, and that's elusive. That is scary. Him versus his old teammate right there. The former Green Wall duo just clashing, and Lucid clearly winning that gunfight, setting the tone of what's to come.
You mentioned it. It's actually very important. I know these pros will constantly say, "Oh, it's nothing." You know, we're not teammates anymore. We were for years, but I guarantee there was a thought in Trippy's head right there, as Penguin answers back with his own perfect, and now Suppress has the shock in his hands. 3 down for SSG, and look how fast Suppress pushes in.
Yeah, Suppress saw that 2 down. He reads numbers advantage, and he pushed out. It can be risky, and Stellar threw a dot of a nade. Remember, that nade landed in Suppress's face, and he must have thrown that all the way from C plat. But look at the ramifications of that kill. It was only 2 sniper shots Suppress was able to use. Stellar now has essentially a full sniper to work with, and well, give Stellar a snipe, he's bound to hit a shot.
Yeah, Stellar on land is a different man, and so far we haven't seen 100% of what he's capable of, but I have no doubt that we'll see it. Suppress comes back for his shock rifle as Space Station go 2 down, and he'll have a second shot at it, but there's a couple players from SSG that are stuck inside the pipes. It's Stellar actually down to no shield. Snakebite gets zone kill, but is traded out immediately there, and still it's FaZe who hold the lead.
Eco might have just gotten away with being wide out in the open. Suppress sniper shot just did not do the damage necessary, and because of that, SSG is going to be able to have 4 players alive.
Wow, I mean, I love that challenge out of Suppress, but that was risky, let me tell you. 2 players pushing on the long haul. He's able to do so much damage when he's one shot, and look at that. It alleviates enough pressure for Penguin to get this camo.
Penguin has plenty of time and room to work with. Kevin Eco Smith spotted him, but Penguin just hit better shots.
And he almost dies by the nade, but it barely touches him. So he's able to live to see another 10 seconds of life. He's gonna continue to push, but SSG stuck on that back hydro side. It's a double push out of FaZe with Penguin on the back, just putting shots in. Stellar reads this though, and he's gonna cut the line, but a bit too hard, and he'll go down.
But that one in textbook. That's textbook from FaZe. The way that they collapsed in on those 2 players, recognizing the split spawns, they took advantage of the 2 players isolated on the other side of the map. All 4 players from FaZe were cutting them apart, and the lead grows to 8.
Yeah, speaking of isolated, you see Penguin here isolated on the glass side. He understands and trusts his teammates on that cross, and he's just being a pest here on the pipes. Look at him, baiting him into his teammates. The shots come out, and once again, Penguin is living to see another minute of time, and this is just beautiful play out of Penguin, completely controlling the glass.
FaZe played clean. You can see it, right? The distraction that Penguin's playing there. His only role is just to buy time for his team, and even then, like, he hasn't moved really up on the map at all. It's a lot of his team playing around him, as he's been the pivot foot that they've been really working around. This has been impressive from FaZe. How clean. They're really not giving mistakes for SSG to capitalize on.
And you see for such a long period of time there, Penguin had a really good pulse on the timing of the game, right? He would stall, he would stand still at moments, and for so long, he was able to completely pick apart FaZe with the help of his teammates. And now FaZe, because of that, end up with a 10-kill lead. They do go 3 down though, and it's gonna be Falcated on your screen now, trying to pick up the pieces here. He gets 1, but still the 10-kill lead remains.
The double-digit lead, Falcade feels really comfortable there, pushing out despite being the last alive. His only role is to find a trade. He does that, it's a positive EV. It's expected value for FaZe, and so far, FaZe, they're gonna potentially just slow it down a little bit, right? The only thing you have to do is play for trades. You see numbers, you have a numbers advantage, play fast, try to get those kills. You don't, try to bait SSG into you, and so far they've just had control. This big L that you see on the map with Suppress being the bottom end of it and his teammate all the way at gold being the other side.
Yeah, it's curious to see how Space Station Gaming break through this. You see Stellar is the forward player on the long haul side. He's on Sneaky, waiting for something. He got a kill. Snakebite was able to get kills onto Falcated, and now you see that Suppressed has to push forward, but he does get shot in the back here. Lucid's playing a weird angle. This is gonna be a big win, but he gets 2v1'd once again. It is FaZe in the 2v1 situation, constantly baiting and switching.
Suppress is dancing in the middle of the map, staying alive for, I think, much longer than any one person anticipated. But all those value, right? That staying alive for just a little bit longer puts players into awkward positions and allows them to clean it up. FaZe, I mean, to be honest, they've been playing a very awkward game, or I should say they've been setting up an awkward game for Space Station to play against. And because of it, it's been easy to find these trades. Did you just see that prediction from Falcated? Oh boy, they blocked everything. They knew where that last spawner is, and what that tells them is, hey, there's 3 players that don't have help from across the map. Let's go fly at them.
Process of elimination. Falcated able to read that completely, and now because of those 2 kills onto Space Station Gaming, he's got the camo to use here. 3 players on that A side, and this is where Falcated can really put the nail in the coffin and tie this series up at 1. This play is what counts the most. And you can see no pinch coming out just yet, but he knows all he has to do is damage. The shields regen, and as they do, he'll push in. Lucid gets one though somehow. Space Station are playing this wall of defense perfectly. Eco gets another kill. Falcated down to no shields. It's trades back and forth, but Space Station go 4 down.
You see how calm it looks on FaZe's side versus how hectic it is on Space Station. It's Tempo that's making the play. SSG, they just can't move forward. They're being met at every point, every angle, death after death. What was 10 has spiraled to just about 20 kills. The difference.
And just one more slay, it'll be a steak dinner unless Space Station can answer back with their own. And it's Falcated making sure that steak is on the menu tonight. That shock rifle's up, but he is spotted. And it is Stellar who comes in, denies the steak, which is all he wanted to do in that situation. But it is FaZe who tie the series at 1.
Stellar, that's inconsequential to the game finish, but it gets him out of that steak dinner for a while. Tempo was the name of the game for FaZe. They were constantly able to apply pressure and keep SSG back. They really were never able to play forward. I think we go back and look at that back A push where all 4 players of SSG were stuck at the elevator A area. We're not able to push up, and FaZe, Falcated in particular, played it so well from the front line. You know, the biggest mistake you can make when you're collapsing in on a team is dying early. Instead, he stays alive, puts down damage, and waits for his team to get ready and to make that push. He knows that SSG can't play forward because of their situation, took complete advantage of it, and every player on FaZe was feasting.
Someone who's really feasting. I mean, I gotta love it. 16-7. I mean, this is just, he's had a great tournament all day long so far. I witnessed, I believe, a 40 kill game on the cast earlier, and he hasn't stopped. Suppress is one of those players who I think is and has always been underrated, and I think he's respected, but I just think, you know, he's one of those players that can really, he's the X factor in my opinion, and he has those standout matches. This and today in general being a couple of them. As you can see, the start by Lucid right here, and that's got to build a bit of confidence. Again, you're playing and you're shooting against your previous teammate of so many years. It's gotta be something in your mental that says, oh, you know, gives you a little bit of confidence and says you made the right choice. But as of right now, we're tied at 1, and both teams vying for that spot, right? Vying for that next position. Aquarius Bomb is the map we come up to next.
This is the first time that we're going to see Bomb on land, correct? I don't think we've seen it in the previous series. So I'm very excited to see how these players kind of handle that pressure that's going to be seen. So far, I mean, FaZe, when it comes to the slays, they've been in the advantage. I think slays are going to be super important for Aquarius Bomb. The other part of the equation, right, is possession. So it's like we saw a very slay heavy team in game 2 from FaZe. We saw a very possession heavy team from Space Station in game 1. So to me, this is like almost perfectly balanced. We're going to see a brawl, a heavyweight fight in game 3.
Yeah, like I said, I think this is, I would assume this goes to 5. When it comes to LAN and online, something that's really interesting that a lot of people don't know if they've never played LAN is the game feels very different. It is beautiful. It is where Halo Infinite, I mean, it is the best state Halo Infinite is. As a foundational game, the game is perfect on LAN. It just is. And, you know, of course, if you've ever played online and on LAN, you will know it plays very differently. The shots feel different. I can't really explain how, but I just want to like stress that this is great for these 4 teams, right? Because they're going to be able to kind of get used to that once again. It's been a long break, Tools. We haven't been on LAN, or these guys haven't been on LAN in a long time. So I think this is great for them. And there's still a bit of an adjustment period for all these players because of how different it feels.
Yeah, LAN's a different beast, and that's where Space Station's usually a team that comes out and rises up to that expectation. Remember, when we look at the rosters that have assembled in this top 4, and we just look at achievement only between these players, I mean, Space Station has the accolades to go behind it. You have Snakebite, a 3-time world champion. You have world champs in Eco, Stellar, and Lucid, right? And you have MVPs performances from seasons past from all these players. Even when you look at Snakebite, he was in the conversation for MVP last year. Yeah, the accolades are there. It's been a bit surprising that we haven't seen the team sort of live up to what their reputation is. LAN's the opportunity to change that narrative.
I truly think it just becomes they have the team that had the most impact in terms of the team changes. I feel like, you know, you've got a duo on the side of Shopify Rebellion. You've got a duo on the side of OpTic Gaming. Obviously, you've got a duo here, but there's also 2 players that split from their duos. So it's just really interesting. It's an interesting dynamic. I personally think it'll just take a bit more time. And I agree with you. LAN is where they can showcase that, and this practice is invaluable for these guys, obviously, for all of these teams. But I'm excited, like you said, to see Aquarius, Neutral Bomb. This is one of the game types I actually don't mind at all. I think Aquarius Bomb plays really well, personally, and I'm excited to see how this pans out. Of course, that top center control is going to be very prevalent here, as it always is on Aquarius. And sometimes you'll even see players play the opposite base, you know, but you got to be careful. Obviously, if you don't know the location of that bomb, it's time to play slow, because there's obviously a camo on the map, so things can get a bit sneaky. There's no sneaky in this player, though. It's suppressed, the first player. We're going to get to witness here as he takes top P control with Trippy right to his left side.
Suppressed coming back, trying to take that fight, and if that doesn't tell you the type of player Suppressed is right away, he'll get used to it. He's never going to back down from a gunfight. This is a man that's very, very confident in his bandit ability.
Stellar, this camo utilized well so far. A clean little back smack there. Does get called out, though. Has to wait for that camo to make him invisible once again. That's a beautiful nade. Oh my lord, that's so clean. A nade on the pillar. You learn something new if you've never seen that before. A beautiful way to take out a player just sitting behind that pillar. And Stellar, he'll stay alive. He'll get 3 with that camo. That's value.
So far, we've seen that multiple times now from Stellar, throwing absolute dots with his grenades. Clearly something that he has practiced and fine-tuned coming into this tournament.
And it's continuous pressure here. Both teams back and forth trades, but you see aggression a bit more on the side of FaZe's base. That bomb in the hands of FaZe right now, though. And Snakebite, that because of that, is going to have to double back here. That threat sensor, so good to clean up that kill potentially. No one really in position. Lucid will find a way through, though, and he does. That's a big cleanup kill, but the trades are going in FaZe's favor. It's 4 dead for Space Station Gaming. I'm sorry, 3 dead for a moment.
With that, Trippy has a decision to make. He's going to wait for that help to come, but they're going to make this play through the util. It's going to be an all-out fight. If they can find the first couple slays on Space Station, then FaZe can make that base their own.
They're making it so difficult. They're just sitting in the back of base. They take out the player on the top center, though. It's 3 down for FaZe. Make that 4 down. Beautiful defensive work by Space Station Gaming.
Look how decisive Snakebite is with moving that bomb up. They fly it all the way to the half line, getting ready for another round of slays. Love the noob combo. Oh my, that is an alley-oop from across the map. And Stellar has been feasting early in this game. Triple positive at 9 and 3.
He's got another camo to work with as well. This is just beautiful out of the side of SSG. It's 3 down for FaZe, and the bomb is starting to arm. Penguin finds himself with the death screen once again. Space Station put the first score on the board as Stellar continues to aggress.
That's his takeover level from Stellar at the moment. He is capitalizing on every opportunity. Snakebite and Stellar in particular having that combination. I think all 7 of those assists might just be Stellar's.
You'll love to see it. This is when we know SSG can essentially come alive. They have so many good moments like this. It's just putting those pieces together. Suppress gonna find himself down to no shields, and he'll have to stay alive towards the bottom center, but there are 2 players in that util side, and with Lucid getting that first kill on Defalcated, it makes stepping around a bit too difficult here. Suppress goes down as well, but they get the trade. Space Station go 2 dead.
Into the base. Eco's gonna get right behind them all, but with that bomb, it's about to reset. Space Station not going to be able to get that grab. They'll instead probably have to just vacate the base of FaZe, having to play for that mid-map control once again.
And now FaZe is playing their base, so it's once again that flip-flop on the base control. Beautiful shots there. We see the land come into play right there out of Eco. You almost saw him win that fight decisively against Penguin. But you see it's again FaZe in the base of SSG. A massive win by Lucid. He'll get taken out pretty quickly. It'll be FaZe 2 down though, which means this aggression gonna be a bit more difficult. And don't forget that camo spawns in 2 seconds as well.
Penguin, what a shot down to absolute. 1 bullet would have gotten the kill. Instead, he's able to keep control of Space Station's base. The one-on-one, we saw Penguin play so well in the isolation before. He's able to find 5 before he's taken down, and it's starting to look like a new FaZe clan, especially with camo starting to enter their hands. The first time they've been able to have the power up.
We'll see how they use it though. We've seen a lot of value out of Stellar's camos and even a first cap for SSG, but SSG have been extremely solid on the defensive hold in the back of their base. Will that reign true here right now, though? No, it will not. Beautiful shots by Eco. He's gonna get his shields back. It's a 1v1, and they're gonna take out Suppressed as well. Another clean hold by SSG, but here comes Penguin. A bit of a different factor. Again, though, SSG stands strong.
That's crucial. They're able to get that bomb out, and remember, Lucid's like really the only player alive to do so quick and decisive. It's a very interesting place. Remember, if you don't drop the ball, they don't know where you are. He just stays top mid and reveals himself right at the perfect opportunity to get the kill. There's no one watching the middle lane. What a rotation from Lucid. He isolated, he saw the lane that wasn't being watched, cut through it. They're right in, they're ready to plant.
Now Lucid has to get slays with his teammate inside the base though. This is where the problem lies. It's Falcated against Eco. The trades come out. The push from Snakebite a little bit later, and he'll take out a kill with Stellar here. Stellar cleanly, and Snakebite cleanly get the kills. 3 down for FaZe. Where are the spawns happening? It looks like they make the jump. This is difficult. The staggered spawns by FaZe, and they continue to push their base off a spawn.
With that, camouflage is going to be coming up in 10 seconds. These next few slays can really determine a lot. Lucid, is there anyone to stop him?
He's drawing attention to himself. They're top center. They push in. That's going to alleviate a bit of pressure and maybe allow this camo to be picked up. There it is. Is it going to get burnt, though? Yes, Snakebite will fall. The camo is burnt. A bit of a fumble on the ball carry. That gives SSG a bit more time off of their spawn, but that ball will just stay bottom car, and with that bomb being down, it is location known by the side of SSG as well. And you see now, it's SSG moving that bomb up.
Suppress able to win his fight, and now the last 2 players of Space Station are trapped in their base. FaZe has an opportunity to move this, but this has been their struggle, is finding the kills in this specific spot.
It's because of SSG's defense. It's so strong. Once again, look at the angles they're holding here. Stellar gets another kill. It's a 2-for-1 trade so far. Trippy's been a big factor though, sitting on the top center, just pelting shots into the base of SSG.
Bomb take.
But now he finds a way to get in. A bit lost on the timing though, and Stellar will catch him out. And Stellar, like you said, has been a menace in this game. 19 and 12, but he's not missing.
By just trying to hop up and dodge all the nades that were to come, but it's just too much from FaZe. And look at FaZe, they have all 3 lanes occupied. A player at P tower, they're over at util. That bomb is moving up. They should be able to spawn trap them at the fridge. This is the ideal situation. Do not let this opportunity slip away.
Yeah, this should be a cap here for FaZe, unless the nades decide to do crazy things. Penguin, there it is. It is armed. That was a bit scary though, I'm not gonna lie. You talk about the defense of Space Station Gaming, but they did it even off their spawn.
That was great work from FaZe though. They were able to handle the pressure at Space Station. I mean, Space Station just about played it perfect too. That's just how dominant FaZe's control was in that moment. And look at this, back it up. They're trying to take care of their own base first before they move that any further.
There's the first kill that goes in. It's 2 down for each side. A 2v2 on the map with camo up is not the situation you want to be in if you're either one of these teams. Lucid though, that's the late jump that'll make him a difficult kill as Suppress tries to regain here towards top center. And because of camo still sitting on that top center platform, it's Suppress just trying to get the shields back, but also trying to provide value. It's overwhelming though out of SSG. He will go down, and Camo will or should be scooped up by Snakebite, and it is 3 down for FaZe.
That's an important moment for Snakebite to maybe start getting that kill engine rolling. He's got plenty of assists. Let's make it 14. You ever get an assist to a player that gets a noob combo kill? Because that's what Snakebite just did. He's at 15 assists, but this camo, let's try to get a couple more, hit that double-digit kill range. He'll do just that.
Great push right here. Falcon, it goes down first. You see the shots by Lucid. That's another trade. Snakebite going to utilize his camo to push forward instead of getting this bomb plant. Is that the right decision, though? It is 2 down, cleans up 1, 3 dead. Only 1 player to deal with here. The double beatdown should be good, but he only needs 1 smack, and that'll give SSG the 2-1 lead.
Yeah, they got a little bit too close. Snakebite bit right on in. That was a fantastic life from him, straight down to the assist that he was getting the movement with the camo, and even at the end when he's holding that ball, notice how forward he was, right? You have an advantage on the beatdowns. He wasn't letting any player get away with that kill there. That was just about perfect, but as we speak, look at this. FaZe are just hammering through the middle of the map. This is a lot of pressure that Trippy's applying in the back base, but there's no one else to follow him up. He's the lone survivor.
FaZe's aggression is unrelenting. It's beautiful to see, and they continue to get the slays in SSG's base. If they can just find that breakthrough, they'll get it through. They'll get that bomb in and plant it. They've already done it once. You see that aggression once again, but it's just disjointed. I mentioned this earlier. It's happening again where 1 player goes in, then another player shortly after trying to clean up the damage. Still enough time on this clock, but finally FaZe find a way through. They find a couple of kills as well. The nades are coming in, but it looks like Falcon is not going to have any sort of resistance, and because of that, FaZe quickly tie it up 2-2.
When FaZe gets these captures, it's because of how dominant their map position is. At both times where they've gotten that bomb to detonate, Space Station really had no chances of stopping it. They're heavily relying on their slays before that bomb gets into the base and to take control of every bit of space that SSG will give them.
You talked about Snakebite's assist, but look at Penguin, 18, 17, and 17. Some great damage done out of him, and I just love this positioning too. Sitting on the util side, making it so uncomfortable for SSG to get out of their base, but SSG answer back quickly. It's 3 down right away, and the last player alive is Suppressed. He's on the top of B. This should be a clean. Wait, this blocks the spawns, I think. I think the other 2 players spawn on the util side. They've got to be careful of that, but no, it's the bomb pushed up all the way towards the util of FaZe. And Snakebite's going to be the one pushed forward here with the rest of FaZe spawning in the back base.
Snakebite just played that perfect. The way he pushed up on the map, he's really facilitating a lot of this pressure for SSG. And they're going to wait for FaZe to make a mistake. Stellar, he's up top. Oh, boy. They are playing with fire.
Lucid gets the kill. There comes the push now. They've got that first kill. They've got their advantage. Now the push commences. 2 go down, 3 go down. Trippy, the last player alive. Lucid all the while gonna be arming. The jump up's happening from Trippy. The beatdown goes through. Surprise the last player. He tosses it out. The spawns come out on the fridge. FaZe just saved that bomb plant.
How? Space Station had everyone. It was just Trippy that was alive. He was one shot. They knew they had to jump up from the window. No one blocked the util side. FaZe got a lucky spawn out, and we're able to stop. What seems guaranteed.
4 dead once again, though, and this is a chance here. As overtime comes out for Lucid to try and get this bomb inside a base, but as of right now,
oh no,
no way to enter in. Snakebite has to get a couple kills. Penguin's down to no shields. He has to run, and Snakebite can use his camo to sneak on through, but he needs a little bit of help. 10 seconds. There's the pick. There's the pick. He's looking for it. There's no way he lives. Snakebite ends up going down. Camo not utilized. Overtime has commenced.
3 minutes to get this bomb in. And remember, folks, you'll see the game restart if we are not, we do not see a detonation in these next couple of minutes. They are getting what they need. It is slay after slay. They are on the opposing side. There's just no one to push that bomb up, and Lucid is keeping them unchecked. But he finally goes down. That might just open the floodgates for FaZe to start pushing this bomb forward.
Eco gets the trade, though, and now Eco tries to put damage into Falcated. Like you said, that bomb's not moving, though. It's just stuck on the car one side. Space Station Gaming get those util spawns, and because of that, they'll feel nice and comfortable throwing as many nades as possible. The reset coming in 2 seconds for this bomb. There is the reset, so it will reset bottom center, and it will still be SSG stuck in their util.
Hey, look at something. Lucid, Trippy, these two former teammates trying to do their best against each other. Their stats, you might as well call them identical at the moment. Both these players putting it all out in this important moment, but Suppress being so forward on the map, they are really trying to just keep control of Space Station's base. 1:45. Can FaZe make it happen?
Speaking of important, I'm not sure who got the camo up there or if it was burned, but looks like a lot of pressure towards top center. Wow, Stellar scoops it up. This is the most important camo of the game. There's only 1:30 left.
He's trying to stay alive. Their emphasis on try. I don't think there was anything he could do. It was 3 different players from across the map pelting him with lead.
FaZe has just been so good on the aggressive side of the map in the base of SSG. If FaZe had gotten that camo, it really could have turned things around and allowed them a bit of an easier entrance in. And when it goes down, though, bomb is still inching forward. But Space Station Gaming with 2 down sense a bit of a timing to close in here, and they'll find that timing. It's Lucid who gets the first kill, going towards the P side. This is a great pinch. They're not expecting him to come from this side. He has to hit the shots, though. He hits a couple, but they turn to him quickly, and he goes down.
It's just Space Station didn't quite have their timings down, but they're still able to recover. Snakebite last in.
This is it.
Cannot win the one-on-one. Woo! 40 seconds, FaZe.
Oh,
Start
man.
moving that bomb.
Back and forth it goes constantly. That was a tough 1v1 to win. FaZe clutch it up once again. And that bomb ends up on the P1 side. Lucid was the first to fall, but he's already spawned up. The problem is lots of players going down here for SSG, and I say that. And that teamwork once again shines through for this SSG roster. It's been back and forth for both of these teams. 14 seconds left, and we'll go to a reset.
Yeah, this one's about to be called a wash. It looks like we're going to be resetting this back to first, and my, was it back and forth between these two teams. But the thing that was notable was how different the bomb arms were for both sides. Space Station, they were able to sustain a fight through the base while arming bombs. So they were quick and decisive to move it into position. Whereas FaZe, they very much depended on their overslays, getting control of their base completely, being able to force one specific spawn and to pinpoint all the damage to that single point. It worked fine for both sides, but neither able to get past that threshold to win in this first game.
Look at the assists out of SSG here. Something I want to point out, and obviously you see the KDA there, but just beautiful, right? You talk about maybe when it comes to SSG, we've got 2 pretty solid slayers, but I would say they could all slay, right? But when you're talking about like true individual power, maybe lacking a little bit, possibly. They make it up for it with assists, and it's like that's what I think SSG needs to do. On the other end of things, FaZe, very successful on the aggression. It's just closing out that aggression, right? Tools like being able to get those slays in the base was their difficulty, and you saw it all game long.
It's been so interesting to go through these stats and see what the parallels are for both sides. The two that I noticed the most, though, Trippy and Lucid. 30 kills to 31. The deaths about the same. The assists are there. And when we go look at what it's been like in these last 3 weeks in competition, Trippy had the big advantage when it came to the KD, but look at how even it was between these two in stats. Like, these guys are doing it all for their team. And although Trippy has the advantage in KD, I mean, look at everything else, Tim. The damage dealt per life, these guys are just about neck and neck. You separate the duos and they are just performing for their teams. These guys are really repping out.
You separated Halo soulmates here, apparently. That's by decimals at this point. That's actually insane. And yeah, I 100% agree. I think that, and I think there's that mental there too. I truly believe deep down that there is that mental there between these two. You said it earlier in the cast about how they're both taking this game very, very seriously, and I agree. You made a huge change. You shook things up. You know, if you're Lucid, you ended up leaving Trippy to go to SSG. And yeah, I wouldn't say there's bad blood there. That's definitely not the case, but there's a little bit of, there's some thought processes, I guess you could say, going on in that situation. And as of right now, both these teams neck and neck. I want to talk solely about what their strengths are, though. I truly think when it comes to strengths, it is very, you know, FaZe aggression and SSG defensive. With SSG being defensive, it works out for them on a game like Aquarius Bomb, because essentially you can just fully put a wall up on your base, right? But maybe not so strong on other game types.
Yeah, it's the bomb game type is what's so interesting because of exactly what you're talking about, right? Almost a free flow of the map itself. The other aspect that I think is important to talk about is the fact that we're not playing a full game, right? It's just going to be that first point that matters. And how often have we seen teams come out with a very organized strat? Think back to the flag game that we saw that FaZe lost 1-3, but their first flag came in the first 45 seconds of that game. This is where those early practices, right? The start is going to matter. If you have a perfect breakout, are able to get camouflage, move that bomb up, and control the base, well, you don't really have to worry about the rest of the game. It's just the first that matters.
This beginning strat is everything in this reset. First point wins. It will not be a full reset, ladies and gentlemen. We will go to first point wins and we will come out with a victor, but it all happens right here at the very start. What will go on? What kills will go through? And right now it's a trade in the feed, all ready to start.
Snakebite giving a lot of respect to that thruster there, but no one from FaZe ended up even finding that pressure. Instead, it'll be free for him. Just came at the cost of 2 nades.
I love this rebound too. Suppress was just reading him like a book, but somehow Snakebite stays alive. Somehow he slithers and gets his shields back. Once again, though, look at the aggression from FaZe. Already inside SSG's util. This is the spot to control here, and they've got that camo to use in order to penetrate the defense, but they've got to do it quickly.
Well, they completely gave up the P side of the map in order to get this camouflage. And I think it's working out for them. They just took down their last 2 players. Snakebite and Eco going down to the respawn are really going to isolate. Oh, Trippy, you might have camouflage, but I think they know where you're at.
That is the counter to the camo right there. The threat sensor used by Stellar to make sure that camo is off the board. Trades again. It's 3 down for FaZe now.
With that, right? Just get control. You want to get as forward as possible. First slay is always important. And Snakebite, look at him crouching down. It's slithering time.
2 players cut the middle of the map, though. They're in the front of FaZe's base, while 2 players are in the back of the base. Actually, 1 player actually stayed on that P side. That's Trippy on the fridge, just kind of crossing.
I want to poke him with a stick. Like, do something. Come on, let's go.
Yeah, he has to, because Stellar's right there, and Stellar's like, you got to move or I'm going to come and take you out. And he does. The first kill goes in the kill feed. Stellar just got a double. This opens things up. It's going to allow Snakebite in, but he's hesitant right now. He knows there's pressure in the back of base. Multiple players from FaZe. Their defensive hold is strong, but is it strong enough? It's 3 down. Last player's falcated, and the last player once again throws the bomb out of the base and makes it difficult for SSG.
That's a crucial play. There's so much that was going on within that play that was crucial to Falcate getting that bomb out. Remember how slow Snakebite is to push in. That's because they have that firing squad ready to take him down. But because of the timing, he splits out the last 2 spawners. One spawns in the back base ready to help with the initial push. The next spawner spawns in the util ready to stop the bomb, but Space Station never lost control. It's another arm attempt.
This is crazy. Look at this. The arm attempt is happening. And all the while, look at Stellar. He's 10-3 to start this reset off. The man's popping off when they need him the most. Look at this, Lucid utilizing Snakebite in the corner there. The teamwork is phenomenal out of this roster. FaZe continue to pile in, and Lucid with the beatdown isn't gonna be enough. Snakebite finishes the arm, and SSG take game number 3.
Endless Congo line of players, but they weren't quite able to stop the detonation. And we saw completely different bomb plays from both sides. They stuck to their strategy, and Space Stations was able to get them that third. Once again, it's about getting into that base early, working the slays together while trying to arm the bomb. It didn't work the first time because of that split spawn situation we talked about, but it certainly worked the second time. Once they're able to get that player deep into the corner, that's when it made the big difference. Stellar was with that camouflage getting in. I love this pressure that he flies out towards the front, but it was here throughout the game where we just saw bomb arm after bomb arm, and I love the difference in styles we saw from both sides.
Tools, I mean, you're gonna call me biased here. I know you are. I can already hear it in your mind, but they're starting to synergize. We believe, a lot of people believed in this roster. A lot of people knew this was a phenomenal roster on paper, and they knew it could be a phenomenal roster with time. And we're starting to see them connect in this sort of way, and you saw it multiple times, but the big one for me was Lucid and Snakebite in the back of FaZe's space. Snakebite sitting in the corner, understands the spawns are going to come from the P side door. He just plays his life perfectly and allows Lucid to get through.
We're going back, we're seeing these crucial moments that happen throughout the game, and FaZe really played until that final bell, and it was a lot of it was trying to handle SSG in their own base, and that might have been their downfall. When they're able to get into SSG's side and control, they were able to find those detonations, but they were so often having to play perfect to try to back these players out. And right here, this is important. Snakebite in that back corner is the big difference, right? Because they're all trying to come in through that back base. Look at how weak they are as they try to approach Lucid. Him just being in that back, getting those extra bullets of damage made all of the difference. Even here, right, he forces a tough place for Lucid where he's going to go down in this gunfight to turning into a trade, which then allows Snakebite to get up, put that final second in, and get the arm. Just really fantastic positional play by Snakebite at the end.
Well, if you thought that was a bit of a long game, but, you know, obviously a very entertaining game, we're going to go to Oddball on Live Fire now, which is going to be the real true test. And we talked about how this could go to a game 5 many times and maybe manifested it even, but at the same time, who doesn't want a game 5 of Halo? It's Live Fire Oddball up next. And Stellar, I hate to say it because I think people have forgotten about this man. Stellar with the snipe on land, and that's the key word, on land. This man is scary and definitely a player I'm looking to see on the side of FaZe. Who are you kind of focusing on in terms of players here to make an impact? Obviously a team effort, but I'm curious.
I mean, we've been talking about big game Trip all throughout this game. I think I'd love to see him keep stepping up to that position once again, but look at this, right? The stats between the two top slayers for these rosters during the first few weeks. And you see it, Trippy's been having that big advantage. This is going to be the big question to me if his Stellar shows that land buff, right? He's usually just a different animal on land.
Definitely a showcase, man. It's Beautiful to see. As you can see, Elamite in the back there. On the left side, ladies and gentlemen, if you look on the left side, we've got Tusk coaching that FaZe clan. So very interesting to see that. It's cool to see how things are shifting. And again, unsure how the roster lock or the exact date of the roster lock, but curious to see if things kind of shift after this LAN. I truly think that LAN is an environment where you can really it's the true test. This right here is the true test. Everyone kind of, you know, already got their bearings. They've warmed up on LAN. I'm sure they did some bit of scrim here and there on LAN yesterday night or this morning. Regardless, I think this is the true test where everyone can see, okay, are we gelling or are we not? And maybe changes need to be made. But as of right now, I'm both these teams as evenly matched as we could get as we go into this live fire game.
I was watching some other esports and seeing how players prepare themselves on LAN, and I was thinking to myself, if I was a coach, how would I get my players ready? And then I saw a coach pull out smelling salts and threw it to all of his teammates on the line, and they took a whiff, and boy oh boy did they look locked in. You know, I didn't see any out here today, but let's change the meta. You know what I'm saying?
I thought you were gonna put your head in a bucket of ice.
No. You see, that's a new trend, right? That might be the next thing to do. But here we go. Finally, game 4 on our screen.
And it's Stellar, the snipe. I talked about this right before the match started, and I did not expect him to hit his teammate. But at the end of the day, you gotta do what you gotta do. I said he'd hit some shots on LAN, and he's hit 2 already. This is beautiful start by Stellar, looking locked in. As you were mentioning, if there's one person with eyes peeled, it's this man on your screen.
Stellar is such a fun player to watch because he's all instinct, right? His reaction is always perfect in these situations. So now notice how he flicks up with his sniper shot and is able to hit kill after kill, and he's always going to have damage. Such fast, decisive movements and button pressing with his controller. That really is one of those like unrivaled players when it comes to hitting some crazy snipe shot.
As you can see, Suppress has the camo, and you're wondering, why is he just sitting here? Well, there was a player that went down on the roster. It was Penguin, the first one to go down, and because Penguin went down, the rest of the pieces fall as well. And now Eco has a chance to scoop up this oddball and get some time for SSG.
I love how Eco plays that. He's slow with that ball. He's checking that doorway. They don't really know where FaZe is coming from yet. He's giving himself an option to rotate left and right. Snakebite just gave him the info. The push is coming from screens. Now Eco has the ability to rotate this to a more safe position to fight with his teammates.
You can see the FaZe push once again, but it is from both sides, from both angles. Eco, do it to him, Eco, do it to him. Gonna miss a couple shots, won't connect on the kill. And it's a couple of kills by Trippy. Big game Trip, the man you mentioned previous to this match, is starting to pop off.
Yeah, FaZe with that couple of kills. Trippy getting a couple down with him when he shouldn't have is going to allow FaZe to at least grab this ball and to put it into an open position to fight for.
You've got a lot of players to fight for, though, for that ball control, and you see double of them, 2 of them. On that Nest side, it's Valkated, having to put some damage in, having to stay alive on the back of Nest. He at least gets a little bit of damage in, but no, not enough. Snakebite cleans up 2. The rotation for the ball goes back tower.
And FaZe doesn't have any pressure to apply immediately towards this left side, so this should be a good chunk of time for the oddball carrier. The only reprieve for FaZe here is that they had multiple ready at the turbine, preventing Space Station from getting away with camouflage. So although time is starting to stack up for SSG, Suppress can create a little chaos of his own.
This camo, I was a little worried when I saw Trippy go down there, and you can see it's a melted camo instantly.
I mean, you can see it in Suppress eyes. He wasn't expecting to get gunned like that, and we are seeing some crazy one-on-one gunfights to start this game. New sniper up. Who gets to it first?
Listen, I'm telling you, Tools, this means a lot more than people think for these guys. It is a true statement, and Last Shot said it earlier on the interview. It is a moment where you prove the doubters wrong, and I guarantee SSG are trying to do that. FaZe are trying to do that. You can see SSG with a slight lead here. 20 seconds and counting for FaZe, and the spawns from SSG come out on the B side. Suppressed has the snipe to change the tide of the battle, but two players get through the bottom, and somehow he's traded out, and somehow that snipe goes down, but Penguin answers back immediately onto one, looking for another on a snakebite, but snakebite won't go down that easy.
No, I mean, it's just eventual, and sometimes it's actually beneficial for the team for you to go down early. Now snakebite, because he lived but eventually got down, they're just going to be able to keep them back for a little bit. What do we see over there? Did we just see Stellar pick up a snipe on the... Yeah, that's what we saw. Yeah, don't let this guy do that, because he hit shots.
Oh, it was, I'm telling you right now, that was lining up, and it was lining up quick. That nade was perfect timing by Suppress, and because of that, he'll see another life here. Another couple minutes. He picks up snipe now, and this is no man to doubt with this weapon either. Another one that can truly pop off. Look how FaZe are set up for the push from SSG. That was clinical. 3 down SSG already.
And Suppress gonna try to hit that quick rotation with ball. At least able to get it to Trippy to hit that rotation, but Space Station gonna be able to call Eric Rona at that doorway. Sniper on the grounds.
Trippy, he wants that sniper, but Lucid picked it up. You'll hit the body shot, clean it up with a quick headshot with the bandit, and because of that, feels a bit more comfortable here on A. And this is a perfect position to be with Camo coming up in 3 seconds, but the spawns for FaZe happening on B.
There we go, Camo for snakebite, and this is an opportunity for Space Station to really start to run away with this oddball. If they find these first couple slays, they have already the setup they want. Stellar, but Stellar has been incredible this entire series. 12-9 to start this game. It's a race between him and Trippy for the slays.
Oh my gosh, and Lucid tried to go for it too. You see the frustration in his face. I love these player cams. We truly get to see the emotion come through for all of these players. Suppressed having to deal with his own battles here towards the bottom of tower.
Enemy has the ball.
That snipe's coming up very shortly too. FaZe continuing to get ball time here, and they're about 5 seconds away from tying this up, but they do go 3 dead for a moment, and they end up resetting the ball in perfect time, and now they have to fight for it again. That play ball was very solid out of FaZe.
Perfect timing from Stellar. He's not only going to find himself a sniper, but a kill to go with it.
Uh-oh. I told you to watch out for this man. The double's clean, and he gets away with his life. The repulse towards the top of tower. He'll stay alive for a moment.
Yeah, don't peek your head. Keep it all on watch. Unfortunately,
that means
FaZe, they don't have many options, though. They're running out of time. It's only 12 seconds until they win this round.
Stellar looking. Falcated's the next target, but he ends up ducking away. There was a player on Nest. That player ends up skedaddling. He goes through the elbow, a bit too aggressive though. Stellar ready for it every single time, and now Stellar trying to take a 1-on-3, but what can you do? FaZe, they're just too strong in numbers.
Oh, lots of time for Space Station to work with. Don't panic. Make sure you try to get those first couple slays, but with snakebite going down so early compared to where the rest of the team is, it's a great opportunity for FaZe Clan to make the difference up.
Penguin doesn't hit teammates. He waits. He waits for the angle on the enemy player, then pulls the trigger. Penguin. Another kill for him. Clean and solid. It's 92 points for Space Station Gaming, but quickly FaZe Clan catch up.
Well, you're starting to see Space Station. They're just too separate. The players are going down one at a time. Instead, they have to slow down and coordinate. And with that, they're going to give up this lead. It's going to come down to the last couple seconds. If Space Station can somehow get to that ball carrier in time.
No, he's just avoiding them all, and Suppress is just doing all he can.
Oh,
2 more seconds. Wait a minute, he didn't throw it off. It goes to the ledge. It gets stuck on the ledge, Tools.
They spawn B. They spawn B. They have eyesight. Eco doesn't even want to pick it up. He wants to wait for his team to get there, but they spawned all the way at screens. At A, it's a last Spartan standing situation. Eco has to hold them off. The help came in for the backside. They, instead of pushing towards ball, they pushed the other direction. They got to Eco in time. 97-98. Ball didn't play.
He did. He did play it. Yep, 3 dead for SSG. Trippy's the first one down there, and Trippy will continue to get those 2 seconds and secure round number 1. I'm telling you right now, that ball did not look like it played here. It looked like it got caught up on the fence, but as you can see, it does. It bounces. It bounces on the railing. That was everything. Do you believe that a bounce of a ball is what decides round number 1?
just a crazy end to that round. But FaZe, they'll take it, all right? That should have been a game loss. Instead, they find themselves up in this oddball, and already Sniper in their possession. With camo coming up, they're okay with giving up this oddball time. They want the power weapons and the power-ups.
You see that camo power-up still on the floor there. Snakebite's got to have the timing. Again, we talk about timing so much. That's what it comes down to in year number 4, ladies and gentlemen. And timing is what Penguin will not have in this situation. No one here left to kill. Camo
Tim,
just continues to count down.
That's a head scratcher for me. Space Station, they just gave up on the camouflage. They knew that Sniper was looking at it, but if you're going to give up on one, you better win on the other side. They just didn't. And because of it, FaZe get a hell of a setup along with a camo snipe that can just tear apart the initial push. Stellar, man. Whew. That's a risky play to make, but crucial to finding this break.
Yeah, his movement was solid there. He tried to avoid all the shots he could, and you can see SSG, they're going to get 3 dead off of that. It's a double on Stellar, nice and clean.
Stellar's going to have an outrageous KD at the end of this series. It feels like he just cannot lose a gunfight.
You see he switches focus. The spawns come out on the brute ramp, which means he's okay, and his teammates are in position to grab that ball, but pressure towards the bottom of center. Comes fast for FaZe.
He's going to hit the next 2 shots. I'm just going to let you know ahead of time. He's not missing right now.
It's just different on land. Oh, and he stops tracking that player too immediately. Cuts and goes back in. Gets the killing spree. They have to take him out quickly. If FaZe want any chance of getting ball time, you've got to take the monster off from under your bed right away because he's just causing a mess.
They found the ball carrier. That's not going to get out in time, so that means ball is still in SSG's possession. Technically, Stellar. Oh, man, he takes the fight. This is crazy. He's in a 1v2, and he's just not backing down at any sense of the word.
He doesn't throw ball either. He just carries it to get every ounce of time he can from it. And now Camo's coming up again. SSG have a second chance at this. They didn't get the first, and it definitely hurt them a bit. Trippy goes for it early, and that might be the opening with Camo laying on the floor. But it's Snakebite this time who's got to do some damage. And once again, Snakebite shines through. Camo, SSG.
Oh, man, Stellar. There's nothing to really stop him on the map at the moment. He gets his next camouflage. Sniper's going to be coming up relatively soon as well. 22 kills already in this lobby. It's the most by a significant margin. And the other part is he's just creating so much presence. Even with this camo, you can't help but feel like he's illuminating everyone on the other side. They just have to deal with him.
Look at how he's blocking the angles too. Somehow Trippy gets another shot into him. That's just cheating. But regardless, Stellar does stay alive, and still Stellar has more time on this camo. But instead, he's going to aggress to make sure he can help his teammates there. The beautiful nade. You talked about it earlier. The dot nades are coming through for Stellar once again.
He's had just so many impressive nade bounces throughout. Eco able to get this sniper back, and honestly, it might just be a play of, hey, I got sniper. I'm gonna hold this until my teammate comes and picks this thing back up.
Oh no! He sees Eco. Eco's gonna try. Oh well, unfortunately, does miss a couple shots there, but damage was done on the beatdown. That's going to allow Lucid in, and I love that play, backing up, not allowing the beatdown to come out. And now he'll pick up sniper for himself. You talked about one of the teammates picking it up. He's got 4 bullets to utilize.
FaZe, they have a big deficit to make up. It's over 40 points right now. And the big part of this equation is the lack of power up and power weapon control for FaZe in this round has been just backbreaking for them.
SSG are doing an incredible job at controlling them. Probably due to Coach Elamite, of course, but it's how you utilize them, right? You can have them all day, but using them is a different story. And right now, SSG find themselves, even though they had that snipe, 3 dead.
Snakebite just tried his best to get his shields back, but it's tough. The players know you're there. You see, it was 3 different nades, and none of them did much damage, but Snakebite had no option of reprieve. That pressure was going to come, and FaZe, because of it, will be able to get that ball into their possession. Camo spawning soon. It looks like it's Space Station. Oh, FaZe was there, but it's not grabbed. It's still on the ground, up for grabs.
Eco and Snakebite gonna go for the 2-man push. A great bait by Eco. Is it enough? Yes. The camo's still down, I believe. Yes. I'm not sure where it is. There it is. Snakebite has it. That was a beautiful two-man push tools. It allows SSG to get camo.
They only need just about 15 more seconds too. FaZe have to be desperate with this push, and a desperate team against a camouflage, that usually ends in disaster.
Yeah, 2 already top center. There's 1 pushing on the small window as well. Snakebite has a lot of information, but unfortunately doesn't act quick enough. And because of that, he will fall. Camo down, 3 down SSG. Last player alive, Lucid, can't do anything either. And because of that, FaZe get ball control.
You saw the reaction of Snakebite in the feed after he went down, getting backsmacked with camo. That's tough. He knew that was a big mistake that could come back to haunt Space Station. And remember, the first round, they had a massive lead that FaZe was able to eventually chip away at. This feels very much like a deja vu situation, but can they change history?
3 down for FaZe. It's a 1v1 situation. It's Falcon versus the ball holder in Eco. Eco's gonna run around and try to get time, but that also could have cost them tools. A bit aggressive and scrappy, maybe.
I don't know. That's a play I like. Just pick it up, make him come back towards you. Right, it prevents FaZe from getting any space, and because of that, Space Station, they have their attack pretty close to the front lines.
And now Snakebite has a chance to redeem himself. Unfortunately, he goes down with Snipe right there. There's 1 minute and 18 seconds left, but I don't believe that will play a factor. It's Lucid that gets in. It's SSG that grabs the ball, and it's SSG that brings us to a round 3.
Couple last seconds for Stellar. He's the first to eclipse that 30 kill mark, and really it has continued to be a race between him and Trippy throughout this game. And those slays right now, they're favoring this man on screen.
He's been very powerful. I love this play as well. Throw the 2 nades, get another 2 to work with that spawn on the bottom of tower, and because of that, because of all that damage, it will be Lucid now with the snipe in his hands, and that's why I love how versatile this SSG roster is. So many players can pop off with a snipe. You're seeing it out of Lucid right now, but he has to live here. 2 down for FaZe, and SSG will get ball control, and Camo coming up. It's up to Lucid here.
Looking all around that snipe. Oh my word. He just ripped Penguin's face off.
Penguin got his face taken off, but in return, he got a camo for FaZe, I believe. We'll see what kind of impact that plays. There it is right there. It's suppressed with the camo. 2 players already pushing from FaZe. The body shot onto the camo player, and Stellar with a beautiful shot cleans up camo. And now it's a 1v1. You don't take 1v1s versus that man. He's not losing them.
The balls for Space Station with FaZe being so many players down and now staggered on those spawns as well. This could be tough for them to get to this ball anytime soon.
And with Eco holding a top tower, it makes it even more difficult, and he's doing damage. Falcon will not get his shields back in time. That ball will not be played. That ledge is deadly, let me tell you. It's FaZe in control of that side, and 3 down for SSG.
Honestly, I'm surprised that they were able to get there as quick as they were. FaZe, they're making the most out of a tough situation. In fact, putting Space Station now on their back foot. The big thing for them, stay connected. Make sure you're able to work together to find these slays.
That's what it's been for me as well. The connection from SSG, it just seems like they're in that flow together that we see so much, but this time it seems like it's got some meat on it. It's lasting longer, and it's suppressed. That's going to get the ball time in order to bring this score a bit closer, and he'll rotate perfectly away from the side of SSG, but they're surrounding him at this point, so he'll have to do all he can to put this ball bottom center.
They've taken this lead finally 70 seconds plus for suppressed and allocated. The two slayers that were brought into this roster both taking their work with this objective. They just got 3 down. Suppressed, he's not having to do anything. They're all just falling on the other side. Oh, Stellar just went down staggered. Space Station, this is a brutal moment. They're being put into a full Nelson.
Yeah, this is a lot more than that now when you add the camo to the equation, and now it's Trippy with the camo. That's the first kill onto Eco. Staggered is the name of the game here. FaZe doing a phenomenal job stopping any chance for SSG to win this game. And it's Trippy at the forefront of that. Another kill. Stellar goes down. Lucid down to no shields. He'll get pushed from the elbow. Oh, actually, that looks like Falcon stays back, but regardless, they just keep getting time here.
Ball drop.
This is stunning
Ball
that
out of
Space
bounds.
Station have not been able to stop. This is a completely different game than what we saw in the first couple rounds. A max efficiency from FaZe. They finally go 4 down, and with that, Space Station has a chance to go on a run of their own. A full sniper, 8 bullets for Snakebite.
Snakebite wants to show that he can snipe too. We've seen Stellar, we've seen Lucid, but Snakebite with a chance of his own. Maybe aware of a push towards the elbow side, and he is. It's trippy. Snakebite!
Double
This is
kill.
what I'm talking
Killing
about.
spree.
The man on land is a different beast.
This is unbelievable. The runs that we've seen from both sides, but right now it's Space Station that have everything going for them.
Drop. Enemy has the ball.
And it's Snakebite
Enemy
still
has
at the
the
top of
ball.
tower. Many players to deal with here. They're pushing towards that bottom center side. Stellar's going to go towards the strong side of the map. Trippy's going to try to find a timing. And it's Snakebite towards the top of tower. That hits another body.
Ball
Hits
incoming.
2 bodies in a row once again. 28 and 28 in this game.
Enemy has the ball.
Might as well call it first and 20 at this
He
point.
continues.
Oh, this is the back and forth, but the 3 down for FaZe.
Enemy has
3
the
down.
ball.
Oh no, Space Station's
Enemy
going to be able to
team
pick up
nearing
this
victory.
ball, and FaZe, they're going to spawn across the map. This is going to be tough for them. It's an all-out sprint to get to this ball.
And where did it happen? It all
Enemy has
started
the ball.
with the man on the top of tower. A garden snake online, but on land, a decisive cobra. And it's been him that has been allowing SSG to continue to get space and continue to get FaZe 3 down. 12 points is all they need. And Lucid making it difficult as Penguin goes down as well.
Penguin tried to get the trade out with his life, but he just could not secure it. Couple seconds away. Space Station knock FaZe out of their homestand.
Oh my word, I've been talking about this for months. And maybe just someone would listen. SSG on land, a completely different team. And they finally got the chance to be sitting side by side. And you saw it. If you looked, Eco, one of those players to watch everyone's screen while he makes a play. Back in the day, back in my day, Tools, we called that cheating. But Eco utilizing it for his team's success. And again, love to see that chemistry.
Walk me through that. What's cheating here?
What is cheating here?
We used to do split screen and we'd have to put a towel in between the screens because people would be cheating. And but now it's not cheating. That Eco's using it to get his team a win.
Okay. I like it. I see the vision.
Well, Space Station Gaming moves on to the elimination finals and sends FaZe home. Although technically they are home because this is their home, but you guys know what I mean. We saw a great start from Space Station Gaming from the beginning, but there were some really close games in between these two, and it feels like LAN brought these teams even closer. But there was some key players, some players that looked even better. It almost felt like Stellar had this LAN flow state, especially when he picked up the sniper.
Yeah. Thank you for saying flow state. All right. That's exactly what I was thinking as well. And yes, you can, maybe I'm a weirdo, but you can look at their cameras and really truly see that flow state happen in real time. And it's the way they look. It's the way their movement is. It's the way their aimer moves around. Like all of that stuff coming together, you can tell. And you saw it out of Lucid, you saw it out of Eco, you saw it out of Stellar, and you saw it out of Snakebite. I didn't see that online very often. I don't know if you guys noticed the same thing, but I did not see that lock-in online very often. And now we're seeing it, and it's different on LAN, right? Does this mean that they're gonna win the tournament? No, I mean, no. I have to be proven otherwise. There's some incredible. Obviously, we've got Shopify and OpTic still, but I just think that we saw something out of SSG in this series that we haven't seen yet, and that's called progress. And you love to see that.
Outside of Stellar just, you know, being an insane, absolute monster throughout the entire series, what did change, though, for Space Station Gaming? Because there was a little bit more on their side. They had control of power weapons and multiple things across the map.
I think that's a great point, right? Elamite was doing a fantastic job of making sure that sniper went into their hands at the end, but I really think that we're seeing the ability of Snakebite to elevate a team in real time, right? And we haven't really had to see Snakebite do that with other squads, right? We've seen him with the same core 3 players for close to a decade, right? This is the first time we've seen Snakebite with a completely new team on land since 2015. And with that being said, we're seeing how he can just completely open up the map. And it was this moment when he got the sniper and was starting to hit all those body shots, was creating that run, the opportunity, because FaZe was dominating that round. And then Snakebite came in and was the X factor when they needed him the most.
This was probably the longest series we have seen. I think even in the open series, we didn't have a series this long outside of the grand final. So it must have been a crazy for them. I mean, they have incredible stamina too, but congrats to Space Station Gaming for moving on to the elimination finals. This is exactly what this team needed. FaZe go home. I do want to say that FaZe was also playing at their best as well. This was just very, very, very close, and Space Station Gaming just came out victorious at the end. What you're seeing on the screen right now, winners finals. Shopify Rebellion versus OpTic Gaming up next, and here we go, another rematch. These two have become rivals, and we have to talk about how close these two actually are.
Extremely. I mean, we've seen it back and forth time and time again through the grand finals. It, of course, is Shopify Rebellion that have come out on top, and they make that three-peat happen. And now we're talking about OpTic with 3 second places in a row. And I'm telling you right now, with how last season went, they're not happy about those 3 last second places in a row online. I guarantee they come to play here today. And again, like we're going to see all season long, we're going to see the same thing here. It's going to be very strong competitive Halo. I wouldn't doubt if this goes to a game 5 as well. They're very evenly matched, Eliak. Well said.
Well, I cannot wait to see these two up against each other shortly. Winners finals up next. We'll see you guys after this break.
Enemy has the ball.
Found me right here. I'm running out of air. Coming up from the beat. Drowning right here. But you're the one who cared. Showing up like you did. No matter what I said or did, you breathe me back to life. Felt like I was dead inside, but you breathe me back to life. One touch, and now you're back like I never left my heart. It's whole again, I got you to thank it. I'm coming back like I never left, 'cause you breathe me back. You breathe me back to life. Touch, and now you're back like I never left my heart. It's whole again, I got you to thank it. I'm coming back like I never left, 'cause you breathe me back. You breathe me back to life. Getting closer, knowing I'm okay, 'cause you got me to be. It ain't over, all I hear you say, said it's all that you see. No matter what I said or did, you breathe me back to life. Felt like I was dead inside, but you breathe me back to life. Touch, and I am back like I never left my heart. It's whole again, I got you to thank it. I'm coming back like I never left, 'cause you breathe me back. You breathe me back to life. You breathe me back to life. Breathe me back to life.
Enemy team scoring. Snipe. Snipe.
I'm tired of hollow hearts. I'm tired of fixing scars that don't belong to me. You're all I need. I don't wanna fight, I don't wanna fall.
too.
Enemy has the ball. Ball out of bounds. Ball incoming. Ball out of bounds.
Think of you.
Double kill. Double kill.
Coaster feeling
Ball
seasons
drop. Enemy has the ball.
forget the reason, baby. Did we ever know?
Double kill.
These skies are dark shaped by the rain.
Double kill.
Look at the stars. Do you ever say my name?
Double
Think of you. Stuck on me like an old tattoo. I still think of you. Those days are gone. I wonder if you still think of me too.
Flash. Enemy has the ball. Snipe.
I still think of you.
Snipe. Killing spree. 5 minutes remaining.
I still think of you. Stuck on me like an old tattoo. I still think of you. Those days are gone. I wonder if you still think of me too.
Enemy flag returned. Enemy captured your flag. Enemy captured your flag. Enemy has the ball. Double kill.
All we had and all we lost, all in time just because everyone's at least till we tried. All the mountains little things, 'cause we can't forget the better days. Laying on the beat in my mind.
Double
See the
kill.
world in a cold light. It isn't much, but it's all we needed. It's all we needed. With everything in its right place, we push away 'cause it's all we needed. To come through and back to us.
Enemy has the ball.
We see the world in a cold light. It isn't much, but it's all we needed. It's all we needed. With everything in its right place, we push away 'cause it's all we needed. To come through. life again. Shining the lay of the seas from island to island for the one missing piece.
Welcome back to the Kaysan Showdown. $50,000 on the line, and bragging rights for the Arlington Major coming up really soon. We're going to be watching the winners finals, Shopify Rebellion versus OpTic Gaming, and the players are waiting to begin. So it's my turn to maybe talk to you guys about how 60% of you all have not subscribed to our YouTube channel and are watching our stream right now. We have 22,000 subscribers so far, and I think last week we were at 15. Was it 15,000, everybody? Incredible stuff. So thank you so much for supporting the stream. I am here with Tony and Active to talk to you all about OpTic Gaming versus Shopify Rebellion. These two have been the tightest. I'm trying to say biased, tied. The tightest they could be. It didn't work out. It's okay. They have had 20 games won in between each other. So in the open series, both of them are tied. Last night's scrims 7-7. What is making them so close, and what can be the players that can change and impact the game as we go into the series?
I mean, coming into the season, we already knew OpTic were going to be the favorites, and a lot of people had them winning multiple events. But Shopify Rebellion really have been the hottest team of 2025. They've been going blow to blow with OpTic Gaming. Now they get to show if they can do it on LAN.
Here we go, everybody. Shopify Rebellion versus OpTic Gaming. The winners finals begins now.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, Shopify Rebellion going up against OpTic Gaming. This time we take online out of the equation. Ladies and gentlemen, this is what you want to see, and we might as well start with our reigning MVP and legend grabbing that overshield real quick and chasing down World 2.
We've read this book so many times, Tony, like I do to my kids every night. Sometimes you got to read the same story and maybe hope for a different outcome. Right now, OpTic are hoping for a different outcome as Shopify Rebellion have won the last 3 events online in a row. Will it be different here when we appear on LAN?
Well, as of right now, World 2 act like he ain't skipped a beat. He's happy to be out of that West Coast Canadian connection. This man has been begging to be on LAN, starting off 3-0, and it takes 2 OpTic members in order to hunt him down. Eventually, Shopify Rebellion go 3 down.
They go 3 down, and that's going to allow OpTic now to push that bomb towards bottom middle. You see how Forma wasn't very aggressive there, right? Wanted to get more slays in order to feel more comfortable, but unfortunately he goes down because of it.
Able to take down the one-shot Renegade, now snatching back that sniper that was his not too long ago. Royal 2, a great start coming out of him, but just barely missing out on that body shot, but recognizing that OpTic could be pushing the armory. This is going to force the split spawn. He's going to get a free backsmack on his former teammate, and with this, Shopify Rebellion open up the entire map.
They open up the entire map. They open up the entire arm spot as well. It's still 2 down for OpTic, and they're arming the bomb for a Shopify right now.
Cycle just about done, but dodging nades left and right. It's that first arm that's gonna go in. Cycle gets it for Shopify Rebellion. Will he be able to get a hold of Overshield? Because Legend has his eyes set on it.
In under 2 minutes, Tony, Shopify have gotten a bomb and they've gotten the OS as well. This is a great start for Shopify Rebellion. If they continue on this tear, we could see yet another game win for them, and it's a killing spree out of Frosty and a triple as well to go along with it.
Big triple coming out of the Iceman himself. No more Overshield to work with, but now gets to work on the spawning players of OpTic Gaming. Frosty's already infiltrated the base. World 2 is now sneaking toward the tower side, but the demon himself in Renegade appears, and Frosty sends him right back over towards that respawn screen. 3 down. Go OpTic Gaming.
Get the crosses out. The demons are starting to just assemble, and it's not looking so hot, but like you said, they dealt with it quickly. It's going to be Frosty still holding down this loop side, and this is a beautiful position for him. He can continue to watch those spawns and continue to be a nuisance.
It's a 1-0 lead in favor of Shopify Rebellion. Frosty himself has only died 1 time this single game. He's 9-1 right now is Frosty, and if things continue to go this way, we could see another arm being attempted here for Shopify Rebellion. That bomb is in their basement. Frosty is building a home in their base. He has his feet up on the couch. He opened up the fridge, took out a beer. My man is living here.
He's living in. Someone's got to kick him out quickly, Tony. And Royal 2, he's going to keep him in that house. Last shot planting this bomb. It is just constant pressure on a Shopify Rebellion. They're not letting up.
We did see Royal 2 grab a hold of their snipe. I'm pretty sure I saw OpTic have theirs respective one, but Royal 2 runs out of bullets with that S7. A player onto the low ground, giving up that height advantage to make sure that Legend does not sneak through the back lines. Another overshield comes up. Shopify Rebellion seemingly have the advantage for it.
So clean. So clean by Royal 2 right there, sliding to make sure he gets the angle on that kill. That's going to allow the OS to be picked up. I'm not sure if it's by Shopify Rebellion or if it's by the side of OpTic, but I believe it's Shopify, and I believe it's also Royal 2. Once again, in the fridge of OpTic Gaming.
We don't have to be on the Overshield player to see that the way the Shopify Rebellion are playing, we know they had that Overshield. You got Royal 2 already extended into the armory side of OpTic Gaming. That bomb sits on the low ground as well. Although they may not have any more of that Overshield to work with, they still have that teamwork that's driving forward. And the rest of OpTic Gaming back, but Legend gets a huge kill on Frosty.
Yeah, finally it's OpTic Gaming who sink their feet into the dirt and they start to create a stand and withhold and stay on their base and try to regain control. This is great by OpTic, but the problem is you've got to get a clean 4 dead if you want any chance at getting out of your own base.
Well, they got them 3 down. Former the final player alive on OpTic is able to take down last shot and already chucking nades towards Cycle. He misses out on that timing and opportunity, so a full reset as he retreats back toward the armory.
A bit of a micro play here, but we just saw Cycle toss that bomb towards the front of base to kind of showcase that he's on that front side, bottom side of base. So look at this. It's bound confused because of that bomb's position, and Cycle's able to do whatever he wants.
Practically a little 360 kill coming out of Cycle there, and he's not done. Somehow finds the backside of Renegade. Shots in the back of Renegade while he tags up the rest of the lobby. My man Cycle's getting damage onto everybody on the map. He might have put some damage on players that are on Origin right now. Nobody is safe on the map.
I got hit a couple times, Tony, on the caster death. This guy is insane, and he's staying alive the entire time. That's the crazy part. He's still alive, and he continues to be, and he's still in your sniper. OpTic, wake up.
Sniping the base, Frosty with the overshield. Right now, every single resource that has hit the map has fallen in the hands of Shopify Rebellion. OpTic Gaming continue to come off a spawn and get sent right back to it time and time again. Psycho is here, so is Frosty. Eventually, you have to think this bomb is gonna get armed. Shopify done slayed him out 4 times in a row.
They gotta do it 6, Tony. That's the only way they'll feel comfortable continuing to put OpTic on their spawn. This is insane. 3 down once again as they arm this second bomb.
Second bomb being armed here. Royal 2 taking all of the shots, and Renegade is able to get that bomb out of the circle. But the snipe from Psycho, we talked about the damage he was creating before. We talked about the chaos that he was creating himself. Last shot comes in and relays, finishes that arm, and that's a 2-0 lead. Shopify Rebellion.
It's impressive all around the board. Every single player played a factor there, but the Cycle Man is the man I'm looking for. That guy completely took over, stayed on tower, stayed alive with snipe, did not go down, got his shields back. So much damage output. I just think it's incredible and honestly very effective the way he played his life in that last scenario.
There were some people that were questioning how the Shopify Rebellion would perform on land. There were some people that were saying that they wouldn't stand a chance against an OpTic Gaming, but those people might be shut down real quick. Meanwhile, Legend and OpTic looking to shut down Shopify Rebellion because the objective efficiency looking so good. That was almost a quick arm coming out of Legend. He's not done yet. The progression hasn't stopped. He goes right back to work, gets the melee. Will that bomb end up off the base?
It's great to see how quickly OpTic are to get those kills and immediately put that bomb to arming, but immediately it's going to be Bound who takes advantage with 3 down. OpTic answer back very quickly, Tony. That bomb plant was quicker than anything the Shopify Rebellion had done.
Yo, look at the slays that were in the favor of Shopify Rebellion in order for them to cap 2 bombs. It feels like if OpTic had those slays, they would have had 3 by now. The objective efficiency definitely showing out, and now you see the first overshield find the hands of OpTic. They're able to turn it into a kill immediately, and Renegade sees a weakened Cycle. I don't know where Frosty just ended up, but he ends up right back to the black screen. He goes. Meanwhile, Renegade trying to get away with the sniper. He is shut down. Meanwhile, that bomb is practically reset towards the mid-map.
OpTic are doing a great job of taking lanes that are not occupied, and they're able to get behind Shopify because of it. It's just beautiful to see. Renegade was one piece of that puzzle, but now it's once again Shopify answering back. How are OpTic going to defend here?
This time we're going to see 2 snipers coming up on the map, but no overshield. We see OpTic retreating to make sure they secure their sniper, and you have to assume that Shopify is going to man theirs, so we will see a sniper battle here. Who's it going to be for OpTic Gaming as we see Formal looking to push this bomb forward? Actually, no, the reset's just gonna go down. We know Frosty has it for Shopify Rebellion.
It's great by OpTic. I love how they're kind of making sure to have control of their base first before they decide to push towards that bonfire and towards ring 1 and ring 2. This is how you play that process, and OpTic are playing the process perfectly.
3 players are OpTic Gaming in front of Frosty right now. Tries to line up one of them, but taking way too much damage. Not able to get away with that sniper. Meanwhile, Renegade takes height with theirs, knows that Royal 2's on the flank, able to anticipate it. Body shots, and Royal 2 try to be sneaky, but you can't sneak around the demon.
Renegade's one of those players that is phenomenal online, but he gets even better on land. Another player that gets better when the lights are the brightest is this man on your screen right now in Frosty.
2-1 lead in favor of Shopify Rebellion, and we see last shot with the overshield. Last time they were able to grab this OS, we saw magic happen for Shopify Rebellion. Bomb moves up. We have last shot covering the back. Renegade hops right up toward the armory, ends up backing down because of it. Legend with a huge melee kill that's going to alleviate some of that pressure.
The pressure continues though. Royal 2 is the one that's going to make sure that his teammates have an opportunity to push inside the base. You talked about magic. I didn't see any fairy dust in that play with that overshield, but this time they have another chance to pressure and get the kills off a spawn for OpTic Gaming. 2 down already.
Royal 2 trying to force his way over toward the snipe side. Bomb should be reset unless Royal 2 is able to grab a hold of it. It's stuck right on in. Right before the reset happens, Cycle gets there and is able to put massive time on the board, but a Shopify Rebellion end up going 3 down because of it. Royal 2 with a huge kill to stop that bomb from progressing forward. Even reposts that, able to buy so much time, so much value out of that life.
Value is exactly what they get. OpTic Gaming get the value there though. It's going to be, of course, them on that ring 2 side looking for a couple of kills before they push up. Legend going down right away makes things a tad bit difficult though, so they're gonna have to reset once again as they go 3 dead.
Yeah, Legend right now sitting at 8 and 20 with 9 assists. Right now, not the stat line that ultimately OpTic Gaming need from him. In fact, I think Legend needs to have an MVP type of series if we're going to see OpTic come out with the win here. Meanwhile, Shopify Rebellion have no problem draining the clock down as much as possible. With 54 seconds on the clock, it feels like OpTic are behind the 8 ball.
They 100% are. Shopify are in full control of this match, and they have been for most of it. OpTic had one moment, obviously. They got that one bomb plant, but it seems like, obviously, they're getting outslayed. They're getting outmanned. Their defense is not strong enough to deal with the aggression of Shopify Rebellion. Something needs to change here, and it needs to change quickly. You got 30 seconds to get this bomb in and cause an overtime to happen.
Shopify did decide to slow the game down, play for the reset, and play for time here, allowing Formal to grab a hold of that overshield. And I thought maybe they can convert it into a bomb arm immediately, but notice how Formal gets shredded. Legend removed from the map. Renegade, though, decided to heat up, and they're going to need it to pull off a couple more shots, but with heat going down, and so is time winding, it looks like that's going to be it. Shopify Rebellion taking game number 1.
It is so impressive, and you talked about people saying that Shopify wouldn't be good on LAN or might not be as good on LAN. Tony, I'm one of those people. I saw them online, and obviously they've got some talented players, but I just didn't think, I thought other teams would step up a bit on LAN. It seems like Shopify are even better on LAN from what we've seen so far. Obviously, the reason that these players have gone neck and neck, the reason they were 7-7 in scrims last night is because they are evenly matched, and one player will take over when another player can't. There will be times where Renegade does go negative, but there will also be times where Renegade completely takes over a game, and that's just the case of it. You have to understand there are game types that are favored for certain teams and not for other teams.
And I've been trying to tell y'all for a while now, when you look at the stats here, last shot dropping 23 kills and 19 assists. You got a big 14.7 and a 14.3 KDA coming out of Royal 2. The same way you have other teams that get a land buff, Shopify right on that list. I promise you, Royal 2 on that West Coast Canadian connection, he don't want any part of that. He's been begging for land. Yeah, I don't know if y'all know, but Last Shot lives up in northern Georgia, okay? I don't even know if they have a Walmart within 15 miles of the man. They ain't got nothing. They don't know what fiber internet is. They don't know how to spell fiber internet. The man has to get satellite internet just to connect, and the thing disconnects every 30 seconds. It is crazy. The same way that some of your favorite teams and favorite players get a land buff, I promise you, those Shopify Rebellion on that list. But I will say, like you kind of alluded to, neutral bomb on Fortress where they can just slay and allow those kills to take over may be a favor for Shopify Rebellion. Will we see OpTic look more favorable or just better throughout the rest of this series? I want to see what Shopify Rebellion have against them on a different game type and map combination. I think Slayer Recharge is a great test for Shopify Rebellion to prove that they are still the hottest team of 2025.
Yeah, talking to Last Shot, he mentioned that Bomb is one of his favorite game types, and I think he also mentioned one of their best game types. So if you see Bomb on Fortress, you see Bomb on Aquarius, Shopify Rebellion heavily favored in that regard. But like you said, we move on to Recharge Slayer, where things are a bit different. Obviously, you got those long crosses, you got that shock rifle that, by the way, is now on a pad, and I haven't seen many nade lineups for that shock rifle, and I'm not sure why, Tony, because you can really manipulate that spawn and make sure that even if you don't have pipe control, you can nade that shock rifle towards potentially tower and take it for yourself.
Yeah, maybe some combat evolved battles we're going to see as we go here on LAN, because you know, once we get to LAN, a lot of times these teams like to open up the playbook a little bit. Some of those plays that they were keeping a secret, well, they tend to come out on LAN, or will they wait for the major? All I know is $50,000 on the line right now. I'm pulling out every page in the playbook.
Well, someone just pulled out a very large page in their playbook. It was Last Shot who stuck Formal while he had the camo. So all the while, it looked like Formal got that camo for free, but no. Shopify Rebellion played the pipe side and got some beautiful kills and now have control.
Psycho able to grab a hold of this shock rifle, and this is going to be an interesting player to have, and a player that always seems to get value out of every single bit of his life. He'll put shots onto everybody on the map before going down, and as he softens up the enemy team, the rest of his team feel activated through that. But right now, Shopify Rebellion taking a lot of damage, but still last shot with the bait and switch. Psycho with a couple of shots decides to trade out his life there.
It's just impressive to me how Cycle can stay alive so well. He's 1-3-1, did damage to 3 different players, even got a kill for one of the players. So it just watching him play is just a work of art. This is a talent you won't see for a long time. This is what I call, in my opinion, a generational talent in Cycle.
10-8 lead in favor of Shopify Rebellion. Well, last shot proving that he's the other half of the young superstar duo from Shopify Rebellion, looking to prove the world that they can do it with the expectations on the line. We saw what they can do in year 3, which was impressive, you know, coming from out of nowhere, coming as the underdogs, but now you have championship expectations. The spotlight is bright. Will last shot be able to shine through it? Camouflage coming up. Shopify Rebellion having eyes on. This game slows down to a snail's pace.
So far, what you just said, last shot shining bright. I mean, this man has not had a bad game that I've seen thus far this entire tournament. And look, he continues on. It's 5-0-1 out of him. Secured a camo as well. A 3-kill lead, make that 4 for Shopify Rebellion.
And everybody's taking shots on the map here. Turns that into a double and a 7-1 life coming out of last shot. The man's not done just yet, because that's 3 down. Go OpTic Gaming. The spawn trap is about to begin.
You've got 2 players, and you mentioned last shot as well. You mentioned, everyone's mentioning both last shot and Cycle. These are 2 generational talents. I truly think these are the players that are the future of Halo. They've impressed me personally throughout this entire off season, throughout the open series, and now even on LAN. You love to see them take on this pressure like it's nothing and perform when they need to.
You know, the come up of these 2 players almost reminds me of like way back in the day. Remember when Snakebite and Raw 2 seemingly came out of nowhere? when they were coming out in scrims and hey, a little teabag, a little disrespect, because they were young, they were hungry, but they were talented. Almost reminded me of that. They're coming out of nowhere. They're doing absolutely fantastic. But right now, OpTic Gaming are still in it. Down 14-24. It may seem like a lot right now, but things can quickly change. But as I say that, last shot plants the last shot on the head of the final member of OpTic Gaming will continue to get cycled.
You gotta be careful. Getting cycled is what they should be afraid of. It's all about trades at this point for Shopify Rebellion. They can push willy-nilly, get the trades, and continue to keep the lead, and that's what gets a bit scary, and that's when you should start to worry is, if you're OpTic Gaming, how do you slow down the pace of the game against such a difficult and aggressive roster?
As of right now, they send 2 players through the tower side and wipe out, clear out that tower to OpTic Gaming. We're going to see some life here as they have been able to alleviate some of that pressure. They have been able to slow down Shopify. You're seeing those traps, those pinches start to begin, but Frosty says, get out of my gold corner. Meanwhile, the rest of OpTic getting involved. Now we're starting to see OpTic chain together a few kills, turn it into a camouflage. Tim, I know you like that.
I love that, Tony, especially with the fact that OpTic Gaming have brought this to a 7-kill lead. That camo is going to allow him to take space on the map, get information, get kills that he needs. It's now a 6-kill lead, but again, OpTic are starting to claw their way back into this game, and this is looking scary for Shopify. They need to tighten up a bit.
That they do, because I said it before. I think I said Legend would have to have an MVP type of performance in the series for them to be able to beat Shopify Rebellion. What I didn't account for is that you still have a Renegade. And no matter what, if you got a Renegade on your team, I ain't never counting you out. Not an objective, but especially not a Slayer. My man is 10-6 right now. Throw a couple assists with that as we see Formal start to move in position.
Renegade can take over games. I've said it before, and I'll continue to say it till I'm dead. He is one of those players that you do not want to doubt. And when I see him go negative 1 time and he gets doubted, it just baffles me. But as I talk about it, Tony, 3 dead for OpTic.
35 to 33 here for Shopify Rebellion, but that lead is quickly starting to slip out of the hands of Shopify Rebellion. Formal and Legend gonna try to work a 1-2 combo here on the gold side of the map, but Nate coming out of nowhere ends up taking down the one-shot Formal. Now Legend is forced to retreat because of that. Toward the A side he goes, but now Shopify takes space.
OpTic are trying to set up a little bit of a bait here. They know that there's at least a couple players inside the pipes, and you see Bound on that Dorito. And you see Legend and another player towards the top of A, so maybe not anticipating the push through pipes, but they do want to secure this camo, and with that kill, they might just secure it. 2 dead for Shopify Rebellion.
It's actually my favorite spot to be at, not just position-wise, but because I'm fat. I like being on Doritos. I like Doritos. 39 to 37 lead in favor of Shopify Rebellion. Legend able to take down Cycle, goes airborne in order to do so. And the player that started off 2-6, now 8-8 with 7 assists going along with it, is a respectable stat line coming out of Legend.
With Legends holding forward like this is when you start to see him really shine as a player, and the only way he can hold forward like this is if his teammates are on the same page, and it seems like OpTic are starting to just either starting to warm up or just starting to click a bit more. Now it's Renegade who tries to, I believe, Tony, I want to talk about this tech real quick. I believe he tried to nade the shock rifle to bounce it off of the pad but keep it on the ledge, that way he can get it freely, but instead it bounces off, so not going to be the tech that we wanted to see, and he dies because he went for it.
2 kills separating these two going into the late game, and the bait and switch could catch Legend off guard, but he high IQ backs down, then back for the reach out. He's navigating a 1v2 like he's the monster, like he's the problem, he's the advantage. It's OpTic Gaming that tied the game up, and behind a beautiful play by Legend.
He's not a monster, he's a legend. This man was MVP last season for a reason, and now because of that play long haul, it is all tied up. 45 to 45, Shopify Rebellion push the pipes.
But Formal taking a lot of damage, forced to back down. He's looking for the reinforcements, but it will not come as OpTic end up going 3 down. It's just 2 more kills needed for Shopify. Frosty gonna try to grapple in, trying to create some more chaos. He's willing to trade off his life because that puts them at the 49th kill. Just 1 more needed, and last shot is navigating Cycle, say, we have to double push this together. Put down the shots, I'm gonna switch out with you, but it's not a 2v2, it's a 2v3, but apparently Cycle and last shot don't care. They'll take a 2v3, a 2v4, tell you to get 4 more and take it on, because that's 2-0 Shopify Rebellion.
It's gotta be so disheartening. Shopify Rebellion just came out so strong. OpTic decided to put the pedal to the metal, decided to slam their foot onto the gas, but it just wasn't enough, and it was too little too late. They were down 10 kills. It is so impressive to me that Shopify are able to withstand that pressure, able to even out and make sure to get that victory with beautiful trades. You can see in the cams, Tony, the smiles. This is what's important in a roster. Not only melding in the game, but also outside of the game. It's so important to play with people that you like, of course, and it looks like Shopify Rebellion are getting along just fine.
I don't want to be rude to anybody. You know, I'm a humble guy. I'm a chill guy.
I don't think so.
I want to say during, I don't care what you said. Going into this early season, but we're talking about before the offseason, when I first heard about these moves and everybody talking about the OpTic God Squad, even the SSG God Squad, I said, hold on. We got to put 1 more team in there at Shopify Rebellion. And many people said, oh, they're unproven. Oh, they can't do it on land. Oh, they don't stand a chance to win this tournament. It's going to be a 2-man race between OpTic and SSG. And I let them trip. I said, all right, we'll see. I'm not going to sit there and argue with you. I'm going to say, watch my boys, and they're going to show you what they have. And now we get to land time with $50,000 active. Do you know how much $50,000 is? Yeah, that's enough right now for me to say, you know, I'm going to take a year off. And you know what? I'm not going to work, but I'm going to take a year off and I'm going to stream. Sitting on $50,000 is pretty nice, if I do say so myself. And we come on land, $50,000. You see Shopify Rebellion up 2-0 against everybody's favorite to win tournaments. I tried to tell y'all, Shopify Rebellion are the real deal, but don't nobody want to listen to dumb old fat Tony.
I don't think you're fat, and I Okay, I do think you're dumb, but I don't think you're fat, Tony, whatsoever. I want to say that, yes, I agree. And I remember you talking about Shopify Rebellion. You are correct. You did predict that this would be a phenomenal roster. I will say, though, to push back just a bit, that this has happened many times. OpTic have gone down 3-0 in the winners finals and dropped down to the lower bracket and had to fight their way back, and we end up in the same grand finals again and the same best of 5 and the same best of 7, whatever the heck we're gonna go to, best of 7 I believe it is, and then we see a nice tight match. So once again, I don't count OpTic out, but you are correct. It is Shopify that is definitely performing here in this winners finals.
I mean, we have seen that happen before, but what I'm going to say is we haven't seen that happen against Shopify Rebellion. It's a new year, new opportunity, and maybe some new results. But as of right now, I'm seeing some old results. I'm seeing history start to repeat itself with Shopify Rebellion up 2-0, going into a live fire King of the Hill. If they can get a win here, I think it's going to be huge, because when you look at OpTic Gaming thrive on King of the Hill live fire. This is what they live for. They want to see this time and time again. But Shopify Rebellion ain't too much of a slouch, and we're gonna see if they can finish this in a 3-0 fashion. I will say, going back in scrims, even though live fire King of the Hill was a favorable game type for OpTic Gaming, Shopify Rebellion did beat them out 4-3 during their last scrim. So kind of back and forth between these two.
Yeah, and it makes sense. I think it's always going to be, now seeing Shopify on LAN, I don't doubt it's going to be like this all season long. And you saw a little bit of talking happening on the OpTic side, maybe a bit of strategy being told, and it's still going on. That's what you love to see. This is the time to get that stuff in. This is the time to make sure you're ready for the Arlington Major.
One thing I did notice on that Shopify Rebellion side, I saw the vibes looking damn good, which I guess it's easy to have the vibes looking good when you're winning, but no matter what, this group is always having fun. They're always cracking jokes, they're always hyping each other up, and I love that coming out of Shopify Rebellion. But right now, OpTic look locked in, and they look pissed. And the last thing I would want to do is go up against an angry OpTic Gaming.
Yeah, there's no way OpTic Gaming wants another second place. It's been 3 in a row, Tony. They're definitely upset. They're definitely angry right now, and I'm going to have to see them come alive. But, Tony, you got to deal with this man on your screen. You got to deal with Frosty, the man who has been popping off all day long at this event.
Well, Renegade's able to get away with the sniper, although he's down to 1 shot. I thought he was going to hit that one, but his former teammate in Frosty able to take him down. Bound has to get involved for the finish and a repost to stay alive, but everybody's getting body shot. And of course, it's going to be Royal 2. I don't think he's missed a snipe shot in 3 years.
Well, Royal 2 does end up going down, and you see right here, it was, of course, Shopify Rebellion. They give up that camo, and they end up taking a lot of this hill. They're already about 70-80% of the way through this hill right now, and it's unfortunately too OpTic Gaming that don't have a lot to work with. Snipe goes down as well, so they've got no cards left on the table.
Yeah, while we're watching kills on the bottom mid side, we're watching kills going left and right and center. Shopify Rebellion have been scoring hill time. But remember, guys, we're playing objective right now. And Shopify Rebellion just finished off their first hill. So all of the kills around the map don't matter as much as long as you get that hill. And last shot already having presence toward the tower side.
It's always been a point of contention. How many resources do you throw to that camo, or do you go for the hill? And Shopify went for the hill there and got the first hill because of it. 4 down, though, for Shopify, and OpTic have control of hill number 2.
OpTic now immediately start to take space and know exactly where Shopify Rebellion are spawning. In fact, they manipulated them to spawn there to begin with towards that back A corner. Now it's Formal just being a distraction, trying to draw the troops in, but they're ready for Bound, who is waiting sneakily towards the back green side. OpTic done with about 60% of this hill, but you need 100%. That's all that matters, and Shopify Rebellion are coming in quick.
Bound dying there at B was such an impactful kill because the fact that he was the player that they had to take out first in order to allow them to freely get through towards C. Because he goes down, the rest of Shopify Rebellion push on forward, and now they've got the tower control for themselves.
Seeing a bit of a glow up coming in from this OpTic Gaming roster. Again, they look mad, and OpTic Gaming very rarely getting 3-0, and as of right now looking to clear out that last player and last shot, who's being such a nuisance, might I say. Eventually last shot does end up taking 1 down with them, and that's a lane for now Shopify Rebellion to play through, especially with this camo.
Yeah, normally you toss this hill, but the fact that Shopify had this camo, they're not tossing this hill and rotating. They're going to try and get some kills, and Frosty doing just that, but he ends up falling.
Took the hill.
Almost done with this hill with OpTic Gaming. 3 down for Shopify, but that final player's last shot, and once again he gets another clutch kill while weakened and gets Frosty that dummy spawn. Legend having to slay him out again, going down to 1 shot, and all of this is just a distraction. OpTic Gaming feels like they should have had this hill, but Shopify refused to give up.
It's really unfortunate. There was a weak player on the C-plat getting that hill, and Legend not making that jump really made it difficult for him to clean up that kill, so he had to use the QT. By the time he did that spawn came up and just too much to deal with, and now it's Shopify getting some hill time of their own.
6 bullets in the sniper here for Formal, but this is a lot of time being accumulated by Shopify Rebellion. We're seeing Formal and Renegade look to run a 2-man push through the bottom mid side and try to get dummies, but they know that Shopify have so much space. They could be around any corner, and in fact, Shopify hopped out of the hill. They said, if you want this hill, come fight us for it.
It's so interesting as well. It was OpTic Gaming that rotated back towards top center. Formal's gonna get a kill. Cycle's there too, though, Tony.
Team took the hill.
H4F, and it's because of shots like that. Formal starting off the push with a huge sniper, but notice how off-screen Roll 2 gets a kill, and right before Shopify Rebellion strike, they cap the hill to OpTic. We have a tied-up game, but who gets the sniper?
Beautiful job with that pinch on to Formal right there. You saw him setting up for that shot. He would have hit it if he had another second, but they shut him down pretty quickly, and now it's Sniper in the hands of Shopify Rebellion and in the hands of Royal 2.
That man barely misses. This is the player that I would want with the sniper in hand time and time again, especially when holding on to an A-side setup. But with that, they send 2 members through that lane in order to get him out. Last shot, repulses up to try to get behind enemy lines, but he was behind the players that were behind him that were behind. I don't know, it's a flank inception.
A lot of flanking going on, but the people that come out on top right now and the team to come out on top is going to be OpTic Gaming. All 3 down for Shopify. 3 players forced to spawn on the C side, as it was OpTic who actually blocked B from that big door. So beautiful play by them to make sure to force those spawns as far away as possible.
Legend goes down and Roll 2 chasing this player toward the window side, nowhere to hide, and that's going to be the last player that gets wiped off of the face of live fire. With that Shopify scoring, this should be 2-1.
This is what's so impressive about Shopify Rebellion. The spawn was on C. They make it to A in an instant. It was like they teleported there, and because of that, they're going to secure, like you said, hill number 3, and they'll be up 2-1, and they're going to continue on this momentum here. You see the pressure forming once again. Look at Royal 2 taking the perimeter and just trapping OpTic in.
While they do get a bit of a head start towards this hill, but it's not really much, maybe about, what, 8-9% done with this hill right now. Meanwhile, Royal 2 over toward the tower side. Renegade has to deal with them, is able to do so. 3 down, goes Shopify.
Renegade has top tower, so with this snipe coming up, I'm sure he'd be like, yeah, just switch with me, man. I don't want it to be top tower anymore. If Pound goes for it, you're going to see that time and time again, these two. We'll see if Bound can perform with it. If he doesn't, he's going to hear it from Renegade later.
I feel like he wouldn't say, hey, man. I feel like even though he's like teammates with Bound, to be like, hey, pooper. But the other word doesn't matter.
Yeah.
They still go at each other all the time. Last shot now over toward that nest side. Quick scope into a bandit, and now Shopify lose a lot of control here. And mind you, OpTic already over 50% done with this hill, and Bound looking to finish it off here.
That was such a massive play by Bound, an unorthodox angle, jumping while he's in cover and cleaning up that kill. Last shot did not expect that challenge, but Bound with that kill just secured OpTic this hill. What a beautiful snipe and cleanup by Bound.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you thought there was going to be an easy 3-0, you got something else coming for you, because OpTic Gaming tie up this game and a little over 2 minutes on the clock, so enough time for anything to happen. That includes no scopes galore. Bound hits that one and clears out that tower. Mind you, OpTic are still scoring, and Shopify need to get them out.
This is what should worry every single team in the HCS that goes against this OpTic roster. You should never count them out. They have so many, all 4 players on this roster can take over games, and Bound is one of those players. 12-9, but my goodness, he's starting to pop off and heat up.
He has to trade out his life, but eventually it's Shopify Rebellion that end up going 3 down, exactly what they're looking for, because OpTic continued to score. Last shot gets camouflaged, but is there enough time to even stop OpTic from scoring here? Apparently there is, because they're finding kills left and right, but a missed no-scope may just cost them. Nah, they got each other's back, and that's a huge repulse. Back up, says Last Shot.
It all started with Formal dying on the cuts right there, trying to go for camo, and it's because Shopify had a double side push on that camo side of the map, and with that, it changes things just a bit. Yes, OpTic only need a bit of time here, but this hill is the most important one. There's only 1:37 seconds left on the neutral clock, and with that, OpTic take the lead.
And with 1.5 minutes, do you think OpTic play time here? I mean, this middle hill here, it's obviously a centralized hill, but a lot harder to cover ground. If anything, I think OpTic actually play for the score, unlike maybe like a Solitude, which was bottom mid. I think they play the time if that was the case.
Yeah, 100%. I think it's all about security, right? If you can get 4 dead for Shopify Rebellion, maybe you just play time. If not, you play a bit scrappy. Regardless, Shopify are going to do everything they can to take advantage of their numbers and get some hill time here.
Roll 2 over toward the back green side. A beautiful setup now coming out of Shopify Rebellion, but we see Form1 Legend now start to take position onto sandbags, but are they happy with that? No, they're actually going around towards tower first. Meanwhile, Bound's gonna start off this push, putting down that early damage. OpTic started to score, but Roll 2 is still here, dodging nades, has his teammates with them, but how much damage can they take? I almost forgot he had the repulse, and clearly Renegade and OpTic did as well.
What a beautiful job by Bound right there. Obviously, Roll 2 does get that double, but Bound, being that initiator, being that entry frag player, did as much damage as possible to allow his teammates to come in and clean it up. It's just you had a Royal 2 on the other end of that got a very low percentage double that you wouldn't normally see, and it's because of those plays that Shopify Rebellion find themselves in the hill.
Less than a minute on the clock here. OpTic do end up going 3 down in a non-advantageous position. I thought they had all the control in the world, but clearly I was wrong. In fact, Shopify Rebellion not only slayed them, but they're still in the hill, and just like that, we have a sudden death final hill here on Live Fire, just like we did in their scrims.
This game means a lot more to OpTic Gaming to keep this series alive, but we'll see if they can do it. Right now, it looks like it's Shopify Rebellion on that momentum swing, and if you know Halo, you know it's all about momentum. How does OpTic stop this? They go 3 down again.
Ladies and gentlemen, forget that timer that you see on the screen right now. It's 34 seconds of neutral time, but it doesn't matter because next hill will win it here. And right now, it's Royal 2 and Shopify Rebellion that have that early setup. Royal 2 with this camouflage here toward the tower side, able to find the weakened Bound. There's still one more player on the backside, but Renegade is going front and center.
Look how much of the map Bound opens up with that 1 kill on the elbow, Tony. This is what I'm talking about. Being that entry frag player, it's so important to just either get your kill or do damage and maximize your life, and that's what Bound did there. And because of that play, it's OpTic who have full control on the tower side.
These are huge plays coming out of OpTic Gaming, but they've just gone 3 down, all the way double out of the reigning MVP. Shopify Rebellion continue to come at him and this bend, but don't play strategy. Ain't gonna work, but Legend says, hey, you can mind the gap. Don't worry, I can too. Gives them a taste of their own medicine as Shopify Rebellion get wiped.
Bound making plays, Legend making massive plays. He should have died there, Tony. He should have went down, but he crosses the corner and he repulses to get that kill. Coulda, woulda, shoulda. OpTic Gaming continuing to score.
Next hill will take it, and right now it's OpTic Gaming that desperately need it, but they are playing right now like they want to win, like they want to pull off a reverse sweep, and every reverse sweep starts with a game 3 win, and right now Legend is making MVP plays over toward the tower side. Bound ain't stepping foot outside of this hill. If they want to win, Shopify have to force him out, and it just ain't happening because Bound's checking the flank, and that's the only player that could have made something happen. OpTic Gaming on the board. Ain't no sweeps around here.
It's not over yet. Ladies and gentlemen, do not count OpTic out. Once again, I said it, I'll say it 10 million more times. There are so many players. In fact, every single player on this roster can take over games. You saw it back to back right there with Legend and Bound, and you're going to see much more of that this season, but it all starts here at the Kaysan land.
so sorry, Tim. Hold on.
You okay? Do I need to get a
Game number
defibrillator?
3. My big ass is out of breath, okay?
Okay.
It's getting hype, all right?
Take a sip of water. We got a lot more to do, I think.
Game number 3 goes the way of OpTic Gaming, and maybe, just maybe, they could pull off a reverse sweep here. But Shopify Rebellion did look good and did push them all the way to their limits. They had to just win by 1 hill in overtime. Did OpTic. So Shopify Rebellion, it feels like they still have that momentum. They're still up by 1.
Can we rewind that real? I don't know if we can rewind that. It's okay. I wanted to see. I wanted to talk about that repulse on the top of tower. That is the max range a repulse can be used, okay? We're talking about coming back, cutting, and max ranging the repulse. And then he goes on to get a beautiful a perfect 3-shot beatdown afterwards. Look at this. So comes in, dips in to get, a little bit of assistance from the wall, and then max range repulse. That could have changed everything. Royal 2 lives there. It is absolutely over. And it's, of course, Legend, who takes control of that tower, and he holds it so tight, no one's able to take it from his hands. My goodness, man. Clutch plays like that are what make MVPs, and that's why he was MVP last season.
It feels like very rarely do we see mind the gap medals anymore at this level of gameplay at a professional level, especially deep within a tournament bracket like a winner's bracket finals. And we've been lucky to see multiple mind the gap medals just in this game. We saw some on the green side, we saw one on the tower side, and it just shows that when the competition is this tight, when you have 2 equally matched teams going at it, you have to pull out every trick. You got to do some stuff that you didn't even know was possible in order to win, because it is that tight, it is that competitive. And there you go. That was the first one from World 2 we just saw.
And ladies and gentlemen, if you're watching the stream and you're enjoying yourself, but then an ad comes up and tells you to buy Depends diapers, maybe consider subbing. Maybe consider, using Twitch Prime and making sure those ads don't come through. Or if you're one of those people that are really blessed, hold on, Tony, I'm talking. If you're one of those people that are really blessed, you can give some subs. It's 35% off right now for gifted subs, ladies and gentlemen. Show some people some love and give the price or the present of no ads. You don't get the Pens ads, Tony?
What? No, what?
Oh,
what?
Okay.
I'm subbed to the channel. I don't get diaper. I don't got kids, so I guess my algorithm ain't giving me ads like that.
It's old man stuff, Tony. You wouldn't know until you get old. It's an old man thing, all right?
Oh, okay, my bad. I got to step my game. I got to step my knowledge. I need to step my ad game up, or I could just be like you. You're sub to the channel. We don't deal with ads. We ain't got to worry about that. You're damn right about that. Be like Rumble Nuts with the gifted sub. Drop some gift, because nobody wants to watch ads.
That's right. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. It's once again a chance for OpTic to bring this to yet another Game 5. And what more? What do we expect, Tony? Do we expect not to see a Game 5 between these two on LAN? Of course we expected it.
Well, we're at Game 4 right now, but I'm right there with you. Like you're alluding to, this definitely can go to distance. This definitely can go to a Game 5. But I like Shopify Rebellion a lot when it comes to the oddball matchups. OpTic gonna have to win against Shopify on one of their favorable game types.
That's a good call. Playstyle and game types come into a factor in all of these series. And Shopify are one of those teams that I think they have a large tool belt when it comes to the game types that they're proficient at. And oddball being one of them. And you can see already a solidified tram setup.
In the last scrim that ended up being 7-7, we do see that OpTic Gaming did win oddball on the streets. It was a tight one though, 272 to 262. And again, as you always like to remind us, Tim, this ain't online. We on LAN. Things can change here.
I love that. I love LAN, Tony. I'm sorry, man. There's no excuses, okay? After this event, no one will have an excuse as to why they played bad or as to why things didn't go their team's way. And I love that, okay? It's all up to this. It's all up to this moment. You have to put up or shut up. And that's what I love about LAN.
22-10 lead in favor of OpTic Gaming. Not only are they the first ones to score, but they're still holding on to the setup right now. Renegade right up the ATM middle he goes. A quick 3 down. OpTic continue to score, and Shopify gonna have to fully reset.
This is great. They didn't get the play ball either, so ball ends up at the bottom of Tram, Tony, and this is going to allow OpTic to scrap some more time here. Camo, though, it is up, and the Shroud screen is on top of it.
Enemy has the ball.
40 seconds worth of ball time here. You're about, what, 40% done with it? I guess math, who knows? Last shot with the camouflage, though. And Shopify Rebellion have already breached the subway, forcing that play ball. And looks like Shopify Rebellion are going to actually just keep that ball right towards subway. We just slayed you out. We might as well hold the setup here.
A little bit of micro there once again from last shot. He was gonna clamber on the top of Tram ledge there in the front on the balcony, but he didn't because his camo was still activating slowly and he didn't want to get caught out by Formal. Because of that, he's able to stay alive even longer and do as much damage as possible. Unfortunately, it's not enough to keep Tram controlled.
Big nade coming out of Frosty toward the bottom subway side, ends up getting the melee to trade out his life for that double, and Shopify Rebellion continue to score.
This is good by Formal, though. You have to try and just make them uncomfortable here. I don't know if his location is known, but let's see.
Finds the one shot. Almost takes down a one shot. Last shot almost lives through that, but mind you, Shopify Rebellion, the ones that continue to have that ball in hands. Lots of time being accumulated here for Psycho, but gets the call out there. Could be somebody creeping up the backside, making sure everything's clear. And if he feels this uncomfortable, we could see them rotate that ball.
That's just a beautiful process of elimination by Shopify Rebellion. They knew Formal was the last player alive, so they checked their back to make sure he's not able to provide an impact. Because of that, it's going to turn into a double and a perfect for Cycle, and another one, a triple for him. Now he's got ball. This man is doing it all.
Oh my gosh, what a huge triple coming out of Cycle. And then he gets right back on the ball like nothing just happened. Just right back to score. He's okay, I did my work, clock in, clock out, and now it's Shopify Rebellion taking the lead.
Again, I said it, I'll say it again. Generational talent right here. This kid is disgusting at this game, and it's beautiful to see his ability to stay alive. His ability to stay alive. Do you see this once again? There's two people aiming at him, Tony. He's creating enough time for Royal 2. This is just masterful by Cycle.
Big plays happening, and it was Frosty to get away with the camouflage. So now what does he do with it here? Couple shots over toward the B railing player, but there's 4 members of OpTic Gaming up. They have Shopify surrounded. Can Frosty find the weakness? All right, now he's only finding grenades.
Enemy has the ball.
Those grenades are going to slow him down and take about 10 seconds off of his camo, so we'll see what kind of impact he gets now. But again, great job by OpTic to try to eliminate him.
57-47 here for OpTic Gaming. BR is out, so an easy cleanup onto Legend. Mind you, though, Renegade with a perfectly placed prediction grenade toward that Commando side. And big damage happening, but Cycle just can't get out alive. Last shot ends up dropping that stick to trade out here. We see a 1v1 happening on the B Street side. Lots of kills on the board, but no ball time. In fact, it gets reset.
That reset is going to favor OpTic Gaming. Frosty is going to have to push up. There is a player, I believe it's Last Shot, on that purple side, but you see in the kill feed, he goes down immediately. Now OpTic have control of that side of the map, and they have a couple kills, but you've got to deal with the Frosty that's getting trades.
And dealing with the Frosty is not easy to do, Tim.
It's not.
Renegade, he finds a way to deal with the Frosty. Meanwhile, Royal 2, he's forced to back down at a numbers disadvantage, even at a health disadvantage right now. OpTic building that green wall. This must be the defense that everybody always talks about. Bound takes out Last Shot, and Royal 2 chain. A dangerous game of Ring Around the Rosie. He ends up going down.
It's just beautiful, though. Like, you know, many nades were avoided there. Even that bank nade towards the A-Gen was avoided. That's what I'm talking about out of these players, man. Such a good job of staying alive. Now Formal's doing a bit of it, but he goes down. All the while, Tony, guess who's scoring points?
It's Renegade and OpTic Gaming.
Yep.
Now it's Last Shot. Flying on in. Knows Renegade's one shot, so that's an easy kill. But can he find the rest of OpTic Gaming? A weakened Legend, soften him up even more. Formal decides to get involved, and Last Shot putting some good damage down, and that's a great distraction for a camoed Psycho. Psycho, not Psycho.
No, Tony, you were right the first time. He is a Psycho. He's staying inside the tires right now. This is such a scary position, but he's covered really well, and you can see he's waiting for his teammates, but his camo runs out because Frosty ends up going down, and they take advantage of it. He was a Psycho in that situation, but regardless, he at least delayed for a little bit for his team.
My bad, Cycle. Lots of time going on the board here. Legend should be able to finish that one out because I don't see anybody from Shopify Rebellion in sight. And Tim, you kind of predicted us going into a game number 5, and you must be feeling good. That's round 1 for OpTic.
If you count the World Championship from last year, Tony, and all of the LAN tournaments, and all of these tournaments, that's 6 plus 3 second places in a row. There's a lot of second places going on, okay? It's only 3 in a row, but there's a lot of second places. I'm thinking OpTic are pissed off. I'm thinking they're mad. They wanna squash this little rivalry, because whoever wins this tournament can say they are the best team in Halo. Yes, it's the first seed. It's the #1 seed for Shopify, but again, this is LAN.
That's a great point that you made. I mean, this roster was brought together to stop the second place finishes. Well, the last thing they want is another one for that curse to plague them here into 2025. But last shot, still Camo with this commando. What great patience coming out of him, but you're not that invisible, okay? It's harder to see. It's more of a cloak.
Yeah, I'm telling you right now, if I was him, I'd be so scared in that moment. Renegade just staring at you, just like waiting for you to move just a bit. But like you said, very good eyes on that camo, and that's gonna stop the ball time from accruing for Shopify Rebellion.
20-0 run here for Shopify Rebellion. A big headshot kill come out of Renegade, but he ends up getting taken down in a part of a double kill from last shot. We see World 2 now turning this into a flank. The OpTic player is getting aggressive. That's exactly what World 2 wants. Takes down one, some good damage onto another. The cleanups do come in, and I don't know how World 2 is alive right now, but Shopify Rebellion is scoring.
This is the teamwork once again, and the team shot out of Shopify Rebellion. This is what makes them strong. Yes, they have individually talented players. I think everyone in year 4 can pretty much shoot their gun, some a little bit better than others. But it's all about that bait and switch and that teamwork and the synergy that this team has. And it's really shining through right here in this round number 2.
It is teamwork that makes the dream work. We're seeing World 2 taking a lot of damage, so retreating to the teamwork of his team. But Bound comes out of nowhere. It takes down Frosty, and now Renegade replace him in that positioning. A 2v2 moment, but those were Cycle thrive on. He ends up taking down both of the final players by himself. OpTic spawning in a favorable position, but last shot has active camo.
And they're aware of the spawns. This is what makes it very difficult, Tony, is because look, he's gonna bait him out, and now just shut him down. That's what happens right there. Beautifully played by last shot in that scenario. Yes, he loses camo, and well, Shopify are 3 dead, but the play looked good at first, Tony.
45-5 run here for Shopify Rebellion, but notice it's OpTic the ones that are scoring right now, and now the nades and Shopify Rebellion trying to push up through the back A side. Last shot finds the first kill. Bound chases him away, and now the repeat coming out of last shot. A big kill, but notice OpTic still have 3 players up. Shopify Rebellion though, are they rotating this ball? Wait, what?
Somehow Royal 2 stays alive right there, and he uses cover and he uses his teammate. And again, I don't think you're surprised, Tony. Cycle stays alive with nades flying in his face while he's one shot. So this is just typical of these players on Shopify Rebellion. They're gonna continue to score here, 60 points and counting.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I mean, I actually am kind of surprised with that play. I thought OpTic actually had the advantage in that one. As Shopify are playing find the slays, now we're scoring. Royal 2 is pushed all the way up right now and putting down more damage, but Royal 2 goes down. Cycle now forced to play this ball, and very quickly OpTic pounce.
This is what they're good at. They pounce, they get that ball, they rotate it back, and they've got a bit of a setup here with 4 alive. This is great for OpTic if they want to catch up. This deficit's getting pretty large, and Shopify have to take them out one by one. But again, Shopify go 2 dead.
67-16 lead here for Shopify Rebellion. Perfect shots out of Cycle, and even it's the one shot on the weakened player. Ball sits towards the mid-map. Bound daring to push it, but he has to be careful because Shopify Rebellion ain't just going for the ball, they're going for him.
This is great, though. We've seen back and forths out of this camo control for both these teams, and oh my gosh, the timing there. Bound is so upset right now. There's no possible way that timing happens. Regardless, it's once again another OpTic push and a beautiful couple shots by Formal, but there's trades and trades to be had, and OpTic Gaming go 3 dead.
Just about 10 more seconds needed here for Shopify Rebellion. And luckily, OpTic are able to successfully push out the PD side. That ball sits the middle of the map right now, and both teams gonna have to slay out for it. Frosty right at bound. Formal taking a little bit of I guess a back route here, a little bit of a flank route, and Frosty refused to go down easily. Eventually, Formal does find them. There was a player towards top A, but he ain't there no more. And OpTic, they push Shopify out.
Yeah, it's such a difficult thing to do is look at the kill feed wall in a moment, but Formal ends up looking at the kill feed, seeing that top player on A goes away and ends up going down, so he feels safe and he takes that route to get that kill. It's a big kill, but is it enough? Shopify are going to come off a spawn and immediately push.
Good time on the board here for OpTic Gaming. This is exactly what they were looking for. Already up 1-0 and don't want to give Shopify Rebellion any life, any room to breathe. Formal, high IQ, gonna rotate this ball away from last shot, and the rest of Shopify Rebellion are forcing them out of the A side, tower side. Formal goes airborne for that one, but what goes up must come down.
The rotation was unfortunately a little bit sloppy right there, and because of that rotation being sloppy, it was Shopify that just pushed on through. Formal tried to save it with a nice little repulse, trying to get maybe a melee on an aggressive player, but it's not going to be enough. I believe that we will be at a tie in round 8. We're going to round 3, Tony.
I mean, it feels like every game has really been that tight. I mean, it's just how it is. It's Shopify Rebellion versus OpTic Gaming. We've been watching it all season long in the online tournaments. We saw it in scrims, tied up 7 apiece. Right now, these two teams are battling it out for best in the world, and only one team can make it into the grand finals through the winner's side.
The ball drop.
So beautiful to once again be in a LAN environment, ladies and gentlemen. 2 down for Shopify Rebellion already, and Frosty evening up the odds with his stalker rifle. Again, though, OpTic doing a great job this round of scrapping time with that ball.
One shot Frosty. Pushes all the way down towards the B stairs, has that stalker out and ready for the chase. Formal wants no part of it. He's gonna back down here, and now he's weakened. Now Frosty can take advantage of it, and he does. Takes down Formal, almost goes at Legend as well. A great nade out of a sneaky camoed out cycle.
Yeah, a bit aggressive there, but it ended up working out in Shopify Rebellion's favor. They'll have ball and they'll have a bit of control as the push comes in onto purple, and watch what Cycle does with his camo.
I was gonna say goes at bound, but Formal with a huge back smack for his 26th kill, 12 assists, 3 down. Goes Shopify Rebellion. They know there's only one final player stuck in PD. They just nade about.
This is really interesting looking at the slays in this game. Right now, it's OpTic Gaming leading by a little bit, but what's impressing me more is the assists on the side of OpTic Gaming. All of them above that double-digit mark, and that's what you want to see out of OpTic Gaming, right? They're individually talented, but all of them being above double digits in assists is massive for them.
4 down goes Shopify Rebellion. 37-5 lead started here for OpTic Gaming. We may just be going to a game 5 if things continue like this.
It's all about this next push by Shopify. That camo coming up as well. It's been back and forth on who controls that camo, and right now it's going to be Royal 2 gets away with it scot-free. I believe he was weak as well, and he gets a kill onto Formal. So this is just really bad right now for OpTic Gaming. They do get the PD spawns, or at least 2 of them do, but that rotation not going to happen quick enough.
And it feels like Shopify Rebellion need this camouflage and really need Royal 2 to make a play with it. This is quite the deficit that you are playing out of right now.
Yeah.
But the sidekick out of Royal 2 finds a weakened Renegade, and now ball should be in the hands of Shopify and save that, but OpTic are still here. Formal's being a nuisance playing his life, and that's no more camo for Royal 2. OpTic now a double push through the purple side may just force a rotation out of the rest of Shopify Rebellion.
Hey, OpTic are being like a gnat in the summer, just continuously poking at your head and not letting you get any sort of comfortability in your game, and that's what's happening here. The ball being picked up, you see it's still on the floor again. It's only 12 points for Shopify. They've had the slays time and time again, but it's Formal and Legend on that side, making it so tough to feel comfortable.
and nobody's a fan of gnats in the summer, and I promise you Shopify Rebellion aren't either. OpTic doing a great job of staying alive, getting value out of it, but Shopify Rebellion, they're still fighting right now. In fact, we're seeing more slays on the board. We're seeing Frosty get some value out of this Stalker, putting down some max damage, and most importantly, Shopify Rebellion still scoring.
Yeah, it's really interesting how the slays literally flipped here, and you can see Shopify are gonna go 3 dead, but they had a lot. They're now past that double-digit mark in terms of assists. Regardless, though, OpTic find themselves another setup, and the last time they had one of these, they got like 50 points in a row, Tony.
Shopify Rebellion started off this series up 2-0, but they allowed OpTic room to breathe. That first game went their way, and OpTic have been looking very good. Outside of that round number 2, it feels like it has really been OpTic's control, maybe 80% of this game, and now with a 78-38 advantage. Bound may be the final player alive here, but Shopify Rebellion, one good break, and that could be game. That could be a game 5.
Wow, that is the biggest kill by Frosty right there. It's been back and forth in camos. Shopify had the last one. OpTic got this one. But that camo meant nothing. It's completely out of the picture now, and it was literally OpTic's chance to close this one out and bring us to a game 5.
Shopify Rebellion continue to score here. And what I thought was a great position for OpTic Gaming, I'm not sure about anymore. They need to win this round of slays. They really need it. They need to start getting slays right now. And World 2 is just jiggle peeking his way. They talked about OpTic being a nat, but World 2, he's the ultimate annoyance for OpTic Gaming. But they go 3 down. OpTic should be able to grab a hold of this ball, but right now being used as a bait, so they have to go through Frosty in order to get it.
That was beautiful by Frosty. He got a great spawn on the tram, but unfortunately, he was not able to stay alive. They turned to him so quickly, knowing he's going to be a factor in their fight, and now they only need 10 points, and Renegade set up on C.
Oh, Formal was ready for the push, but Renegade has his back, and now the rest of the players now pushing in, forced to drop the ball with just 3 seconds left, but does so in order to get the kills, and that's OpTic Gaming not only taking this game, but bringing us into a game 5.
I said it, Tony. I'm telling you, I said it. Listen, it had nothing to do with me. But regardless, we know these teams go to the wire every single time, and we're seeing it once again. Another game 5 between OpTic and Shopify Rebellion. I would love, absolutely love, Tony, to get a counter on how many game 5s these two have played against each other, because it's got to be in the double digits.
We see Legend calling for the quick timeout. He says, I need a refresh after that. When I go into the restroom, maybe get a water, apply some deodorant, because that was sweaty. In that oddball streets, OpTic Gaming, back-to-back games. We thought this could have been a sweep by Shopify Rebellion, but as of right now, it's OpTic Gaming robbing us here. And we go into a game 5. And the only thing I know is that we love game 5s. I know you love game 5s. If you love game 5s, I'm gonna need you to drop a sub on the YouTube. If you love game 5s, I'm gonna need you to drop a follow on the Twitch. If you love game 5s, I'm gonna need you to sub. I'm gonna need you to drop a membership. Show me how much you love them game 5s.
I want to see too. So someone show me too. Okay, listen, it's 35% off right now for gifted subs above 5, ladies and gentlemen. You want to support what we do here? We are community funded. We're here because of you. We get to provide coverage on the best Halo matches because of you. And I'm going to tell you, I made a little video. I'm not trying to plug myself. I made a little video and I talked about LVT. Everyone in the comments said, if it wasn't for LVT, I wouldn't be watching Halo. If it wasn't for LVT, I wouldn't catch these beautiful moments. Now's your chance to show the love and show us how much you appreciate this organization. We have bled Halo for years, and we will never stop.
Well, I see that number continuously going up. Over 15,000 people sub to the LVT Halo channel. That is crazy to think about. Over 15,00000 people sub to the channel.
Tony, if we get to 15,600 and if we get to 15,700, I will step on your toe at the next event.
Wait, what?
I'll slam on your toe.
I have a messed up foot.
Oh, all right, your other foot then. Your other one.
You might send me back to urgent care, man. All right, guys, for 15,700, I'm gonna get assaulted by Active. We'll make sure we get that on camera for you guys. Why are the subs going up so fast? Wait, guys, wait, whoa,
baby.
Wait, hold on, guys. Why are you subbing? Stop the number.
Don't tell them to stop. They want to do
It's going
it.
up too fast. They wanna see me hurt. What the heck?
Yeah, let's go.
5.
Yes. There was easy. Oh, you. Hey, Tony, wave that pinky toe goodbye. It's done.
Goodbye, pinky toe. Why does Halo hate me so much? What did I do to y'all? Yo, thank y'all for real though. Thank you guys for showing some love and some hype. You know, like again, over 15,700 on the way to 16,000 subs on the LVT YouTube is absolutely insane. I'm seeing the subs being dropped in on the Twitch chat, and I'm going crazy. That damn Phoenix dropping a big 5 gifted. Oh, Benny Lava coming in with a huge 5 gifted as well. As you guys know, we ain't backed up by any big money and whatnot. It don't work like that over here. We're talking about just passionate people that love Halo and that are funded and fueled by you guys, by you, the community. Every time you guys drop that sub, every time you guys even watch an ad, and you like complain about it, but every single ad, every single sub you drop gets to actually bringing us to land and do what we do for you guys even more. So honestly, and I'm sure Tim, you agree, and everybody agrees. I don't want to speak for anybody, but from the bottom of our heart, for everybody that works with LVT, we thank you. Honestly, like, thank you for watching those ads. Thank you for subbing. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for the subs. Because of you, we can do what we do. We can do what we love. So thank you.
You guys are incredible. Even though you have some crazy takes, you know, it's great. I love it. You know, there's so many different fans of different teams, and I love it. Keep that passion. Keep it going. Keep Halo alive, because this is a beautiful game, and I can't wait for the future. You can see it right here, ladies and gentlemen. 2 straight for Shopify Rebellion and a potential reverse sweep for OpTic Gaming.
You know who's one of my favorite Twitch viewers? Do you know who?
Active?
No, Doctor Who. Doctor Who Chi coming in with the 5 gifted love. That Devilish drop another 5 as well. Appreciate y'all, dude. We must got a hype train coming out of here soon. Devilish, what is going on, guy?
Oh my goodness,
it's discounted
man.
Subs. For you said it before. It's discounted subs.
Yeah, 35% off, Tony. 35%
off.
That's a lot.
And that's like 1, 2, 3, a lot. Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't want to do the math. A big Prime sub coming out of Vice Rhino. It's crazy that people have Prime subs right now going into the 29th. If you have a Prime sub right now, use it right now, because you know you're not going to use it tomorrow or the next day. Use it right now and use it on your favorite channel in LVT Halo. Nick, my man Nick the Greek's doing it. My man Fluff 0132. You know, Fluff 0131 was taken, but it's all good. The 2 looks good at the end of that. Big gifted coming out of Fluff, and my gosh, just like that, we can stop feeling, we can stop shilling, because game number 5 is on the way. It's Slayer Solitude. It's Shopify Rebellion versus OpTic Gaming. Who's coming out on top, throwing 12 minutes on the clock, first to 50 kills? Tim, don't get old. Don't.
No, I'm awake, Tony. I'm awake, and let me tell you something, Tony. I'm gonna tell you something right now. I want everyone in this chat to not be like the pros, okay? The pros, look at all this beautiful stuff on the map. The shotguns, they just leave it there. Don't GA the Twitch Prime sub. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. It's game 5.
Don't GA the Twitch Prime sub, ladies and gentlemen. OpTic Gaming starting off hot against Shopify Rebellion with that first kill, but what really matters is who's going to be able to get away with that camouflage and shock. And I know Shopify Rebellion have the shock rifle, and I have to imagine that OpTic have the camo.
Wow, Tony, you are correct. It is Legend with the camo in his hands, and I want to see what he does with it, because I'm sure he wants the shock rifle out of Last Shot's hands, and the bait and switch is beautiful. Once again, it is Legend who's pushing forward now with his camo.
6-1 start coming out of OpTic Gaming. Did you predict this one? I knew they were going to look good going into this game number 5, but this is a dominant start as another one. A 9-1 lead. Legend is 4-0 right now.
How would you play if you got this many second places in a row? I want wins. Formal wants wins. He created this team for wins, and that's what they're looking for. They're showcasing their dominance when it matters the most. This is the most intense and most important match of this tournament for OpTic, and they're looking to smash it. A 9-kill lead already for them.
Not even 2 minutes worth of gameplay, and it turns to a 10-kill advantage here. 4 more. Right now on screen, 3-1 with a couple assists to go along with it. Meanwhile, Legend having another MVP type of game with his 5-1 start. And even the spawners are catching shots from all angles, down range. These shots are coming out from Formal as he takes down yet another one, and every spawning player is being sent back to the respawn screen. This is the OpTic gaming that we feared. A triple out of Formal H4 freaking F.
Have you ever seen this many people go to Olive Garden, Cycle, Royal 2, Last Shot, all getting breadsticks here? This is not what we're used to seeing, especially in these important matches. These guys are phenomenal players, and there's no disrespect. It just showcases how badly OpTic want it.
22-7 advantage here for OpTic Gaming, and some great shots coming out of Renegade, forcing that player away, but more importantly, grabbing the camouflage, as Renegade might just survive despite being one shot. It was Royal 2 dropping a multi-kill. That'll take the wind out of their sails. That'll slow them down just a bit.
In case you can't count, Tony, it's 1, 2, 3, 4 at the top left. It's gonna help you in that case. This is just insane out of the side of Shopify Rebellion. Seriously, like, I am very impressed that OpTic are coming in with this amount of fire when they didn't look like this all series long, but all of a sudden, it's the most important game of the series, and you just start off with this type of a lead. This is magnificent out of these guys.
8-2 with 7 assists right now for OpTic Gaming. That's for Formal of OpTic Gaming. That tells me that Formal is getting involved in every single gunfight. Meanwhile, Renegade on the entire opposite side of the map is able to grab a hold of this shock, and Cycle is stuck. He's paying his attention. He's there. Trust me, he is there.
They're watching him from the loop side, so a great job by Cycle once again. This is why he's one of the best players at playing his life. He stays alive, he knows what angles he needs to cover, and he does it well. That could be the break that Shopify Rebellion needs. Do not count this team out. 3 dead OpTic.
They're already 1-17 lead in favor of OpTic Gaming, but like you said, they are the ones that end up going 3 down, and it looks like this time it's gonna be Last Shot that has that shot in hand, and also jumping up to the S4, and right now S4 looks cursed.
Yeah, you don't want to go up there. You go up there, you go down. But, man, Legend again. Tony, he's had a slow day. I've got to be honest with you. We're talking about the MVP from last season. If you look at his stats, it's been slow. But, again, this is what matters the most, is the Game 5. This is when you know players come to play. Bound is another one. This is just beautiful. 11 kills for Bound, only 3 deaths. 12 kills for Legend, only 6 deaths. 37-20, the lead.
From a 0.80 KD out of Legend so far in its entirety of the series through 4 games to a almost 2.0 KD right now and just about the 40 kill mark. That is the turnaround that OpTic Gaming needed, and Formal as well, because he has 10 kills and 10 assists. When OpTic Gaming are playing like this, they may just be unstoppable. This could be a reverse sweep coming out of the boys in green.
And this is without the drum. This is without the green wall chant. What's gonna happen at the events? I'm just curious, because this is crazy out of this roster. I saw a little bit of a glimpse, right? The 3 down that Shopify Rebellion got a couple of minutes ago, but it was OpTic Gaming coming off a spawn once again and just stopping it in its tracks. These are players who are phenomenal. I have nonstop talked about Cycle. I've nonstop talked about Last Shot all day long, and that's because I believe that they're next up. I believe they will be the players that are in people's mouths all for the future of Halo. And right now, it's OpTic Gaming that showcase we're still standing here. We're still the kings.
Shopify Rebellion started off this series up 2-0. Back-to-back wins out of OpTic Gaming to put us in this position into this Game 5. And an incredible start from OpTic Gaming, where they simply have not turned around since. Maybe not a spectacular just yet, but a damn fine cheeseburger, if you will. The finest one of them all, made by Gordon Ramsay himself with this win right now. OpTic Gaming putting on a dominant performance here. Shopify Rebellion, though, sneakily clawing their way back into it. But you gotta think it's too little too late. OpTic Gaming only need 3 kills.
It's gonna be tough to do, Tony, and now it's down to 2 kills. You gotta look at the cams of OpTic Gaming. I mean, if you can see the players' mouths, because right now Legend's got his face directly into the monitor, and so does Bound. But if you can see them, they are screaming in the comms right now. They are hyped up. Look at them. That's what I'm talking about. It's the hype that comes through. OpTic Gaming with the reverse sweep.
OpTic move on to the grand finals, and they're 1 series away from winning their first LAN event. I will say, no one plays better when they have their back against the wall, and they're about to go down, and they did so in this series. The first half, we had Shopify with the early leads, making OpTic play catch up the entire first 2 games, and then game 3, guys, they had the opportunity to bring it back, and not only did they take it, but they ran with it. I would love to talk about and go through on how they did so and what players made the most impact.
I mean, for me personally, I'm gonna say Legend, and it's because of the masterful like turnaround as far as KD going to that game 5. Like, he literally started off with a 0.80 KD for the first 4 games of the series. It was a slow start for Legend, but also after that, game number 2 slowly started to build. To be honest with you, the first 2 games, it was even worse than that. It slowly started to build up in that game 3, that ultimate that game 4, and then eventually in that game 5, in the biggest moment, you drop 16 kills like that. I mean, I think Formal was fantastic, literally all series long. I love what he did in that early game as well, but for me, that was the biggest swing from game number 1 into game number 5. We saw almost an entirely different Legend. We saw an MVP type of performance in that game 5.
Active, what about on your end? Who stood out for you the most?
I don't want to. I hate to copy Tony, but I truly think that Legend did as well. I think also you saw a lot of hype out of Renegade, and that's what you love to see out of the man. I think that his energy is infectious. When he's dominating, you will hear that he's dominating, and OpTic, it's just so impressive. They're the entire team. It's hard to just point out one player because I feel like just everyone came alive when it mattered the most. And this is why I always say LAN is different, is because when it matters the most, when you're about to get to a point where you're going to that elimination bracket, you know you have to step it up, and you do. And these guys have that clutch gene in them that allows them to step up like this at moments like this.
Tony, between these 2, I think we could have a couple of MVP contenders.
Oh, you're 100%. You're 100% right. I mean, you look at the level of experience that comes on this roster. You look at, like, for example, like a Legend won MVP last year. Well, that gives a lot of hopes to young and up-and-coming players like a Last Shot in a Cycle, saying you don't need to put in 10 years in the league in order to win an MVP. If you shine, they will notice that. You got to look at Formal as well. The year that he has had, up and down, the emotions that it caused him to ultimately make these team changes to bring the roster that we have in front of him. And Renegade and Bound, when they're popping off, they pop it off. And on the opposite side, Shopify Rebellion, obviously you just lost that series and you got reverse swept, but Psycho has been fantastic. Last Shot is one of my leading MVP votes right now, and you can't deny what Frosty and Roar 2 have been doing consistently for that roster leading up to now. If there's anything that Shopify Rebellion should be thinking about, is the fact that, or at least it's with me, it's like, if there's any time to like lose out in the winners finals, maybe it's this tournament. Because remember, going into the grand finals, we're gonna just see one best of 7. It doesn't matter who makes it out of the elimination finals. So it feels like even though OpTic did win that, they don't have an advantage.
I agree. I mean, these 2 are the closest teams we've seen so far this year, and this is the tournament to prove who's got what it takes to be a little bit different. Who's got the upper hand? Shopify Rebellion moves down to the elimination finals to go up against Space Station Gaming. Active, I know you don't believe in Shopify Rebellion, so I gotta ask. I mean, you kind of do, but then you don't. But I feel like they have to prove something to you and all the non-believers that they're built different, and they're not just online, but they can also do the same thing on LAN too. What do they have to do?
I think that they've proven themselves on land thus far. I think this team is definitely one that's going to contend with the best as the season goes on, 100%. On the other side, though, you have a Space Station Gaming that I believe took game number 1 and 2 from Shopify the last time these two matched up online. So I think like Space Station's still trying to find their stride. I don't know if that'll happen here. I think we're going to see a very angry Shopify Rebellion. So either way, I think we have a great match ahead of us.
Yeah, I absolutely love that we got to see. I guess the one thing that we got to see this tournament in terms of like what is different between online and LAN. The biggest thing that's popped out, or the result that's been, the most standout here has been Space Station Gaming defeating FaZe and now sitting here in the elimination finals going up against Shopify Rebellion. It almost seems like every time they start at the beginning kind of slow and then suddenly they wake up, but there was something different today.
I mean, yeah, when you look across the board, like, there's only 4 teams here. You think about the team that had the most to prove. Well, Shopify Rebellion have already had the most dominant offseason so far and early season. OpTic Gaming have already been able to win one of the early season tournaments and make every single grand finals. And FaZe have been surprisingly fantastic. And mind you, we knew they would be great, but they have been fantastic. They've been elite. We saw them beat SSG, in 2 weeks in a row. We saw them get 3rd place a bunch of times. So when you look at all the teams who had the most to prove, it had to be SSG. SSG, projected to be top 2 in the world, have had a slower start so far. So I'm liking what I'm seeing out of SSG. It's a big win out of FaZe. Now can you do it against Shopify Rebellion? Meanwhile, OpTic waiting in the grand finals. Those boys on screen.
And these are the stats from the previous match. We just saw the previous series on the winners finals.
Yeah, absolutely love what I'm seeing out of the damage per life. It is just, it's beautiful to be able to do that much damage per life, every life, and have that be your average is mind-boggling to me. It just means that every time you spawn up, there is some sort of impact that you're bringing to the game, whether it's to be a bound player who's entry fragging to make sure, he does as much damage before the pre-push. And then you have, a player like Legend, who's I would say objective-minded player, but still has that type of high damage per life. So great out of these guys. I think they really came alive in game 5. The rest of the matches were fairly close for the most part, but that game 5, we truly saw the beast come out.
Well, I'm going to take this opportunity to remind everybody that we are a community-funded production, and we are here because of you. So I want to thank everybody who subbed earlier today, who's sent over all the gift subs, who's subscribed to us on YouTube. Thank you so much. I'm curious to see where we are on YouTube because we were only 300 subs away from hitting 16,000 subscribers. Thank you so much for everybody watching both on Twitch and YouTube, and everybody hanging out with us over here too. Let's see, 15, 7, 6, 8. All right, so you have one toe gone, right, Tony? So
no, I have all my toes.
Yeah. Oh, so
Not for
well,
long.
it's gonna be. You might want to lose. You might lose another one. Do we do another toe actor?
I don't know.
For 16? No.
I don't know. I don't know what we do for 16. Maybe I don't know. We'll figure. We'll make Tony wear a clown hat or something for 16. 16K, but he's probably not going to agree with it. So. Yeah, I
mean,
know.
he doesn't have to. He doesn't have to.
I mean,
Yeah, he
I
doesn't
mean,
have to.
for 16,000 subs, and for me to not lose any more foot. Again, I have a daggone hairline fracture on my foot. I'm walking with a cane right now, so to save my feet and my toes, so I can still walk a little bit. I wear what he said, a clown wig.
Yeah.
Sure. For 16,000, I'll wear a clown wig. For 17,000, I'll act his forehead with it.
Huh?
You give a little smooch on the forehead.
You gotta leave a mark though. So can I use some lipstick? And you can
I
leave a
don't.
mark for the rest of the tournament.
I have my own lipstick. Thank you very much.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
oh,
I'm a grown man. I think I have my own lipstick.
Tinted
Thanks.
Burt's Bees. Yeah.
I don't use lip
We gotta
gloss.
plan this out. We gotta plan this out a little better. But in the major. Thank you so much for supporting us. This is the kind of content that we bring for you here, and also for the major too. Hey, I want to know if you guys posted your stories on Reddit, because we were going to be doing some Halo court sessions and seeing if you guys got some beef you got to resolve. And we're here to see if you guys are, right or wrong in that situation. So !Halo Court to write in your stories, and also you have a chance to go on the other subreddit and post your gaming setup so we can rate or guess your rank based on your setup. And here's the subreddit, so go ahead and paste. And are we starting? Or are we highlight? Oh, okay. Do we read the first story?
This is
all
great.
All right, everybody stand up. Court is now in session. All right, reading the first one. Miss Delilah Jean. That's not a story. That's just praise. I love this, and I can't wait to watch these with fresh popcorn. I hope they have popcorn, because we're gonna read the very first one. All right. Alla Marche? Am I saying that right? Alla Marche. All right. Playing CTF Aquarius with my buddies. Frustrated during this sequence because we didn't get a flagpole, even though it looked like we had control of the map a few times. I spent about a minute blocking the... Sorry, I need glasses. Scooching forward. I spent about a minute blocking the util side of the map and forced them to spawn in fridge or the back of their base. Each time I wanted to run in for a flagpole, I noticed we had a death. So I stayed back and kept blocking util. My teammates think I should have ran for flagpole, while I think forcing spawns and waiting for map control was more important. What was the correct play here? Who was in the right? Who was in the wrong?
Interesting.
Hey, we actually have a clip for this.
Okay. So util control. This is what he was talking about.
They're 3 down. You can't pull the flag with 3 down.
Right. Yep. He's watching his spawn, the spawns of his teammates. Beautiful kill. This is good so far. We just got to push up off that kill. Challenging a bit too much there. Way too big of a challenge, but okay. Renegade on our screen.
Okay, here we go. This is what we're talking about. Renegade. So he's pushing util.
Bottom mid, absolute-ish.
Oh, if Jex would have stayed alive, he probably would have wrapped the shrooms and then could have either blocked util for him or been the flag runner for him. But Jex ended up dying there. I mean,
yeah, I mean, you gotta, if you end up going down there, which happens even to the pro teams, you gotta reslay. That's essentially what happens. You gotta reslay. You gotta. So in this situation, you have 2 dead, I think, at this point, or 2 or 3 dead. So like, it's a good time maybe for one of them to go in and pull the flag.
Pull the flag. Oh my gosh!
Yeah, yeah. So if you're not pushing base, if you're not pushing flag in that scenario, you allow the back flag spawns to happen. So at that point, when 2 of your teammates were on that door, you have to go and push with them inside of the flag base. And then one of them stay back on util to block that. But I mean, essentially, you block spawns and that's it. You gotta act when there's 3 dead.
Yeah, but I mean, it's a lot of timing that didn't go their way. You know, the enemy team's pushing like zombies. I mean, is that a crash out worthy? Like, it's unfortunate. Be a little bit mad. I don't know how to crash out at that, right?
I'd smash my monitor if.
Okay, never mind. Okay,
people crash out for less.
Never mind.
Example.
Okay, Tony, I was off. My fault.
You know I tilt, Tony. You know I tilt. But yeah, in that scenario, I think with those 2, when you have 3 dead, 2 of your teammates are sitting on the util door. They need to push in. Someone needs to push in, because if not, you're allowing the back flag spawns to happen. And then that means they have easy access into util again, and you just lose control of util because obviously they're spawning closer to their base than you are, right? So yeah, that's my breakdown of it. Someone needed to go in and push in flag. One person stay util and take it from there.
All right, so just so we say it out loud, who's in the right here? Marpache or his teammates?
One of them
had to
make a play, so I think he was wrong by assuming it had to be him to control util. Sometimes you gotta react in the comms and say, I'm going to push flag and call. Small talk is a big deal. Tony might agree with me here. Tony, I'm sorry. You can talk next if you want. Small talk is a huge deal. You have to tell your teammates, hey, I'm pushing flag to block spawns. Come with me. Small talk, like have a conversation, right, Tony? This is something that Tony's very good at, so maybe you can expand on it. Having a conversation with your teammates is so important to let them know what you're doing, let them know if they have help, stuff like that. So Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, even communicating that you're weak, so you can't be the one to push the
Right.
flag. Let your teammate know. Okay, well, in that case, I'm gonna have to pull it. So I'm gonna say, like, I mean, I'm gonna say it's a whole team effort. At the end of the day, nobody pulled the flag, and I think my thing is, I guess what's the question is it who's in the right? Nobody's in it. Nobody pushed in to pull the flag. I also say, is it worth crashing out and going and like losing friendships over? That's what I'm saying. I don't know about that. So I guess it depends what the question is. But I mean, hey, it happens. Just slay him out. If you can slay him out once, you can slay him out twice. You know, slay him out again and pull the flag.
Yep, that's right.
Well, there you go, Marpache. Not right. Next.
You need a gavel.
Wait, yeah. I use my controller.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. Don't
Yeah.
use that. Jeez.
Hey, we got eyes on the land. We got a video
Okay.
to share with you all from Kaysan himself.
I said it. It means a lot to them. We know it's been a brawl online for week after week after week, and that was a turning point in OpTic for me. That's a turning point, I think, for them as well to have confidence going into Arlington. We'll see the rest of the event though. This one.
Well, I mean, they can't get second again, right?
Oh,
right? Right? I want to let everybody in chat have a chance at predicting who will be winning today. Just type in chat, will OpTic Gaming, will it be a Space Station Gaming? Will it be Shopify Rebellion? We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll have the next series ready. Elimination Final, Shopify Rebellion versus Space Station Gaming.
To praise the light, living in the dark. Take your time, we'll meet again. Just speak your truth, hoping it's a lie. You can't sleep, so why not give up? Let me tell you a secret. Judge your heart like it's nothing hard. Take a shot, you do it perfect. Good or not, it's still fun to try. So high we can leave the whole world behind. So high we can leave the whole world behind. To see the end, holding open arms. Sit down, think this through. I've had enough, now it's love. Let me tell you a secret. Judge your heart like it's nothing hard. Take a shot, you do it so high we can leave the whole behind. So high we can leave the whole
You're watching the Kaysan Showdown presented by or covered by LVT Halo. The elimination finals are already underway. Space Station Gaming versus Shopify Rebellion.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna find out who makes it into that grand final. Strongholds Live Fire is gonna be our game number one, and I'm excited for this one. We have a little bit of Space Station Gaming, we got a little bit of Shopify Rebellion, and that's a recipe I like.
And I think this is the big chance for Space Station to prove that it's not just a big 2, that there's a big 3 or potentially a big 4. Because so far, when Space Station and FaZe have had to play against these top 2 teams, it's been a 3-0. I want to see that change today.
Many teams end up going big in the big moments, and right now it's World 2 with World 3 kills a World Triple, if you will. Space Station Gaming might be the first ones to start scoring, but Shopify Rebellion with the answer back.
And that's already almost disastrous, right? Royal 2 just picking his way through the map. No response right now from Space Station to deal with him. And he, oh my, he is getting it in the challenge and all that. You know, it's just a big distraction, Tony. Let's just let Last Shot hit the sniper as I distract you.
Great job staying alive by Psycho there, but wasn't able to find the trade out kill. Last Shot's now pushing up with this sniper. Wants to get towards the back green side, but taking a ton of damage. The reinforcements are here to cover his back, but missing out on that snipe shot and not able to find the exit route there because SSG continue to score.
And Royal 2, oh my, Royal 2 is just a monster at the mud. He was getting so much damage down, trying to slow Space Station's rotation towards C. And although Space Station has control, or was going to have control, Rebellion has been able to set up a sturdy defense. Now not only looking for a 2 cap, but potentially having a chance to go at 3 after this rotation. If they get these kills, this could be a good work for them. Oh my, it is aggressive.
Psycho ends up portaling right into the same spot there, was right on that portal and nowhere to go but the Resonator. And now it's Lucid. That's the last person alive here, but he's going to be dealt with. And Frost, the only player alive on the map, at least momentarily. And hold on, Lucid lived.
Yeah, it's just a one-on-one, Frosty versus Lucid, and the spawners come up, but Frosty, he hasn't been losing many gunfights all day long. He'll put another one under his belt, and with that, Shopify Rebellion not only have the 3 caps in place, but a camouflage to go with it. They'll give up B as a home for Space Station, but I don't think they're going to be satisfied with just 2. With the sniper camo combination, Space Station's in danger.
A dangerous combination in the hands of World 2, and mind you, SSG are getting staggered right now. Meanwhile, Snakebite off the screen takes down Last Shot, but Shopify Rebellion now control Alpha and Bravo. Luckily for SSG, that camo runs out. Unlucky for them, World 2 still one of the best snipers in the business as he backs down Stellar.
And right now, I mean, Rebellion, Royal 2, and Frosty looking like D-Wade and LeBron. 8 kills apiece between them. They are decimating Space Station Gaming, and with another 3 down, SSG just cannot get out of their side of the map. And oh no, they're all going down. They're pushing in for that total control once again. Remember, folks, the trip cap, it's 2 points for every second when it's on board. Space Station's been struggling to keep Rebellion from getting that total control.
108-30 lead in favor of Shopify Rebellion. A big body shot's going to slow down SSG just that much more. Anticipates that Snakebite is going the low route. They've been teaming for so long in the past, he could practically read them like a book.
This is just unbelievable pressure and rotation. Oh, Frosty hit him with the head. Sniper shot still in chamber, just 1 to go, but you have a feeling he's gonna hit it.
Frosty right now leading all slays with 12 kills, only has died 5 times right now, and Stellar might just be the next victim. Body shot connects. The cleanup crew is there. Snakebite just about done with Bravo, but he's have to fight his way out of it. Luckily, his teammates are there to cover him his back, and SSG scoring once again.
SSG need power-ups and power weapons if they're gonna come back into this game. It's been total control for Rebellion when it comes to those power weapons, especially Frosty getting them into his hands. He's at close to 10% of his kills this tournament have come from the hands of a power weapon.
SSG are scoring. Meanwhile, Frosty, he's still slaying. A beautiful back smack out of him, but Lucid with that cleanup. World 2 staring down two players. One of them is former teammate at Snakebite, chasing down Lucid away from that pillar side angle. Can the rest of Shopify Rebellion activate off of that damage? They're able to get a cleanup kill, but last shot trades out his life. And eventually World 2 ends up in B, but he also ends up in the middle of multiple SSG players.
It's a double dilemma that Rebellion's trying to give Space Station to deal with. C and B were being pressured at the same time, but Rebellion not quite able to execute on all that damage. And while they tried to spread Space Station thin, they started to win some crucial gunfights on the map. And now Space Station one step ahead on the rotation, something that they just have not been able to do all game long.
SSG are scoring. The last shot busting through the front door. Well-placed spike grenade should shred the shield of Snakebite, as with that distraction, he goes right back to scoring C, and C will be snatched up. Can SSG hold on to Bravo?
Frosty doing his best to patrol B as a whole, and look at this power weapon back in his hands. That's where he's comfortable. 3 players made one shot, 2 of them went down, and Stellar, he's just trying to get his shields at the top mid. But look at that, the hunt is on. Last shot just took Stellar to the grave. He chased him from across the map, and Frosty's chasing headshots from the back of green. Everything's going right, total control.
Huge quickscope come out of Frosty right there, and more importantly, now not only are Shopify Rebellion scoring, they have that trip cap and they have the map locked down. Finally, Eco tries to push out through the A side, but Frosty with the no-scope right to the dome. The trip cap is being held. SSG are being sent back to spawn time and time again.
That's a bedtime classic that Frosty hit with that headshot. Let's get another. Set a little bit to the left, a little bit to the right. Let me light it up in the middle. Another great headshot from him, and he is on a tear. 18-9 to start this game. Frosty's impact has been felt.
Clearly, Frosty has gone with his morning routine today. I'm talking face in the ice bowl of water. I'm talking about banana peel on the face. He's done it all because my man is absolutely frying right now. 218-90 lead in favor of Shopify Rebellion, and something is going to have to change for Space Station Gaming.
Best Man is crushing it as his role as a coach. We haven't seen a power up or power weapon go to Space Station all game long, and Frosty has reaped all of the benefits. A camouflage for Rebellion.
Although Frosty taking a lot of damage here, I thought he might be able to find the exit route, but hunted down by Lucid and the rest of the members of OpTic Gaming. OpTic, I was assuming Space Station, now able to take back control, forcing Shopify out of this green side. Lucid with some great damage. Eventually 3 down, go Shopify Rebellion.
And with the 4th in sights, Lucid has a chance to put him on a staggered spawn, but it's Frosty, the player he has to take out, and so much respect is given. Lucid did not take the one-on-one fight, instead opts for the reapproach.
Green gun charged up here, and right now there is Psycho over toward the tower side that you do have to deal with. They want the triple cap, and Lucid has to trade out his life. Stellar does get a cleanup here toward the back B side, but has no teammates to work with at the moment.
Stellar has been such a consistent slayer for Space Station, but just has not mattered because they've been behind the 8 ball all game. They have not been able to hit the rotations in time, and oh, well, it's his domain. Sniper back in the hands. Frosty comfortable.
Frosty and Shopify Rebellion looking like they want to get their revenge. They look like they want to make it back to that grand finals and go back at OpTic Gaming, who are sitting there and waiting for them or SSG. Whoever makes it out of this one, I don't know who it's going to be. All I know is game number 1 belongs to Shopify Rebellion.
The power weapons are living in the hands of Frosty. That's something that needs to be front of mind for Space Station as this series continues on. Aquarius being the next game, I'd almost consider that a lucky break for Space Station. No sniper rifle to worry about, but still, this fast-paced Rebellion team on one of the smallest maps in the HCS, that's a scary sight.
Taking a look at some of the stats right now, and you saw it and you heard us talk about it. Frosty with that 14.7 KDA. That was 22 kills, 8 assists to go along with that to his only 10 deaths. And considering that was just 9 minutes and 41 seconds in gameplay, that wasn't bad. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, Stellar, the leading man out of the Slays department, want to see more of that coming from him. and more from just the entire SSG roster. They're going to come back at Shopify Rebellion.
Stellar's been having a fantastic tournament, but one of the keys for Space Station to really feel the effect that Stellar can have in a game is to give him the power weapons. He is a Reaper when he has those in his hands, but that's just the denial of the power weapons is what's been crucial. I mean, look at Frosty just hitting every shot that comes his way. I mean, he's hitting spawn snipes.
I guess there's one problem here for Stellar is number one, Frosty, he's gonna snatch up every single power weapon on the map, especially if it starts with an S. He want them snipers at 1.14 KD, 1.69 KDA, but another bad thing about SSG and ultimately Stellar wanting the power weapons is you ain't gonna have one on Aquarius. The heat wave with G8, the only thing you could possibly get your hands on is that camouflage. Ain't no sniper around here.
And it's one thing that Rebellion has done so well throughout the beginning of this season and this LAN tournament so well is power weapon denial, because they consistently grab them and are able to use them to great effect. And this is scary. The combination of Frosty and Last Shot working as well as it is right now is putting everyone on notice. Last Shot having a 1.71 on the KAD, but the damage dealt per life being this high across the board. Rebellion are so scary to play at any moment because of how consistent they have been throughout the year.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we throwing 12 minutes back on the clock. First to 50 kills takes the win. It's gonna be another Slayer coming at our game number 2, this time on Aquarius. And we mentioned it before. Really, the only thing you're fighting for is that camouflage over toward the top mid. I am a thrust enjoyer, but it only spawns over towards P1 and ain't gonna be the focus of the fight. Whoever wins the most camos most likely will win this game, and I guess whoever gets the first to 50 kills will also win the game.
Yeah, right. That's one thing to keep in mind, right? We always say that, first to 50. But the reality is the win condition for Slayer isn't necessarily the kills, but limiting deaths, right? Because you can win a 48-46. The reality is you lose when you give up 50 of those deaths. I want to see players be very mindful of their lives and trying to extract the maximum value of it. And when we talk about max value of life, Cycle's one of those players that is so talked about because of how reminiscent he is of Pistola.
Double kill.
Also pretty good at getting some value out of his life. That's 3 for 1, which is pretty darn good if you ask me, but Shopify Rebellion still down by 1 kill. Meanwhile, Last Shot thought he had Cycle with them, but Cycle goes down. Can Last Shot survive here?
I love Last Shot playing with the reverse cap on. Well, I say he's meeting business today, and so far with how he's moving on the map, it's clear and decisive. He's fast, and one thing that we love about Last Shot is how he's always in the front lines. He's not afraid to be into that entry, and you're seeing that with his stats, right? He doesn't have any kills to his name, but 4 assists. And who has picking up those kills? Royal 2, the backliner for this Rebellion team. The composition of Shopify Rebellion is what makes them so scary. It's the yin-yang theory between all the players. Those ultra-aggressive frontliners and Last Shot and Cycle, plus the backline of Royal 2 that cleans up all that damage. It's just so well crafted.
Well, you might be a fan of Last Shot with his hat on backwards, but Snake by showing you a bit of product placement. He has that hat on forward, so this way you know where to get the merch at. That's his logo right there. Down by 1 kill right now, our Shopify Rebellion. Meanwhile, SSG are thriving, getting slays at an opportune moment with camouflage about to come up. Valuing their life should be huge, and Royal 2 looks like he has his eyes set on that active camouflage. Meanwhile, Eco and Lucid, they have their eyes set on him.
Remember that last game, it was the camo and sniper that ruined Space Station gaming. This time, they're not going to be able to get another camo. Best Man is continuing to keep Shopify Rebellion well oiled in the right departments. This is a team that is so scary when they're not making the simple mistakes. And oh, Royal 2. Oh, Royal 2. He just lets them go by.
Still have that camouflage to work with right now. Shopify Rebellion have taken the lead here at a one-shot Stellar. That's not where you want to be, not where Royal 2 can strike as he forces Snake by back, not before taking down Frosty. You're seeing 3/4 of that FaZe roster from last year just chilling over toward the fridge side. They must have been having a meeting.
Well, unfortunately, Royalty is just sitting on the outside waiting for players to come out of their said meetings, and they are feeling punishment each time. And Royalty, one of the best players of all time when it comes to just sitting in the mid map and hitting the shots from across the map. He has one of the best accuracies you'll see. A lot of players like to call him one of the best pure aimers of all time, and you're gonna see why. The way that he can just play across the map and stay alive and force extra damage is second to none.
He's currently participating in 13 of the team's 20 kills as he goes down for the 4th time. Does Royal 2. Meanwhile, Snakebite, a well-placed grenade, but not exactly going to find its target. He's not to get aggressive. Meanwhile, Psycho has all the shields to work with and fight out of it. Luckily, Eco was there for the cleanup, but it is still a fight and one that SSG will survive through.
Stellar's keeping up with that main slave position. He has been dominating the slay column all day long. He's looking to be the first for double digits for Space Station, but next camouflage up. We haven't seen Space Station get away with any of these camouflages yet, and that trend will continue. Cycle just put on the Cloak of Invisibility.
Half the members of SSG go down. That means that Shopify Rebellion are going to immediately start to take space and widen their influence on the map. Meanwhile, Lucid, he wants to at least take down the camouflage player, but that's easier said than done when it's Cycle, and now it's SSG that got cycled because 1 down turns to 2, turns to 3, and Stellar has to slow it down.
It's devastating. They didn't get a trade. All of the players from Rebellion stayed alive. And Stellar, he just had no option but to slow down the game. Despite being last alive, he's still able to find the first pick up. That will slow Rebellion down at least a little bit, but you can start to see it. It's a wolf pack mentality for sure. Rebellion, all 3 players just running together, letting their isolation start to pressure the front lines. Frosty's by himself getting that kill. Now the help comes in. This is just so well played from Rebellion.
A huge collapse now coming out of Shopify Rebellion. Eco with the answer back. A double kill, but not enough to stop the remaining members of Shopify Rebellion, but Eco has help. He has a Stellar, and Cycle forces him out in a 4-kill advantage, make it 5 out of Shopify Rebellion.
So often we're seeing this position from Space Station where they're stuck at the bottom of the map trying to stay alive, and sometimes it's gonna work well, but it's tough to make it work the way that Lucid is. Double kill. That is not an envious position to fight out of, but Lucid makes it work.
37-32 lead in favor of Shopify, but if SSG continue to play like this, they still have time in order to claw their way back into it. But a lot of damage being taken, and he tries to take the challenge, but he goes down.
Frosty was not giving him an inch. Stayed around that corner, and camo's up. 3 players went down for Space Station. It's Cycle, he grabbed it again. It's another camouflage that goes for Rebellion.
Just 9 more kills needed for Shopify Rebellion. They would be happy to play for trades throughout the rest of this one. However, SSG, not a team that you want to trifle with. Royal 2, 17 kills right now. Snakebite and Stellar, they're favoring this peace sign. He puts the damage down. Stellar ends up getting the cleanup. Snakebite took minimal damage, so he's going to get aggressive. And with that BR, 3 down goes Shopify.
That's the Snakebite we've been needing to see into those front lines, ready to take on that fight. It was able to help his teammates stay alive, and now Space Station find themselves in a crucial moment. They need to find kills in order to get this deficit down, but you're running out of runway. You just can't afford to give up free deaths, and 2 of them just went to last shot.
It's been a bit of a slaying battle between Royal 2 and Stellar right now. Royal 2 with 18 kills, Stellar with 15. Mind you, Stellar has gone down 14 times. And he talked about just saving your life, and you talked about staying alive at these moments. While Shopify Rebellion have been playing absolutely fantastic. Snakebite forced all the way back, and it's Shopify that swarm on him.
Oh, Cycle able to finish that kill, and now they only need 2, but we saw it last week. Leads are never safe, especially on this map. Rebellion, well, I was saying they're never safe, but this one, I think this one locked up, Tony. They just threw about 18 nades at that poor man in Fridge.
Never say never. Meanwhile, he's just stuck fridge one shot, and there's 19 grenades and a cycle.
But imagine, right?
At you. I mean, that's about as close as a never. That's a never. Beautifully played by Shopify Rebellion. They're going to go up 2-0 in this series, but not to be a bit of a Debbie Downer, where I feel like we've read this book before, and it was in the winners final where they did go up 2-0 and ended up getting reverse swept. What are these stats telling you?
All right, Royal too, right? He started off at such a blistering pace, and he continued that on with 18 kills. The big thing for Space Station on the other side, though, is someone's got to meet Stellar. He has been performing so consistently this tournament when it comes to the kills he provides for his team. It just sometimes that doesn't there isn't that support necessary for it to lead to a game win.
Double kill.
As of right now, Shopify have been fantastic. Been loving what we've been seeing throughout them all off season long and all early season long. I mean, they've been really the hottest team in 2025, but there is one team that are sitting in the grand finals. And I talked about this before, and I'll talk about it again. No matter who makes it out of this matchup here, whether it's Shopify Rebellion or SSG, this is the tournament to make it out of the lower finals, because there's no advantage. Correct me if I'm wrong. There's no advantage when you go into the grand finals. It's one best of 7. If you win that first best of 7, there's no reset. You win the tournament. So keep in mind, although we know that OpTic made out of the winner's side, I don't know if there's any advantage.
Oh, Tony, that's news to me. I didn't know that. That's a huge opportunity for Shopify Rebellion to take advantage of, right? No more having to reset that bracket and having to reset yourself throughout that series. No, you can hit the ground running, and this is a big moment for Rebellion, right? Because they played a 5-game series against OpTic. They stayed at their setup, immediately ready for Space Station. Now, if they defeat Space Station this 3-0, they're going to be the team that's just already warm. You know, this is a huge opportunity to rattle off 3 games in a row, keep your thumbs warm, and to go into a no reset needed bracket against OpTic Gaming. This is an opportunity that Rebellion must capture.
And mind you, not just Shopify Rebellion, because again, we've already seen a Shopify get reverse swept before, and I don't want to count SSG out, although it does look a little bleak for them. We could see SSG step it up right here in this King of the Hill recharge, and then we could see them make a run from there. So although SSG are staring down the face of adversity, I feel like a team is never truly judged when they're on a winning streak. A team is never truly judged when they're running downhill. It's how do you perform when your back is against the wall? SSG, we need to see something special.
And for SSG, this is going to be a battle of the Slayers. So far, we've seen consistency from Rebellion with their slays and consistency from Stellar with his slaying ability. Recharge, one of his best maps. We saw him earlier just decimating the other side. But you can see this was during the winners semi-final, and it was decimation. And we're seeing that again, right? We need to see someone to get close to that 1.0 this series, at least, if you're going to take a couple games.
Take a look at the stats right now. 0.83 KD, and mind you, Stellar has really been that shining light out of this SSG roster, but we saw decent KDA with the assist out of him, and what we saw after that game number 2, I'm expecting a serious Stellar to continue to be that slaying machine. The question for me is who's going to join them, and I have my eyes set on Lucid. When Lucid has pop-off games, SSG simply win. That's the winning formula right now, is get Lucid hot.
Right, that was the series. Those stats were from the last time these teams met, from the winners semi-finals. But I mean, honestly, there probably isn't much difference to what we've been seeing already. It's Rebellion that have been dominating the slaying column.
Take a look at Cycle here with this green gun, making sure that goal side is cleared out completely. Cross-map shots looking very good onto Lucid Eco. You can catch these hands too. Say Cycle. You know, I'm not the biggest fan of the cross-map, but Cycle making it look very good, and Sky's a machine.
I love the way that Cycle gets into those front lines there, right? Just trying to keep that space for his team. And you see Long Haul already won by Rebellion, they're gonna have pipes control as well, so that's gonna keep Space Station towards this white tower. And look how they, oh my, what a nade. And he's gonna throw that nade trying to catch it. If they spawn pipes, right, the idea is that nade hits them as they spawn. You hear the information, you get it through. But look at the space that Rebellion has just been taking on the map. There's nowhere for Space Station to challenge from.
Just about halfway done with this hill are Shopify Rebellion, but nowhere for Frosty to run or hide. Eventually, they are able to take him down, and we're going to switch over to Cypher, who's going to get into another gunfight toward the bottom side, challenging Snake by putting SSG 3 down. They're staggered.
Yeah, Lucid's the only one alive, and he knows he's not going to move from that white tower. There's no chance of stopping that first hill. And look at the time. It's such little time taken off the clock. It's just hyper efficiency from Rebellion.
Enemy team took
Shopify Rebellion, right after taking that first hill, almost able to take over and claim control of the seaside. Eventually, SSG are able to defend. Psycho backs down with camo.
Tony, it's another camouflage that's gone to Rebellion. Best man has been crucial to the success of Rebellion. The coach is keeping them on track with these power-ups.
Slays are coming down, and last shot with the triple almost gets himself an overkill. It's all good. World 2's got your back. That was 4 down for SSG.
Hey, if there's ever a time to live up to your namesake, that is it. Last shot. Come on, you got to hit that one.
Oh.
Get the overkill for us.
Wait, I'm gonna give it to him. A triple plus making the last player one shot.
You think he's satisfied? I don't think he's satisfied.
I'm not gonna give him the overkill, but hey, World 2 gets the kill. Right now, Shopify Rebellion are scoring. Keep your eyes on the prize. It looks like they are about to win their second hill if something doesn't change here for SSG. SSG are trying to make it towards the C-plat side, but they're stopped short. Right now, they're drawing the line in the sand. Are Shopify Rebellion. And there it is. They continue to kill. They continue to slay.
You do see the shock rifle go into the hands of Space Station, but that's a concession that Rebellion's ready to make because of the control of the map that they have. And if they keep slaying at the pace that they are, they're totally fine with stepping outside this hill. They want to get rid of as much of that neutral time as possible. They don't want to give Space Station, a couple minutes to work with. Honestly, wouldn't surprise me if we see Royal 2 jump out of this hill at 99% because of how dominant these slays have been. And there it is, Tony. They're going to melt out as much of this time as possible, and that's because they're just winning the slays. There's nothing Space Station can do. They must force them back into this hill.
And once again, Shopify Rebellion are winning not only the individual battles, but the team battles as well. Shopify Rebellion stepping out of that hill and saying, you need to get us at least 2 down before we commit to this hill. And a little bit less than 3 minutes worth of neutral time here. SSG, they need this next hill.
It just heads up. Those are the things, those little nuances are things that Rebellion can worry about because of how dominant they have been in this game thus far. Space Station, they're struggling to tread water, just keeping their head above that water line. Instead, Rebellion's trying to mathematically play like theoretical Halo right now.
A one-shot Lucid somehow makes it towards the gold side of the map here. Mind you, SSG scoring and blocking that A side. This is a great setup out of SSG.
Lucid's important right now with that VR. He not only is he going to get that information, but he's going to be a big part of their initial damage. And you see that Mark Assist come in. That information well acted upon in Space Station. They needed a fast hill. They did exactly that. 90% of the way done. Nothing taken off the clock. That's hyper efficiency and exactly what Space Station needed.
2-1 lead for Shopify Rebellion, but we do see the first hill now belonging to SSG. I see last shot starting to approach the back C side. We see Shopify making sure that they secure tower before they push up, but SSG ain't backing down, and neither is Lucid.
This BR is so powerful on recharges because it's long line of sights, and this is tough, right? Lucid wants to get in, but they must find those kills in the back first. It looks like Eco is doing a great job of getting back there and getting damage. Now it's up to Lucid to finish it.
Lucid gonna chase down the one-shot player. Psycho ends up hitting the black screen. Lucid surviving and now wants control of the blue side, anticipating a push coming in, and there it is. But it was Frosty moonwalking his way back to Lucid as he now chases down last shot. SSG finally starting to gain some control.
And Lucid doing what's necessary, and a 5 in a row for him. that getting him activated as one of those slayers for his team is when Space Station starts to play better. We see, once again, Stellar being that bedrock consistent slay for his team at double digits, but losing with 5 in a row there, you see how much better the Space Station team plays when the slays start to flow through the rest of the team.
Stellar on the chase, able to take down 1. 2 MVPs going right at each other. Meanwhile, Cycle down to 1 shot, but he will survive. Shopify Rebellion scoring, but Snakebite starting to slither his way towards Long Haul.
I think Rebellion's playing time. Tony, look, there's only
Enemy team
a minute
from the
15
hill.
left. I don't think they're gonna step in this thing. They're gonna try to win 2-1.
Right now, SSG, they have C, they have Long Haul. Right now, Shopify Rebellion waiting for all 4 members on the map to be able to push up, and a trade happens. Meanwhile, Frosty takes height, and Eco runs right into the hands of Cycle. A little over a minute on the clock, and like you said, Shopify, they're playing a little bit of an advanced game of Slayer 2.0.
And remember that Space Station captured their first hill at 2:42 on the clock, so they've already burnt over a minute and 40 seconds off the clock. What's another 45?
43 seconds of neutral time. Frosty with this BR finds the weakened Eco. A 2v2 situation. His next kill going to be so important. And Stellar waiting and daring Frosty to chase him down. Ends up getting a big kill, but is it enough? Apparently it is. SSG in the hill.
SSG still haven't gotten that to the halfway mark yet, though, and they're quickly running out of time. It's just over 20 seconds of neutral time. It's Cycle. Nade not going to get the kill, but boy, does that damage her. Royal 2 will find the cleanup. 20 seconds and counting of neutral time. Every second outside this hill counts.
Shroud goes down, allowing Eco to cross over towards the seaside. Last shot with some cross map shots, but Eco backs him down. Lucid holding on to the top seaside. Meanwhile, nobody able to account for Snakebite, who sneaks away with this camo. If you cross without looking, you're going to get backsmacked. Roll 2 now the first one to go down, but Camouflage ends up hitting the black screen here, and SSG have just gone 3 down. Lucid has to survive. Lucid wins a piv, but it's too late. They're spawning on the opposite side of the map. Stellar has to hold forward, but ends up holding it right towards World 2, and that's going to be it. Shopify pull off the 3-0.
3-0 domination from Rebellion, and every second counted in that position for Rebellion. They played the clock at 2 minutes and 42 seconds of neutral time, and they had maybe a second or two of difference between Space Station getting that capture and pushing us into a decisive final hill. Wow. Every second of them being outside the hill, playing that second hill as early as they did, all of that mattered in this game.
Absolutely incredible by Shopify Rebellion. And you're looking at the stats right now, and honestly, Slay's not looking too bad for SSG. I think early on in the game, Shopify were fairly dominant. We started to see SSG start to slay their way into it, but at the end of the day, just simply running out of time. Time was just a commodity that SSG simply ran out of it. And when you think back towards that second hill, where Royal 2 steps out of the hill, I mean, think about that little bit of maybe like 10 to 15 seconds worth of time. It definitely seems worth it now, if you ask me.
Yeah, it's crazy, right? And it's like, it shows you that playing that Halo, like, right, playing Halo Fury, right, early on in the game can make a big difference. And it made a huge difference in this game. Frosty continues on with that top kill mark, a little bit higher on the deaths than we've seen throughout the game, so not even the positive KD, but boy, everyone on Rebellion was making their presence felt. The damage downrange, the kills, the pressure that everyone was applying was incredible, especially the first half of that game. And you see the stats and it's like, okay, like Shopify and SSG, they're about even in that game, but that was really the tale of two halves, right? The first half was complete domination from Rebellion, And although Space Station had that perfect first hill, because the other team didn't have to play into the hill or have to play those positions as tight, they can make things really, really mixy across the map. And you saw, even though Space Station was winning in the KD at the end of the game, it just didn't matter.
Just didn't matter, but one thing that does is Shopify Rebellion with the 3-0 and on their way to the grand finals. And we already saw this once in that winners bracket finals. Let me take you back real quick, where Shopify Rebellion started off the first 2 games looking pretty dominant. That Fortress bomb was crazy. They were slaying out. Shopify Rebellion looked like they were on their way to a 3-0 sweep at one point until they were stopped just short. OpTic then go back to back to back to pull off a Game 5 victory, propelling them into the grand finals and knocking Shopify Rebellion down into the lower bracket. Shopify Rebellion having to claw their way back into it, but knowing that OpTic have already done it once, you have to think momentum truly is on their side.
And remember, best of 7 is going to be a difference maker in this grand finals. Rebellion have a lot of momentum behind them, but BO7s, if they go the distance, that can be very tiring, especially when you consider Shopify Rebellion have been playing non-stop since the winners final. And some of these players even playing before that when they were playing in the show match. But we see what the stats were last time these two teams met, and it was Formal who had the KD to top them all. And this is a team that's built around capitalizing off Formal's damage. It was consistently having the highest KAD on this roster, and that's what makes them scary. When Formal hits you, you can expect another frontliner to come in and finish off those kills. So keep that in mind when we watch this grand finals. Who is going to stop this man? Minimize the damage dealt that he can do in his life. His damage efficiency at 212 right now. When you look at damage efficiency stats, the closer you are to 200, the better it is. If you go under 200, that's absurd efficiency. 212, that's top tier right now.
Incredible. Out of 4, I think Formal's been incredible literally this whole off season into the early season, and even in this very tournament, he's really been that guy. Shopify Rebellion came in so hot though as a team and as a unit. You talk about that damage per life. Well, that's Last Shot's specialty. Accuracy and damage is what he does. 380.59 out of Last Shot. I know you like that.
Oh, I love that from Last Shot. That's when you know Last Shot's playing his best. Dude, that damage dealt per life, man. That is a stat that just should not go unsung. 380 per life. Absurd damage that he's putting down on the map. That's just max efficiency from the man.
I also want to give a shout out to I want to give a shout out to Royal 2 as well, because I feel like, and maybe it doesn't always show in the stats department, but from the games that were like really close that Shopify Rebellion were in, I think he just hit another gear. Active likes to talk about it a lot, where like it gets in those clutch moments. Are you the type of player that is going to thrive in that, or are you the type of player that's going to crumble under the pressure? They say pressure can build, create diamonds, but it also can burst pipes. Royal 2 is that type of player that when I look at, I'm like, as those moments start to go down the wire, and every single shot, every single bit of damage, every single piv matters, it feels like that's when he gets even better. So when I'm looking at the Shopify Rebellion roster, I'm definitely looking at this young man who's trying to silence the competition.
What's crazy is you look at, hey, Royal 2, shout out from Canada, 28 years old. And that's what always surprises me, because Royal 2, he's been playing since he's been like 12? It's such a long tenure. We're talking about a veteran. When we talk about players with the longest careers in Halo, Royal 2's up there. And it's like, man, he's 28. That's like the physical prime for so many professional athletes. Like, this man could be continuing on this trend for such a long time. Like, this is like Royal 2's career. By the time it's done, it's going to be it's going to be historic. It's just like him, Snakebite, like APG, like these guys have been playing for this long, man. It's so impressive for Royal 2 to be at the top of his game for as long as he's been at the top of his game.
Yeah, it really is crazy, and somehow I feel like he's become underrated over the years. I feel like when we talking about top 5 list, and I don't hear Royal 2 even anywhere near that top 5, top 10 list, and people leaving him out. I'm like, wait, we ain't even put him in the conversation. Like, wait, are we being disrespectful right now? Somehow he's been flying under the radar while putting up giant KD games, but this year, you also expect many members on OpTic to be put in a lot of people's top 5, top 10 list. I mean, you're talking about a God squad that was put together to break the curse. Second place all season long, and you heard Formo talk about it multiple times, whether it was on his stream, on podcast, on what that meant to him emotionally. It ate at him. This year, he looks to turn it around. When you already beat Shopify Rebellion one time, you just got to do it once more, and you're champions.
Yeah, that's the crazy part. It's once more. There's no reset, just one more series. And coming into this tournament, OpTic Gaming and Shopify Rebellion, when we look at all their online tournament results, the map count 20-20. They had a scrim yesterday before this tournament. What do you want to know what the map count was, Tony?
Sure, I know, but you go ahead and tell them.
7-7. We talk about teams being even. This is as even as it can be. I mean, look at the winners final. It was game 5. So, folks, if you've ever wanted to put money down on something going to a game 7, this is your time, because these teams, the margin between them is so razor thin. The difference that we've seen thus far between these two teams is Shopify Rebellion at the end of the tournament have been just that little bit more consistent, being able to close out series and winning the championships thus far. But LAN, it's a whole different beast.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we getting ready for that grand finals, and I know y'all are getting ready too. But before you get up and get your snacks, use the restroom or whatnot, I need you to do me a favor real quick. Tools, I need you to do me a favor if you haven't done so right now. Look at your screen right now. Look at that bottom right-hand corner of your screen, and if you ain't followed to the channel, I'm gonna need you to click that button, smash that button. If you ain't subbed to the YouTube and you watch it right now, I'm gonna need you to smash that button for me, baby. We approaching 16,000 subs on YouTube, which by the way is absolutely ridiculous. But something tells me 17,000 is going to be attainable very soon. Something tells me we can get to 20,000 before we get to that first event. I believe it. I want to get to 17,000 before this stream is over, and then let's just keep pushing. 18, 19, 20,000. What a number. A goal of 20,000 before Arlington would be. I think it's possible.
Yeah, I think we definitely, if not before Arlington, during Arlington, right? We can get there for sure. 20K, it's been crazy, the support that we've had on YouTube. We were under 10K like before we started the year. So just to show like the sort of movement that we've seen on the YouTube, guys. Thank you everyone that's been watching. I've been seeing our YouTube numbers, depending on the day, like they've been beating our Twitch numbers. Like our YouTube got shooters now, bro. We got people that are our dedicated YouTube base. Thank you guys for watching as much as you do. And we talk about subbing to the channel. There is a thing called memberships. We're trying to figure out what we want to do exactly with them. But if you want to support even more on the YouTube, feel free to do it that way. Memberships are very similar to what we consider a Twitch sub for Twitch, and they just help us, rely on that income as we go to more and more events each year. Right, Tony? We gotta go to Arlington soon, and we got like 10 flights to pay for and hotels to put people up in. So all that support you guys give us during the online section helps us continue to provide LAN coverage. And I tell you what, this next LAN, Arlington, boys, we got some special things in place. So if you're going to Arlington, come say hi to us. But we might be a little bit busy. Let me tell you what, we got a lot on our plate, but we're really excited to bring it to you guys.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere. When we come back, we got your grand finals. $50,000 on the line. It's OpTic, it's Shopify, it's what you've been waiting for. Don't go anywhere.
like a summer sunset. Doing things that I shouldn't, but it helps me reset. I'm fucked up, but it's fine, yeah. Anything to forget that it's all in my head. In my head, my head, my head. In my head, my head, my head. Get out of my head. Get out of my, get out of my head. Get out of my, get out of my head. Get out of my, get out of my head. In my head, my head, my head. In my head, my head, my head. My head don't feel like it used to. I miss my homies, yeah. The thing we had discontinued, but I'm not lonely yet. I don't wanna talk about it anymore. Yeah, I'm drinking cause I'm bored, down bound behind locked doors, yo. In my head, my head, my head. In my head, my head, my head. Get out of my head, get out of my, get out of my head, get out of my, get out of my head, get out of my, get out of my head. In my head, my head, my head. In my head, my head, my head.
checking your physique. I don't think I could want you anymore. Chilling with your girl, I'm jealous that I can't just run over and take you on the floor. And I don't wanna cross nobody. I know it's never worth the pain, but I can feel your eyes run down me, and all my sense just floats away. You got me in.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is time for your $50,000 FaZe Kaysan event. It's an invitation involving 4 teams, and we are down to just 2, presented by LVT Productions. I got my man Tools with me. I got my man Active with me. I'm gonna start off with you, Active. How are you feeling? Shopify Rebellion and OpTic going up against each other in a best of 7. How we feeling?
I'm feeling very good. You know why, Tony? I said this earlier. No excuses on LAN. We're on LAN now. There's no more like, you know, what ifs or what if that or what if this. And now we're down to the last series of the tournament. So there's no more excuses after that as well. Some teams like to play lax. Like if you're coming from that winner's side, sometimes teams let off a little bit. Now both of these teams are going to come out swinging as hard as possible to try to get this win. This is going to be a great series.
Fantastic. We talked a little bit about Shopify Rebellion here, and we look at that big old smile on screen. Rule 2 with the LA hat looking good. Tools, talk to me a little bit about this Shopify Rebellion, this Rule 2 informal matchup that we're seeing on screen. What's the first thing that comes to your mind when we mention formal and Royal 2?
Damage, right? Damage dealt is the name of the game between these two players, and they like to do it from the back rank. Oftentimes, these guys are the guy laying down those cross-map shots to help activate their teammates in the front lines. 2 of the best players at it. Formal, often known as that human UAV. Expect to see him have an extremely high KAD, and Royal 2. Talk about players that are the best in the isolation. He's the first that comes to mind. Expect to see him flourish when all the odds are against him.
Taking a look at Origin Capture the Flag, going to be our game number 1. Active. When I say Origin Capture the Flag, what exactly would you say are your keys to success when going into this map? You know, we're talking about the Coliseum remake. You not only have experience of this on Halo Infinite, but you've also played and casted hundreds, if not thousands of matches on Halo 5 as well. What are your keys to success in that map 1?
Give Frosty the sniper. I'm kidding. So
I'm not.
All right. That's going to be a factor in this series, 100%. I mean, starting off with game 1, we all know it's Frosty's playground. The keys to success are controlling spawns, right? You got to make sure that you get the slays in the base. You're blocking cave, you're blocking elbow while you pull that flag, and it's about the routes that you take that flag, depending on where the spawns come up, depending on where the pressure is. Those are the keys to success. Obviously, you got to control those rockets and play your life as best as you can on the bottom center side of the map. Very interesting bottom center of the map, where it's just difficult to get kills.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, you know, we gonna stop filling. Okay, we got a matchup to get into. We got a grand finals to start. It's a best of 7. It's coming at you. It's Shopify Rebellion going up against OpTic Gaming. The rematch, boys. Take it over.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game 1 of a best of 7 series, and this is the only one. There is no reset today. So both teams need to come through and play their best possible Halo, period. There's no fallback option. There's no backup plan. This is it. It's time. And if you win this, you go into Arlington with, of course, a lot of confidence, knowing you're the best on LAN team. We'll see who can take that title.
We're going to start our best of 7 with Origin. We'll end it with Origin, the newest map in Halo Infinite. And this man, it's his best. All the way back in Halo 5, he was making montage moments time and time again. One of the better players at Origin. Keep an eye on him, especially if he gets that sniper in his hands.
Staring at that top rocket spot, of course, a very important spot to be, but we talked about it, ladies and gentlemen. We told you, we tried to warn you, and now you've seen it come to fruition. It's Frosty with that snipe in his hands, and on top of that, Last Shot has the rockets.
He just got another on the left side. They finally take care of him, but in the back ranks, the flank, the rockets are going to come into play. And Last Shot, he's almost frustrated that he can't pull the flag. He wants to get that thing moving. Instead, has to worry about these slays in the front lines.
Legend comes off a spawn, dodges a rocket right to his leg, and not going to go down for that rocket. Both rockets end up going out. They're both wasted, and now It's one weapon in the hands of Formal that makes things happen. The double kill out of him, and that'll give OpTic Gaming a bit of control, but until then, they go 3 down. Make that 4.
Kill after kill for Rebellion, and look at OpTic trying to get control of their elbow, but this is what Rebellion loves to do. They want to get control of this elbow, and they'll start to move players to swing through the sniper side. They'll control the elbow, try to pull flag through the middle, and hey, relay race, throw it on up, boom. Flag is almost already home, and Frosty, oh my, just laying down the cross map hurt.
Beautiful curb slide to get that flag through. Frosty's going to continue the run here. Like you said, a relay happening, and it's going to be 1 down for the side of Shopify Rebellion. Frosty will feel comfortable enough to put this in, and he will. It is Shopify Rebellion leading 1-0.
And that's so efficient, right, with their opportunity there. Once they got that elbow secured and players pushed in, the job is simple from the back end. They're winning their gunfights, and that is not a trend that we will see go the other way anytime soon. Rebellion are just unrelenting with their pressure.
The aggression is palpable. You can just see it every time they come off a spawn, pushing forward, holding forward, and it's Legend already on the elbow of Shopify Rebellion's base with rockets coming up. This is a great lane to control for him, but he's got to take care of a couple of spawning players, and you see a couple of those players have made it through, but they go down, which allows him in a 1v1. This 1v1 is everything, and it's a perfect with a commando.
Perfect with the commandos, next level. Even then, look at Frosty hit some crazy movement tech to be standing up high, and it did not bother Legend one bit. OpTic Gaming, though, not quite able to make the most of that opportunity. The Rebellion get up off spawn, are able to win their gunfights, and now with rockets down in the middle of the map, it's really a toss-up as to who's going to get this next bit of control.
Power weapons enter OpTic's hands as quick as they drop them, and that's going to spell trouble if you're OpTic Gaming. You got to make sure to keep those power weapons in your control. You see the sniper once again going in the hands of Frosty, and he's going to escape with that. Bound does get the flag all the way to elbow. He gets a kill to secure this side of the map, but a little more work to do as his flag is out as well.
That flag's about to return. It looks like no one from Rebellion's there. OpTic Gaming will punch their opportunity in, and Frosty went down, meaning Sniper changes hands towards Royal 2 instead. And Bound to find this kill. Oh no! The punch didn't go through. The punish is in, and here comes Rebellion pressuring every lane.
Formal, to be careful, Formal, don't move. Formal spawns on the elbow. Royal 2 still with his snipe in his hands, and instead of just waiting, he's going to pressure this elbow side. It's Formal that goes down first. Renegade follows him as well. And the 2 spawners from OpTic Gaming are going to be picked apart one by one. They go down, and OpTic Gaming are wiped off the map.
Oh, he's not done. He's not done. The triple's there. Renegade, hide your head.
Almost an overkill, but he gets an assist. The teamwork is so strong out of Shopify Rebellion. Royal 2, though, continues to pressure the base, continues to put them on the death screen. When is this man going to be stopped? Finally, he's taken down, but so much damage has been done. It's a 2-1 game. Shopify lead.
And the pressure's still on. They are flying forward. Legend, the only player in the back ranks, and he wins a crucial fight. That'll slow this Rebellion push down. And in fact, it's counter opportunity. Legend's overextension is starting to pay dividends.
We've seen this before. It's deja vu. Legend on the elbow, waiting for his teammates to get some slays. But right now, his team finds themselves down. Renegade on the spawn screen. Legend follows him. So no opportunity off that push, but it's again Shopify Rebellion in the base of OpTic with 3 down for OpTic Gaming.
Quick with the flagpole, last shot. They waste no time, and this silver, that's where they love to run the flag. Every time we've seen Rebellion have success, it's been the silver rush so far, and I don't know how. But that is a kill that is going to haunt OpTic Gaming. Legend, the only player alive. And with him down, it's clear roads home for Frosty. No one is here to stop him.
Oh my word, just as quick as we get into the game is as quick as we leave the game. And there's only one victor for game number 1. And their name is Shopify Rebellion.
That was insane. The pace of play that we saw from both sides was so fast, but we saw Rebellion have a clear advantage in one category: power weapon control. The rockets and sniper made the big difference this time around, and who else but Frosty to be taking advantage of those opportunities. He has had the highest power weapon kill percentage in the HCS this year, and it's for good reason. The power weapons call to him. It's a magnet that's in his hands, and boy, did we see crazy snipe shots from both sides, but it was really the impactful ones from Shopify Rebellion that led to flag captures.
Peanut butter and jelly, pineapple on pizza, and Frosty and a sniper on Origin. I don't understand how he never performs bad on this map. It makes no sense, but this was the answer from Royal 2. Absolutely beautiful, showing that he can slay as well. This is a massive triple.
That's insane. Then he almost gets the over on Renegade there as well. But one thing to note, right? Formal knows where Royal 2's at. He throws those nades to check him, but there's always a risk to when you throw those grenades, right? They can reveal your position. And once Royal 2 saw those nades, he locked in. He put that scope up and knew exactly where Formal was coming from. Made that triple kill look so easy. And remember, there's no bracket reset. So OpTic Gaming, they had no advantage despite coming from the winner's side. Rebellion now control their own destiny. They have the advantage.
The reason that there is that bracket reset, or at least the reason I think there is that bracket reset normally, is due to the fact that OpTic have been sitting in that grand finals waiting this entire time. And sometimes going through a series just sitting there, yeah, you're gonna shoot bots, but it's nothing like tournament play. We all know that. So is one game enough to warm these fellas up? Or are Shopify gonna just continue their momentum swing? That is a question that we have to ask here. There is no reset. There is no more room for mistakes for either one of these rosters. And right now, I'm gonna go ahead and say it. Shopify are playing nearly perfect.
It's going to be tough for OpTic Gaming to find this answer, and Live Fire is going to be a map where the sniper is going to be crucial once again, and that's where Rebellion has been so damn good all tournament long, is by keeping those power weapons in their hands. Lunchbox going to be crucial to the success. You want to see that sniper in the hands of Formal, in the hands of Renegade, instead of Frosty and Royal 2.
Yeah, something we've seen so often, Tools, is Best Man really shining through the players that we watch on the screen. Obviously, he's the fifth set of eyes. Obviously, we don't really hear his comms unless we go into a listen in, but the man has done work with this roster. You notice they hardly miss those camos. I will say, though, when they're against OpTic Gaming, there is a back and forth there. You can see Lunchbox on the right-hand side. You can see Bestman on that left-hand side, but there's a back and forth there when they're against OpTic Gaming. Against any other team, this Shopify roster gets almost every single power-up on the map.
I like seeing the notebook out from Bestman here. Yeah, come on, bring it back down. Let's see if we can read anything on those papers. Wait, what do you think he's writing down? He's like, Frosty hit sniper. He's good.
Give Frosty sniper. Turn the page. Give
here. Look. You got the notebook for Bestman. You got the clipboard for Lunchbox. Which one do you think is better? I like the clipboard
timer.
Personally.
Yeah, he's got a timer. He's got a little timer, watch timer on there. I don't know if Bestman has one.
He has one. Bestman has one in his hand. Yeah, he's got the handheld. There was on the clipboard. I like a clipboard. It makes you look authoritative. You know, like
yes,
boom,
sir.
Clipboard in. So I'm gonna go Lunchbox with the clipboard.
Lunchbox is all business, man. He just spews brilliance. I didn't even mean to say brilliance. It just came out of my mouth. That's what I think of Lunchbox. A brilliant businessman. And he has set this OpTic roster up for success, but can he do it at one of the most important tournaments, the most important tournament before Arlington?
He's downrange, and Formal's, oh man, look at the damage dealt, but there's no one to clean it up, and that's when OpTic Gaming, if they're not able to clean up the damage that Formal's putting down, that's the inefficiency that can hurt them. And oh, who else? Frosty, sniper in hand.
Yeah, I gotta talk about it. I absolutely love Formal's damage there. But now you've turned the map completely over on its head. It's Frosty now with that snipe, and we seen him top tower before. The camo is up. And you see Shopify even have control of part of that A side of the map. It's Royal 2 staying alive on that side. When you have C and A, this camo's free, and you know Shopify just got theirs.
Last shot now has the ability to go incognito. Formal and Frosty gonna duke it out at the tower as Last Shot tries to help on the front line.
You see the pings that come out. Renegade's not going to spot him. That's a nice clean back smack to get that very first kill, to get the advantage. The rest of OpTic Gaming scurry away.
Tim, do you see Frosty hit a rotation? It was him and Formal at tower. He just completely left. Said, I want to keep the sniper in my team's possession. He reapproached all the way to A. Look at his position now. He got another sniper kill with it. In the meantime, Frosty valuing his life. Remember, Slayer, it's not necessarily the win condition to get 50 kills, but rather not to die 50 times at all. Back flipping is Formal as Frosty hits the last bullet of snipe.
Frosty starting off the game 4-0. Almost on a killing spree here, and no more snipe ammo to use, but very proficient with the bandit as well. And this just continuous pressure that he's applying here just makes it so difficult for Bound, but not difficult when you got teammates. A beautiful job by OpTic Gaming to save Bound in that situation and get Shopify 3 dead.
2-kill differential so far as Rebellion try to push on with their small lead, and they're gonna try to make this play at the tower. Cycle, man, he did not stop on his way to the front. Oh my, Legend. I don't think he expected someone to be that quick. In fact, OpTic's trying to set up a push of their own, but it's just flip-flop on both sides getting pressured.
He's got that beautiful timing. We'll see if he can turn that into a camo. I believe camo is up or coming up very shortly here, so it will be something to look out for. Looks like it's up just now. It just popped. It popped at the perfect time because we're at a 1-kill game. OpTic leading by 1.
See another kill head towards OpTic's way. Able to switch this lead into their possession.
Over aggression.
Oh, is that camo? Camo got away for OpTic.
That's the camo on screens. A little bit over aggressive there by Cycle. Didn't really realize that camo was there. And now camo and sniper potentially could be in the hands of OpTic Gaming here, unless Last Shot does Last Shot things. 5 kills, 4 assists already to start this game off. Unable to do anything else though.
I think Formal had gotten that sniper rifle, but he brought it right to Rebellion, tried to get into their face with it. With him going down, this should mean a change in hands.
Doesn't always pay off.
Yeah, I believe it's Frosty once again. Boom. Yeah,
Nice shot.
He's automatic when this thing's in his hands.
Another clean shot by Frosty. See if he can get more here as the spawns come out, and they're going to be on the brute side. I believe that's just a push, not a spawn necessarily, but Formal goes down instantaneously. Very quick to the spawns is Shopify Rebellion.
So it's power weapon control has been the bit. Whenever we see the swings, it's been because of that power weapon control moving back to Rebellion's hands. OpTic Gaming, when it's 4-on-4 bandit neutral game, they're so efficient. They're great. But it's the sniper that's been making the difference. When we look at the kills that have come in and the lead that Rebellion has, it's the sniper.
Down ends up going down there. It's 2. Make that 3 down for Shopify Rebellion. So Legend now a chance to take advantage of that, and he'll find the repulse for his trouble, and he'll find a teammate helping him and assisting him in that situation. World 2 goes down. But do they aggress on the rest though? Cycle trades out into Formal in the kill feed, so now Legend has to play a bit slower.
Legend trying to get back towards his teammate, but oh man, Rebellion pushed both lanes at the same time, and we see OpTic Gaming, both their perimeters just flush down. Ooh. Oh, it is systematic the way that Rebellion is breaking into OpTic Gaming. Legend at least able to take one with him, but the staggered spawns are in, and Renegade, he knows how crucial. You see how he's crouching like this? He doesn't want to die before his teammates come off spawn. He wants to keep the spawns not staggered, and a great job getting that kill against Cycle, right? If Renegade goes down there, that's a back-breaking play. Instead, they have a chance to fight back, but it's going to be against the camouflage Royal 2.
Well, they just brought a 6-kill lead to 3. So a chance for them to continue this. Do they know he's here? Do they know he's here?
It's like,
they do! They know he's here! Beautiful spot by Renegade and Bound. Renegade ends up getting the kill. Now a 3-kill game and a chance for OpTic to bring this back.
We see already, it's just chaos. But it's OpTic Gaming that seems to have the advantage in these chaotic moments. As we approach the 40 kill mark, Sniper is going to be coming up in 20 seconds. This fight will likely determine who will get away with the sniper rifle.
One person that has been really quiet with the sniper as of late, or at least so far, is Renegade. And And when we see him controlling that, he can turn games around.
And he is patient.
Yeah.
Sniper's up, and that's Royal 2 just, man, he got away with that. Is there anyone there to stop him? Is he just
scooped it up. I think he took it, and Cycle was out of timing too. Royal 2 dead though. Someone's got to pick that up. I think it's down in the rat tunnel. Everyone just holding forward for it, but it's a 3-kill game.
And Frosty, he got 1v2, was able to win those fights with the nades, and Sniper, 6 bullets, 5 kills needed. Cycle controls their destiny.
A man we don't see with this Sniper very often, but couple staying alive and hitting shots. You're gonna be in a real good spot, but they take him out quickly. You know Renegade smells blood. You know he smells that Sniper. He wants to utilize that, but it is all a Shopify Rebellion on the top of tower. It's only a 1-kill game though, 46-46. It's tied up. OpTic just took the lead.
They didn't need the Sniper. They played perfectly in that situation. Cycle going down, putting that Sniper on the ground could have been back-breaking. Shopify Rebellion just weren't ready, and the green wall just need 1 kill.
It was their chance. 1 kill is all they need. Cycle had the game in his hands, but Renegade smelled weakness, and he pushed forward because of it. And now you see both teams sitting back. There's a brawl down bottom center. It's on the rat tunnel, and there it is. OpTic Gaming will tie the series at 1.
That almost feels like OpTic Gaming getting away with one, right? Rebellion had everything they needed to win the game, but OpTic never showed fear. They were so well positioned to take down the players on the perimeter. Once Frosty hit the respawn screen, those players at the tower no longer had that comfort, that cushion of space. They started to go down, and it was a 1-7 run, I believe, at the end of the game for OpTic Gaming, and that's ice.
That was bound. Tools, it was bound. He was 5-13 towards the latter half of that game. And that's sometimes what you need. You have a little bit of a rough start. Maybe you're feeling a bit cold because you've been sitting in the grand finals this whole time. He finally warmed up. And yeah, ended the game 10-16. So a little bit of a run out of him. Renegade getting a couple kills as well. And some beautiful assists out of Formal. That's exactly the recipe for success that OpTic were looking for.
Take a look, Legend having his big game. He had been underperforming in this tournament compared to what we normally see up to this point. And I love to see him leading that charge. Last year's MVP, and it was for good reason. Legend is a player that you just can't help but be excited about when you watch his game, especially when we're going to be able to see him later on in this series in the objective. I think one of the greatest flag runners in the game. He's always so heads up and cerebral about the objective and how to move forward, what the rotations to hit, how to maximize value with his life.
And that's something that OpTic needs. And on top of that, there's a different side to him, right? It's the pure Slayer side that we see sometimes come out. Regardless of what role he's trying to fill, he's always an impact on the map. And yeah, I agree. Earlier today, not the impact we were used to, not the impact we've seen before in the online events, or even last season when he achieved that MVP status in the grand finals. But we're starting to see him come alive now. And I think when all these players are playing, I would say when all these players are playing at base level, that is enough for them to be the #1 team. That's what's scary, right? Is at base level, I think they can be the #1 team. Just if they're all playing at base level, they're all playing like their median, I guess. But the problem is they all have a chance to play even further than that. They all have that extra tank of fuel, I guess, so to speak. So yeah, this OpTic roster, there's so many people that will doubt them on a whim and all of that, but I truly think that they're going to continue to come out swinging. Shopify are their only challenge at this point, I feel like. And it's interesting to see how often these two go back and forth on games.
It looks like players starting to pick up their controllers, getting themselves ready to get into this next game. Headsets on, that's what we like to see, as a recharge will be our next playground. And I would expect to see those quick rotations to come out from both teams. I always expect these teams to be playing for those trip caps.
Of course, when you talk about recharge, you got to bring up that shock. You've got, I would say, you know, we talk about Origin being Frosty's playground. I would say bottom elevator is Cycle's playground. Because that man, just very efficient at playing his life. And we know how ambiguous elevator is on the bottom of A. But I'm excited to see what happens here. I love seeing this back and forth. I think it's so good for the scene. But at the end of the day, when these two are playing their absolute best, when they're both playing their best, who is the one to be better, right? Who is the one that goes into Arlington as the best LAN team? Obviously, Shopify is the #1 seeded team, but who will be the best LAN team?
Here we go. Game 3, Recharge Strongholds. Usually you're looking for that trip cap pressure. Total Control is the name of the game. Usually teams are trying to set up for that long haul spawn trap. In order to do so, you must control C-Plat, Gold, Needles, and A at the same time. Force them into that long haul and dominate from that point on.
One thing I was kind of curious about going into this game is how OpTic would start. We've seen them at least start on that game 5 with an incredible pace. And you see it right away. They are 2 down. They do get a double cap, but Legend going to play this camo intelligently as possible as he gets one on the top of glass.
Enemy team scoring.
Legend trying his best to stay alive, man. He is here in the chaos, but he is making the most out of his opportunity. And wow, that was quick, decisive movements, but still not quite able to capture B right away. Instead, it's the rotations being won by Rebellion early on. They're the ones to score.
You said you had to be quick on those rotations. That's exactly what Shopify Rebellion are doing. Even down in numbers, they're taking those hills and they're getting the caps fast.
Notice those players just push through right through the middle of the map. They noticed that no one was watching them. They try to get into that Needles right away, trying to buy that space. The other thing I love is how Rebellion's trying to close down their angles at all points in time. They're not trying to take these big cross map battles. Instead, they're going to try to cut through that map when possible and make it so their one-on-ones are much more approachable. I mean, look at this for Royal 2. He is getting in their face, but when you start taking that fight closer up, it's just much easier to try to find those finishes. It's no longer just damage that's no longer capitalized.
That grapple lets you get in up-close fights as often as possible. He's going to run out of charge, though. No more to use here. It is Shopify Rebellion potentially posturing towards this triple cap. He'll get into C. There's a lot of damage into bound as well. I love that he re-peaks this, but he's going to be pressured from potentially long haul. Something maybe he should be worried about. It's going to be Legend on that side. Royal 2 is aware the triple cap is locked in, and Cycle is going to take advantage of this camo, and he's going to get 2 cleanly.
Double kill.
Does he go in? He doesn't go into B. He wants to get his shields back. Very smart.
So disciplined. And one thing we noticed, right, he knew that B was being captured, right? He knows that, but he's listening to his teammates and acting on that information first. He targeted the one-shot players at A and at Trippy Corner, then finished off the player that he personally knew about. That's great prioritization of targets from Cycle, and this is what he just does so well.
And now he comes through, tries to alleviate some pressure from that C cap towards A. Not really able to do so, but it's okay. Frosty on the pipe door. Once again coming off a spawn. Frosty's been very aggressive the last 2 sequences tools.
I love the aggression that we've seen so far. I mean, Rebellion are just flooding OpTic Gaming whenever they get the chance. And oh no, Bound just got caught in the middle of the map. And look at how the damage is immediately capitalized upon it. I love a good swap like that. We just see Last Shot hammer the headshot home.
This is just a tough break for OpTic here. This Shopify Rebellion are playing this so well. Like you said, that aggression, it seems to be overwhelming OpTic in many situations. 121 to 9 so far. And Royal 2 able to stay alive on the tower side. He's been no shields for so long. Finally, they take him out, but not without losing 3.
Cycle with more of that damage. OpTic Gaming went 3 down, and the trip cap's in. Now, OpTic does have A to play out of, but A is not as advantageous as you would think, right? There's no sandbox to play out of. You don't necessarily have the control that you want for camo. It's a pretty tough spot to be trying to fight out of, and you're seeing already why it's tough. They try to get towards that camouflage. They're ripped as soon as they go out that doorway. It's 4 down, and this could be the start of disaster for the end of this game. OpTic Gaming are in a struggle to get forward on the map.
These guys.
Do they think they spawned them at pipes? Like they were very tepid with trying to collapse in.
Maybe. Well, they're going to be on the tower side, and that'll be a trade, but that's all they'll get. Still double cap, though, so points continue to mount. It's a big win by Bound here, but he's getting shot in the back. They come out the pipe door. They're always there to assist each other. No one has to fight alone. It is so beautiful out of this Shopify Rebellion roster. I'm so impressed at what they're capable of. Their teamwork is immaculate.
Oh, Legend was able to get a massive kill on the Frosty there. And, you know, props to Frosty for dropping down and trying to take that fight while one shot. That's a good teammate. But Legend just punished them right away as soon as they missed that shot. And Legend's that 1-on-2 fight that he wins is enough to at least break the scoring spell of Shopify Rebellion. And well, it's slow, but it's sure, right? How do these comebacks happen on recharge? Usually it's slowly, but then the trip cap comes in and it's all at once. That's what OpTic Gaming's playing for now, the opportunity to trip cap.
I've seen too much in my 4 years of HCS or 3 years of HCS to ever call a match on recharge strongholds. This could really get out of hand quickly, and it is OpTic Gaming once again. Pressure in their hands, but last shot. He's gonna try and stop that. It is formal, a little bit of wiggle. You can see his shoulders move in the cam too. I know that's a very subtle thing to point out, but feels like he's into the game. He's connected to the game in a way that we've seen formal before. But it's not enough. It's 4 down OpTic.
It's a trip cap in for Shopify Rebellion, and let me welcome the 3,000 people that just came from Moist Critical stream. We have Shopify Rebellion and OpTic Gaming fighting it out in the grand finals.
Enemy team nearing
no
victory.
reset needed. First to 4 in this best of 7 series will win, and Rebellion have been dominating in our game 3, putting OpTic Gaming into the trip cap and have just been swarming to the point of attack. The Rebellion looks strong, and Moist Critical, oh, let me tell you what, you should be happy. This is the team that is so exciting to watch.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Active, and this is Tools, and of course, this is the grand finals. It's 1 best of 7 to decide who's the best LAN team that we've seen so far in Season 4. And right now, it's Shopify Rebellion starting to score. It's a double cap locked in, 5 points left. That's all they need in order to secure this game number 3, and they will do it. Shopify Rebellion lead 2-1.
And it was never in question that entire game. Shopify Rebellion put the pedal to the metal immediately. They found their trip cap. They were able to dominate, and it was once they put OpTic Gaming 4 down and got them on those spawn cycles that they were able to just continue the unrelenting pressure. And that's what we like to see, all the players smiling for Shopify Rebellion as they've taken a 2-1 lead in our grand finals.
They are just in tune in terms of the game and out of the game. And it's so important to have that chemistry. It's so important to like your teammates. Imagine hating your teammates. Imagine not really liking the players you're playing with. Would you want to win with those guys? Absolutely freaking not. I wouldn't. But these guys, they like each other out of the game. They're very good. And their teamwork is very phenomenal inside the game. It's just a match made in heaven. This chemistry is unbelievable, in my opinion. It's so quick, even with the team changes and the crazy roster mania we had. Their chemistry is phenomenal.
An Aquarius Bomb is what's to come. Now, if we're talking about 2 completely different styles of game, Recharge Strongholds to Aquarius Bomb, you can't get any different, right? One's rotational based, trying to constantly apply that pressure. The other one's a game of possession, which is where OpTic Gaming is quite a bit stronger, in particular because of one player. Formal is able to just control the map with his damage. That's going to be a top priority for Rebellion coming into this next game, is to try to keep Formal in check.
It's going to be very, very difficult to do so. We know this man to step up when he needs to, and I wouldn't doubt he does it here. But I will say, talking to Last Shot, he says that Bomb is his favorite game type and the Shopify Rebellion are very good on Bomb. So I'm excited to see how this game turns out. OpTic Gaming also very solid. You can see the damage per life there. That's an insane amount of damage per life. And on the other end, you've got Cycle. And when you see this man on your screen, when you see that handsome face in the webcam, just know that that man is going to stay alive as long as possible. He is one of the most difficult kills in the HCS. And that's what makes him such an incredible player. The decision making is beautiful. The discipline, incredible. We'll see if that changes here. But again, only one best of 7. That's all that we have here to decide the winner.
That's so funny. Cycle and Formor. It's like the same player, like 20 years apart. You know what I said? It's like we see, like, Cycle's so excited to watch because he is very reminiscent of like what it was like back in the day to watch these like up and coming players to start making their waves. And when we talk about the teams that we saw today, everyone just about has a world champion except for 2 players, right? In on Shopify Rebellion and a couple on FaZe. But Shopify Rebellion, they put a lot of trust into 2 young players, Cycle and Last Shot, to lead the charge, to lead this team forward. And well, so far it seems to be paying dividends.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. It's game number 4 in the one and only best of 7, the Kaysan tournament. And like I said, usually this would go to a reset, but today it's all on the line right here, right now. Frosty with the camo in his hands.
And this has been the name of the game for Rebellion all tournament long. Their power weapon, power up control has been second to none. And it's been Frosty that usually gets it into his hands. It's just already exactly what Rebellion wanted to start this series.
Moving the bomb forward already. All they have is 1 kill, but they feel confident enough to do so. Might be a bit of an overextension as Frosty ends up going down there. But it's a couple trades that go in the favor of OpTic Gaming at the moment. 2 down for Shopify.
That bomb being stuck on the util side, it's not going to be easy for either side just to move this bomb up. Man, Frosty, he just got into a world of hurt right away. OpTic Gaming, they can capitalize on this. And you see already that bomb getting into that util. Formal getting it to scoring position.
Renegade's so aggressive as well. Renegade puts himself in a position to be ready for that, but oh my word, Formal not able to clean up that kill onto a Shopify Rebellion member.
You use the word aggressive. That is aggressive from Formal. He hit the middle of the map. That thrust, he thought it was going to be enough to finish that kill, but that's a massive risk to take, and you're seeing the downside of that risk. Rebellion got complete control of the map once they get those couple kills. It's Bound, the only player alive, and he's stuck at the back base. Now the spawns are staggered, and that bomb is just about in. They just need to stand in this hill for just a little bit longer.
Renegade was the first one to spawn in the fridge. Legend throws a beautiful nade, though, to stop that bomb plant from happening. But it is Frosty who's in there to try and arm it. Does a little wiggle, does a little jiggle, and Shopify Rebellion score 1.
Just systematic, right? And remember, you can trace that all back by the overly aggressive play of OpTic Gaming in the middle of the map when Formal tried to use that thrust to get that kill. It was a domino effect that is already still being felt. I mean, the control of the map hasn't flipped yet. OpTic Gaming still stuck in their base. Last shot, he's pushing in the doorway. OpTic Gaming had no idea. Legends the only player alive, and Bomb's on the move once again.
What do? When you can't even get out of your own base without going down? There is a player overextended, though. It is Legend, now inside the OpTic Gaming util. The break, it's happening right now, but 2 go down, make that 3. It's clean. Formal, the last player alive. He's not gonna survive for long. It's Royal 2 finding him and cleaning him up as Shopify Rebellion attempt to score the second bomb, and they will do so. 2-0 the lead.
OpTic Gaming haven't been able to move from their base. Uncharacteristic from Renegade. He only has 1 kill to his name. On the other side, Rebellion, it just feels like they can't do anything wrong. It's kill after kill that's gone their possession. The camouflages that keep going their way. They're able to look like Frosty has no worry just cutting through the middle of the map. No one's going to be there to clean him up. He gets away with murder.
There's one word for all of this that you just said. There's one word for everything you just spoke about, and that's called efficiency. We're seeing some incredible efficiency out of Shopify Rebellion. And it's so vital to have that efficiency here in the grand finals. $50,000 prize pool. But Royal 2, he ends up going down. And now OpTic, it's their turn for aggression here. 2 down for Shopify Rebellion.
All right, these two teams, they have a 20-20 map record in tournament play. They scrimed yesterday. It was 7-7. It was 3-2 during the grand final, during the winners final for OpTic game. It is so tight, the margins between them, and boom, response, OpTic Gaming on the board.
Some incredible micro right there as well. With that bomb in his hands, jumps to avoid the last shot so he doesn't go down with no shields. And it'll be Legend that punches that bomb in. And now finally OpTic are on the board. And guess who else is on the board? It's Renegade. He's got 4 kills now and 7 assists. But Cycle has that camo and he can really put a wrench into things.
Someone did a lot of chin-ups in the playground as a kid. Cycle getting the most out of his movement here, and he has just been patrolling the middle map. This camo is just devastating. OpTic Gaming have no idea where he is, and every time they peek a doorway, he's there to put the shots in.
Discipline tools. It's beautiful. More damage goes in. All of OpTic suck.
I love the way that Cycle plays. He just never gives up too much damage. His damage taken there is as minimal as it can be. It's efficient. It's perfect. It's a game-winning play by Cycle.
There it is, ladies and gentlemen. The series is not over. This is the best of 7, but Shopify Rebellion just put their 3rd score on the board and now lead the series 3-1.
It was so efficient. It's scary how efficient Shopify Rebellion was in that game. And it's best man. Look at that coach in the back, standing behind them, keeping them on track. The camouflages, the power weapons have been in constant rotation for these 4. And it is the difference maker in their games. We've seen it in every single series they played. The domination of camouflage, sniper, and rockets have been just a textbook from Rebellion.
I absolutely love what I'm seeing out of this Rebellion roster. And take a look at the stats here. Again, Cycle, a low amount of deaths. Last shot, low amount of deaths. Everyone on this roster. And of course, you know, obviously it was them outslaying OpTic Gaming, but still, just the way they take their fights, when they have an advantage, when they have those numbers, that when they understand that, you know, with small talk, and it's something that Last Shot talked about as well. The small talk on this roster is great, right? I think Frosty actually talked about it in an interview. The small talk is so important. Having a conversation with your teammates, you know, not just call one shot over there, one shot over there. It's a conversation. You know, I'm pushing on the shroom stairs. I got your help on util. Like that couple of seconds of conversation changes everything when you're taking a fight that you're confident your teammate will be there to either clean up or help you with. It changes everything. And again, that comes with having that in-game chemistry and of course the outside chemistry. That's a plus as well.
For everyone that's joining us here today, grand finals, we're maybe going into our last game, a Slayer on Streets. But if you're watching LVT Halo for the first time, let me tell you a little bit about the history of who we are and what we do. When Halo was in its darkest times, there was no one to provide broadcast coverage for competitive play. We decided to start the initiative at LVT Halo to stream those games. And well, it started back in Halo 5 and around the 2020, 2019 era. And we haven't stopped since. And it's grown and it's grown and it's grown to where we are today, where we provide coverage for every HCS competition, whether the Halo channel streams it or not. This is one of the few times where we have dual coverage, where Halo is live at the same time as us, but we appreciate everyone that's been watching here at LVT Halo. The one thing that you should know about us is we're completely community funded. We have no big sponsor behind us. We aren't paid by Halo or Microsoft to provide this coverage. Instead, we rely on the support that we've gotten from the community. And well, that support can come in many ways. We play ads during our broadcast. We appreciate everyone that watches those ads as they help us pay for flights and travel and broadcast coverage week in and week out. subscriptions on Twitch go such a long way, guys. And if you haven't, maybe check to see if you have a Prime sub available. They really do help us get our week in and week out costs down and ensuring that we can make sure that everyone that works here at LVT Halo is paid and is compensated for their time. And thank you guys for everyone that's been helping throughout this journey, this 5 years of Halo that we've been covering and being able to go to LANs and provide the coverage that we believe you guys deserve in the Halo community. If you want to help with what we're doing here today, please think about, just following the channel, subscribing if you can on the Twitch, and we'll continue to bring you guys the best coverage possible of the HCS.
The subs are 35% off for 5+ gifted. Sorry, I just needed to put my word in there. 35% off for 5+ gifted, ladies and gentlemen. If you like the broadcast and you like this series, and you can, only if you can, support the channel. But here we go. This could potentially be the very last match of the Kaysan $50,000 Invitational. But if you're talking about OpTic Gaming, you know they've got that fight in them. They are not going to let this one go slowly. They had a reverse sweep earlier. Do not count this team out just yet. And if you're one of their fans, you better get loud. Send them their energy. Send them your energy. Here we go. We're hopping on with Frosty.
Shopify Rebellion have rattled off 2 games in a row. The third one will give them the victory in this series. But OpTic Gaming, they've been strong in the Slayers, and that's what we saw them win earlier. Live Fire Slayer has been their only win thus far. And, well, if history repeats, they should have a good chance to continue this series on.
Shopify ended up losing a game 5 Slayer very convincingly, and I believe it was on this map, if I'm not mistaken. Now they have a bit of an answer back, starting off extremely good. 6-2, or 6-2-2, I'm sorry. Start off, but Frosty still has that stalker in his hands, and he's still doing the damage he needs to here.
Look at that. It's a triangle attack from Shopify Rebellion. Oh, Frosty in between 2 players. How is he alive?
I cannot believe he's alive that long. It allows Cycle to come in and do his own little work. 10-5 here. Legend flying through middle. Damage into Cycle. Cycle stays alive once again. And look, Formal's looking for him, but you better believe this Cycle is going to take a different route. Puts himself in a perfect position to get a cleanup kill. Continues to do damage. Peeks out a bit aggressively there, but regardless, it's a lot of damage done, and it allows Royal 2 to come in to clean up.
And the 5-kill lead early for Rebellion. Legend, there's nothing he can do. He's just trapped into the 1v2. And OpTic Gaming, they're stuck on the staggered spawns. With Renegade getting that kill, though, that'll give OpTic Gaming some much needed space. Back into the neutral game we go.
Renegade does back off, but there is no spawns to be had on that Red Room side, so because of that, he is still an isolated player that they will take care of. And now that camo is up. It's the next point of contention for this squad, and they'll get it cleanly once again. Best man, the coach, in the comms, making this happen.
And who else to have it but Frosty? We're 4 games into this series, and I got a surprising stat for you guys back at home. 16.8%. That's the kills that Frosty's had that have been assisted by power weapons, and we can't even put into account the power ups that come into that play. And you're seeing Frosty, he survives, he thrives when he's able to put the toolbox into his hands, the camouflages, the snipers. And right now Frosty is just decimating OpTic Gaming. 8-2, quadruple positives to start this game.
Frosty has something to prove, and we're seeing it on your screen right now. This man is a demon possessed. 8-3-2, another assist added to the score, and it's a 10-kill lead for Shopify Rebellion. All of OpTic, or sorry, 2 of OpTic, stuck inside the BD. Frosty puts him to jail, but gets taken out pretty quickly. Oh, the wiggle. Oh my goodness gracious.
Yeah, hey, it's land. There's no missing. There's no dead shots. There's no connection issues. That's just barely missing. But Royal 2, he's able to get that kill, and it's a double-digit lead.
He's still alive. He's still alive inside the PD. They can't take him out. There's 3 OpTic members in the back of A. Royal 2 is still alive, and Blast Shot's just coming in to take him out, take out the rest of the players.
They know where he's at. They're just gonna hunt him. There's nothing Renegade could do. Last shot is on the other side of the map, decimating OpTic Gaming. Someone take them down.
He finally gets another one. OpTic find themselves 3 dead, but what are they gonna do? They're constantly staggered. They're constantly in a 2v3.
With Rebellion going 3 down, that did slow them down. Next camouflage is 10 seconds up, but OpTic Gaming have the better position. In fact, if they have Shroud Screen, this could be theirs to get away with.
You don't need to just slow them down. You need to force the emergency brake at this point. Shopify Rebellion are continuously holding forward. Royal 2, though. Last player alive here. And you know how important it is for him to stay alive on the tram. And not only does he stay alive, but the damage output is pushing all of Shopify back.
Rebellion, though, they have this camouflage in front of them. They can bait this. OpTic Gaming need that camo. And they know that. So Rebellion are just going to sit in the back and try to bait it. But oh no,
Legend.
They lost 2 players. Legend was able to steal away the camo in the meantime. If there's a way to get back into this game, it starts now. Staggered spawns for Rebellion. The collapse is in. We're going to see split spawns now as Shopify will need to try to get back together. But OpTic, you got to start getting these kills.
He pushed in too far.
Cycle
I feel
got
like
2.
very aggressive. That's a very aggressive play by Legend. But it works out. It was 3 dead momentarily. Still an 8-kill lead. Frosty. Oh my gosh, the flick. Cleans up Frosty. Now 7. The lead down to 7.
This game's not over yet, folks. Do not count OpTic Gaming out, especially on this map. If they can stagger the spawns and keep their collapse.
He has info. Last shot gets through. Frosty tries to get through, but Legend got info on every player going C. Formal ready for it, though. The nade comes out. Frosty trying to stay alive, but he gets taken out as well. All 4 down. Shopify Rebellion lead cut to 5.
Remember, it was double digits at one point. Now, OpTic Gaming, they're really just like a team wipe away from this being a tied game. Bound with the next kill. It's Shopify Rebellion. It almost feels like they're running out of steam.
Lead cut to 3. Lead cut to 2.
The trades
if you
aren't
didn't
there.
believe before, you need to start believing.
They're just not trading out these kills. OpTic Gaming are finding the kills, and Last Shot and Rebellion are struggling on trying to find that damage. Legend, though, isolated at the top of Ivy.
Oh, no, he's not. No, he's not. Formal comes in to swoop. Oh, my word.
Tie.
Now Formal aggressive. 42 to 43. Formal ties in. No, what? Holy frick.
Renegade's alive!
He has camo. He has camo and he has info as well. Can he capitalize on this kill, though? It's 2 players from Shopify Rebellion. He stays alive somehow. The camo resets. He's invisible for a bit of time, but
It's 2 down for Rebellion. They're going to be staggered. They're not going to be together. Cycle's
the
position
benches play. The benches goes down. It's Cycle who falls. 46 to 46. Wait a minute. The back
Just
smack.
behind you!
He got him.
Renegade!
More players up top C, though. He's got to be careful. The repulse is good. It's clean, 48 to 46. OpTic Gaming only need 2. They've had comebacks like this before. It was against Space Station Gaming last time, but can they complete it this time? 49 to 47. Make it 50. OpTic Gaming are still in this tournament.
Down double digits. Everyone had them out. OpTic Gaming claw their way back for a second chance, another opportunity. One objective game is needed to push us to a game 7. OpTic Gaming just did back-to-back heartbreaking losses for Rebellion and the Slayers. Both those Slayers were essentially the same damn game, Tim. 50-47 massive comeback. OpTic Gaming might just be the iciest Slayer team around.
Who did I say a multitude of times takes over games? Who did I say? I said 2 people, Renegade and Bound. Look at Bound's assists. Look at Renegade's kills. If you weren't a part of this Halo community back in 2015, let me put you on some business. It was Renegade and Bound that ran the Money Tuesday tournaments, constantly winning. We couldn't find a match for these 2. We couldn't find a team of 2 that could beat them. They were literally undefeated in 2v2. Now, years later, they find themselves together on the same team. And guess what happens? One of them putting the damage in and getting those assists, and Renegade cleaning house with 20 kills. Absolutely gorgeous.
20 in the most important game for OpTic Gaming yet. I mean, that was dead to rights. Shopify Rebellion had that game won, and OpTic Gaming clawed their way back. 20 kills for the Demon. Solitude, King of the Hill, to come next. Shopify Rebellion, it hasn't been close in the objective game types. They've been dominant. OpTic Gaming need to steal one in our grand finals.
This is where they shine. We got to remember, we're talking a lot about OpTic, but Shopify Rebellion have 2 generational talented players. These players are going to be in everyone's conversation for the future of Halo. I guarantee it. Clip it, ship it, I don't care. Cycle and Last Shot are being ushered into greatness, and they earned that spot. But right now, all of that doesn't matter. Right now, what matters is this game right here. It is a chance for OpTic Gaming to bring us to a Game 7, but it's also a chance for Shopify to close the door right now and get this victory.
So far, we're into Game 6. Only one player for OpTic Gaming has had a positive KD. Legend, a 1.0 to this point. Wow. On the other side, domination in the Slays from Rebellion. A 1.29 for Cycle, a 1.24 for Last Shot. The young guns have been carrying in this grand finals. Can they close this series out, or can OpTic Gaming push themselves to one Slayer? And OpTic Gaming, they look scary in the Slayers.
They do. And I honestly, that Game 5, it's on Origin. So Frosty, might have something to say about that, but regardless, Shopify Rebellion have been very proficient in the objective. We talked about that time and time again, but we have to also mention momentum is a thing. And if you saw those webcams at the end of that game, you know OpTic are hyped up, and you can tell right now. It's 3 dead for Shopify Rebellion back-to-back times.
But already OpTic, they're just in that hill right away. And Rebellion, although they're just trying to fight out of their spawn, there's no one to put pressure onto that hill player. So just a huge amount of time that's going for OpTic Gaming. And Rebellion, yeah, they're getting some kills, but they're not really meaning much on the map if you don't get them out of the hill. Finally, 75% of the way there, they finally put them out.
Good by Formal, but not good enough. How did he get both of those? He finally goes down, but that stopped OpTic Gaming in their tracks. They go 3 dead.
Royal 2 standing, patrolling in the middle of the map. And I don't think there's a player you want more than Royal 2 standing in the open, having to hit some bandit shots to win gunfights. He rarely misses in this spot.
You see he pushes Legend back. There's a certain respect to these players most of the time, especially in a tight game like this. Royal 2, beautiful nade, cleans up Legend. He's got to deal with Formal as well, and he's got to deal with another player on the loop. He deals with 2 of them so far, somehow playing ring around the rosy. I don't know if Renegade knows this game, but Royal 2 knows it all too well. He stays alive and goes right back to the glass.
The value of life from Royal 2. He has not given up one bit of damage that's not necessary. And Formal and Royal 2, 2 of the players that have some of the best long-range shots, just taking each other's challenge. Rebellion has to worry about the hill. They have to step in.
No, they can't. There's no way. They're going to secure this. Did Formal overextend already to the new hill? I believe he might have. Potentially. There's no way, right? They're still going to contest. There's no way, right? They're still going to contest. They're not overextending whatsoever. They want this hill. They have to push in. Royal 2 just keeps getting killed over and over and over again. Formal finally comes through. Formal got the last kill. All 4 dead. That hill was by a tiny margin. Oh my word.
7 kills. Every player but Formal was on the respawn screen, and Shopify Rebellion helplessly had to watch OpTic Gaming take the hill away. Royal 2 did his best, but it just wasn't enough.
Bound, not done with the job just yet, goes towards the second hill. He'll get 1 kill, but I don't know how valuable that will be, because it is Shopify Rebellion getting a lot of time here, and it is Frosty going for this shock rifle, but he ends up going down. This push comes through.
Enemy team.
Down takes a bit of damage. Last shot will have to give up this hill for now, and he'll overextend, but he'll get taken out for it. Formal's gonna get 2 once again. This is the man you have to watch out for. He is clutch when he needs to be. 8 and 5, a triple kill locked to his name.
Matthias roared. He roared after he got that triple kill. Oh, OpTic Gaming, they're starting to feel themselves. The comms are getting loud, and they have momentum. It's a scary thing.
Momentum and confidence paired together with who is on this team. And you have this as a result. The stick, was it good? Oh my word!
Reversal.
That stick was phenomenal, and it continues to watch the angles from the blue spawns. They've got to be careful though. Shopify Rebellion can't poke their head. Formal's looking for more. He is not satisfied. He wants more. And OpTic put 2 hills on the board, and Formal finally gets taken out, but the damage has been done already.
Although this hill is towards the blue side of the map, what's really important is the nest spawn control. We saw Shopify Rebellion send numbers to try to secure that, but Bound got the spawn! Bound got the spawn! Oh, Shopify Rebellion must vacate the hill! OpTic Gaming will have instant access!
Shopify didn't have the heads-up play to block that spawn, so now they've got to slay through that once again. They've got to get control of the snipe side. It'll be continuous spawns there. This might not be in their favor. Last shot pushing it aggressively. The sticky comes out. It does a little bit of damage, but is it enough? Here comes the help. It's Royal too. Has the back of last shot every single time, and he'll get 2 for it.
And the assists start to roll through. OpTic Gaming are staggered. Last shot will be once more than just this hill. Look at this aggressive play towards the spawns of OpTic Gaming. Legend and Formal, they just have no recourse. There's nothing they can do but helplessly wait as the Shopify Rebellion players collapse. Not only do they win the hill, but they win the rotation. They're set up for the seconds.
2 down after 2 down. Over and over again. Watch the kill feed. 2 down again. 3 down again. Shopify took that momentum and crushed it in a vice grip. And they're not letting go just yet. It's last shot.
Oh. Look at the spawns. They're all the way at lift. They have the player at blue. It's a single line. OpTic Gaming, they have to run through the BR, the bandits of Shopify Rebellion.
Formal does make it through the ramp though. Does he make it through all the way? Looks like Renegade does go down. Shock rifle coming up right now, but once again, it's the bait and switch that's so strong. The Shopify Rebellion roster so good at it. It's a scary thing. Last shot waiting for an opportunity to get this camo. He drops. That looked like it was accidental. Is that going to cost them?
That certainly wasn't intentional, and you can see that the knock-on effects of accidentally dropping gave Renegade the camouflage.
The ramifications of missing 1 jump in this game, and it turns into something like this. A demon with the camo now in his hands, and 3 down for Shopify Rebellion.
Notice how deep Renegade gets back here. He doesn't want to give them that spawn, but Rebellion, they had a focus. They knew that they needed this back LR spawn, and Legend, I think he's on the flank. There's someone behind last shot. It's
so
Bound.
much hill time though. Down gets the kill with Legend. Last shot has to push in the hill. It's him versus Formal. Formal tries to get the shot, but he can't. It's up to Legend now. A couple of nades ring out. Last shot has no more ammo, and Legend makes him pay for it. This could be OpTic's 3rd hill, and guess what? It is.
Efficiency from both sides. There's no neutral time coming off the clock. They are flying to these hills. This is fast-paced gameplay. OpTic Gaming, 1 more hill.
With how fast both these teams are playing, I promise you, ladies and gentlemen, that clock at the bottom center of your screen will not be a factor. 3 minutes left, but Bound finds himself in the hill already. And it's 3 down for Shopify Rebellion.
Rare to see a game be this fast at this level of Halo. So often we see this game finish 3-1, 2-1. Rarely do we see it get finished by score, and right now OpTic Gaming are flying. They're getting the kills, they're getting the time, but remember, we saw this hill once before. It was 99% to 99%. OpTic Gaming know that Rebellion can come back at any time.
That's the man they have to shut down. The one that just went down on your screen. It was Formal with that shock. I'm not sure who obtained the shock rifle now, but something to look for as we go into this, of course, 6th hill, just like we're in the 6th game of this series.
Is that enough to slow him down? Renegade had to drop. That might just give Shopify Rebellion the position needed to get away with Camo, but no, the Slays don't facilitate. Renegade comes back and claims his rightful trophy. A camouflage with just half a hill to go. Renegade is gonna hide.
Enemy team
Renegade's hair looks like he just got out of warfare. My man is in this. He is living this situation. What can he do with this camo, though? The first kill goes in. You know they're targeting him, but he doesn't care. 2 down. Shopify Rebellion. Renegade looking for the third target. The third target, he'll find the back for that one, and then he'll find more as this shock rifle comes up.
Systematic from OpTic Gaming. They took down the perimeter players first from Rebellion, then swarmed to the middle. There's just nothing Rebellion can do. They have to fly to the hill, but they will be gunned down. Game 7!
Game 7, ladies and gentlemen. Time and time again, we see these series go to the last game. But I want to point something out, something very clear, something very concise. If we go back to that series layout, you look at Game 2, you look at Game 5. What does that show you? It shows you that OpTic Gaming close out these Slayer games.
But Tim,
the only thing on the other side of that, Tools, is Frosty and Origin.
Game 1, 3-1. Origin is the playground for Shopify Rebellion. When we talk about teams that play at their best on this map, Shopify Rebellion is the poster child. OpTic Gaming, they might have the momentum, they might have the Slayers behind them, but this is anything but a cakewalk. You have to defeat Shopify Rebellion on Frosty's best map.
It's incredible to see. Look at the KD. Look at that KD. Current tournament run, 1.20 out of the man Frosty. Absolutely insane. In that game, not necessarily a crazy performance, but again, OpTic Gaming were just continuing forward. They were just pressuring when they needed to. They were hitting the shots. Formal popped off multiple times. And it was Shopify Rebellion that found themselves in a constant respawn. They had a couple moments there of brilliance where they locked OpTic Gaming into that staggered spawn. But big plays from Renegade once again changed the story over and over.
This game time, Origin is such an interesting one. It's one of the few maps where we have Sniper and Rockets up for grabs. As we've looked through this Grand Finals so far, in the first 5 games, the power weapon percentage kills, the players that are picking them up and getting kills, Frosty, 12.5% of all kills that he's gotten in this game so far have been from the power weapons. After we take into account this last game, I just got the stat update. He's sitting at 9.5% of every kill that Frosty's gotten in this series so far has been behind the power weapon. The win condition for OpTic Gaming: keep Frosty in check. Do not let him get away with those sniper rifles with the rockets. That's where he feasts on teams.
I would assume, as is customary on LAN tournaments, teams take breaks after game 2, or sorry, before game 2, I believe, before game 5, and before game 7. So there's a potential that these teams are having a little bit of conversation, and I think that's where those coaches come into play. Something we might see that changes things, but take a look at this. Formal, with how well he's performing today, only a 0.99 KD.
We still have some stats from this series that need to be added, but it's been surprising, right? Formal, we usually expect him to be much higher, but the difference between the KD and the KAD is what you should really look at for Formal. He is a monster at getting damage down the map. And people often ask, what does this damage efficiency rate mean? And what damage efficiency is how much damage a player puts down per kill that they get on the map. The lower the number, the better, right? That's the more efficient they're being with kills. The way to think about this, 200 and below is elite, like top of the top. Rarely do you see players have under 200. Damage efficiency from Formal and Frosty have been at elite status, in my opinion. 202, that's about as good as you could possibly get. It's very rare to get under 200. Formal's right there at 218. These guys are maximizing their value with the damage that they're putting down on the map.
My goodness. If I'm OpTic, focusing on Frosty here. I don't think it's a surprise that, you know, Frosty calls Origin his playground. But another player to focus on for me is going to be Renegade, right? If you're Shopify Rebellion, this is a man that I don't think we've necessarily seen pop off on Origin just yet, but has the capability to do so. And we saw what Royal 2 can do when he has that snipe in his hands just a couple moments ago, or a little while ago, I should say, in this tournament, Tools.
Yeah, these guys have been neck and neck stats-wise, and what you love to see from Royal 2 is his ability to play in isolation, his ability to play a separate from his team. I consider Royal 2 the player that pioneered the current meta of isolation and how you play. Ever since he broke into the scene and has been able to build that skill set, he has set the standard. Watch how he's going to move around the map and play onto the perimeters. One of the best to ever do it at it. It's going to be imperative for OpTic Gaming to find him when he's isolated and to finish him when the chances arise. But this is very, very interesting between Cycle and Bound. These are two of the frontliners for both these teams, and you can see the stat play through. But look at the KAD for Cycle so far in this tournament. That's an absurd difference between KD and KAD.
He's just, I mean, he puts that damage in. He's able to stay alive as well. All of that plays such a big factor. I feel like Bound is a very aggressive player who also puts that damage in, but I feel like a bit more aggressive than Cycle is. Cycle's a bit more, I don't want to say calculated because that's disrespectful, but just a bit better at staying alive. And then again, we have Last Shot and Legend. My goodness, Legend with that beautiful MVP last year. You saw him in tears. You saw him really just relishing the moment, right? The first international player to win a Worlds. The first international player to win an event. All those accolades, though. All of that is in the back of every one of these players' heads. It's time to make a new story. And it happens right now. To name yourself the #1 team at the first LAN of the 2025 HCS season, the Kaysan Invitational. This is where stories are made. This is where history doesn't matter. What matters is now in this Game 7.
Game 2, Game 5. The Slayers 50-47 was the score line, but the story was the same. Shopify Rebellion got off to hot starts, were able to get double-digit leads that OpTic Gaming were able to overcome. The story must change for Rebellion. Play till the bell. Play through until the end. Do not be satisfied with any lead. OpTic Gaming, I don't know how many more comebacks you have in you. Let's see them try to get out to an early lead and change this narrative.
Ladies and gentlemen, I hope your butt is in your chair, and if it's not, use some glue and make sure it does stay there, because this is going to be one of the better Game 7s you've ever watched. I just know it. Between these two teams, nothing left. No more backup plans. No more chances. This is it right here. A $50,000 prize pool up for grabs.
Players are flying into the middle of the map, trying to fend these kills. Royal 2 uses the thrust. Halo 5-esque the way he's able to stay alive. Sniper control still up for the grabs, but Rebellion, they've gotten the kills when they needed them most. Royal 2 with the sniper in hand.
It's interesting how they changed the play. Frosty was immediately getting sniper at the start of every Origin map. I feel like he thinks they have read him, so now the snipe goes into hands of Royal 2, and this man can take over games, and he can scope out these heads. If you're OpTic Gaming, you really have to play smart here and formal. Hey, he's really threatening life, but my goodness gracious, Royal 2 just shot his teammate.
I think Formal just might have the biggest ego of any player of all time. He is still challenging. He's hunting Royal 2 down from across the map.
Works! It works! He's threatening him from across the map, but the pressure is strong. It was all a bait to allow Legend inside. And now Legend putting damage in across the map for himself. It's only a 1-kill game. OpTic leading 11-9.
Renegade one-on-one. Frosty, his former teammate, down.
Oh my word, those were some decisive shots too. He still has 2 shots to work with. The movement's a bit too strong, and he's definitely in the zone. Another one goes in his hands. And OpTic with that. Oh my word, Formal assisting Legend. They have to kill Legend here. but look how long he's staying alive. Finally, he goes down. OpTic 2-kill lead.
The pace is blistering. They're flying into the middle of the map. No regard for these cross-map shots. They want to turn, they want to really close down these angles and force one-on-one fights. Rockets coming up in 10 seconds. The fight for Rock Street starts now.
It's just an interesting time to slow down the pace, and you see it. Both teams slow down the pace randomly there, and Rockets are coming up, so maybe it wasn't so random. That Rocket Street control still up for grabs, and Bound looking for an answer here on the snipe side. He'll find one, and he'll go right back to look at that Rock Street. He wants to make sure to secure these rocks, but instead, he secures another kill.
And it's last shot, I believe, that just got away with those rockets. Renegade trying to be mindful where this push could be coming from. OpTic Gaming slowing down considerably. But this might not be the time. Rockets are gotten into the base. Last shot was able to get one with them, but Rockets are the prelude to the sniper that comes up, and it's a Rebellion that are all over the snipe street.
What an aggressive play by Royal 2. Last shot's gonna clean up that kill, but my goodness, no one is backing off from a challenge right now. You notice that every single one of these players are so aggressive and so confident in their fights.
I'm pretty sure Frosty has sniper back there. Yeah,
he does.
Oh, boy, did he have sniper! Formal, you just learns!
He has it, and he's using it.
Enemy
Why aren't we
has
watching
victory.
Formal? I mean, Frosty. Frosty's got the snipe. It's very scary. A scary thing to witness. They've got to be careful not to expose the angle, and you see they're attempting to cover that angle. So many players hiding from that snipe side control. Last shot's going to get a kill in the feed. Frosty looking for more, though. Renegade gets a kill as well, and he can't clean up Renegade. So Frosty wasting all those shots. I believe he's down to none.
Yeah, he certainly got his value worth, though. Getting that kill on Formal was allowing them to at least control the snipe side of the map and try to use this as a playground. And Legend took this fight earlier against Frosty, and it ends the same way. Gun from across the map. OpTic Gaming need to be very careful about their pushes up that Rocket Street. A couple times now they've been punished in the open field.
Just a couple of ego challenges from both rosters, but it seems like Shopify Rebellion are winning theirs. Renegade falls once again. And it is Cycle who gets a kill in the feed. This lead extending to 8. You've got to be careful if you're OpTic Gaming, because now it's 9. It's getting out of hand. And now they're staggered. And now they fall. And now Shopify continue to pressure. Look at the holding forward of Frosty here. His left thumbstick is getting stuck in that forward position. He doesn't know how to stop. He just keeps plowing through them.
I've seen this story before, though. Game 2, Game 5, it was double-digit leads from Shopify Rebellion. The end game, 50-47. OpTic, never count them out.
A killing spree for Frosty. You can't count OpTic out, though. You're 100% right. We'd be stupid to do so. You've got to flip the switch soon, though, because time's running out. You're looking at an 11-kill lead. Make that 10 now for Shopify.
All right, we got to rename the map. This is no longer Origin. It's Frosty's Playground. He's 12-5 to start this game. I don't think I've ever seen him have a bad game of Origin.
There's a reason this man has the ring in Halo 5. Multiple rings. One of the best Halo 5 players in the game, now bringing that talent here to Halo Infinite on the same map. Formal has an answer here. Again, it's not over yet.
They know Frosty's position. Do they know? Frosty's stayed hidden in that game. They don't know. He's behind them. He's just staying there. They're checking. They're looking everywhere. They found him. They found him. Frosty can't hide for that long. And that's going to stagger the spawns of Shopify Rebellion. They're down numbers. And hey, we've seen this story before, and it had a similar start. This is the opportunity that OpTic's been waiting for. Double kill for the FPS GOAT.
Oh no, the lead's been shrunk to 6. It was 10. It was 11 at one point. Formal not missing a shot. The killing spree for him. You can't let this happen again, Shopify Rebellion. You can't let them come back again, can you?
Royal 2, massive kill from the other side of the map, but that just tells Legend where to look with the sniper. Head down, Frosty. We'll see you later.
Watch your head. Who's picking this up now? It's Formal. If there's one man I would put my life on the line, it's Formal. I trust this man with this snipe in his hands. It's only 4 now. The lead, only 4. Just barely misses Frosty's head.
Trades. You just can't trade. They're starting to win the fights on the other side.
no.
Formal stuck in the open. He has to stay alive. Frosty from across the map puts him down. Renegade's desperately looking for the sniper. He couldn't find it. He's just gonna have to leave it.
Where is there this fighter? He found it. Okay, well, this is the win condition right here. Oh, no, it's not. No. Oh, no, it's not. Last shot takes off his head immediately. 48 to 43. Shopify Rebellion looking to change the script here. When it matters the most, game 2, game 5, both of them lost. Both of them choked. But in a game 7, when the tournament is on the line, they have 49, they have 50, and Shopify Rebellion will win the $50,000 Kaysan land.
Oh my gosh, that was an incredible tournament and an incredible grand finals. In order to top this off, that was one for the books. Every single time we see Shopify Rebellion and OpTic go at it, it goes down to the wire. You see Frosty popping off. Royal 2 with the middle fingers are out. Oh my goodness, this clearly meant a lot to Shopify Rebellion. Tools, how are you feeling about that grand finals? What's going through your head right now?
It's time to strap in. This is the grand finals we're going to see all year long, but this is a moment in time that's important for Rebellion because they just set the tone. They just let everyone know who won the first LAN. And remember, back to last year, the first LAN of the year at HCS Arlington, it was a game 7 between SSG and OpTic that ended the same way. And that tone being set, that early LAN win was something that OpTic was never able to recover from. And you can see the pain on OpTic Gaming's face. That one meant a lot to them.
The silence might say everything that needs to be said. It was dead quiet. Finally, a few words being uttered right now, but you see that emotion active. I mean, we saw that literally all 2024, all season long. Second place, second, and second place. And yet another one here to start off 2025, Tim.
Yeah, and you started off with 3 second places in a row. It was Shopify that won that triple back-to-back, and now it's another one here. And this is why this team was made. This team was made to stop that from happening. So of course the emotion is there. Of course they're frustrated, and I'm gonna be honest with you. The thing that's crazy to me is this is just gonna make all these teams more hungry going into this first event. And if we think that these games are close, I cannot wait to see those other games. But yes, it was OpTic talking trash. I believe it was Legend talking trash when they knocked Shopify down to that lower bracket. So they had something to say.
Tools, you got 2 world champions on that stage right now with Kaysan handing them the trophy, but I'm looking at the 2 young guns right in the middle, and for the first time in 4v4 competition, and actually for Cycle's first time on LAN, we see Cycle and Last Shot winning a LAN tournament. What do you think how do you think that makes them feel getting their first 4v4 tournament win on LAN?
And the first one's the hardest, right? And that they're hoping that this is the domino that makes things start to fall. Remember, last year, Shopify Rebellion were a great team. Now, a completely different roster. Cycle, the only player from last year that remains, but it was a team that never was able to get over that hump. Now, before it starts, they've been able to achieve.
You know, we'll have to have an interview here with some of the winners. Why don't we do a bit of a listen in there? You look at the grand finals right now. Why don't we check out what they got to say after that huge win, $50,000.
Casting's way more fun.
I was going to say, you were like, you know what?
Yeah.
When I stopped coaching and started casting, I was like, whoa. Yeah. You just win every series. It's awesome.
Yeah,
even better, he cast once. He's like, you know what? It's good to have a good series to cast. So then he goes and sends it to a game 7. I mean, dude, you've done it all.
I think let's not do that, actually.
Where do we even, Mark, where do we even begin with this series?
Oh, I can tell you. All
right, yeah.
No, actually, I don't want to.
Matt, kick us off.
You got it.
No, I want to know where we begin, because this, first of all, this series was unbelievable. Like, the rivalry, obviously, we already knew the rivalry existed coming in, but this set it to a whole new level. I think most importantly, what we noticed is the games that you guys win, you win in like 5 minutes and a half. You never let them get any kills. And as soon as you go late game, right, they start to put up some challenges. So in game number 1, you guys popped off after the win. It was a pretty big game to get on the board. Let's just start with game number 1. It was, going into that game, coming out of it, walk us through the first parts of the series.
I think game 1 was huge. It was Origin Flag, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that was just like such a big win for momentum, because obviously, I mean, we just got reverse swept in the series before, and there's, you know, it's just such a big game 1. I think it just got us like all hyped up. Like Brad was screaming, and yeah, I think that just kind of like carried through the rest of the games.
Yeah, you really felt it. You could tell that there's like, it was something, it meant a lot more, right? Because I saw you, Brad, pop off after that first game. It was like, oh man, this thing's like turned on now after that. Yeah, go ahead.
I got a question for you, Brad. How do I play Collie like you? Because I don't know what it is, dude. It's...
I've been saying this on my stream the last couple of days. I'm like, I've been playing that map for 9 years.
Yeah,
think about that. 9 years. Like, I don't know if you guys saw. Was it on my POV at the end of the game?
On Collie, it's always on your POV.
No, at the very end. Last 2 kills.
Let's see.
Honestly, it's a good thing.
Only at the very end.
Very end, last 2 kills?
Yeah.
Okay, because I got a bunch of hidden tech. Like, I have all these jumps that people don't know about. I literally won, or got the last 2 kills, literally because I did, like, some hidden jumps. Like, I don't know. I love that map. There's so much to do on it. Like, I'm just like a monkey kind of jumping around.
Even, like, for example, during the flag game, you're last player alive. You're kind of sitting up on the extra flag ledge above the plasma. You buy enough time for Matt to spawn in the cave, and they can't even start the run. So I think, we were definitely seeing that on display.
If you wouldn't mind passing the mic back, by the way, I want to talk to you two gentlemen, because it's your first LAN win. Yep. How does it feel? Like, Cycle, we'll start with you. Like, it's... Firstly, how is it to be part of a series like that in a grand final? Because I imagine it's something new to experience. And how does it feel to come out on the right side of it?
Definitely was pretty crazy. I thought, I'm not gonna lie, like after we took that shoot set, I was like, holy shit, bro. Like,
I was gonna say that was like 37-30 late game.
Yeah, nah, like we definitely should have won right there, but it's all good. Definitely, I definitely felt like I don't know, like the nerves, I guess, after we lost that Street Slayer. But then like obviously like our whole team regained when we started the Origin Flag. But I think they just had like a lot of momentum, obviously, after that Streets game. But to win, you know, it just feels great. Just that's about it. Like, get the series over with, going home, like that shit. Like, that's about it.
And what about you? We've been speaking to you for quite some time. It's been what kind of meteoric rise for you to this position?
It's pretty sweet, man. It's pretty fucking sweet. I mean, yeah, there's the only map that matters is the last one. You know, I mean, we choked the Streets, like whatever. You just gotta keep going and keep playing, and I mean, we're gonna face adversity. We're gonna lose. We're gonna take L's, but you know, we're also gonna take W's more than L's. So that's what we're here to do.
Did you guys feel? I want to ask anyone. Can feel free to answer this one. Did you guys feel that in both coming out of the first series because they played similarly in terms of the late game comebacks from them? Was there this pressure that as the second you have advantages in each game type, just force them, get the bomb arms, get the kills, get flags moving, because it felt like giving them any late game opportunity in the minutes 7 to 12 was just like gonna spell unnecessary disaster?
I feel like our objectives, I feel like we have control of them, but I've noticed it seems like our Slayers are getting, like, we have the Streets game, we have such a big lead, and then it's like we're just not playing it properly at all. We're just blatantly throwing, or we're just you just need to trade at that point. We're not even doing like the basics.
Right.
I feel like the objective games were super clean in, even when it goes deep into like, you know, like 10 minutes in and they need like one bomb arm or something. I think we're really clean. But yeah, as you can tell, even the Slayers, even like the last game in the Streets, it's like we have such a kill lead, or such a big kill lead, and they start coming back. It's like there's a clear something we're doing wrong.
Right. Yeah, well, I was going to say, too, to add on to that, it's like their team has so much experience, and that's one thing like we're going to keep on improving on, is like making sure we get a lead like that and knowing how to control it to where we don't even end up losing those games. And obviously that comes with time.
Right, yeah, and playing slow when you need to and things like that, waiting for each other for sure.
I had a question before that final game, because obviously it was like probably a pretty nervy feeling between everyone going into that final game, right? Somebody said something that made everyone laugh. I want to know what it was. And I just saw the spirits of everyone. Everyone was like, okay, cool, we just got a game of Halo to play. Like, who was it? Like, who said what?
Wait,
I'm looking at you.
After which game?
Was it B-Man? Before the final game, everyone's like looking deadly serious, and then all of a sudden someone said something.
I'm walking from the bathroom, and I just, like, they're all just staring at me, and they're like, "You're a beast, bro." they say something stupid. I'm like, how am I supposed to get locked? I walk in from the bathroom and they all just stare at me. "You're a beast," and I'm like, all right, I guess I'll smile. I guess I'll smile after we just believe each other.
And like before the game starting, like me, it's like dead quiet. Me and Wyatt just look at each other and just start smiling for no reason. So I don't know. It's just like good vibes the whole time.
I was gonna say, it seems like to be at that kind of a point in the series and just have like good vibes coming out of nowhere, it feels like the right place to be for you guys, for sure. Yeah.
All right, so looking forward to the OpTic Major, which is only a couple of weeks away, by the way. It feels like it's coming up extremely quickly. What have you guys learned about yourselves as a team? You want to? Okay.
Can we get a mic for B?
Yeah, get the coach.
Let's ask B.
Talk to us about, as you get to see the team play throughout both series today, anything you guys are kind of going to be thinking about, most focused on, talk to us.
Well, I want to touch on, just us being loose going into that Game 7. We lost 2, close games. We choked a game. I think in the first series, we were a little bit more tense. We were a little bit more serious. And this time it's we have a 3-1 lead, but we're in this position where it's we made ourselves here. We can afford to have an L, and we just have to bounce back.
Yeah.
Whereas the first series, we were up 2-0, and we're losing 2 grulers, and we just were super serious, not really vibey. So it's this was just, we're more loose this series, and you could tell the difference.
Yeah, I think you could see it for sure.
Awesome stuff. What do you think of the couch, by the way, everyone? I think this is great.
It's cool, right?
The crowd. We got to get this. We got this at every tournament. I agree. Yeah. All right, that's going to do it then. Congratulations to Shopify Rebellion. Andy, hell of a day. A lot of games casted. Thank you for joining us as well, Matt. Please don't take our job. This is what happened today, of course. If you're just joining us, go back and watch it. It was an amazing day of action. Everybody stood up. There was some amazing play.
Love the fact we get to hear from your champions. It is Shopify Rebellion who take down OpTic Gaming. Mind you, coming out of the lower bracket,
I would say,
going right at them and taking that lion's share of this $50,000 prize pool. Taking a look at that best of 7 format. Tim, what was the most memorable to you when looking across these games? What really stood out to you?
I think the big story here is the 2 Slayers that OpTic clutched up after being down in both of them, and then the same thing almost happening in that 5th or that 7th game, I'm sorry, but Shopify Rebellion flipped the script and started to ice up. And I think it was Frosty that said it very well. We just listened in. It is a big deal that these guys don't have experience, and they just got some big experience in this series. I think being in these situations where you are in the best of 7 and then clutching it out as 2 young players, that is such an incredible step forward for them and is going to benefit them so much in the future.
I think that actually is a really big story, but I think there's maybe a bigger story that maybe people aren't talking about as much. And Tools, I know this is kind of running through your head is, obviously you don't want to take anything away from Shopify Rebellion whatsoever. I mean, they earned that win, and that was amazing. I want to see this more. But there is one thing I feel like is kind of sitting on the back of everybody's minds is that OpTic Gaming win that Game 5 in Winners Finals, go into the Grand Finals, and don't have an advantage in that Grand Finals. When I say that, I mean there was no reset. It was not like they got a game or 2 over them. OpTic literally went into the Grand Finals. Their only advantage was rest.
Tony, let's just be honest. There's 0 advantage. There is no advantage. That rest, let's be honest, that wasn't an advantage. Rebellion got to go down to the lower side. You get a 3-0, keep their thumbs warm, right? They never got up from their setups. 3-0 into Grand Finals, into being red hot. That was a big factor for this Rebellion team. Unfortunately, it's a 1-day tournament, so I believe they probably decided that there couldn't be a reset because they needed to be done today. It's tough. I don't really agree with the call. I think we should have absolutely had a reset, and I think it would have gone to another Game 7, knowing how tight the margins are between these 2 teams. But OpTic Gaming, that is the unluckiest draw for them. It's like winning on the winner's side. It was almost a disadvantage for them in this tournament. But the results, right? The ball says ball. And right now, Shopify Rebellion in that Grand Finals at the end of tournaments, the last 3, I guess this is the 4th tournament they won in a row. They clutch up at the end of tournaments. Right now, they have that clear advantage over OpTic Gaming.
By the way, ladies and gentlemen at home, make sure you don't go anywhere. Soon after this, we're gonna have Mikowski, Eli, and Mickwin coming on for that Tide the Leader podcast. That's gonna be live to you guys coming soon. So make sure again you don't go anywhere. Active. I want to kind of bring up the same thing. You know, again, I want to be very clear. Not taking anything whatsoever away from Shopify Rebellion. They are your champions, and it was an incredible win for them. But again, the elephant is screaming in the room right now. We heard Tools' side of things. Active, I want to put that question back to you. How do you feel, again, about no reset, no game advantage, OpTic just going to the grand finals, you know, maybe rested, but some might say cold. How do you feel?
Yeah, honestly, it's rough. I don't know if they had a time restriction or something in the venue. I'm not sure the storyline, but I will say it's tough because when you're that winner side team and you get to choose your side for the next series or what have you, it balances out because you sit there and do nothing. I was talking about this earlier. You don't do anything until, you know, a team wins their way through to play you in the grand finals, right? So you're just sitting there twiddling your thumbs, not playing the game, maybe playing a little bit of bot warm-up or something, but it's not going to help you. And then you start off, and of course you can see it in that first game. It was a 3-1. So it's rough. It's definitely rough for OpTic. As you can see from Formal's tweet, eyes forward to Arlington, and he's a little upset about it as well. But yeah, I mean, it's definitely tough. You got to have a little bit of balance there.
Yeah, really word for word. It says, don't know what the point of us winning winners finals was if we don't get an advantage in the grand final. Eyes forward to Arlington. And I want to make this very clear for maybe the people at home don't know what the big deal of this is. So when you make it out of the winners bracket finals and make it into the grand finals, you usually have that advantage when you have to win one best of 7 series in order to become your champions. Now, if whoever comes out of the lower bracket normally would get that win, and normally you would see a bracket reset. And then from there, Shopify Rebellion would normally have had to win again in order to actually become your champions. I want to make sure that everybody understands that at home. That's what we're kind of talking about here. But why don't we change it? Why don't we change it to maybe a different story? You know, we talked about Shopify Rebellion. We talked about OpTic a lot. Tools. You know, there was 2 other teams in this tournament, and that was Space Station Gaming and FaZe. How did you feel about their performance? Obviously not making it to a grand finals, but did you see some things that you liked out of 2 of these teams?
I think SSG firmly established themselves as the top 3 team right now. I think they are 3rd, FaZe is 4th. The series that we saw between those 2, I think, was going to be a definitive one as to what to expect this year. And Space Station, they just look better in their series. Now, that's not to say FaZe can't, you know, bounce back. I think FaZe, what we have seen is them consistently start taking games in every series. It's very rare that we see FaZe get 3-0'd. They're also, in my opinion, the best Slayer team around right now. I believe it's between them and Cloud9 in my mind. You don't want to play these teams on Slayer. So a lot of work ahead of for FaZe, but I think Space Station, they can really reaffirm themselves as that 3rd place team right now, but I think they got bigger things to fry, and they are getting worked by OpTic Gaming and Shopify Rebellion right now. They need to figure out a solution to those 2 teams.
Tim, I know you're a big believer in Space Station Gaming. Leading up into this tournament, we saw FaZe actually beat them back-to-back to kind of start off our early season. We've seen SSG kind of get back into form, and then ultimately coming into this tournament, I think you're looking fairly good, but maybe you might think differently. How did you feel about SSG's first performance in 2025 on LAN?
I think that there's a lot of work to do. I'm kind of mirroring what Tools had just said. There is a lot of work to do, but I think they had the most impactful changes to their roster, where you have 2 players that, you know, were duos with other players and then bringing them together. It's just a lot of change, and I think it's just going to take a little bit more time, but we've seen what they're capable of. That, again, they have those shining moments, and that is what we're going to continue to see more and more. We see when they're efficient, but then we see when they're not. And so as the time goes in, as they put time into this roster, it will get better, and I'm ready for it.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, this has been your FaZe Kaysan Showdown. $50,000 on the, oh my gosh, $50,000 on the line as we're coming to our close here, which, by the way, again, guys, don't go anywhere because we still have Mikowski, Eli, and Mickwin coming in for Tide the Leader after the event. But we're starting to get down to the winding down here. Any final words that you have for the people at home, Garrett?
Hey, get ready to lock in for grand finals each event. we are seeing the thinnest margins I think we've seen in the grand finals consistently between Rebellion and OpTic Gaming, right? Before this tournament started, we were talking about the 20 to 20 map count between the two teams. We're talking about the 7-7 scrim that we saw split. Now we saw 3-2 in winners final. We saw 4-3 in grand finals. Guess what? That makes it even. Once again, these teams they have the thinnest margins I think I've ever seen between two top teams, and it's going to be a delight to watch these guys fight it out on LAN.
It really is going to be an absolute delight. And Tim, same thing. Do you have any final words for the people at home?
I am just, number one, very blessed to be here in this position, being able to cast for you guys. And as a promise, I will continue to improve as time goes on. I will continue to try and get better. But I also want to say that this is going to be an insane season. This is the first time we've had 4 years in a Halo game. And you're going to see the tightest margins. Like Garrett had just said, it is going to be the tightest competition you've ever seen in your life. So strap in. And I've been here for over 2 decades. I've seen some insane matches. I think this may top it this year. So definitely don't miss out on any of that. And again, thank you for allowing me to be one of your casters. It's a blessing and I appreciate it.
Ladies and gentlemen, this has been your FaZe Kaysan $50,000 event. We saw a reverse sweep in that winners bracket finals by OpTic Gaming to propel them into the grand finals, where Shopify Rebellion then 3-0'd SSG in that elimination bracket finals to make it into the grand finals. And it took all the way down to a game 7 for them to become your champions. As we take a look at the stats on screen here, OpTic Gaming, you're seeing some of the KDs, you're seeing some of the KDAs, even the damage per life as well, looking decent out of OpTic Gaming, but it still wasn't there enough to get that win. It's Shopify Rebellion that are your champions. Guys, this has been your production here provided by LVT. You already know, until next time, we're going to go on a short break, and when we come back, we got some Ty the Leader for you.
So far away from it all, can't feel my face anymore. Want someone to numb all the pain, 'cause I can't take it